What a wonderful day on the internet. Could it be that we finally actually have our final Stranger Things stream? Is it possible?
Is it?
We could probably make it go for another 2, I reckon.
No! It would have been so funny if we had managed to complete like a third Stranger Things thing and then the behind the scenes came out. It's like we gotta cover that too. Sorry. Gotta be done.
I said it when I was leaving last time. I go like, "There's no way you guys are getting done with this today." And I think you got literally one more episode.
And you guys forgot about Conformity Gate? We're still,
We did
still
that.
have to do that one.
That's true. We did talk about that. Yeah, that took up some time.
I would argue
naturally.
Conformity Gate is what like killed our momentum on the episodes. Not in a bad way. It's just that it was like an hour plus or whatever.
No, I
Listen,
mean,
as
like,
someone who has absolutely no stakes in this channel and who is just a guest, I think that was an integral part of the show. And I absolutely have no regrets talking about it for the extended time that we did.
I do not have any regrets either.
We barely even scratched the surface of how utterly absurd all that stuff was. And I'm slightly, because I've dropped out. I haven't been following it since, because I want to see what it's like when like a cult just collapses. I think that could be really funny to witness, and I just haven't been paying attention to it. So I assume lots of people have either pretended they never believed it, or pretended it was always ironic, or have just disappeared from the internet in shame because of all the crap that they said, which has now been proven to be wrong. Or they've just done the thing where they say, oh, no, actually, okay, fine, it didn't come out on that day.
You're playing the long game,
actually,
buddy.
if you recalculate the maths, it really means the apocalypse comes next year.
Man,
The Mayans will be right eventually.
That lady will be on like her deathbed at age 106, and she'll be like, "They're gonna reveal it tomorrow." I'm pretty sure. that's the day.
I am the only one who's bringing facts to the table, and I am 96 years old now.
That's right. That's right. She did say that.
I feel like that was not the last we've seen of her.
I hope not. She's great.
Another franchise.
It's
gonna be fun.
So Rags is unavailable, I am afraid. I'm not sure if it means we're not going to get him at all this stream. He might be able to pop in, and Nerdrotic is planning to jump in a bit later. But again, this has been wacky. It's very strange, you might even say, our guest rotation. Though we've had pretty consistent coverage with getting through this, and by gum, we're going to get to the end of it. That's the plan. So this stream might just be quite long, chat. So long, in fact, that we're planning, because our schedule's getting completely blown out by this. We're going to do 2 episodes in one, more than likely. Meaning, we're going to have Platoon take us through episodes 5, 6, 7, and 8. And then I am going to take us through Ms. Kennedy's departure, the arrival of the God King Filoni, some comments regarding Mr. Johnson, because that's been a thing that hit the old internet as well. And then I'm going to take you through an edit I've done of the behind the scenes of Stranger Things, which is utterly fucking hilarious. And we can call that episode 9 at this point. So yes, we will watch episode 9 live with you. And so what we'll do, because I imagine by the time we get through episode 8, it'll be well into the stream. We're gonna feign an outro and then redo an intro, that we have 2 episodes, but we'll do it live. And if anyone leaves thinking the episode's over,
fainting an outro, does that actually not count as not fainting an out? Because you can't tell, if you're going to faint an outro, you can't tell people that, because otherwise they just know.
Well,
It's a long time from now. They'll forget.
Yeah, that's actually honestly
You're not
true.
gonna see it coming.
And if you leave at that point, you're a doofus, and everyone should make fun of you because we've warned you. It'll be in many hours from now. But I will say it'll make more sense, Platoon, because when it gets re-uploaded, it will actually end when I feign the outro on the re-upload. You see?
Oh,
yeah.
Gotcha.
Even though this will also be in the re-upload, this part.
Oh, never mind.
It all totally makes sense. Anyway. We've really got no time to lose, so we just wrapped up episode 4. I don't know if you want to just take us through any preamble.
It feels like an easy way to recap what happened is, you are a wizard. I'm not a sorcerer, but listen here, Hagrid, you fat oaf. I'm not a fucking wizard. That's what happened last episode.
Is that what Will said to Vecna?
Yeah, listen here, Vecna, you fat oaf. I'm not a fucking sorcerer.
But Vecna got lean, dude. He lost weight.
For God's sake, what's his name again? Will? What is with this language? You are a sorcerer. You're gonna go to the upside down. You gotta do spells. You get one. You get
Spells and shit.
That's what.
How do we know Upside Down does not have like a school of wizardry? There seem to be a lot of wizards there. I mean,
Well, there would be because Hawkins, the high school is in the upside down.
Yeah, evil
True.
school.
What would be J.K. Rowling's really imaginative name for the Wizarding School of the Upside Down, though? Because she does this thing where, like, well, what's the African Wizarding School? 'Cause it's like Chumbawamba or something.
Yeah.
It's like, that's J.K. Rowling for you.
Wait, you joking?
What?
Yeah,
It's
wasn't
something
it?
like that.
Wasn't
didn't
the
know
Asian
that.
girls? There was like a single Asian kid in that school, and her name was like Ching Chang or something. Like
It's
I don't.
Cho
Cho
Chang,
Chang.
yeah.
Yeah. Oh,
I
Oh my
can't believe
God.
it.
so
That's
the
something she's been
African
made fun
School
of.
of Magic.
Yeah.
The African School of Magic is Ugandu.
Come on.
Precisely 2 seconds thought went into all of these things. It's like
Listen,
the
don't
only
think
defense
about
of
the
it.
banks in that universe either. Those are also very controversial.
She like replaced George Lucas as the person everyone makes fun of for the racist stereotypes in her like fantasy land.
She's
Well,
amazing.
and I guess Michael Bay as well, right? Kind of.
Oh
Like
yeah,
the
it's been a
Transformers.
while since people made fun of him. He's sort of
Nobody cares
disappeared.
anymore.
Yeah.
He's washed.
poor guy. Anyway.
Anyway, yeah, so well, yeah, I mean that recap basically does cover episode 4, but for anyone who wasn't following the big events at the end of that episode, 11 and Hopper go to the Upside Down. They have taken the key card from Dr. K and then left her alive because they're idiots. They went through a corridor, they opened the door at the end, and oh my goodness, it's a character from season 2. Remember her?
Everyone's
Anyone?
favorite that they've
Everyone's
reintroduced for
favorite.
one purpose only.
Yep.
Uh,
And I just remember when that door opened, I looked at it and I thought, wait, who is that? Oh, shit, no, I remember. Yeah. And then I asked my dad, who was watched about as much Stranger Things as I have, and he's like, if I didn't tell you who that was, would you know? No.
No.
Well, it's Callie from season 2, the episode you hate the
everyone's
most.
favorite character, Callie
Yep.
from
It is
season 2.
The bold decision.
Reddit said that they couldn't end the show without finishing her story, so the Duffer Brothers obviously had to oblige.
Of course.
I did. Well, they actually did the behind the scenes thing. They said, like, we want to make sure that like we've tied up all the loose ends in this season. It's like, well, yeah. Well done.
They
guys.
really did, man. Such a good
It's
job.
so good. Yep. So yeah, she was introduced in season 2 for a pointless moral dilemma: will all Eleven be good or evil? And she turned out to be good. I wonder if they're going to be doing the same thing in this season. And then it ends back at the right side up. Vecna goes to the military base. He attacks it. And he brings Will in for a chat, and he says, yeah, you suck. And Will is unhappy. He's very sad. But then he remembers that he was taught how to be happy and gay. And then he realizes that he can use all of his magical powers. If Vecna says, I am all the dicks, Will says, I am all the gay. And then he uses his powers. And then he takes out the Demogorgons. And Vecna has just walked off and left him. And he doesn't realize what's going on, so he doesn't come back to kill everyone because it's not time for that to happen. But it might be time for that to happen now.
What a crazy result it would have been if Vecna had just decided to do it himself instead of deciding his subordinates should do it minutes later. Oh, well.
Yeah, I know. But they did get what they wanted from it. They got the kids, the 12 kids that they need for no particular reason. So, oh dear, things are looking bad. And Will didn't manage to save all the kids, even if he did manage to save all of his friends.
It's also established later that Vecna just did not know all of his Demogorgons died in that moment.
Yeah,
the hive mind thing, he has no idea that occurred.
Mm-hmm.
Oh,
no,
well.
he doesn't. I mean, he probably thought, much like the creators did, was like, well, I'm a bit tired of Demogorgons. I don't really want to see them again. Oh. So I'm just going to leave them behind.
You have to admit, a Demogorgon fatigue, and I'm glad the writers recognized that.
Out of all things to be bothered by their own shows, Demogorgon fatigue, and the fact that they label it too is absurd. They're so absurd.
There's so many things they say in that fucking writer's room that I would just get up and leave the second they're like, don't you think Demogorgon? And you'd be like, oh my god.
Oh fuck, it's bad.
It's bad.
I don't know if we were meant to like. I don't know. I know we were gonna talk about behind the scenes, but it's funny how much effort or how much screen time is dedicated to this stupid sequence in there.
Don't worry, we're foreshadowing. Just in like 8 hours from now, guys, you'll be able to see us
Yeah.
react to that. It's gonna be great.
Mhm. So in episode 5, yay, we pick up the immediate post-battle, and because every episode of Stranger Things does this, we have to basically spend the first 10 minutes just replaying what happened in the previous episode. So Vecna says the monologue again. Kids are easily manipulated, they're shaped, they're controlled. It's exactly why they should all be given the vote. And so now he's got him. Just in case we'd forgotten what happened in the previous episode, Vecna has reminded us what happened in the previous episode. So
Well,
Joyce.
it's only been like what 3 weeks since the episode came out. I mean, you must have forgotten literally all of it.
Must have. Yeah, I mean, they were doing these recaps for episodes that released on the same day, so 3
Yeah.
weeks is an eternity.
Well, remember they have recaps during episodes as well. A lot of the time, they'll be like,
Yes.
The favorite
You know
one
what's
for me
actually
is
fucked?
the end of Vecna, so to speak. Before we get there, that's the best one where they remind everybody of motivations.
Dude, I've seen this 3 times and I don't remember episode 5.
It's
I
the
have literally
catch-up.
watched it from start to finish.
It is the catch-up episode. Was it not your pick at one point for the worst episode?
Because nothing happened. It was a total recap episode because it was like artificially placed in between, like the volumes.
Yeah.
Like there's one plot point, and I don't remember what it was.
I think that thing that they say, a lot of actors are saying it too. I think Matt Damon said it recently about like them repeating the plot in the multiple times in the episode so the people can scroll on their phones. It's like, we knew it was true, but I don't think it has been this blatant as in season 5 of Stranger Things. It's crazy.
Well, of course, you come back to season 1 when it's like a real television show. You know, it's like, oh, damn, you don't do that really in season 1.
And
really
sure, it'll benefit zombie watchers, but like the people who really cared or invested get punished hard for this, and it's just like, oh, that's great.
Mm-hmm. Like this entire season, it feels like to me, is basically built on that. Like every single dialogue is dedicated to, it is thought through with the sort of idea that, okay, people are probably scrolling as we're speaking right now. Every single dialogue should be dedicated to explaining how the plot works or the mechanics work or what are we going to do, and we're going to repeat every single plan that we have at least 3 times, and each time with even more annoying sort of pace and structure.
Yep.
I'm pulling it back a little far here, but like I'm thinking 1, 2, 3, kill Vecna while they're all standing in the woods. Like that was like, oh, I guess the audience needs to know that's the plan.
Kill Vecna.
Well, they do fucking say it. It's episode 1. So remember, our plan is to stop Vecna. Fucking everyone, no, we know this. Everyone knows this. And then they even have to double
Look at his
down on it by
nose,
saying,
bro. The
"Steve."
guy's made of flesh. Of course we have to kill him. That's
He's
like
like a
his only
zombie
purpose
demon.
here.
Yeah, gotta get him.
Oh, yeah. But the recap continues. Joyce says, oh, how did you do that thing that you did in the last episode? And Will says, well, I'm a real-life sorcerer. And they will have a big hug. He gives Mike a big old hug. Byler's gushing from every conceivable hole. And then Will says, oh, no, but remember, Vecna has the kids. I couldn't stop them. If I'd only thought to use my powers earlier, maybe I could have done it, but I didn't. And so he has the children because, did you remember that he got the children? Because he wanted the children, and having the children, that's bad.
Yeah, that's one of the examples of them. Like, it's so annoying. It's just stop repeating shit I just saw.
Also, isn't it like a point of contention for the D&D fans that he shouldn't be considered a sorcerer, he should be considered a warlock if they were accurate? Or something like that.
And I think they even addressed it in the behind-the-scenes thing, because they said, like, our knowledge of D&D is basically non-existent, despite basing a show off of it, and we did cheat by fast-forwarding it to make him like a sorcerer, even though that wasn't introduced until 2005 or whenever it was. So it's very imaginative. It's this fidelity that makes fans keep coming back for more. It's such a faithful recreation of the 1980s.
Oh, yes.
And all of the stuff.
Dude, how much do you want to bet when they do the animated spin-off, they're going to give Will like a moment where it looks like he has powers, and then they're going to like strip it away to be like, look, dude, we were planning this from season 2.
Oh, for sure.
Yeah.
Oh, they're so gonna do that. Oh, no.
Then they look up the sky. Some helicopters are coming toward the military base. They remember they have those now. If only they'd had those in the last episode, they could have won. But now they're on their way. And so the group has to run away. They run back into the tunnels, and because the military still doesn't know the tunnels exist, they are fine. And we never, ever, ever see those helicopters again. So fantastic. And then we get a brief cutaway to Dimension X, the Abyss, where you see the kids getting their alien references shoved in their mouths. And then we wake up with those kids, and we're now back in Henry's mind memory palace, the mind prison.
Wait a second. You just said something that just tripped me up. The military has to know that the tunnels exist. They look
Yes,
into
they
them
do.
to see the kids, so they just never investigate them.
They look into them
And
to
if
see
they
that
did,
those
they would
kids,
immediately
those all
find
just
where they're
died.
hiding.
They all died. They can't remember. They didn't radio back and say, hey,
Every
by the
one
way,
of
there's...
them.
Every single man there died. Well, except for the one who has a name. He doesn't die, notably, but they don't
Dude,
ask him
I
any
was so
questions.
mad. Is this the episode? Is this the episode we're watching?
Yeah,
Like nobody
I think-
dies, and they show this guy's fucking charred face, half blown off, and he's like, "Yeah, that was really bad." out
I'm
there,
okay,
this big
though.
guy."
Yep, but we have, I mean, as we've established, they've known about the tunnel since season 2, so they had no excuse for ignorance in the first place.
True.
Now they have doubly no excuse for ignorance, because you're right, they looked into them, and then they didn't do anything about that, so never mind. So we go to the memory store, palace, Henry's mind prison, Henry's house in the mind, one of the many dimensions we operate in, and he's telling the kids about what just happened. At the moment, still, the mechanic is when you get your alien reference plugged into your mouth and you get sent to this mind place, your memory of how you got here just disappears completely. So he gets to spin a story for the kids. He tells them about how he saved them from the monsters, how his home is their home, and they will be safe as long as they don't go into the woods. He still doesn't lock his front door to stop them doing this.
The
but
rickety bridge.
Don't go beyond the rickety bridge.
You'll get
And is there any
lost.
reason why, if it's in his like mind, why can't he just make like a big fence? You know, even if it's like, oh well, you know, what if you want to go outside? It's like, yeah, sure, it's just a big fence. You can't climb it.
No,
Don't
maybe he
even
can't
don't even
create
You're
stuff.
asking a lot,
Like,
yeah.
It's all just
Like,
memories.
because you could just build like a massive like concrete wall that goes like 50 meters into the air. I suppose it would be conspicuous, but like it would solve that problem for you.
Dude,
just
he could
noticed-
just lock his door. It's so much
Yeah.
simpler. Just use your door key that all doors have and lock it, and then you're fine. You don't even need a big memory wall. We've already got one giant wall that makes no sense. I don't think we need two.
Look at this weird as
fair.
fuck edit I've just seen, right? They're heading into the house, and then it fades to them being literally a meter further into the house.
Oh my gosh.
Memories. That's what it is. It's just memory.
Like, that's weird, especially because I
It is
don't
very
remember them
strange,
editing
though.
things like that ever before or again.
You know.
Do you reckon the entire house is a blue screen and something just got cocked out? Even the kids are actually a blue
No, they
screen as
actually
well.
painted it. I think that they have a physical set for this. I'm pretty sure.
Oh.
Are you
Yeah.
sure?
That's
I
good,
think the
'cause-
script is a blue screen, actually.
Well, potentially the inside of the house could be like that. But I know
Yeah.
that the exterior of the house is real.
They do typically build the interiors, I think, except in some instances. But that's because, as we will
yeah.
discover when we get onto the behind the scenes, they do not know how to work with blue screens. Wait, where's the monster coming from?
There's
over there.
that.
No, it's coming over there. No, I mean over there.
Oh yeah.
Like watching Frank Darabont say, like, it's so great to see them working with so much physical stuff, and I'm just sitting like, bro, like, I understand what you mean,
I mean,
but
listening
like,
to Frank Darabont speak about like directing,
Filmmaking, yeah.
and then comparing it to how they talk about directing and telling stories. Holy shit!
Mhm.
But not a surprise at all. I mean, Frank
No.
Darabont made Shawshank Redemption, Green Mile, and these guys
Well, and
made
they-
Stranger Things.
they have had physical sets, and you can see from behind the scenes some of them are very impressive. It's just that this show is also famous now for having horrible, horrible green screen, blue screen, whatever.
Mm-hmm.
It is indeed. So Henry tells them that there's much more at stake than just the lives of their families, because a darkness threatens the whole world, a blackness. He's found a way to defeat it, though, because he says he's traveled beyond their dimension. He's found a better world, the light, a world that is free of monsters. And he's chosen these kids, he tells them, because they're not like other kids. They are special. They have dormant powers. And if they work together, they can channel these dormant powers and bring the light world into their world, and by doing so, they can save their loved ones and turn all of the kids into heroes. Now, this is all a lie, but it is also all bullshit, because these kids don't have any notable powers that I've ever been able to... Like, it's unwise to even lie about mechanics that just don't exist in the writers' heads, I think, because you can't, like, tear the rug out from people. You can't say, he said it was this, but really it was a different interpretation of this. We will get to the end of this show and have no clue why he picked these kids, whether he had to have these kids, what powers the kids may or may not have, whether any kid would do. It's just horseshit.
But they do explain why 12, though. They do explain that.
Do they?
No.
Yeah. No, they don't. It's like, did I forget something very... Nope, they don't. It's also just kind of annoying as well, I think, because, season 1, rightly praised, I think, for being a fairly serious show, takes its characters seriously, but it also doesn't insult kids' intelligence, either kids who are watching or kids in the show. Takes the time, spends time with its main core cast and shows them sort of like... It's what everyone's almost like putting you back in the mind of the child you were and imagining the adventures you used to imagine you went on a real kind of thing. And no one is dumb, no one is like a cliche, no one is just a stock filler character, because no one wants to imagine themselves as this. Going from that to this season, and you're sort of listening to this story thinking, okay, but what kid believes this? Come on. I don't think Vecna has been sufficiently established in these kids' minds. I don't think these kids have minds. It's because they've been introduced in the last season with no time to flesh them out. So anything he tells them, they have to automatically believe, because that's what the plot requires. But that makes them way less interesting as characters. And then you have to sort of ask the question, well, then why are we spending so much time with them if they aren't characters? And the answer is, I don't know, because we weren't originally supposed to. Holly wasn't even going to be in this show. Then they decided she was. So, it's fantastic all around. So yeah, that's his plan. He's Holly says, "Are you going to go and find more kids?" But he says, "No, I'm never going to leave you again. But for now, you have to eat and play and rest. Tomorrow it begins." And then all the kids.
Why not today?
I don't know.
Why can't he start now?
Tomorrow is the anniversary of when he took Will.
Whatever. But I mean, that's entirely arbitrary, because it's something that happens later where Lucas is. It's like his theory, and he even says, like, if my theory is correct, to acknowledge the fact that it is just like a guess.
Yep.
But every single one of these characters are like omnipotent gods, so they all know all the answers already. So we have to expect anytime they have a prediction, it's totally 100% accurate.
Yeah. That's
there are no coincidences. He doesn't believe in them anymore.
Bad writing. But I guess it's more so like, why would a dark dimension, like a parallel universe to Earth, like why would that location? Why would there be any significance to an anniversary? Like, anniversaries, it's made up. It's a human concept. Why would it have any significance in terms of doing this crazy spell? Like, you need to do this spell exactly this many Earth years compared to any other years, like at this time, and then you can. And then
there's
at that
no
point, you can do it.
There's no ticking clock for Vecna. It's not like you can get in people's heads and know that they are 100% desperately trying to stop him, and that they'll do anything.
And also, as someone in chat has pointed out, I mean, we find out, like, the Upside Down is not like an Earth. It's not like a planet. It doesn't. That's not where it exists. It isn't like that. So, like, you can't even appeal to the idea of an anniversary. It doesn't have a sun that it revolves around.
Well, of course,
like, it's just
you have no choice but to assume he's doing it just for the meme of being like, that's what humans' timeline is. They care about when a year passes for a thing. And it's just like, what the fuck?
Even though it'll only be like 10, 15 people who care about it at all. Like, because there's only 10 or 15 people that know about any of this.
Mm-hmm.
Stupid.
It is very stupid, and they could have come up with any other reason. Like, you could have said, "Oh, well, the abyss sort of like it orbits
it needs to charge its mana."
Or like it comes close to Earth once a year at the same date every year, and that's when the dimensional wall's weakest. So that's when all of this has to happen. But then, of course, you'd have the problem of going back through your earlier seasons when none of this was planned, and they don't take place at the same time of the year. So it would be difficult to make it work retroactively. But like, I would have said, like, I would have appreciated any attempt to explain it. But it's not. It's just a guess, which is a coincidence, and they called it a theory to try and hide the fact that that is what it is.
It's like, I'm sorry. I wanted to say, like, I think the introduction of that is just, they shouldn't have, like, it's just so stupid. They're trying to make it, like, poetic and stuff, and it doesn't work. Because they already, like, used that sort of Will's disappearance date was already, like, an important, integral part of the story in the last season when they said that Upside Down was stuck in time on that date. So now they're doing it again, which they're used to, like, oh, it's actually even more significant than we thought. It's also like tied to this very thing that has nothing to do with the first thing that we established, but also like it's very important again. And it's just
Yeah.
like, how many important things happen on this?
And they're going to come into conflict later in this season, I think, as well, because you're right. In season 4 establishes that the Upside Down is frozen in time on the date that 11 opened the dimensional wall into it. That's when it was seemingly created, and that's the period in time at which it is stuck. Because back then, everything was about 11. Now, not so much. And later, I think it's not this episode, or is it? It's one of the later episodes anyway. We'll get to the part where we discover what creates the dimensional walls in the Upside Down. And all of a sudden, 11 is not quite so central to this after all. It's someone that is not returning to this season except by name, who turns out to be the most significant character, mechanically at least. So there's another little... I think this is a little plot hole with it. All the kids, they applaud Henry as he gives them this story. The only two who don't are Holly, which is, I guess, fine, because she's learned the truth while she was here. But also Fat Derek, he doesn't applaud, because he knows who Henry really is. However, Derek was connected at the same time as all the other kids were, and they all lost their memories, so why didn't he?
It's like it's as if the show thinks that he's got a little bit more memories of it, that like it seeps through of I don't know about you, Mr. Whatever his name is. But of course you're right. Like there's no way that this can work because of the fact that like the way that all of them are captured is insanely traumatic, but they all end up there and like as if nothing happened at all. So you would assume that the same thing happened to him. Because Holly only knows all of this stuff because she went out into the forest and met Max.
Mm-hmm.
It's almost like they don't realize that. It's like, yeah, but Derek met like holy shit, Winona Ryder, you know? It's like, yeah, oh hello. Now I know what's up too. Doesn't really make any sense.
Do you guys remember when Evil Soldier Man gets back to the base? I was trying to get, because I don't think we highlighted that visual is so funny when he first arrives. I'm trying to find when that happens. It would have been episode 4, right?
It's episode 4, and it's just because he's right behind Hopper and 11, so they're big. I think the bit he gets back to the base is he's walking back to the base while they're spying on the base. He gets back to the base when they break into the base, I think.
Okay, that makes sense, yeah. I'll try and find it.
It's so funny because, like, for people who seem like they just want to kill every single soldier, they sure leave all the important ones alive.
Oh boy, they do.
Of course, as you do.
Because in fact, we're with one of those right now. The next scene, Dr. K, she's still alive. I don't know why. She's going to cause lots of problems later, but they left her alive. She's recovered from having been scissored by 11, and she's very upset. But she needs to now go and check to make sure that Callie is still secure.
I found it. So chat, if you haven't seen this show, we've got Major Army Man, who is now in hospital and we won't see him again. And then we've got Major Army Lady, played by good old Linda Hamilton, who, if you've heard anything about her so far, she's a great character, love her. And then you got her subordinate man, who they were torturing for like information, who makes it back to the base. And this is the fucking image they give us. What is this is a guy, like he's not a demon or anything. It's like,
the show thinks he is, and I assume thinks he deserves his ultimate fate at the end of the show.
Oh yeah, they were very happy with that one. But I just thought this was really funny. I was like, what's going on here?
I was expecting them to turn him into something notable, because the reason he's like this is because they kidnapped him and then 11 exploded his mind. So I thought, oh well, there's plenty of directions you could take it. Maybe he's just mad and sadistic, or maybe this makes him more vulnerable to Vecna, like anything at all. But he just turns up and is vaguely a dick.
Yeah, he's not
kind of it.
He's not really special. He's just well, the show seems to think he is, but there's nothing about him other than he's Army Man doing Army Man things.
It's so because he gets screen time, and I don't know why. Like, why is he even in the show? What does he change substantively? There's one decision he makes which causes a minor fuck up for the military, because like he's like, oh no, I want to take vengeance myself, but then he just dies. So it's like, why did we waste that time?
Oh gosh, I want the Duffers. I want them back in the press store seats, and I want to ask them the single question of, what the fuck is, if they know this guy's name, please communicate it with me. and I highly doubt they would know that.
I reckon if they ever knew,
They
they've
probably
forgotten.
don't.
It's weird because he replaced the soldier from the previous season who's like here
Yeah.
and doesn't do anything. I don't know why they scaled him back.
I didn't know his name either, to be fair, but yeah, they do replace one pointless nameless soldier with another one.
Mm-hmm. Nice. At some point, didn't we have a Terminator?
Yep.
in
He
season
died though.
3?
Season
Yeah.
3, we did. The actor said after that, I'd love to find some way of coming back. And, it is science fiction, so it might be possible.
Aww.
Nah.
It is the
Sorry,
Duffer
brother.
Brothers, so.
Yes, it's the... I mean, well, that's more reason why they could bring him back, given Hopper also exploded. But, no, he misunderstood the nature of his role. His role was to be a meme, and that was it. The meme was expended, and there's no more use for the Terminator anymore.
But it would
Which
be
is-
actually. I just realized. I'm sorry. I think wouldn't it be kind of cathartic to have Linda Hamilton and a Terminator be in this?
I mean, if they,
Oh, yeah.
that's how
Good, yeah.
surface level their memes are, you'd think they would have done that, but oh well.
I would have fun laughing at that. At least
Dude,
it
I'm
was
just happy the
cool.
portals didn't open up and Barb didn't walk out during the final fight. Okay, I'm glad they didn't go like Eddie and Barb just come out of a fucking Avengers portal.
And Eddie, Bob, and Bob, you got to get them all. And the Russian dude.
They hate that though. They hate Barb. They were told it's again a bunch of behind the scenes, not the behind the scenes for this season, but earlier behind the scenes stuff. Like obviously Barb was a big point of contention. And just the disdain with which they refer to it. I've got a bunch of clips in the video I'm making. It's just like all people were saying was Barb, 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 and we were like, "Ugh."
It's the
because they're
albatross
petty.
around their neck, damn it. They fucked it up.
They're petty and
That's
childish.
it. Yeah, they are. Yeah, they are.
Because they
And,
made
like-
a really easy, obvious mistake in the first season. It's like, you fuckers should have anticipated that. You paid for it for the rest of the show.
You did, but so yes, we're back with Dr. K. She goes to check on Callie, and Callie seems to be there. She seems still to be because she was like in this room surrounded by the kryptonite mind control laser gun things. Seems still to be there. So all the soldiers turn around and they go off to try and find 11 and Harper. But then Dr. K just gets a feeling, and she turns back and she waves her hat because she notices that Callie's finger is sort of glitching out a bit, and then she goes to touch her. And she phases right through her because remember, Callie's magical power is that she's able to create illusions at long distance. And oh boy, is this going to be
That's-
important
yeah.
later.
So first of all, it's really fucking stupid of them to not immediately test that she's actually there when that's her only main power. That's her thing. It's like you might want to just make sure it's not an illusion, fellas.
Yeah.
Secondly, when you see how far away the illusion's been cast, you're like, oh, this is a setup. Like, there's no way they would do this unless it was a setup.
Yeah, I don't remember. Was she this powerful in season 2?
She was quite powerful because her introduction at the beginning of that episode is when they're running away from the police, and she she creates the illusion of a bridge collapsing, which stops the police cars behind her, and then it disappears.
Oh, nice.
And then she tortures one of her friends with spiders, I think, because she's nice.
Yeah.
And she tortures 11 with visions of Brenner because she's nice. So yeah, she's quite powerful.
I think that would come in handy in the last battle with Vecna. That would make for cool sequences and stuff, and they could have come up with a lot of, as Duffers is very deep lovers of action movies and sci-fi. I mean, you'd think.
Yeah, loads of stuff you can do. You've got 2 psychic people, and then another psychic person you can conjure illusions, and you've got memory dimensions and mind dimensions and inner mind dimensions. There's loads of creative visual stuff that I'm sure we will get to when we get there. And yeah, it's going to look amazing. So now this is the other question I had of this scene is that how did Hopper and 11 and Callie actually escape this military base? It's quite a big military base. It's well guarded. We've seen helicopters flying over it before. The answer to that is that we didn't show it, so it was fine. They just found a truck and they drove off. And it's that easy to escape the most secure and only secure base in the Upside Down. So they have got out. They are free and they have escaped. We learned that Callie was using her powers to create this illusion. And Hopper, this is the first time he's met Callie. Obviously, he's heard of Callie. But he says, are you the girl who taught 11 the word bitchin'? Because remember season 2? And Caddy says, yeah, am I a bad influence? And Hopper says, yeah, so am I. Join the club. They're going to be friends for not very long.
Here.
So, you may also remember from the previous episode, one of the big dramatic moments, Hopper was wearing the suicide festive piece, which was kind of surprising. Didn't see that one coming, not going to lie. I thought we'd gotten over his want to kill himself. But his plan was to blow himself up, and then he chose not to do it. However, this is, I believe, basically now the one scene where that kind of gets... Well, it's going to be the one scene where that gets addressed, because 11 looks at him and is very unhappy because he
By the
lied
way,
to
just
her.
a fun fact for that. That actually wasn't in the script. David Harbour just had that vest on him after his divorce with his wife.
Oh.
And he
When he signed the
refused to
contract, he was
record
there.
the scene without it, so they were like, okay, fine.
So we will learn more about why 11 is unhappy with the suicide vest plan presently. But now we go back to the right side up, and in the tunnels, which nobody knows about except the kids, you get Mike, Joyce, and Will. They find Lucas. Lucas was injured when the Demogorgons came back to take the kids. But he's a named character, so they didn't kill him. So he's only minorly been scratched.
It was actually
More
quite
minor
cool.
even than Karen.
They subtly establish his Wolverine regenerative powers, because this won't be relevant soon enough, just in scenes from now.
He's basically healed the moment he gets out of the tunnel.
Yeah.
So we get to recap again what happened in the previous episode, in case anybody forgot, as Mike tells Lucas what Will did in the last episode, and Lucas says, holy shit. It's like, yeah, we know.
See, what you're supposed to do in real TV is you go, Lucas is like, what happened? And he goes, oh, there's a lot to explain. And then we cut to someone else, and then we cut back, and they've explained all of it off screen, because why the fuck would we want to listen to it again? But then the Netflix people are like, no. Explain it again.
Mm-hmm.
Explain it again.
Explain
Maybe
it
even a
at
third
length.
time, a fourth time.
Because, yeah, Mike says, yeah, it's amazing. Like, Will's our second 11, which he said in the last episode, and it totally changes the game, which he said in the last episode. And then Will says no, because he only used Vecna's power, and that means he has to be near the hive mind, which he said in the last episode. And because Vecna is gone and he has the kids, he has his vessels. This is the bit where Lucas says, oh, I hope my theory's wrong. The day Will was taken. It is wrong, because it doesn't have any significance at all. But, you know, we're still trying to connect it. So they get out of the tunnels, and Joyce and Will have another conversation. This time, it's kind of only 90% about how she's a mother, which is an improvement on the previous 15 times they've had these conversations, when it's 100% of the time. This time, they spend a little bit of time talking about whether there is any other way to jack into the hive mind. So Joyce suggests that if he uses his powers against Vecna himself directly, rather than just against Vecna's army, then, well, maybe he could defeat Vecna.
I also love how he literally had his power for 3 seconds, and they're like, they understand full mastery of exactly what they're dealing with here. There's not even a question as to, like, what are his limitations and stuff. They just know all the answers immediately.
They always
Also,
do.
Yeah.
They always know everything about how everything works.
It comes with like a textbook, like a booklet or something. It's instructions. This scene bothers me so much because for me, this is so inconsistent with the Joyce's characterization up until this moment in the season. Because remember, like a few episodes ago, a few hours ago, she wouldn't let him out of the house because she was scared, and now she's like, you can take on like the biggest like
The demon
threats,
god himself, yeah.
yeah, like upside down Voldemort, and I'm fine with that.
Their thing for that is like that was why they kind of included that scene in the very beginning. She's like, "Oh no, Will, you need to be safe," and he goes like, "Mom, I'm a peacock. You gotta let me fly." And then she's like, "Okay, I need you to kill the main boss for the entire season."
That's what we call
And there's
growth,
just no-
How motherhood works, you guys.
On the note of Joyce, because this was a comment on the previous stream we did, and the commenter said, I love that Joyce watches her other son attack a Demogorgon with a truck and then chase it into the Upside Down to then have the breach close behind him, trapping him in a demon realm full of monsters. Only for Joyce to then never mention or worry about Jonathan ever again, like he just stops existing in her world. I don't think she even
Or
wonders...
Hopper.
I don't think she even wonders aloud about whether he's safe. I don't think they even get a reunion scene after Jonathan escapes death in the cum room and breaks up with his girlfriend. It's just really, really funny. I mean, it's amazing just how unhinged Joyce is when protecting and talking about Will and how much she doesn't give two shits about Jonathan.
the Hopper thing's
Yeah,
even
and
crazier
this
because
is-
she went across the world to like get him back
That's-
last season,
yeah.
and then he's lost immediately.
Yeah,
That is the funny part, because with him, and because she does acknowledge Jonathan and the fact that she kind of like ignores him a bit too much in season 1, or that there's a lot of burden that's on him.
yeah.
That is something that in season 1 they recognized was relevant, because of course it is, because he is also her son. But yes, by this point, it's like they've forgotten who these characters even are, or what they mean to each other.
She's so Flanderized. She doesn't even just like she's the mother that cares for her family. She's Flanderized to the point she only cares about Will. She'll just say things about. She is Will DLC. That's what she's become.
Mm-hmm. I feel bad for Jonathan. He's not a character in the show, but you can't like. I can't. I feel so sympathetic because he just takes it. Just this show shits on him. It just gives him the worst shit. And it's just like there, I guess.
But he's just an add-on for Nancy at this point, and has been since season 2.
Yeah, and Lucas is an add-on for Max. All these characters have just lost their own agency, lost their own interests and stuff.
Yeah. And
maybe can we create like a trope name for that when a male character gets their agency sapped by a female character?
Isn't Pussy Whipped already a name for that?
The thing is,
I didn't realize it was a trope name, but
I enjoy referring to it as like the DLC thing, 'cause it covers it really easily. But because this has happened now with it's men to women and women to men in this set of selections, right? Because we've got a couple like Joyce from Will, but. The notion that it's not about like death or fridging as people like to talk about it, but just you're just not as important, so you'll just your interactions will be based on like orbiting around someone else. When it's almost like not even a problem in other shows when you have supporting characters that are designed for that sort of purpose. But these used to be major characters. These used to matter.
Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm.
And it's been like this for basically 4 seasons now, so it's also a very, very long time to have this dynamic in, which I say dynamic advisedly, it's not a dynamic, that's the point, but it's a very long time to have this basically on pause, and if you're gonna do it, it's like, well, okay, you can salvage it, not fully, partially, you can partially salvage it if the payoff at the end in your final season is worth it, because it's like, okay, I do miss the part where Jonathan used to be a character, but at least, he'll get his relationship with Nancy that we've been building up to, right? That'll make it all worthwhile.
We will get our payoff for that one. Yes, we will.
Mm-hmm. Oh, dear. So, and Joyce suggests to Will that this will probably work. Going head-to-head with the person who owns the powers that you use, the big bad of the entire thing, it's going to work because Vecna, he's going to underestimate you, just like I used to. But I won't do it anymore.
5 minutes ago.
But
I'm something like a Vecna myself.
Literally going from Frodo, you can't leave the Shire, to Frodo, you could take on Sauron personally. You could just go do it.
Just one-on-one, just walk into. You can just walk into Mordor.
Yeah.
It's just like I don't think they even understand who Joyce is anymore because I think underestimate is the wrong word. Like, this is the person who all the way through season 1 is convinced that even though he's in immense danger, her son is still alive, he will survive, he will find his way back, and she will help him. That's not underestimating, that's immense estimation.
Yeah.
Season 2, he's
Also,
possessed, similar thing happens.
The only thing preventing Vecna from taking over Will in return and then killing every single one in the room is the Duffer Brothers writing.
Yep.
That is the only thing preventing him from going back and just murdering the entire room of people.
Well, and Platoon's totally right about the estimation. She's been the thin borderline between life and death for Will several times. Like, her interest in him, her so to speak, almost helicopter parenting, if they want to really look at it that way. She's kept him alive. That was like her whole thing in season 1. She's the reason he lived. So I don't know. It feels a little bit like something forced upon her of like you can't do anything, and then it's like, oh my god, turns out you can do literally anything.
Back then to the Upside Down we go, because there's another group of people down there, which we're now trying to find. So 11... Yeah, sorry, what?
I said Suicide Squad.
The Suicide Squad, literally, yes, that's Hopper's new name. That is the perfect name for them, the Suicide Squad. Although it also applies to the other group of people who try and get themselves killed multiple times. 11 does choose this moment while they're driving to reunite with the others who they abandoned in a church despite telling them they were coming to rescue them. She picks this moment to have a fight about said suicide vest. She accuses Hopper of lying to her. He says, no, I didn't lie. I just didn't have a choice. The bomb was just a failsafe. She says, I saw in your eyes you were planning to die. You always were planning to die. This Hopper hasn't existed since season 1, but I guess it's come back. So he was planning to die. Unfortunately, because they abandoned the other group to danger, the other group now are not there. In fact, they have fucked off to Hawkins' lab, because the other big realization in the last episode was that if you triangulate the signal from the giant bullshit flesh wall, the center point is in Hawkins' lab, and it took them 4 episodes to decide that the most important location in the show might still be the most important location in the show. So they've gone to investigate the lab. What they're looking for is a Return of the Jedi reference.
Yeah.
And by that, I mean, that's what they call it. Because Dustin says, like, we're looking for a shield generator. Have you seen Return of the Jedi? And Steve says, the one with the teddy bears? Of course, the best one. Because remember that joke in season 3? That's funny. We're doing it again. So they are looking for the shield generator. And here is some minor character conflict that occurs. Because Dustin and Jonathan, they're still not really getting on very well. Did I say Jonathan? I meant Dustin and Steve. They're collapsing into each other. Dustin and Steve are not getting on very well. So Steve suggests, like, can we just split up maybe? And I can go with Nancy and Jonathan can go with Dustin so we can have a break. Nancy immediately says no, because we don't have time for this shit. This will come back later because apparently she hesitated. She didn't, but apparently she did. So Dustin and Steve go one way downstairs to try and find the shield generator protecting the second Death Star. And Jonathan and so many names. Tell me what would be one person. Jonathan and Nancy, they go upstairs looking for the shield generator. Great. We're only on episode 5. There's only 3 more to go. We'll get through this. My mind is going to be fucked by the end of this. So then we go back to the dream world, and you have the kids there. They're just fucking around in the house, having a lot of fun, but Holly is distracted, and one of her friends notes that she seems distracted. Then she goes outside. She sneaks into the woods again to meet Max, and they bump into each other as though they've pre-planned this. They didn't, but that's what happens. And she tells Max about Henry's plan to collide the worlds.
No.
Yeah. It's like... Right, useful information that. They hear a noise because someone was tracking them. That someone is Fat Derek.
You should have set that up as like the stealthiest character in the entire TV show has managed to sneak up on them. And you're like, who could it be? And I think when we were watching it at first, we were like, it's going to be Derek, obviously. It is like, impossibly it will be Derek.
Yeah, I mean, it should have been Vecna, but this clearly establishes that Fat Derek is more stealthy and more intelligent than Vecna is. So
Vecna
that's
is
great.
dumb. Oh, he deserved to die.
And I guess this means that the kids, even though they're now in his mind, are no longer connected to his mind. Even though that is what they were when they weren't in his mind. Because if they were still connected to his mind, he'd know exactly where they all were at all times. But that's not what happens, so, you know. Well. And Derek, he has indeed remembered everything about what happened down in the right side up. Because reasons... and he asks to help them concoct their escape plan. They say no, but you can help us to escape instead. To which his obvious answer should be no. Like, I'm not going to help you escape if I get to be trapped here. But then he's going to go along with it because he's no longer a character either. This is how it works.
I will say he was disappointing on the latter half of this season. I was hoping for more, statements of sucking fat ones.
Well, we get one more really good scene with him.
One more, yeah, but still.
Yeah.
You want more than that in 4 episodes.
Yeah.
Back to the radio tower in the right side up. That's the one. We've just heard what Joyce's plan for Will is to use Will against Vecna. And so now we hear that all again. And the rest of the group, they're very impressed with the way he took out the Demogorgons. And Joyce suggests that they could build another telemetry tracker to find everybody else in the Upside Down and maybe Vecna as well. But they decide this won't work. Then Robin suggests that they could stick Will in a van and drive him around like he's some kind of human antenna to find the others. And for some reason, they all decide this wouldn't work, even though I think it probably would. Then Mari says, hey, we haven't had 80s references in this episode yet, so why don't we all go eat some 80s references? Look, here's some 80s food. Don't you want some 80s food? But this is not just for the purposes of reference, because it is also vital to the concoction of not one, but two genius plans. Because Lucas puts popcorn in the microwave, and Erica goes for a walk while she's slurping some kind of Slurpee. She walks past a picture of the science teacher, Mr. Clark, on the wall, and Lucas watches his popcorn in the microwave, and they simultaneously have two separate, parallel, brilliant ideas. And as soon as I saw this, A, I knew what was coming, and B, I thought, yeah, but surely they won't do this, right? Do we know how many concurrent plot lines we've got running at the moment? We're not going to introduce two more, are we? That's insane.
I
But
did
we are
not
going to
see
do that.
one of these. I did not see coming. I never would have thought they would ever entertain this as an idea, but they sure do.
Yeah. So Erica's idea, the relatively sane and sensible one, is, hey, how about we go get Mr. Clark? He can build us a new telemetry tracker. And Lucas says, no, that would be way too slow for some reason. However, I just heated up some popcorn in a microwave. And hey, do you remember how back in season 3, we put Billy in a sauna and the sauna heated him up and that woke up the evil particles that were in him? So how about we find a Demogorgon corpse and just zap it with electricity? And this will somehow establish a connection to the hive mind that Will can use.
Dude, Demogorgons are not really dead. We just need to activate their particles, and their snap necks will allow them to reanimate.
This is so unbelievably retarded.
This is another step closer to the Eat the Moon shit. We're gonna get an even stupider plan than this later, but it's just like you guys are really pushing it, duffers. You're just making shit up all the time. You have no idea what you're doing.
When I was looking at my popcorn, I thought this is ridiculous. It's insane.
We gotta Frankenstein the Demogorgon. Gorgonstein.
I was so disassociated from the scene. You know what this reminds me of, and I kind of drew the parallels. There's so much popcorn talk. It kind of reminded me of that song by Bo Burnham from his special about microwave popcorn. It kind of became a meme. And it's the way it goes is exactly how Duffers write dialogue. If anyone has heard it, it's exactly the same. I can't sing it right now, but you guys, if you don't know, you can look it up. It's exactly the way these people talk and plan shit.
Yeah.
Exactly that. Yeah, sorry.
Joy says, well, these sound like two extremely sensible ideas. Let's do both of them. That means that for a time, we have one group trying to electrocute a Demogorgon back to life. That's one plot line. We have another plot line where they go and get the science teacher. Remember the science teacher? To build them a telemetry tracker using balloons and shit? That's another plot line. We have in the Upside Down one group in Hawkins' lab, except that they've split up. So there's two groups in Hawkins' lab. So one of them's downstairs getting into fights, and one of them's upstairs getting into different kinds of fights. And then elsewhere in the Upside Down, we have Hopper and Eleven and Callie, and they're doing something else entirely. And at times, they're going to kind of split up as well and do their own thing. So that's 6 or 7 at the moment. But then that's not it, because now we've also got the memory store dimension where you have the kids in Henry's house. But that's not it either, because somewhere else in the memory store dimension, you've also got Max and you've got Holly. But that's not it either, because they've sent Derek back to the house. So you've got Derek as well. So now it's insane. I thought season 2 was bad and poorly constructed and too diffuse between too many different character arcs, but now, no, it's just I don't get why they do this. It's nonsensical. It means no plotline has time to gain anyone's real attention or investment.
Well, they can't handle one ball, let alone juggling many. It's just like, Duffers, you're not playing to your strengths, guys.
They dropped them all.
Oh.
Yeah, so now, speaking of one, I've lost count of how many there were there, but lots of them. So we go back to one of them, Dustin and Steve. They are down in the Hawkins lab. They find the dead child room. Someone cleaned up the dead kids, so they're not there anymore. And they have an argument, and because Steve's very reluctant, he doesn't really like this shield generator plan. And he's just playing around with a Rubik's Cube, and Dustin shouts at him, and he says, if this suits you because you're a kid, so you should just stay in the kids' room and I'll go exploring. Upstairs, you get Nancy and Jonathan. They are exploring. They're having a bit of a fight as well because Jonathan is unhappy with Nancy. He says that she's been weird for ages. She has a tone. He's pissed her off somehow. And she tries to bat the suggestion away. He says he's being ridiculous. He accuses her of hesitating when Steve asked to go with her. Then they have an argument. This is definitely the time to be doing this. And he says, I'm scared. And if we're going to have a chance at succeeding, we need to be a team again, a team that trusts each other. And she says, but we are, though. And he says, no, we're not, though. And then she correctly asks, why are we doing relationship drama here, of all places? And then accuses him of being dishonest with her, and then accuses him of hesitating. And then they briefly separate, which was almost the worst of all possible worlds. But luckily, they don't stay separated for long. They're going to get back together in a moment, and it's going to be so worth it.
Yay.
In case we'd all forgotten what this has all been leading up to, Jonathan, he pulls out the mysterious jazz tape that Murray gave him way back in episode 1, which has an engagement ring inside it. Because remember, that's what all of this is building up to. You might think it's an insufferable waste of everybody's time, but at least we'll get this at the end.
Mm-hmm.
It's going to be lovely and romantic.
I'm kind of surprised they didn't have him like whisper to the camera that he was going to propose in case I was on my phone or something. Just in case. Maybe I'm just not watching the screen for the third time they showed this ring. I don't know.
It's easy to miss. I think somebody pointed out as well, and I've not double-checked this, but because there will be a scene right at the end of the show where another engagement ring is featured. And someone posted a side-by-side image of the two engagement rings, and it looks a lot like they are exactly the same ring. So it may be that they were skimping on the budget. They just used the same ring for both props, but I guess we'll get there way later. So yeah, Jonathan sort of storms off, and Nancy storms off, and they go in their own separate directions. Jonathan, he sees a door which has a weird melted handle. That looks odd. So he tries to open it. It doesn't open. He forces it open. It makes a loud noise. So Nancy comes back. They both go through it. And inside, there's a weird melty staircase and weird melty walls. So they think, this looks like it must be the right direction. Immediately, of course, they radio the other two, right? Because that's what you would do if you're searching for the same thing. They don't do that. Because, they don't.
Why does melty
great.
mean good? Like progress? Why? I'm sorry.
Like
generators
melt stuff.
I just seeing a melted everything, I'd be like, oh, that's probably like bad. We should be careful.
I think that's a fair assumption, honestly.
No, but that means you have to have like survival instincts of some sort, and that's just not what Stranger Things is. So this is like a basic horror movie shit now. It's
God, and the amount of time and effort and money they spend getting the fucking cum room. We'll get to the cum room. No, I'm not going to jump ahead. But
my favorite.
It's so great. So yeah, we go away to the other upside down plotline now. You get Callie and Eleven. They're having a chat. Callie tells Eleven, she says, "Oh, it must have surprised you when you found me in that upside down base." I was like, fucking yeah, it surprised me too. I didn't realize we were doing this, but it's good to have you back, I guess. 11 apologizes for not finding her sooner, even though she could have done that. She could find people in a bath, for fuck's sake.
Mm-hmm.
And they don't really ever address why she didn't try to find her sooner. She just says, I guess I was just afraid to look for you. Why, though?
Thanks.
What does that mean?
Thank you so much. While she suffers in this hellhole, it's like, well, I don't know, man. I didn't feel that great about. I didn't feel like it.
Yeah, you tried to get me
to
kill Pa Kent, so that was evil of you. I didn't want to go back to you.
It reminds me of like Peter Griffin. It's like, yeah. Well, we were gonna look for you, but yeah.
I wish they did that with 11. That would be funny.
11 asks Callie how much she knows about Vecna, and Callie says, I know everything about him, except I didn't know he was still alive. This means, so like, again, slight problem, because season 4 spent a long time doing flashbacks to the child killing room, and even the child killing room before it was used for child killing. We know from those scenes who was there and who wasn't there. And notably, who wasn't there in all of season 4 flashbacks was Callie. That she must have been there because she knew about Henry, and he was there.
That's right.
And in season 1, when you get the flashback, she was living with child 11. But then in season 4 flashback, she wasn't doing that anymore. So at what point did she learn any? What I did, yeah, I don't think any of this.
Most of it off-screen
stuff. So yeah, she said like I guess she survived everything in it, and even though 11 escapes the child killing room and had to repress all of her memories because that's how we excused the fact that we didn't understand any of this shit in season 1. Callie didn't get repressed memories for some other reason. So 11 asks her if she can help her defeat Henry, and then they can finally live a happy and free life afterwards. But this is what Callie is in the show for. She has to present the dilemma, and she says no, because that's just a dream. That will never happen. This is going to be horrible stuff forever because you're going to ruin everything, and conflict of visions. It's great stuff. Much like what she represented in season 2. Nothing new to be found here. Callie says that she thought she could, stop all of this and create this new free and happy world. She could heal everything. But then, flashback time to just after season 2, the government found her somehow. And they killed her, they killed all of her awful, awful friends. They trapped her, they imprisoned her.
Which doesn't seem viable at all to me. Just with her power. It's like they show them running up to her and grabbing her, and I'm just like, is that just even that's impossible with your powers? What did they do? Yeah. And you might be like, well, I guess they used those machines to stun her or whatever. It's like they didn't show that. And I just don't understand how they sneak up on her and stuff. It's whatever. We just got to get it done. It's like, whatever, moving on.
I don't know, if there were in any shape or form creative, like, actual directors, that could have been, like, such a cool sequence instead of, like, having a few seconds. But we could have had a proper, like, scene of, like, how it went down. It would be fascinating and interesting. Cause
what comes to mind would be Days of Future Past. I remember, I think her name was Blink. She was really fucking cool because you see her for like 2 minutes in the whole film, but she can basically do the portals from Portal, and she's so overpowered. You'd be like, so how does someone like that get defeated? And they show you pretty quickly. It's just she has to do too many portals at the same time. Like she can't keep going, and then she gets caught out. In the same way, that would have been a cool sequence if you had Callie having to construct loads of illusions to protect loads of people, and she can't keep track of them all, and then gets overloaded, and if she starts like flickering, or her illusion is weak on herself, and then like a soldier tackles her or something. But it's just like, nah, she got caught. Something that struck me about this, by the way, this whole sequence is watching someone get captured and like experimented on and drawn of their blood and basically treated like a science fucking experiment indefinitely when she was free. It's like, that's a haunting, horrifying experience. I felt nothing. I was like,
No. Well, and it's partly because you're getting some really interesting reaction shots from 11. You got to show them to everybody. You got to show these reactions that she has.
I think, was this
imagine
first of many moments of just being shocked of like, oh god, what happened?
This one was getting around. And again, bear in mind what Mola just explained. Like, this is what she's hearing is like horrendous, and 11's just sort of looking with this sort of blank stare. Like, it is a very, I don't know what to say other than it's an incredibly ambiguous like face. Like, are you like pissed off at her or something? Like, what? Like, while you're hearing this, like, what? Like, what is this? What is this face?
It cuts to her and she's mewing. She has that handsome Squidward face going on again.
It'd always be like an interesting thought experiment for anyone like in chat who hasn't seen the episode. You see this face, what do you imagine she's just been told? And then you can compare it to what she actually has just been told, because you will never guess what she's actually just been told.
I think what impresses me about this expression is just one of those ones, I forget what the experiment's called, but if you show something before this and then this, it'll change your interpretation of the emotion. Like, because it could be so many things. It's so borderline ambiguous of just, it's like she could be upset or confused, a bit fearful or inquisitive or relatively elated, or just throw anything on it with enough context. You'd be like, I guess that represents that, maybe.
Yeah.
She's hungry. I'm not sure.
So the thing she has, in fact, just been told, it's time for So we're doing memories, and it's sort of part flashback, but it's also partly psychic projection. So this is a separate memory thing from the memory store mansion realm, which is in turn a separate memory thing from the memories within the memory store mansion realm, which is in turn a separate memory thing from the giant red room within the memory store mansion realm, which is in turn a separate memory thing from all the times Eleven gets into people's heads and sees memories. Lots of memory shit is happening here. This is another form of that. So what she is being told here is that Callie, all her friends were killed, she was taken. And this is because Dr. K, who we've decided was just on the scene at this point in the story. This should be Brenna, but it's not.
Yeah, not only should this be Brenna, but doing this makes Dr. K a really important antagonist. Like, she's, been controlling a lot of this for a long time. She's pretty evil. And it's like, we don't deal with that at all. She's just around, and then she isn't.
Yep.
Very badly done.
Mm-hmm.
So what they did was they shaved Callie's head. She cried. This is the saddest she is across the entire season. And then they stuck her in the room for the kryptonite stuff, and then they started leeching her blood. They want all of her blood. They take loads of her blood. They keep doing it. She tells us she doesn't know how long she was imprisoned, but she just knew that she needed to get out, and as far as she could tell, the only way out was death. But not necessarily her own death, or at least not in the way that you would expect. So what she does is, though her magic is suppressed, she's still kind of a clever and canny operator, so she fakes her actual real-life death, not using her powers. This makes the medics run in, even though the medics, they should know something's up, or at least there should be guards in them. But no, the medics, they run in, there's no guards, and so she grabs a scalpel and she stabs them all and kills them. So they probably, well, I don't know if they're innocent, but they're the least guilty people in the world. The doctors who were just trying to save somebody's life, they all get killed by her, and she runs out. She gets all the way out of the room, she gets into a corridor, she goes down the corridor, and that's as far as we get for now before the thrilling conclusion to this story, because we do jump away to Derek and then the memory store. So we will return in due course to where this is going. Derek, he goes off into the woods because the plan is, he knows, they all know, that the kids, they don't like Derek very much. So they will round him to Henry, and they'll send Henry after Derek, and this will distract Henry so Max and Holly can go off on their own adventure. And their plan is to follow the memory trail to the night that Holly was captured by Henry, which is Henry's first memory of Holly. Then they can follow the memory trail to the night he captured her. And the night he captured her, they can find an exit to the real world that will be there. I don't understand any of this. But that's how it apparently works.
Yeah, makes sense. Very easy to follow.
So you've got simultaneously flashbacks for Callie, which are also mind projections of memories for Callie, and then you've got memories within memories within memories of a different type entirely that's going on parallel to each other, side by side as scenes.
You can lay out all of that, and the brothers would be like, "Oh, you need another scene where we have a character explain it." And you're like, "No, that's not it. That's not the problem."
So back to the radio tower, blissfully not in any kind of memory, in the right side up, and Robin and Will are having a conversation. And they're a bit like Will and Joyce in the sense that whenever they have a conversation, you know exactly what it's about, so you don't really need a lengthy summary. It's just about how being gay is amazing. So she's like, "Oh yeah, thank you, saved me, well done. You had the courage to use the big gay, and it was very successful." Then he asks her about Tammy again. Remember Tammy?
I remember.
Great. And whether her epiphany about Tammy was when she and Vicky started hooking up, and Robin says, "No, it wasn't, but mentally I was ready to tell someone, but that person was Steve. And by mentally ready, I mean I still required massive doses of Russian truth serum, but otherwise I was really well adjusted and happy with myself." So she says, drugs or not, just saying it out loud to someone who was cool with it, that was great. It was a weight lifted off my shoulders. It gave me the courage to actually speak to Vicky. And Will asks, "Hey, do you have any of that truth serum left?" And that was a worthwhile conversation, because that's done now. So we go back to the memory store. It's very irritating. I hate all of these conversations.
Yeah.
I think they basically condensed all of this into 2 scenes in season 4, which is all it really needed, and those 2 scenes worked quite well for their scarcity. But now it's like every other conversation with them.
And you also realize that the time
Well, I
code
mean,
is fucking
'cause-
melting away with no work done for other characters, just
Yeah.
repeating work that's already been
No.
done.
But I mean, it's partly because I guess the overcompensation, right? Because people thought Will was neglected until
Yes.
everybody hated the actor, and so then it kind of flipped.
Which is crazy just how many,
and
like...
nobody was in the mood for any scenes with Will.
By the way,
after
it is
that.
so funny watching them fuck around with that dial, and it just switches from red to grey to red. It's just like...
Oh, this is the famous dial scene, yeah.
It's gotta
Well,
mean something.
Well,
It's...
Well, it's like redlining on an engine, pretty much. It's like, okay.
But like, just people being like, well, how could they fuck that up unless it means something? And you're like, oh, got a lot to tell you about the Duffers.
My conspiracy theory is that the red dial kind of realized what show it was in, and it kind of like said, "I quit," and just left, and they had to get the gray one. It's yeah.
And in doing so, bred hours and hours and hours of fan theory,
Mm-hmm.
which also tells you something about how empty and substanceless the conversation happening around it is. Because if this were a really engrossing conversation, I think the number of people who noticed the dial continuity shift would have been much less, because they'd be focused on what characters are talking about, as opposed to anything else. This is what some mad people on the internet referred to as queer baiting, though. This is going to have a terrific payoff as well.
Oh, yes.
Yes, it is. But we'll get there in due course. So, unfortunately, though, this means we have to go back to the memory store. Yay! Max says that whatever they're looking for, the way out, not the way out. The way out of the memory field that exists outside of the memory house will be hidden and hard to see, and this will take us into the memories within the memories.
This shit's so funny. It's one of the funniest visuals in the whole show, if we could just make sure chat understand, right? You see that they're in a field, they're both like, where could this thing be? What could it be? And it's like, you gotta look for something that's out of place. But then Holly's like, well, hey, that looks out of place. And look at this, guys. Like, no shit.
It was so obviously like seeable from as soon as they got into this whole area. There's no way to miss it.
It's just the classic of it's off screen, so the characters can't see it.
You know, something that actually annoyed me on that, it was something in the behind the scenes. They're setting up a scene. They're about to, just action sort of thing, and it's they have like, I think it's Derek is looking at something for a while. It's from like the last episode, and then Holly, the actress, is standing right next to him doing nothing because the camera has it just off, and then she taps him and goes like, "We gotta go." Like the implication being she'd run up to him and done that. And I was just thinking, it's like, that sensibility, I understand it, right? You don't want to waste time, so you don't need to have her run up to him and do it because it's not even on screen. But I was like, well, it's that sensibility that causes shit like this to happen. When you're like, if it's not on screen, we don't need to worry about it. So, don't even try to replicate what it would be like. It's just, it creates these really incredibly stupid moments where it's like, where could it possibly be? It's like, could this be it?
Yeah, I mean, because clearly they were attached to this shot of a door just conspicuously being in the middle of an empty field. But, I mean, the key word there, conspicuous, it's almost like they would have seen it well before, right? Like, well before they got parallel to it in the field.
Well, yeah, and, if you want to play it for laughs even, you can't construct it this way. Like, how sillily obvious it is. 'Cause it's just like, how do you miss this, Max?
How did you miss this for... it's just, yeah, unbelievable.
That was it was all a distant second in my list of objections to this scene, though, because it's just like, so we're not even going to try and make this make sense, are we? It's like, why is it there? When did it get there? Why there specifically? Did it appear because they wanted it to be there? Was it always there? Is this like the room of requirement from Harry Potter, which is actually somehow less bullshit than this? It's just, right, so we're going to go through the door and we're going to go through all the most plot-relevant memories because that's how memory stores work. I just wish people would stop using them. They've been so burned. It's like, at least Multiverse of Madness only has the one. This just keeps going. So, they see the door. The door is making scary noises. But Max says, oh, don't worry, it's just a memory, so it doesn't really matter. And then they walk through it, and they go through, and they go down into a basement. And this is the night when Vecna first saw Holly. He was spying on her and her friend from outside a window.
Bit weird.
Yeah, a little bit weird. Slightly creepy guy who always watches children like this. I think there might be some...
Well, they flashed to him, and I know for a fact they thought this was very scary, like, seeing him, but it was just funny immediately. Like,
we just bust out laughing.
Yeah, because what is he doing out there? Like, what?
He's just standing there menacingly!
He's singing in the rain.
And like, of all the children that he could go and perv on, he goes and pervs on the sister of one of the main characters, even though the town is full of children. And if he hadn't done this, they wouldn't know about any of it.
Yep.
So he would have won. Picked the wrong target there, my dude. Go and be creepy to some other kid. Yeah,
they are indeed
so
watching Nightmare on Elm Street 3 as well, which is great. Good for them. It's a good film.
I assume that is because
Frank Darabont,
he directed this episode, I think. So that's kind of a fun reference. Frank Darabont was one of the writers on that film, which
is the reason it's good.
It's notably the good one in that series.
It's no Freddy versus Jason. You know what? Just different.
It's not, but
different kind of, different things, different.
So Max says, "Oh, by the way, there's another memory close by." I don't know how she knows this, but there is. And Holly remembers within the memory that she first met Henry in the school library. So they go toward a wall full of books. They push through the wall full of books. This is just how it works. And they go into the library. And in the library, there is a memory version of Holly. All memories are third person because fuck it. Holly sees the memory of herself reading a book, and Henry comes in and says, "Oh, Wrinkle in Time, I really like that book." Because that's where we stole lots of these ideas from. So, yeah, that's that done. Back to Hawkins' lab. It still makes very little sense, but it makes more sense than the memory stuff, so it's kind of a relief. Dustin, he finds the shield generator. No, he can't find the shield generator. That's his problem. What am I talking about? He comes back and says, "I can't find the shield generator." And sort of Steve gloats at him, and they have an argument. And this is where everything comes to a head. All of the conflict that has been building between them for all of this season, at least, is all released here. And it produces probably the best acted, I think, scene in the entire show. And the only scene that I even find myself kind of semi-resonating with, I think. It doesn't make a huge amount of sense because, we'll get to, Eddie's precise role or lack thereof in season 4. But at least there's something which is, there's a development happening here. So Steve blames Dustin for everything. Dustin was irresponsible. He got himself beaten up. He missed the mission. Dustin sort of throws back that, well, you're useless. If you spent less time chasing somebody else's girlfriend, you'd be better. And Steve says, well, I used to have a really good friend like Dustin who would tell me all of this stuff. And then Dustin says, yeah, I remember having a friend who believed in me too. And Steve says, so I get it. This is all about Eddie. No one could ever be as perfect as Eddie. Dustin says he's the smartest, kindest person ever. He's way better than Steve because you're an idiot and you can't even solve a Rubik's Cube. And Steve points out, well, if he's an idiot, then why is he the one who's still standing here? And Dustin says, what's that supposed to mean? And Steve says,
I've got more plot armor than Eddie.
Yeah, that's the real reason. But the stated reason is, I told you both, don't be a hero. And Eddie went and got himself killed by bats. And he didn't even save anyone. He just wanted to play the hero and he got himself killed. And this causes Dustin to snap. And so they start having a punch up.
And what's really awkward here is, unfortunately, Steve is 100% correct.
Absolutely.
So this feels like
Eddie did essentially get himself killed for nothing. Like, if you remember the nature of the stakes of that scene, like, Eddie didn't, achieve anything. He didn't need to do that. He went out and got himself killed when obviously the payoff you wanted to do is that he did die saving the others.
The thing is,
that wasn't like the circumstance that they constructed.
Yeah,
for his,
first and foremost, the Duffers did not intend to write Eddie doing a sacrifice that was pointless. This is because of Reddit. They read a whole bunch of people making the claim, and they were like, fuck, that's kind of true. Why did he do that? The thing they fucked up on is the only person who could tell them what happened was Dustin. Are you saying Dustin's retelling of the events wouldn't account for, a reason So,
Oh, that's
you know,
Well, yeah,
think about
because
it, right?
he-
Dustin would have
Dustin
said
would
he
have
died to
explained-
save me. He died to save us.
I mean, he did. He said that to Eddie's dad.
So are we to
That was what
assume
he
then
said.
that Steve was like, explain mechanically how that happened, and then Dustin like faltered? He was like, oh shit, I don't know. As opposed to when Dustin's supposed to be like basically the smartest character, they always write him to outclass Steve. Wouldn't he have said something along the lines of like the bats were going to come and get us, but Eddie went off on his own, distracted them, so instead of killing us both, it just killed him? That would be the story he would tell, no?
You think so?
Okay.
Hmm.
So what I'm
Why would he
confused
tell a
at here
story
is
that
that
cast Eddie
yeah,
in a way that Steve could even interpret as negative? Why
Like,
would Steve? It's
Eddie
like
fucking
Steve has
up.
actually been granted. He watched the show, like he watched the season finale, so he knows what happened for
It's just the
real.
insecurities on the writers.
Yeah, well, Eddie
can
fucking
cast
up is
out,
in
yeah.
an audience-only POV point, like a thought process. Like we have all the information, so we can conclude it. The only person to conclude that about Eddie would be Dustin, but it's not what he would tell people.
Mhm.
And it's not what he believes. Like
No.
Dustin,
Nope.
Dustin believes that he was a hero, like really and truly. It's the reason why they're having. It's the reason why it's a fight here. Like this is just a complete fuck up.
Yeah. It's this scene is, I mean, the moment Steve says that, it's a very awkward moment because I'm not used to this type of like Stranger Things is not this type. Duffers are not self-aware writers. So this is the first time sort of the show gets a bit like meta because we know in season 4, as you guys mentioned, that's not how the scene meant to be played out. But now we're sort of addressing that, oh wait, it was kind of weird and it didn't work. So
Yeah.
now we have a character call it out, and it's just like, oh, I didn't know we did that here. And
Well, and we know it's a
sort of-
waste of time though, because
Yeah.
it's gonna like we know that Steve will say that he was wrong for this. Obviously, that's where it's gonna go. We're not gonna have
Mhm.
Dustin go. You know what, Steve? You were right. Eddie's a fucking idiot, and he threw his
Mhm.
life away for nothing. You know,
Yeah.
obviously. So,
Yeah.
like, what are we even doing here? It's just kind of a waste of time.
It just
Also-
yeah, that kind of meta thing really sort of creates a lot of narrative and plot inconsistencies, and they would be better off not addressing this and not fucking like succumbing, or what is that word, with Reddit threads. It's stupid.
Or at least
Just-
having like a more relevant conversation, because this, I think we called this out when we covered episode 1 as well. Is that the implication was that a lot of the most important conversations to understand where these characters are at the beginning of season 5 must have happened off screen. Like Dustin and Steve being at loggerheads happened between seasons. We didn't see it happen, so we didn't really understand why it happened. This scene is here to try and tell us why it happened. Obviously, it will resolve in a slightly different way because it's not just Steve saying, "Okay, I guess I was wrong." Like it is, Dustin has his trauma to overcome and is putting like the loss of Eddie onto the fear of losing Steve. So like that's where it's going. It's just that instead of one of the 5 or 6 conversations between Joyce and Will about Joyce being a mum, or 5 or 6 conversations between Will and Robin about Robin being a lesbian, maybe we could have had a conversation between Steve and Dustin, which actually sent them down the path which ends seemingly or at its second act low point here, as opposed to beginning here and then treading water until we get here, and then it decides, okay, now it's relevant to the story that this progresses.
Mhm.
There were ways of doing it, is what I'm saying, and actually doing it on screen rather than leaving it all to just, the Duffer Brothers explained that in between seasons, incredibly important stuff
I
happened.
also, unfortunately, I think this is overcompensation as well because of how much everyone liked Eddie in season 4, like the internet, I mean. Being like, basically they've turned Eddie now into Dustin's greatest friend, who he's known for his whole fucking life, you'd assume, from the way that he talks about him, which is, and before anyone says, like, well, he liked it real quickly, or a lot of it was off screen, it's like, bear in mind, this is very inconsistent from the Duffers, because the conclusion to a lot of this is that Dustin basically can't handle losing long-term friends. It fucks him up completely. He nearly... Like, he's losing it completely for Eddie. He believes he would lose it even more for Steve. The season ends with Dustin losing one of his longest term friends, and he doesn't even notice.
Yeah, but that's
he didn't,
because, again, this is another instance of when you talk about the DLC, something that's adjacent to that is failing to recognize the relationship that the characters have with each other. They're like in pairings or trios, and beyond that, like, yeah, they kind of know each other, but they don't matter that much to each other. So the people who matter to, or the people who care about L, Mike and Hopper.
Yeah.
Those are the people who we care about. Everybody else, they'll be sad, sure, but like we'll forget, of course, that again, like they're all friends. You know,
But, like,
they're not going to react that negatively.
Of course, I'm being hyperbolic. They have everyone react, quote unquote. But we're talking about here. We've set up. Dustin's known 11 longer than Steve.
Of course, yeah.
Yeah.
So it's pretty awkward, and to me, it all just stinks of like this is a rush job, and they're trying to collect everything up to make this work. They were writing like, how do we get conflict going between Steve and Dustin? Why don't we use the fact that we fucked up Eddie's death? We can try and argue it was actually deliberate. It's a part of the story. It's like it absolutely wasn't. You did not intend for that. The whole idea with Eddie's arc was that he kept running, and it was about time that he, face up to his fear, get courageous, and fight. And then, the criticism was like, well, why didn't you do that in a way that it was actually going to like function that way instead of him kill himself for no reason? The Duffers are like, oh fuck. And so they're like, no. Actually, no. That's the point. Is don't be a hero. He does say that at one point, and he did foolishly. There you go. It was all planned.
The thing they say, like, it's the partitioning creates more of a problem. Whereas, like, if you maybe like, you could have still used Eddie in this way, but actually tied it to other characters. So we mentioned one particular friend at the end of this season, but there's plenty of other stuff you can draw on at this moment to make this a more general and deeper concern that Dustin has, because Will is one of his oldest friends and spends roughly half of all of Stranger Things being possessed by demons, so he must be scared of losing him, and now he's placing himself in danger. You've got Max, who he was supposed to be temporarily in love with all the way back in season 2, who is in a coma and has been for 2 years at this point, probably is terrified of losing her. Eddie was a new friend, very impressive, and then he died, so terrified of losing him, and Steve is like the person who now is the closest to him. You could have told roughly the same story, but actually used every other part of the story to lead up to it, as opposed to saying, this is the Steve, Dustin, and Eddie part of the story, which does not interact with anybody else's story at all. Like, this is just self-contained. You can cut it out of the show and it makes no difference. You can cut everything else out of the show and just do this and it makes no difference. And it is their approach to writing everything. They partition characters off, and then very little interaction between these different plot lines happens henceforth. It's a wasted opportunity, but and it's funny because, having said all that, I still think the next scene between these two is probably the strongest one of the strongest ones in this season. It's just that it makes no sense, and it could have been way, way better.
Also,
Sure.
I don't know if you guys think this is a bit too far or whatever, but I wasn't convinced that Steve would say this to Dustin as far as the like
Probably
Eddie was
not.
an idiot. Because Steve is pretty emotionally intelligent, and he's dealing with someone who's emotionally completely compromised on this subject. Like, saying this is really, volatile. Like, he knows that, but he says it anyway. And I was like, I'm not sure Steve would do that. I could see him saying it to someone else, but probably not Dustin.
Or saying it maybe in a different context than this one. But this is the scene where everything has to come to a head. There's also a mechanical reason the fight has to happen here, which is well, two mechanical reasons, in fact. So during the scuffle, the radio breaks. This is going to be important temporarily later. And when the fight resolves, Dustin sort of falls back against the door. Steve gets up and walks off. He says, I'm dumb. And the door that Dustin happens to have fallen into happens to lead into a room which contains the most important item in the entire Upside Down.
Yeah. Insane.
I also just didn't buy the fight at all. Steve's just so much taller and stronger than Dustin, who, by the way, is a nerd. He's not like he's going to the gym or anything.
Well, we just saw he did. I mean, I know it was like 4-on-1, but he got his ass kicked.
Yeah, well, the show constantly underestimates Steve's potential. Every single fight he's in, it's just they're always just like, nah, he's kind of pathetic actually. But also, he'll stand up to a Demogorgon. Like, okay.
I mean, its excuse in this scene is that he's not trying to fight back.
That's the opposite of an excuse. He should be able to neutralize Dustin easily. You just grab him. And you just say, like, calm the fuck down. Like, you bear hug him, basically, and say, shut up, calm down.
Kind of like in The World's End, right? When when they're fighting in The World's End, something like that is what you'd imagine.
Yeah. But no,
that
like
movie,
Steve
so
just
good.
can't deal with him. He's such a crazy rabid man, and they have to have like a full-on actual fight, sort of. You know, I just remember thinking, like, come on, dude, he's so much taller than him.
So on the walls inside the room, there's all kinds of scientific maps and charts, and there's one of them that looks exactly like Dustin's own workings out, where he figured out that Hawkins' lab was actually important. But we don't immediately get the answer to this because we have to go upstairs where Jonathan and Nancy, they're still exploring, and everything is melted, and the air seems weirdly clean, and there's no upside down spores. Remember when they were important? Fuck it. They find a weird melted soldier. It's kind of, I guess it's there to be scary. But that's
Yeah.
when and why it would be my question for how this happened. But why did nobody clean it up anyway? So they are intrigued. What happened? How is everything melted? Then they find the door to the roof, and then they go through the door to the roof. But we don't find out what's there either because we have to go back to memories, but not memory store memories because it's Callie's memories. So we get more flashback in the form of memory mind projection. And she narrates her off-screen adventures when she went through, I assume, still Hawkins' lab, through the... She goes out of the base. She takes out some guards, having stolen a gun from one of them. She says she had no idea how close that she was to freedom. She was only 10 yards away. If she turned one more corner, she would have escaped, but she picked the wrong turn. And she went through the wrong door, and she found something else. She found something way worse than freedom.
Yeah.
The answer to why she was taken.
Just to be clear, when she's at this point, she's got her powers back too, right? Like, she can use them.
You would think so, unless when they didn't bother telling us that maybe her battery was low, like Eleven's gets. But you would think she could use her powers.
Because they're doomed if that's the case. As in, like, she can just go invisible. So.
Yep. And she doesn't do that. So the assumption has to be that she couldn't. Like, she was too weak, or kryptonite was active but didn't. I don't know. Doesn't make a huge amount of sense. Nor does what follows. So she goes through this door, and oh my goodness, there seems to be a lab full of pregnant women, and they're being injected with her blood, and it's killing them. And then one of the pregnant women says, "Oh, help me, help me." And so she runs away.
I'm in tremendous pain.
Help me, help me, help me.
So this was one of the funniest sort of picks as like a huge thread they didn't pick back up on. But of course, there is like a throwaway line about they're just dying, right? They're like failed experiments.
She says that the blood is killing them.
Yeah. I remember a lot of people were mad that they didn't pick this up or tell us like what happened to. Presumably there would be a bunch of pregnant ladies in the upside down laboratory, right?
Yep.
But
something's going to happen to the upside down laboratory at the end, and the Duffer Brothers will confirm that off screen. Yeah, I guess they all blew up.
Yeah, I mean, it's the kind of thing of like, did anyone check? Do we know if there was anyone there currently being experimented on that was still alive? And the Duffers are just like, please stop asking us these questions.
Also, like, I mean, she says her blood is killing them. It's because people talk about like, oh, they were doomed anyway, and I mean, if you just take them off of these blood, right? And,
yeah. Well, so that's the issue, right? So when you say we've got a whole bunch of experimented on women captured in this laboratory, but don't worry, they're all dead. They're all dying. I'm pretty sure they're dead. And it's like, you don't know that though. None of the characters know that, but Carly knows they're in there, and you also don't know if they've got women captured that are yet to be put into the process. If you know what I mean.
Mm-hmm.
Of course.
They're just sitting in a cage waiting for it. It's like they all got fucking blown apart with no one thinking about them. That's really bad, Duffers.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, Stranger Things is like very sort of casual about death and always like blowing up some soldiers and random guys and stuff like that. It's fine, whatever. But the pregnant women, gosh, like you're just like choosing one of the most, I don't know, like, what is the word for that? Just defenseless creatures that are like experimented on and
making them hyper mega evil. I guess they were already evil, but you know, there's that. But there's also just do I introduce that and then don't do anything with it again? As in, like, this is the like Dr. K gets away with this.
Yeah,
pretty much.
That's insane. Why would you write the story that way?
because they're really bad writers.
Yep. It's so
Sarah
funny.
Connor fell off.
Season 2, there's an entire storyline to get a bunch of people who did nothing wrong kicked out of Hawkins' lab. Season 5, there's no consideration that a bunch of people who basically murdered pregnant women should maybe get kicked out of Hawkins. It's just like, one of these things was worth attention and the other one wasn't, and they got it backwards.
Mhm.
But so yeah, then she runs through rooms full of pregnant people, pregnant women, and she just says, I don't know how many there were, but they were all sick and dying. But then, oh dear, she gets twatted in the face by some guards, and they shock her with some sticks, and she gets captured again. And that's the end of that part of the memory. Callie says, pregnant women, a secret government program. Doesn't that remind you of something? And Eleven says, Mum. Because remember she has one of those? Terry Ives. I remember Terry Ives from back in season 2. Who's never been mentioned again until now.
By the
So Callie says,
someone just said, you don't know that. She could easily have been sent to prison after this. Granted, they should have shown that.
I feel like you've sort of raised the problem there in your own refutation.
Remember how with Dedra at the end of Andor, that extremely satisfying handful of seconds? Because it finishes the story? Yeah, probably should have had that, guys.
We know the Duffer Brothers didn't account for it because they were asked this question and they gave an answer. And they said, what happened to the military after all of this? And their answer was, well, I guess there's nothing else for them to do because they can't go into the Upside Down anymore. So they just left. So even in the headcanon of the writers that never made it onto the screen, there is no answer to this question. It should have been answered and it should have been shown. And it was neither shown nor answered, which is pretty fucking bad. But Eleven says, well, it reminds me of Mum. Reminds me of Terry Ives. And Callie says, it wasn't the drugs that gave us our powers, it was Henry. Dr. K is trying to restart the program, but Callie's blood didn't work. And actually, it turns out all of Papa's children, all of Brenner's children, are just pale imitations of Henry. The only one who isn't a pale imitation is 11. Even though Callie has awesome powers, which isn't very pale imitation to me. But 11 is, for reasons we shall not explore, the closest thing to a new Henry that they ever managed to make.
Alrighty.
I personally think Callie is much more powerful than 11. I mean, just like the nature of her powers is...
Well, I understand what you're saying, but 11 can open dimensional portal shit. Like she caused, like all that, whatever that is. Her touching the Demogorgon opened the,
in a more practical sense, being able to cast illusions is that's very useful ability.
Mm-hmm.
It's because 11's really linked to like the Upside Down shit. That's probably why.
It's because in season 2, Duffer said this thought out at all, and they were being like classy by having like different kinds of power sets, but now it doesn't track because they are supposed to have the same kind of power, didn't they? Because they're all spawns of Henry. So stupid.
Just because I didn't plan it out, that was really silly of them.
And like it's weird as well because we'll learn later in this season that Henry has powers because his blood was altered by an item he found in a play, and like his powers are connected to the Upside Down. But from what I remember of the season 4 flashbacks, Henry didn't know about the Upside Down. He'd never been there. He didn't visit there. He didn't open the portal to there. He was pushed into it by 11. In other words, this is a power that Henry either does not possess or did not possess until 11.
He was pushed into the abyss, right?
Oh yeah, into the abyss. But 11 opened the portal to the Upside Down too.
By touching the Demogorgon, which did that for some reason.
Yeah. And then we'll learn in a few minutes' time that actually the thing that holds the Upside Down together wasn't made by her after all. Not convinced any of this makes a terrifically large amount of sense. But 11 accuses Callie of showing all of this in some form of illusion. Callie says it's not an illusion, it's the truth. It's why they're so desperate to find you. They want you so they can make more children like you, like Henry. There are no happy endings, Jane. Not for us. Hopper then interrupts this struggle session and 11 storms off. So that's the moral conflict, the moral bind she's in. Can she live happily ever after, or does the very fact of her living create intolerable dangers for other people? That is how we shall resolve the show right at the end with answering that question. We then go to the other memory place, parallel again. It's great. Where Henry, he finds Fat Derek, and he finds the map that Fat Derek was inexplicably given. So he knows where he was heading. He asks, who gave it to you, and then he uses mind projection visions to threaten Derek's parents. He shows them like dead parents, dead sister, and says like, if you don't tell me, I will kill them all. Meanwhile, in other memories within the memory dimension, we have Max and Holly. They go and they see Holly have a chat with Henry, and Max says, are you sure nothing else happened? Because like you just having a chat with him at the school, like that's nothing. We're getting nothing from this. So did something else happen?
I want to say, by the way, every scene with Jamie Campbell Bower just going 110%. Even confronting Derek, this child, he'll put like maximum effort. Every expression he gives. Also,
I don't like the Mr. What's-It thing the entire time, but honestly, they needed him to not be in a costume the entire time.
You get the benefit
would be
from
way
his reactions for sure, because he's very good. And also, again, another thing that will be fun in the behind the scenes is how much more thought he's put into his character than the writers.
Yeah.
Oh, he cares a lot. We can talk about that later, but the impression I get from him is that he's an actor who will look at the script provided and be like, this is great, no matter what, and run it maximum effort. He just, and then he'll be like, what would be really cool on top of this is if this was the case. And then the people will be like, Duff is like, yeah.
yeah, sure, buddy.
But takes acting very seriously and is a super, this is the kind of person you probably want on your project, actor-wise.
What I find sad, I think he just did not spend enough time on the show, meaning I'm pretty sure a lot of more actors, I feel like he is one of the best ones, if not the best on the show, but I feel like a lot of the actors at the beginning started probably like him, but over the course of working with Duffers, obviously, they all just kind of gave up and just like, whatever, we're not characterized at all. But this poor guy did not get the memo. He was like, okay, what am I supposed to do? Like, he did not get the memo that he has to be disassociated from everything this whole time because it's not worth it.
Well, yeah, you could lay out all of his plans and how invested he's going to get, and the other actors are probably like, bro, we're making slop, dude. you don't need to worry that much.
Through this process, we all did all the writing in the earlier seasons, and then they started ignoring us. So it's nice to see how enthusiastic you are, but don't. No point. They're trying to piece together this story, and Max points out that the story Holly has been telling it doesn't really add up very much. Like there must be something missing, and this is an excuse for Holly to tell us all about what happened again in case we weren't watching while it happened. The upshot of which is that it's the merry-go-round. That's the key. That's the thing that she hadn't accounted for. There's the continuity error in the memory because the middle of that merry-go-round, that's now a different color. It's not supposed to be that color. It's supposed to be a different color. This must actually mean something. And so she smashes it with a fire poker and it leads them down into another memory. So actually, in this case, the continuity error is highly plot relevant.
Which is why fans thought it was deliberate. They were like, it must be, because they've pointed this out before. The Duffers are like, oh, jeez. No.
But it's just so, like if you're going to do this, if you are going to make color changes a vital part of the mechanics of part of your plot, you have to pay so much attention to make sure you only do that deliberately. Because it's like, it's one thing just to have continuity errors and changing colors. It's kind of, I think people would still be theorizing about that. But then to do this is like, oh, fuck, you were just leading people on. I can almost sympathize with some of the conformity gay people for thinking that this had to mean something. Because here it does.
But too, they need those years to mean something.
You know why it didn't mean anything? Because they said the lightning strikes after 7 seconds, and then it never did that again.
Didn't do it 20 seconds.
Immediately after. Yeah.
You know why it didn't cite one of the many thousands of issues in the show? Yeah.
Like, that was one of them that was, like, egregious. Like, count 7 seconds. Okay. Wow, that was awesome. And they immediately make it, like, 20 seconds after that. Never... Like, they're begging you to check their work, and they don't pass.
Mm-hmm.
So through the middle of the merry-go-round, they go through into a memory bedroom. And the worlds tip at a 90-degree angle for no particular reason, so it makes some of the editing look a bit weird. But they see Holly being attacked by the Demogorgon, so that's they're making progress. It means she's now seeing the day she was attacked. The rules of this place mean that Max says like, oh, you might start to feel echoes of the feelings that night, but that means you're almost home. Great. So I guess progress is being made. They're telling me progress is being made, so I have to believe them. But we aren't making progress because we have to jump away to a different plot line. So we go back to the radio tower for the reheat the Demogorgon plot. They find the Demogorgon corpse. I don't know where they got it from. And what was it, the one? Because didn't they have? Is it season 2 when they put a Demodog in Joyce's fridge? And I think that no one ever mentioned that again, so it could still be there. But
Yep.
This isn't that one. So they found another one, I guess, from somewhere. And they hoist it up to the roof, they stick some big metal spikes in it, they connect it to the power generator for the radio tower. You get the dial again, oh my goodness, it's changed colors, what does it mean? Nothing. They zap the corpse and it starts twitching, and then weird black veins start appearing in it like they did when they put Billy in that sauna, and Mike says it's working. Will gets his gaydar activated, and he goes into gay vision, and then he sees through the Demogorgon's eyes, and then through its eyes into its mind, I guess, and then into the tunnels, and then through tunnels into the woods, and then he sees inside Derek, because that's where the plot needs him to see, and he sees through the hive mind, through Vecna's mind, through a Demogorgon, into Derek's mind, through Derek's eyes, and this is how he learns that Holly isn't there.
It's so straightforward and well written. I love it.
It is. Yeah.
And of course, now that you've seen this, you understand when they said like we need to electrocute a dead Demogorgon in order to facilitate this. It's like that didn't make sense, but now that you see it, it's like, oh, I get it. Yeah, I get it now. You guys don't sound convinced.
No.
Well, I'm convinced.
Good. I'm glad.
Yeah. I love this. I understand everything.
So, Will sees via this whatever the fuck that Henry is searching for Holly, who is not there. Derek rats on Max, which is the first time anyone in the right side up knows that Max is still involved in the plot at all. So Lucas will be momentarily interested in this shortly. But then they learn that Vecna is hunting them. So we go back down to the memory store. We relive the Demogorgon attacking Karen and Holly getting kidnapped. It's still all in third person, so we all understand that this is what's happening. And then the Wheeler house, now it has a door, and the door leads into the big red memory place that we remember so vividly from season 4. But when they try and go through it, the door's locked, so they can't. And right. And then Henry shows up, and he says, I warned you never to go out into the woods, which I let you go out into. Then he adopts his Vecna suit, and he starts menacing them. So he grabs Max with his tentacle arm that he very selectively uses. He says, at long last, the fox is caught, as opposed to just killing her. And Holly sort of stands around.
Poetic.
I know it would have been, wouldn't it? But no. Holly stands there and like Vecna's slowly choking Max to death, and in the hospital in the right side up, her vitals are dipping. But this is the part where Will decides, I'll do what Mum told me. I can get inside Vecna and use his powers to control him. So he does this. He gets inside Vecna and starts using him as a puppet, and Vecna starts spazzing out, and Will breaks his leg using his own powers, and then he causes him to drop Max, and then he speaks through Vecna's mouth, and he says, run.
What nonsense, dude. It's so annoying because we've said he should have crushed Max a million times over by now. But the one time the show is like, he is gonna, look at him go. He takes ages to actually get the job done, even though this is all just a mental scape. Like what? How does that even, But then on top of that, this is the one time he can't because it happens to be when Will is hacking his brain. You're like, are you serious? Like, what are the odds?
And they're like, yes, we are.
We're very serious.
Isn't this like amazing? Isn't this hype? How he's screaming "run" through Vecna?
Which
That's
is
really
weird.
crazy.
You wouldn't have thought they would need to be told that.
What
Yeah,
to
no.
run? Yeah.
If I was Max, I would just get angry. Like, can you communicate much more informative? Like something like, tell me. What do
Tell
you
me
mean?
where to go. Tell me what to do. Or maybe I could use this moment to set him on fire. Like, do anything, but nah. So then Vecna turns back into Henry, so he can actually do some acting for this scene. And then he uses his own psychic powers to force Will out of his mind. And then he sort of, it's a little bit like Saruman and Gandalf in the Two Towers, which I hesitate to use in association with Stranger Things because it's good in that show. But Will sort of gets yeeted from his mind and goes flying. And then they fry the Demogorgon with the generator and the black smoke that is the fucking mind flare. That's the one. It leaves it. We're going to have some probably conversations at the end of all this about what the black smoke actually means and signifies. Because I always took it to mean that was the mind flare, kind of. It could put itself in people. That's how it controlled them. So if the black smoke is still out there and alive, then the mind flare is still alive too. This is not, in fact, what they want us to believe at the end of this show, but
No.
it causes visual storytelling problems. But Will gets knocked out, at least though he's managed to give Holly and Max time to escape. So back to the Upside Down, Hawkins' lab, and the roof. The roof is now made of cum, and they walk around a corner, and they spot something bizarre. Nancy and Jonathan, they look at the sky, and there's just this weird sort of shimmery effect when they shine their torch over it. And they think, oh, that's weird. Something must be there. I wonder what it could be. Well, downstairs, Dustin is reading Brenner's notebook. This will tell us exactly what it is. It turns out that in all the time since the Upside Down has been created, Dr. Brenner's notebook has been lying around in the lab. Nobody thought to go and check on it. None of the military or the scientists thought it might be important to get. Brenner himself didn't think it might be important to retrieve. It's just been lying here this entire time. No one thought to check here. Brenner's office. And it's an incredibly valuable notebook to everyone who didn't bother looking for it. There's lots of complicated scientific drawings in it. There's actually a scene in season 4 where he's drawing something for a kid, and he's trying to draw a horse, and it doesn't look like a horse, and Brenner says, oh yeah, I can't draw for shit. But in this notebook, he's a very, very good artist, so he's drawing all of these complicated diagrams.
Despite, of course, Brenner's timeline is fucking confusing in terms of where he was, what he was doing, what he's involved with, but this is confirming he studied the Upside Down greatly, and of course sent guys into it. And then all of that information would have now been owned by whatever the current regime of government is. They didn't feel the need to sort that out at all. There's so many different pieces and branches of holes here, but you're just like, oh well. And then
yeah, it makes no sense as to why they didn't just set up shop there.
Yeah, absolutely.
Because it's not like they needed the big portal in the middle. They could have closed that off and just opened the one that they jumped through. Later in the show, because they pulled up the thing right in front of it, so they could have literally just put their whole base of operations there.
Yeah,
and I think this might be an example of peak Flanderization, where it's like, so if Nancy and Jonathan have discovered something they don't understand, what would Nancy do? It's like, well, she's the gun girl. What else can she do?
It's such a this does in fact okay. So we jump back upstairs. We don't learn exactly what's in the notebook just yet. And Jonathan tries to radio Dustin and says, we think we found the shield generator, but the radio is broken, so the sound's kind of fucked. So because the radio is fucked, you can only totally hear exactly what he's saying, but we are supposed to believe Dustin can't. Mm-hmm. So they lob a pipe at the weird effect in the sky, and it kind of goes all blue and electric-y for a bit. They decide, that looks interesting, let's shoot it.
Yeah.
Yes.
Extremely stupid. You have no idea what you're dealing with. The team is just, half a building away. Why don't you go and, convene, talk with them, see what the fuck the plan is. Now let's shoot it. All this melty shit and the people who are dead around it, I'm sure that's nothing. Don't worry
Jonathan,
about it.
I've seen Return of the Jedi. I know this is the shield generator.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, like it's crazy. They're like, oh well, he came up with the idea that it's like the shield generator or Return of the Jedi. Therefore, it is. So let's shoot it. It was just some shit he made up, and they actually yeah. I guess
The problem is,
the
in
shield
every other
generator.
moment, they were right. In every other moment in the entire show, they just make an assumption and they're just correct. So it's kind of jarring from our perspective that it didn't work.
Mm-hmm.
But why
And
would you
no
fucking
amount
shoot?
of fucking lampshading on this makes it better because they do that as well. It's like, why shoot it? What would you do? And it's like, because Jonathan even makes her hesitate, right? He's like, don't.
So there's two reasons she shouldn't do it. So Dustin is running upstairs shouting through the radio, and they can hear stuff through the radio. They can clearly hear that he is shouting, even if they can't hear the precise words. So like you would expect, oh, that means something is wrong. But they continue. She aims the gun at it. Jonathan says he does indeed stop her and says, "Are you sure we should be doing this?" And she says, "No," and then she shoots.
Oh, Ross Stuffer wrote this, so I think we'll be okay.
Yeah, nice. Good stuff. Thank
swear to
you,
fucking God.
Duffman.
Toddlers are smarter than this. I swear to God, this is like toddlers. You know, when the first instinct that they have is to touch things. It's like Nancy, but with a gun, and it's like seeing something that is steaming, basically on fire, and you're just like, oh, what's that? And just touching it. You know, dude,
I'm shocked they did something that she got wrong, though. Like, she actually did something wrong. That is groundbreaking, I guess, for the show.
But it's not technically her fault, because like she was just going on the shield generator theory. So if anything, it's Dustin's fault that she did this incredibly stupid thing.
You're actuly right. Yeah.
No
You should have
accountability.
told her, hey, if you find anything, don't immediately shoot it. just an FYI. Yeah, we did it. Wow, whole episode. It only took 2 hours.
Yeah, it did.
2 hours.
Yeah.
That's reassuring.
Great progress. Yeah.
There's like that episode specifically wasn't one of the, I guess, beefier ones.
Well,
we'll pick up the pace.
Yeah,
maybe.
Totally. We're gonna be fine. It'll be great.
Episode 6, the one where more stuff happens, so this won't take us long to break down.
Of course.
So we pick up, Dustin is frantically running up the stairs, but oh shit, Nancy's already shot the giant sphere. It turns into a giant evil red orb of death, as you would expect it to do. It sends out a shockwave across the entire Upside Down. It collides with the wall, and it looks pretty bad. Bad shit's gonna happen, but we'll see that later, because first of all, we have to meet Mr. Clark again. We don't have enough characters or plot lines going on at the moment. Remember Mr. Clark? Everyone likes Mr. Clark. So Erica and Murray, he's fucking here now. I don't know why. They'd go and visit
Weird
Mr. Clark.
team, by the way. Erica, Mr. Clark, and Murray all together.
Oh,
I know.
Just so you know, too, Jonathan suggests she might have missed, and she gives him the most, like, you're an idiot sort of face. Like, Nancy Wheeler missing? Are you joking?
Well, to be fair, if she shot up, she would have hit it. It's like a gigantic sphere above them. There's no way they could have possibly missed that shot, right?
I mean, you can go that direction, but like, it's at the same time, you know, maybe you missed, right? It's just like
the mere suggestion that she could have done something wrong is inconceivable.
But the other thing that's really worth remembering, if this had worked, like they had done the damage needed, which it feels like they came close considering the thing's reaction, this would have been a hilarious ending to the series.
Oh, I'd love it.
Yep. If that thing really does blow up, everyone dies. Everything dies. All the known dimensions die. But luckily, it only does minor damage. So Erica and Murray have turned up that they try and pester Mr. Clark at 5 a.m. to make them this new telemetry tracker. And he quite rightly says no. But then Erica says, hey, well, Dustin's in danger, he's in a life or death situation. So Mr. Clark says, okay, fine. Back down to the Upside Down lab, Steve finds Dustin. He's been stunned by this explosion. He says he was catastrophically wrong. He found Brenner's journal. The journal explains everything. The shield generator, it's got nothing to do with Vecna. Science made it. It's exotic matter, and the exotic matter is holding the giant wall together. Nancy probably just shot it. This is extremely bad, because Holly, the kids, and Vecna, they're not on the other side of this thing. Nobody is. And while he speaks, we see a very neatly knocked out Jonathan and Nancy on the roof, which starts to melt into cum, and they start descending.
This is one of those, remember that insane bullshit I said that made no sense? Well, this time it actually was bullshit. It's like, what?
The first time in the show. Oh dear. So back to Hopper, 11, and Callie. Because the wall has taken some minor damage, the car gets swallowed by the wall, and we sort of jump back and forward here, and Steve asks Dustin what's on the other side, and Dustin says death. We jump back. The car goes through the wall. It leaves a small hole in the wall, and it starts sucking everything out of it. Everything except humans for some reason. Because that can't happen. It fucking tears trees up by the roots, but humans are fine. So
dude,
11...
giant pieces of debris from the houses were coming off. Remember that? Like, dude, I remember I was like, okay, so there's no way they survived this. Like, that's
We've seen this before. I
now.
think was it Man of Steel where like the thing is sucking up cars, but it's not sucking up Lois or something very fast. I remember that being a thing.
Well, no, it's even worse
the gravity
than that,
thing,
because
right?
Superman has to try really, really hard to escape it. Superman flying in the opposite direction, it starts sucking him in. But
Yeah, she's falling, right?
totally
Yeah,
fine.
she's falling away from it. It's like, how the fuck is that
Like,
even
he shouldn't
possible?
have tried to save her. He put her in more danger by doing that. And she nearly gets sucked in. Oh, yeah. What a stupid... anyway. What a dumb movie.
So 11, she uses her powers to clear a path through all of this huge flying debris, even though it's comprised of things much heavier than they are. Dustin says, this whole time, everything we assumed about the Upside Down, totally wrong.
Right.
It's not another dimension. It's not another world. It is a wormhole bridge between two other worlds. If the bridge collapses, everyone will fly out into the void, and we get a huge, nonsensical visual to demonstrate this for us. It sort of pans out, and it's just a giant... I don't even know what scale I'm looking at here.
Too.
They were very proud of this.
They think that this is amazing, and like all I have to say about that is, why do you think? Like, number one, this obviously was never your plan because you never introduced the big flesh wall in any of the other seasons. You introduced it in this one. So clearly this wasn't your plan, which already diminishes how cool it would be. Number two, this doesn't really mean shit to me. Oh, see? It's a portal to another world. It's like, okay, but it still is effectively the same thing. It was an alternate dimension. Practically it's exactly the same. It is just a mirror reflection of the real world, but spooky. And then, like, oh, what's on the other side? Oh, just like another spooky dimension, like on the other end of the bridge.
That's how it felt.
Why is this a cool reveal? There's no new information here. It doesn't change anything.
I'm convinced that when they started, quote unquote, writing season 5, they were like, so we've got to answer the question, what is the Upside Down? And both the Duffers were like, okay, it would be too lame if it was just like our world but evil, or hell, or, just another dimension. Those things are boring. It has to be something that no one has thought of yet. So what if we have a super duper scary dimension that the regular scary one takes you to?
But what would the super scary one look like? Well, think of Deadpool and Wolverine, and then give it the Breaking Bad piss filter.
Yeah, and then Sean Levy's like, yes, that's a good idea. I made a lot of money on Deadpool and Wolverine by doing that, so you guys should do it too. And then they all pat each other on the back.
Another job well done. The Linkin Park dimension, yeah.
I suppose what's funny is, like, we need to explain what the Upside Down is. It's like, you didn't really. I was fine with it. Like, you don't really. Not really. I don't need, like, some crazy explanation for what it actually is. And this isn't even, like, this isn't new. It's just not useful information. It doesn't change anything. Like, not only does it not change anything, but it creates problems that will sort of be revealed specifically in episode 7 and 8. It doesn't really make much sense. You might, because if you look at this, you'd be like, well, so what happens if you're right in the middle there? Is there gravity acting on both ends? You'll find out the answer to that question at the beginning of the next episode.
It's just so I love the behind the scenes thing where they're trying to, like, the poor people who have to try and make this for art direction, try and work out what the Duffers are talking about. It's like,
that's so funny.
So the ceiling of our world is the floor of the Upside Down, but then the ceiling of the Upside Down is the ceiling of and it's all made of flesh.
I'm telling you, chat, when you get through this with us, all these episodes, seeing that doc is the big reward, because it's going to make so much sense.
Oh god, yes. So back to the memory store. Oh yay. Max and Holly, they're running through the door. They go out through the fields. They go all the way back to the cave. All of that long journey they've been on for nothing. So we're back to where we started. The Caves of Exposition, where they are safe. Henry's just very slowly sort of limping after them. He forgets that he has powers and a giant vine arm. He remembers that later.
This is the most insane editing ever. We were how fucking far away from the cave when we last saw this collection of people? You know,
it's hard to know because
well, yeah, I get
so
what
many
you
different fucking memories. But
we're
a
both
long way
miles away and meters away because who knows? I guess if you just think really hard, it'll take you back to the cave. But yeah, Vecna, he just couldn't catch up. Just missed him. It's like,
It's also frustrating because we're in his mind. He can't be like, I think I have a big gun.
Yeah, he has no powers here. It's not
I
interesting.
think I have a rifle, actually. I think this gun is like very accurate.
Or like a fucking a harpoon tied to a rope, shoot it into their leg and drag him out.
Dude, imagine if he had like little Wile E. Coyote traps where he's just hiding there as they're trying to run away. And he's
Gravity
like
gun.
These things. Yeah.
It's like, as Platoon mentioned, like, Duffers, I need them to understand their own show. This is not a physical reality, right? Harry does not have a mortal body right now. This is some kind of like abstract space in his mind. He does not have a physical anatomy to be wounded. Why is he limping? Is he stupid?
It's metaphorical for his broken ego after getting fucking bamboozled by children this many times.
Well, no, this is like the most we get so much Vecna humiliation in terms of just you want him to be threatened or not, but the fact that he tries all this and then he's like, by the way, Max is evil. It's like, bro, are you serious?
He's sitting outside of the door like,
look what Max did.
Middle finger.
I know you guys.
It's so bad. And he gives up on it right away as well. It's like, no, Max tricked you. He's like, no, you're lying. It's like, fine, I'm lying. But if you don't come back with me, I'll kill her. He says things have changed because now there are other ways to get to Max. And he warns Holly that when Max begins to suffer, which he promises she will, Holly will have a choice. She can either come back with him or she can let Max die. Then we...
Sorry, I've just seen this pop up. So, Morley, you've got to figure out how to turn ads off or just admit you have them on to monetize the live streams. I wouldn't be mad if you have them on purpose. You've got a right to monetize. That is what I've said every single time this has been mentioned. I've got them on the lowest setting, but I'm not going to demonetize the channel. So, yeah, they're on for money, but you can use ad block to your heart's content if they're annoying you. Go right ahead. Or, the YouTube Premium's an option
or
as well.
YouTube Premium.
Yeah.
But I'm not going to demonetize the channel outright. I've just got them on lowest. That's the best I can do.
I just assume for my channel, anybody who doesn't want to see ads probably already has ad block.
I suppose I do like the or just admit that you do monetize the live streams. It's like, just admit that you're trying to.
I mean, yeah,
earn income from this. Like, you say it as if it's devious.
Yeah, admit that you make money from doing what you're doing. Admit.
Wait,
that
are you saying that $20 didn't go to like
plate.
a fucking battered women's shelter just now? That's going to your pocket in the super chat?
I would never admit that. I fund many battered women's pockets. Wait, what?
It's just grifting. It's great. So what happens next? So Henry says, "Nah, I've got another way to get a Max." We then get I think we get a title slate here, right? Like, it says November 6th, which is supposed to mean something, and it doesn't, except that fuck it, this is the day when, for no particular reason, everything has to go down. So we go back to the right side up. Will is unconscious. Joyce is upset. Lucas says, wait, why is he still unconscious? Like, he's unplugged. And when he mentioned seeing Max down there, was that all real? And Robin, now I don't know this for sure, but I think I'm right. Has Robin never met Max? Because I don't think she has. I'm trying to remember anything in season 4.
You might be right that she definitely didn't meet her in season 3, and in season 4 she would have met her, but I don't know that they had any real conversations with each other.
No.
No, not converse, never.
Lot
season
of that
No, because
problem.
she got paired
Well,
with
wait,
Nancy.
did she meet in season 4? Because Max was kind of like out of it in the very beginning. She wasn't really hanging out with Lucas and them
She was
until
part.
everything
That
went to
was
shit.
that was like the main Hawkins group was Max was in it and Robin was in it. But again, in keeping with the tradition of the show, it has pairings, and the pairing for Nancy was with Robin.
I might be
So
wrong.
like it
I
was
thought
mainly
that
those
Max.
two,
I
and
thought that
Steve a
Max was a
bit.
little delayed though, and they'd already split off into their pairings. Because
No, because they would have been together in the finale, right? When they were getting ready to do, weren't they all in the big RV?
yeah, in the RV.
Yeah.
Yep.
I'm
So they did
pretty
meet, but they
sure-
probably didn't share any real dialogue with each other, I
I'm
assume.
pretty sure they're like they must be in some same frame in season 3 at the end. Then
But-
probably
probably.
the same goes for season 4.
Just to be clear, many such issues with certain characters having never spoken to each other, or certain characters not remembering they have a huge history. We have one of them coming up. Well, several of them coming up, to be honest.
So Robin suggests that, well, hey, you know, the doctors, they never actually figured out why Max was even in that coma that she's been in for the last 2 years. So I've now had a brainwave, and I can. All the miracles of medical science, no clue, but here's some props with which I can solve this problem. So she pulls out a bunch of albums, music albums, as visual references for the extremely dim-witted audience. Now, without knowing that this is the case, Holly was listening to a particular song in the memory store, and Robin just pulls out the same song here to represent Holly, which is a wild coincidence, unless they were planning to do something with that and then change their minds.
I'll have you know, there's no such thing as coincidence. Lucas
There
doesn't
isn't
believe in
no
them.
conformity gate. This will all be revealed in episode
Yes.
9. So Robin says, well, they're not actually in comas. They're in different places, but they're both unconscious.
It's like my vinyl records.
Yeah. She says, what happens when Vecna captures people? And Lucas says, well, you go into a trance. And Robin says, well, that's it then. No wonder the doctors are confused. She wasn't in a coma. She was in a trance. I think the doctors would have known the difference. But no.
No, remember, we can't trust the doctors. They smoke.
Oh, they smoke and say sweetheart, and they're sexist.
That's
so,
I didn't
yeah,
even want to
fuck the
mention
doctors.
that slur. I'm surprised you did.
Yes,
We're going to get demonetized now.
I'm
No
just
more
a
ads.
big old lady racist is what I am. So Robin says, well, if they're all in a trance, then what if their minds are just in the same place? What if they're all in Vecna's mind, imprisoned there? And then if Will is right and Max and Holly are there and they're trying to escape, but if they do escape, they'll pop back to their original bodies and they will know everything about the inner workings of Vecna's mind. Everything, including everything he's planning. So if we can solve the trance problem and bring them out of their trance, they can come back and be incredibly useful to the plot later on. Which, sure, yeah.
Or
good idea.
what about maybe they're just dead?
No.
Mhm, yeah.
No, that's not logical, is it? Oh,
You can
I mean,
say
it would be
that
preferable.
if you have some kind of prop and the right music to explain it. Like, you just like take this take this stone, and you're like, yeah. It's like, you know how it's dead? Yeah, he's dead. Like, oh,
I would love if they. That would be such actually funny dialogue.
Yeah. Do you know how rocks sink and birds don't?
my god.
Just think it's a rock. Shipstone. Fuck, I got the thing wrong. Oh well, who cares? So Lucas, he goes back off to the hospital. Mike's gonna stay with Will. And then we go like via Will into Vecna's mind, and we find that Will has once again been captured by an alien reference. And Henry appears before him, and he asks, "Hey, do you remember this place? Does it bring back memories?"
This is just something Henry could do.
Yep.
Bro, might want to
selectively,
try this often. You know?
Yeah. You just transport people. Why hasn't he done that to anybody else? Max, Holly, anyone else in the real world that he doesn't like? But no, he only
Well,
works with
so
Will.
I've heard the cope that he can only do it to Will because blah blah blah, and it's like, no, we see that he can do it to more than just Will. We've already seen he can do it to more than just Will in season 4, but he does this not in the same exact way, but certainly to an effective degree to Hopper later. Which, as far as I'm concerned, just blows the whole fucking show out on Vecna. Like, what are you doing, man? He's so easy for you to win, and you just don't want to.
So, Will brags. He says, well, I got in your mind and Max and Hardy got away. And Vecna says, well, you think you're clever, but remember, I'm the one who invited you in. You were my vessel, my spy, my builder. And then for some reason, He says, how do you think the tunnels came to be, William? You built them each and every night you slept. We're explaining how the tunnels in season 2 were built for some reason.
Yeah, why who cares about the tunnels anyway? Like,
well, the only thing it does is introduce a problem because, again, it invites the question, like, those tunnels predate the bit where the Mind Flayer flayed Will, because I think that's season 2, episode 3,
Right.
I want to say. And they are there from season 2, episode 1. So even if you recontextualize the flaying scene as just like the visual representation of Will being activated, the tunnels were already there before he was activated. So not only do we not need to be explaining this right now, but the fact that they've tried to explain it creates a massive plot hole in season 2, because
they want us to think he was puppeteered to make the tunnels, and then at one point he was super puppeteered, and you're like, okay.
Why?
Yeah, this is why I don't know why we're spending time on that. I don't need this at all. Like, the tunnels are just not important compared to everything else.
Like,
it's like that scene with Billy in season 3, right, where he's like, "It's all about you. We built this for you," or whatever the fuck. It's just like, what are you saying? What is happening? You're trying to author all of your pain, Spectre shit. Where you're just trying to make sure. Don't worry, guys. All of the seasons were not a waste of time. They all matter.
It's just, yeah. So he says, this proves that there's much power within you, but, make no mistake, it's my powers in you. They're stronger than ever before, much stronger. And then we got the visuals of actual Vecna what we'll learn later is the Abyss, and he's hooked up to some weird kind of thing, which is, it's like a giant devil sphincter on top of him, which starts vibrating. And pulsing and has a heartbeat, and then we get another visual, and then there's like some weird, just earthy, glowing looking red. It's just red because red's evil. Vecna says, "At last, it's time for my vessels to lead us to a new world, a better world." And Will says, "Too bad your world will never exist because Max has got one of your vessels."
Ooh, why would you say that?
Yep. Why would you say that? And also, isn't the whole point of this conversation that Will was his other vessel before? So why doesn't he just add Will as a 12th vessel and replace Holly with that? Like, could he not do that? Could he not take another kid? And he's about to use Will anyway as a vessel for a totally disconnected reason. But
well, yeah.
So on the one hand, you've got Will saying something he really shouldn't be saying, but then you've got Vecna not realizing that the fact he can do all of this to Will means it doesn't matter that Holly is unavailable to him at the moment because somebody else is.
Well, the whole fucking conversation's pointless anyway, because they're in each other's minds, and Vecna's about to basically just scan Will's mind for information that he wants. Why are you monologuing? Stop monologuing. Vecna.
Vecna, alright, Vecna, Max can tear you apart with just one fucking word from his mouth, okay? I'm quoting Doctor Strange. The Black Bolt thing. That's literally, it's the Black Bolt thing again.
Why am I like blanking on what you're saying? I know Marvel way too well. Unfortunately,
you made a whole movie. You made a whole video.
You made a whole movie about.
Well, you did make a movie.
I made a TV show.
Well, it's just when Reed tells Wanda about Black Bolt's weakness, and she immediately.
Oh right, of course, yeah. Dude, I flush so much that I get. Sorry, I'm actually.
It was terrible. God damn.
I'm distracted too because I don't think chat. If you haven't seen, so like what we're having here is Will has been captured by Vecna. And he's like, you are my personal builder. You're this, you're that. It's very like, oh God, what is this gonna mean? What's gonna happen? Is Will gonna die? Is this gonna cause like a major vulnerability for the team? What happens in this scene is one of the worst things in the series. Like, for stupid. Vecna is going to get information, and that information is fucking amazing. That like he needed to do this to Will to get it.
So he says to Will, there are many ways to smoke a fox from its den, and you're going to help me. You're going to spy for me one last time. Will says, never, and Vecna does a creepy hand thing, and he says, the more you resist, the more this will hurt, which is a very useful line in many contexts. Will screams, his eyes start bleeding. We temporarily leave this scene.
Also, that's not even his eyes, because they pulled him like metaphorically in, so his metaphorical eyes are bleeding.
It's his mind's eyes.
Mind's eye, yeah.
So we don't learn immediately what this pivotal piece of information he's going to get is, because we temporarily go back to Memory World, different part of Memory World, because I think this is...
Yeah, more exposition time.
Yeah, more of them. Exposition caves, yay. Holly's using the telescope that she got, Henry's telescope with that broken cap, which she keeps forgetting to remove because it's really important that the audience knows that she has it and that this is significant. Max says, he's gone, he can't get us in here, we know all of that. And their new plan is brilliant. Their new plan is just to wait to be rescued because they know that someone is obviously trying to attack Vecna because of what happened in the previous scene. Max assumes it's 11 because she's the only one with those powers. If they just wait here, 11 will scream and end the series because that's what always happens. And she theorizes that the reason Henry won't follow them in here is that it's obviously this place is a prison of his memories, and this cave therefore must be an incredibly bad memory, something that he refuses to face that's really traumatic for him. Even though there doesn't seem to be anything scary in here, there must be something that scares him. And Holly says, well, if you're right, maybe we can escape through this memory. Because, other traumatic memories have doors, so maybe this one does, because it's traumatic for him. So I guess fine, I don't care. Like, none of this
Why
makes
don't
sense.
they just spin around in circles until they escape? That's also a good plan. That could work. Spinning is a good trick, I've heard. So definitely try that.
Yeah.
You should also try just ramming your head against the wall 1,000,000 times over, and maybe that'll work. What about eating everything you can, like the dirt? You just eat the dirt. Maybe that... like how an Atari, if you put it in a microwave and then you put that inside like what are they called? The Hadron Collider. You put that
Large Hadron Collider.
Yeah, put that in that, and then put that inside a nuclear power plant. That's kind of like that.
It's kind of, yeah, and if it's kind of like that means it is that, and everything works. They even lampshade, by the way, how bullshit all of this is, because Holly's theory, Max pokes a hole in it, says, well, like, Henry can't steal his own mind. All of the other memories were memories he stole from other people. He can't steal his own memories. Holly says, why not? And Max says, because it wouldn't make sense. And then Holly says, well, nothing else does anyway. It's like, well, yep, that's true, actually. So it's going to work. It's going to be fine. It will absolutely work. She asks about the big desert outside the window. Max says she searched a bit of it, but it's really big and empty, and she got bored. And Holly says, well, Henry wasn't lying about getting to Max, so, they are on the clock. They are running out of options, and they're running out of time. So follow me into the desert. Will you do that, or are you just going to let a child run away on her own unsupervised? And we'll find out later that Max is, in fact, not opposed to reckless child endangerment, but at this particular moment she is. So they go out into the desert. Out they go, running, and we leave the scene. We go back to the right side up.
Just with how the show is written, we know that her going out there is going to, lead to some kind of revelation. And the idea that Max... How long has she been here?
2 years. Well, 18 months to 2 years.
That is insane that she would have discovered what's going to be discovered. Like,
yep.
She has nothing to do. Ugh. Whatever.
Well, to be fair, they didn't see the gigantic door in the middle of the field.
Oh,
yeah.
Fair, true.
Maybe she's blind because Vecna did kind of explode her eyes in season 4, and we've just kind of forgotten about that. But oh well.
Well, she gave up hope. Is she an audience insert, or like how does that work? Why would
I think
she?
So, yeah. There's 3 options, and one of them is killing myself, and that's starting to look appealing.
Never implied Max was smart. That's what you have to do. Is just you have to be like, they're all retarded. It makes sense. But they didn't work as hard as the Alien Earth writers to write them retarded in universe, okay? You got to do that first. That's what makes a show good.
It's kind of positive and negative retardation.
Yes.
Like, that's positive retardation. This is negative retardation. But we go back to the right side up. A bunch of the characters, fucking loads of them, thousands of them, half the population of the town have reunited at the radio store. Radio Shack, even. Hopper asks where the others are, and Mike shows them Will, and Joyce asks Eleven if she can find Will. And then we go back upside down again, and Dustin is doing more exposition. He's reading through Brenna's notebook and bitching at Steve. And Steve says, well, maybe we should go and check for Nancy and Jonathan because there was a big explosion and we don't want them to die. And Dustin says, well, we don't know what's happened. The building might be unstable. They look up at the ceiling, and then they see this giant floating red orb of death. Jonathan and Nancy are lying unconscious in a room. They've sunk through a ceiling, and they are being slowly dripped on by cum, and then he wakes up.
Did they so Everything
Look, they
is
zoomed
melting.
in on Jonathan, but they didn't zoom in on Nancy's face. I wonder why they did that.
Everything's
When it was
melting except them, though. They're fine.
Yeah. 'Cause they're superhuman. I
Also,
guess.
the table for some reason.
Yep.
I mean, I know
Well,
why,
the
but you
table
know what I mean.
is Brenner designed the table specifically to be like it's made of anti-protons or something. I don't know.
Glue proof.
It's allergic to cum. It repels cum, so it doesn't turn into it. So the room is melting, and this is what it looks like. This is called the cum room for a reason. And they spent so much time and effort and money making this practically. And
I
then in
feel
the end,
so
they still
bad
ended
for the
up
people
fixing it.
who helped make this because it's
I
such
do
a
too.
stupid scene.
It's
And
why.
What's his name? How's it pronounced? Sean Levy?
Yeah, pretty much.
He had the audacity to complain. Oh, it's not thick enough. Fuck off.
The cum isn't thick enough.
he threw a tantrum about this. You're like, go fucking rewrite this scene right now. That's your only complaint.
If this cum isn't good enough, use your own, for God's sake. Oh dear, so that's all melting and they're going to drown in cum. Then we cut away from that room. We go back to the radio tower. 11 has created a makeshift sensory deprivation tank with some headphones. Well, she's not even a tank yet. She's just wearing headphones and listening to a noise. And she's using a blindfold so she can look for Will. Hopper says, yeah, the giant flesh wall, that was there, that existed. And we almost died. But, what happened to the other guys? Maybe they got sucked through it. No, never mind then. He says the whole thing... the whole thing seems to be like all of it has to connect. The wall, Max, and Harley, all has to be related. And he says, I can't figure out how. It's like there's a missing piece of the puzzle, a big piece. And Mike says, well, the pieces are in Vecna's mind. And I've seen every episode of this show now multiple times. I've seen all of this season now multiple times. I do not know what piece they're referring to or what piece in Vecna's mind they mean. Anyone help me out? What are they talking about?
I have no idea.
Could you imagine it would make sense with another episode? Like a 9th one, maybe?
Maybe.
Yes, that would fix everything.
There you go. Right.
Yeah.
So you still think that's
sure-
not happening, huh? Even though that would fit perfectly with this. Interesting.
It's the missing piece of the puzzle.
I'm sure at some point Duffers confirmed it happened. Whatever it was, it happened off screen.
Probably, yeah, we'll wait for them to explain it if there is no 9th episode. But so Carly's here. Carly's never met any of these people before, but we're not really going to be doing introductions. She says that Jane 11, she hasn't found anything, and she's getting weaker, not stronger. And Hopper has a go at her and says, well, who made you the expert? You've only known her for a day and a half. And Carly says, I've known her longer than you have, actually, because we were raised together. And it's like, yeah, but I saw season 4 and you weren't, so no.
Well, there's
go
that.
fuck
There's
yourself.
also just, I'm sorry, your chemistry doesn't reflect that at all. You guys don't come across as though you know anything about each other, really.
And yeah, so she had a few flashback scenes, and then also like obviously 11 and Hopper lived together for all of season 2, and season 3 happens, and not so much season 4, but like it's just not true. But it's just there to manufacture conflict between them because that's going to be thematically relevant at the end. But Callie says, "Well, I'm just here to help," and then Hopper scoffs at this and says, "Well, this entire fight is kind of pointless at the moment," and Hopper accuses Callie of throwing 11 off track, and Callie says 11 was already off track when they met, and he'd thrown her off track. Conflict, isn't it great? Everything Hopper's done to protect 11, he says, and then Callie says, well, to really protect her, she needs to know the truth and be prepared for what's waiting on the other side of this, and that killing Henry, that's not going to save this. Won't end the story. There will be another battle after this. It's not enough to kill Henry. And Mike says, well, what does that mean? And Hopper says it's bullshit. And then Callie says, it's not bullshit. But just as you're lying to Jane, you're also lying to yourself. I'm here to make sure this never happens again. Now, at this point in the story, I'm thinking Callie should probably be treated as a significant threat to the rest of the group. And she should probably be incapacitated, locked up, moved away, sent away, not involved in their plans, because, for all you know, she was captured by the military. Maybe she's got her own agenda. Maybe they're still controlling her. Maybe Vecna's controlling her. Maybe she is trying to undermine everything you're doing for her own reasons. She's presenting as a villain and a threat, and yet they're going to just leave her lingering around to be a bitch for no particular reason.
She also has one of the most subtly damaging powers possible. She can make you do anything, really.
Yep. Make you believe whatever she wants. She is incredibly dangerous, but... Oh, well. So the lights start flickering. That's a cue to end the argument, and they go upstairs to 11, but 11 says she can't reach Will. He keeps slipping away from her. So the plan now is they need to recharge her battery with junk food, while Hopper, he rigs up a proper sensory deprivation tank to like boost her signal, I guess. And that's the end of that. We go off to the hospital. Lucas and Robin, they run in, they rush up to Max. Robin then gets dragged away by Vicky because we need this.
Yeah.
So the military police, they're looking for Robin because they found out that she stole all the drugs from that dying old man. So she's got to run and hide.
Of all the things to have consequences for in the Duffer's writing, it's kind of like, wow, okay.
Yeah, they remembered that.
Yeah.
Jesus. And so Lucas reaches Max. He starts playing Kate Bush. And
Of course.
Yeah,
Naturally.
of course. Yeah, I know. And this means we get to go back to the memory store. We're in the desert now. Max is bitching about how pointless the search is. And Holly tells her this story about how like she had an uncle who was a metal detectorist and he thought he would find nothing, but then some random tourist came along and found something. And this is kind of like what they are.
It's so funny. It's basically like, we're not going to find anything, especially because I've been here forever and you've just arrived. It's like, okay, but I once knew a person who was looking for something for ages, and then someone who had never seen anything before found the thing for him. So that might happen here. Like, oh, wow. What a crazy story that's super relevant and not at all the writers try to be like, listen, okay, it's possible. Shut up.
It's like, why does this show season share so many similarities with The Rise of Skywalker out of all movies?
They were inspired.
Yep, that is the bit we're on right now. So everybody remembers the famous dagger scene from The Rise of Skywalker. It's incredible. It's you have to be standing in this one specific spot to pull out this one specific ruler, and if you were standing anywhere else on an entire planet, it wouldn't have worked, but they happened to be standing in the right place. Well, the equivalent of the dagger in this season is the telescope with the broken cap. So she's gonna open it. She puts it. She once again forgets to take the cap off. She sees there's like, oh, that's a mysterious pattern actually. If you leave it on, I wonder if that looks like anything around us. And then, oh, well, I see where this is going, and I don't like it at all.
Sorry, I have to interrupt. Like the moment this was happening, I was watching it with my sister, and she like really liked this season up until now or at the end. And I don't, because she is not as crazy about movies as I am, and she only watched like The Rise of Skywalker once, and she saw her do like holding this thing, like this cap in the scene, and she slow motion like looked at me, and she realized she was like, oh no, they're not doing this. And I just looked at her and I'm like, okay, I'm not crazy. And they actually...
No, I mean, the reality is, like, a lot of normies end up having... It's the bell curve, like, the sort of... The video essay film reviewer person is, like, kind of ends up becoming a bit of a retard because of all of these things that they've learned. Meanwhile, like, the normie just is like, wait, that's stupid. Like, it's... and they have better instincts for storytelling because of it. They're like, hold on, that's kind of dumb. Wait, that doesn't really make much sense. Wait, why would it work like that? Because they haven't been indoctrinated to go like, well, you see, it's all about... And it's like, yeah, cool.
I think as well,
I just find that amusing.
With something this stupid, there's a couple of examples, right? Like the Frankengorgon or the many different, like, we haven't gotten there yet, but the information Vecna got from Will. But it'll just be the kind of thing where once it hits, and then you'll have that moment of like, it's not just that this is bad. Wait a minute, it's all been bad. It's like, oh no.
Mm-hmm.
The veil has been lifted. This is how so much of the show functions. You've just seen it now for the first time. So yeah, we hop away from this group. We go back to the Upside Down. Dustin and Steve are trying to get up the stairs to rescue, to find Nancy and Jonathan, but it's tricky because all the stairs are turning into cum too. And now there's an entire room full of cum, and in the room full of cum, that's where Nancy and Jonathan are trapped, and they're trying to get out, and Nancy stabs a wall with a broken chair leg, and that just sends more cum flowing into the room, and it's just cum everywhere, and then the ceiling collapses into cum, and so the only thing that isn't collapsing into cum is a table, the anti-cum table. So they get on the table, and the only thing they have left to do is just to shout desperately for help. and hope that it turns up in time. Over at Harper's cabin, though, in the right side up, they have a sensory deprivation bath created, and Joyce, she's watching over Will. Harper goes to have a chat with 11. He says he's going to fix all of this, and Joyce is torn up because Will, it was her idea for Will to attack Vecna, and now he's in a coma, and it's all her fault. She thought she was holding him back, so if he only believed in him and let it go, it all might work out. But she thinks every choice she makes is wrong, which isn't true because she doesn't make any choices.
Oh, really?
That's the one thing she said. And Harper's trying to reassure her. It's just like, it's a theme conversation. He says, "This, what kids are like. You can be overprotective, and they'll resent you, but then they'll grow up one day, and then you have the comforting reminder that every choice you ever made was wrong, and it's not your fault." And
Harper's like, you abuse a child consistently, and somehow they end up hating you. I don't really like. It's just been wacky for me, dealing with it. But yeah, it happens.
And this is another one of those famous 11 acting scenes as well, because so you get Mike having a chat with 11 while they're preparing the bath for her.
Oh.
And, Mike asks what Cady meant about killing Henry not finishing all of this. She tells him it doesn't matter, and he asks why she's lying to him, and she says, "Well, you can't help with this."
Dude, it's so funny because this is like the whole issue she has in the first 4 episodes with Hopper, and then she's like, "Oh, wait, this character that they hated came back to tell me that we should do a suicide pact together. I can't tell anybody about this. I need to kill myself immediately."
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, no self-reflection, doing exactly the thing she hates him for doing. So Mike says, she explains about the upside down lab and all the pregnant people and making new psychic children. Mike says, well, that can be our side quest that we complete after we defeat Vecna. And he's kind of right. It actually could be, because that's how this normally works in Stranger Things. But she says, no, this time that won't work, because they don't really need a lab. They need Henry's blood, and his blood is in me somehow. I'm not a monster, but with my blood, they can make monsters. And Mike points out, well, yeah, but fine, but the military's been looking for us for, 2 years, and they haven't found us, and, we'll just leave Hawkins, and it'll be fine. And she says, no, it's not like one of your campaigns. You don't get to write the ending. And he suggests that as a team, as a group, we can. And she says, well, she doesn't say anything. She emotes. And by emotes, I mean she looks at him.
This is like the iconic one, right?
Yeah.
I think it is, yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. This is the thumbnail.
I'll have to find... Yeah, because... Because I think this was the point where it's like, what the hell is going on? Like... She was really good in season 1. I'm just saying, she was a lot younger then too.
She was pretty good in season 4 in places. It's like, even season 3 has some moments. It's this season in particular which is just completely collapsed. Obviously, Akari is spying on them outside the door as they're having this conversation, but it's just like these are the 2 characters whose relationship is supposed to be the emotional core of the entire first season and much of the second season too. You just don't get it from the way they act with each other, speak to each other, and particularly from the expression on her face, because it's just not great.
I just I do think that she's sort of like around a solid actress, and even like as you guys mentioned, like season 4, she's pretty good. It's just does everything that is required of her or whatever. But this season, I just really have this like theory in my mind that she just hated this whole thing, and that table read really confirms it. I think.
Yeah, and there's been some comments that can be interpreted pretty negatively, sneaking in kind of Emilia Clarke energy for Game of Thrones.
Also, like, this tank, this bathtub thing. I remember watching an interview with her, and she says that she has claustrophobia, of like fear of tight spaces, and it's just like it feels. Since I've learned that, it just watching this season, I'm like, are they going out of their way to, like, put her in these like terrible situations? Because they didn't have to do that.
Well, they can upgrade her power whenever they want, so that she can do the same thing, but with less, that.
It's just so sad because she like legitimately is scared. Like she had her husband in another movie. She had to crawl through something, and she had him like holding her hand and stuff. She was so terrified. Yeah, Duffers are great. just great. They care about their cast so much.
They do. So anyway, Mike's the optimist. He says it starts with getting Will back, and we will get to write our own ending. And then speaking of Will, we get brief flashes of Gay Vision as he is spying on behalf of Vecna. He's looking at stuff. He sees corridors. He sees numbers on the wall. He whispers Max's name. Oh my goodness. What information about Max could he possibly be retrieving that he didn't already know? But we will get there in a second because we are going back to Max herself. They are in the desert. And they find that, yes, once you stand in this one specific location and you look through this one specific telescope and it lines up just perfectly and it shows the cave entrance. Oh, great. So this is already pretty Rise of Skywalker-y, and I hate it so much. She says that actually the cap for that telescope, it's a map to the secret location. They can unlock it if they just get the shapes to line up. Max says,
but why?
Well, fucking obviously why. And why make the whole, why would Vecna make a map to a place he's so scared of that he can't go back to? Why would he leave that lying around for any kid to pick up and go out with? There's so much why in this season.
Yes.
Max says, well, there's a problem. You know, we're near it. I've lived in it because it's kind of where I've spent the last 2 years. There's nothing there. And then, for no particular reason, the floor beneath Holly just collapses. And yeah, we found it. Turns out the secret location is just, you stand in a place and it's like the sinking sand from Traz as well. We're doing all of it. Except that this time it makes slightly more sense because there are at least wooden boards to explain why the sand isn't going down into the caves. We're not quite as retarded as the Rise of Skywalker.
Also, like, they do a bit of walking around. In the Rise of Skywalker, they just stand in the spot and she takes out the knife and is just, it lines perfectly. This time, at least, they have to take a few back steps to align it correctly.
They were like, that was the one problem with Rise of Skywalker, and we've corrected it.
Yeah. They did it.
Yeah.
But also, like, this, I think I mentioned this in another episode, like, it just, this whole thing is so stupid because they heavily imply, not just heavily imply, they confirm, like, oh, he's terrified of going into the cave because that's the cave that is the problem. But why couldn't he walk through it? Because the problem that seems to be this, what is this, like, this thing that they fall into is the real problem. It's not the cave. And that this thing is, like, quite far away. Is it because if you look through binoculars and the thing aligns, and because of that he can't walk into the thing that it aligns with? Like, it's just so stupid. It's just so stupid. Who even, like, how stupid? How do you even come up with something as stupid as this?
I don't. And, like, to make the broken cap, you would have to be standing on the thing you can't stand on because it breaks if you stand on it. So we physically can't have even done it. It's just, everything about it is fucked. But it makes them fall down into a mine shaft, and obviously whenever an accident happens, it's exactly where the plot needs them to go. So that's where they will be going, but not before we have jumped back to hospital in the right side up, where we get more Vicky and Robin conversation. And this is the part where I was beginning to be very concerned we were picking up an entirely new character. We don't need Vicky to be sticking around for anything that's happening in this season. It's just,
well, to be fair, she's really important for, like, the end.
Oh, at the end, you're right. How could I possibly have forgotten? Yes, that rooftop scene at the end where she's pivotal. Yeah,
it's good stuff. Yeah, really good.
So she frets that Rob is a drug addict, and because, like, she off screen she told her all about alternate dimensions and missing children and demons and all that shit, and like she thinks this is just drug hallucinations, and says Robin must be going through withdrawal. And Robin does point out that, you know, hell on earth did erupt at the end of the last season. Is it really that much of a stretch? But I guess nobody remembers that. It's just been baked into the town's reality. So for Vicky, it is just, that's not remarkable at all. But then, unfortunately, the military police are arriving. And so Robin has to run away. And by run away, I mean she just kind of walks down a corridor and gets caught. Doesn't really make any sincere efforts to avoid being caught. She just gets caught. So something dramatic, I'm sure, will happen there, but not as dramatic as Come Town, which is where we go back to. Nancy and Jonathan are still in trouble, and Steve and Dustin are still on their way to get them out of that trouble. Steve tries to make a makeshift staircase out of a ladder, and Dustin is extremely not happy with this idea. He's acting up again. He says Steve's being an arsehole. He's trying to get himself killed. He says, if you go up there, you're going to die. And then this is the part where he breaks down. And we finally learn the reason he's so antagonistic towards Steve. He says, I can't deal with that again. You can't die. I can't deal with it again. Don't let it happen again. Please, please don't let it happen again. He bursts into tears and they have a tearful hug. And in complete isolation, I like the scene.
Oh, the acting is fucking great.
Yeah.
Hmm.
And it makes you sad
These
because
are
you're
like-
like, I remember caring a lot about these characters. Oh well.
These are probably the only OG actors that sort of stayed committed throughout this season.
Probably, yeah.
They cared enough to emote. That's crazy.
I think they get on quite well. It's like, I think Dustin's, as it Gaten Matarazzo said, he thinks that they'll end up acting in a bunch of stuff together after this because they just have fun. And you can tell they have fun.
Mm-hmm.
Well, Joe Keery is
So,
apparently just a charm fucking, he's a charm man. He's charming everybody on set and on screen, so he's probably got a pretty good career, isn't he? They said he's being eyed for Marvel.
He's being eyed
Yeah.
for Marvel. I think at the moment, doesn't his band have the #1 song on Spotify at the moment as well?
Yeah.
Something like that. Point is,
huge,
he'll be
too.
fine. He's gonna be fine.
Maybe not if he goes to Marvel, but if he goes to somewhere
Well,
else, he might be fine.
The funny thing is, you never know. It's a gamble with Marvel, right? It could be that you get Brie Larsoned and it's actually kind of worthless to you, or you could end up, people being like really impressed with your performance in a crappy movie or something, and it gets you further along. We'll see what happens.
Yeah, the Madam Web effect as well. Everyone just feels sorry for you. So, yes, it's kind of the designated quiet part of the episode. So the cum torrent is kind of slowing down a bit. It's finally nearly out of juice. And this is time for Nancy and Jonathan to have a conversation where they reveal home truths to each other. Nancy says she hates The Clash. And Jonathan says he hates reading her articles because they're not that interesting, and she's not interested in his thoughts. She just wants him to tell her that they're great. And she says they are, and he says most of the time, and she pretends that she's offended, although she probably really is offended. She says she's never read Slaughterhouse-5. He says she's never read Anna Karenina. She says he's always 6 minutes late and she hates it. He says he threw away her pink sweater because he hates the color. She says she threw his last bag
Which,
of
by the way, is
weed down
really
the toilet.
weird. That's a weird piece of behavior to throw away somebody's clothing.
A little bit weird, yes.
I think this whole
Certainly
scene
if
is
you-
fucking weird, to be honest with you. I guess we'll get to the end of the summary before
Well, it's one thing to
talking
be
about-
like, oh, I hate that you're always late, and then I guess never actually discuss that. It's another to be like, God, your clothing is so fucking ugly, and just throw it out.
Yeah, she hates it when he's high. He hates it when she's drunk. They both hate it when they're high and drunk together. And he asks why they do that. She says, I don't know. Then he says he never replied to Emerson. She says she knows he never did. He asks why she didn't say anything. She asks why he didn't say anything. He says he felt like he was doing something wrong. And this is kind of just over and over again. It's just like sharing all of these truths. And with their shared trauma, it's like, well, how could anybody possibly understand that this thing that ties them together forever? Like, how could anybody understand them the way they understand each other? And yet at the same time, it doesn't work. It's suffocating. And he agrees that it's suffocating. And like, she lied when she didn't go and visit him in California. She needed the space. They're just different people now. And it's like,
what bothers me about this is you watch season 1, and again, Joe Keery, as we just established, he basically has chemistry with anybody he's on screen with. But they try to push in that season that she's not right for him, she's right for Jonathan. And that's something you can write if you want to. I'm not particularly fond of love triangles ever. Like, sometimes they work, whatever, but it's whatever to me. But unfortunately, that is also the season, as we went over millions of hours ago, where Jonathan was taking creep shots of her, and Steve was angry at him for that, and the show had the opinion that Jonathan Jonathan was like victimized by Steve for this. It was like overreaction and shit. So then she like starts to fall for him, but I never bought the connection or the chemistry. Season 2 doubles down with the weird shit from Murray, where it's like, look at these two, they can't resist each other, they're so perfect for each other. Always stood to me, I was just like, this is such an awkward pairing where you shove two characters together desperate to make it work when it just doesn't. And it took this long for the writers to be like, fine, They don't work. Fuck you. It's just like, what was the point of all that? Why did you do all of that? It's just a waste.
Because that's what it all builds up to. Jonathan has this last confession. He presents the ring, and then he says, after 5 seasons of build up, it's all been leading to this. And he says, "Nancy Wheeler, will you not marry me?" And she laughs and says, "I will not marry you." And then they throw the ring away. So.
Also, yeah, it's worth mentioning, someone just said, they go out in real life. I'm really sorry I didn't detect a single hint of chemistry between these two.
They're married in real life.
Yeah, it's just, I don't know, it wasn't working for me, but maybe it's because the surrounding season is so bad, or the series, or the fact that I hate Nancy Wheeler as a character. She's really annoying, but
Wait, what's wrong with Nancy?
Oh,
she
man.
Seems like she's pretty base character.
And then
Pretty awesome.
And then Jonathan is the opposite of Steve, where he doesn't really have chemistry with anybody. And that works somewhat in season 1, right? The sort of reclusive weirdo who's trying to find his brother as best he can, the relationship with his mum, like this stuff there. But after season 1, Jonathan, I think most people agree, has just not been written for. They just don't care about him.
Mhm.
So yeah, this is all to me just a huge mistake. And this scene is like, sorry. Like, whoops, oh well.
Jonathan would be such a fascinating character to kill off early, like around season 2, season 3, because, narratively, I find it interesting because with all the worrying that Joyce has done over Will, to have the older brother perish would be kind of a fascinating sort of direction to go with.
That was one of the theories as to what would happen, but I think I did overstate it. Apparently, everyone refers to them as being engaged in real life, but they are not actually married. So, slight overstatement. They've just been nearly married for years. But on that point, so that there was that theory that emerged when Murray gives Jonathan the ring, and it takes a long time before anything comes of that. So before this episode aired, one of the fan theories I think I mentioned in one of the previous episodes was Jonathan will die, and they will find that ring on his body, and it will be really sad. And it's actually that would have been way better than this scene.
Yeah, for sure.
Whatever this scene, which again feels like a response to criticism to me. A lot of this does. Actually, it was the plan to show that, hey, just because a relationship is happening doesn't mean it needs to be fixed. Maybe the fixing of it is the ending of it, and that's okay. Just be like, you guys fucked up.
Yeah. But yeah, it's that I agree that would be a better written ending for him than this scene. But also what I meant more so is if he died earlier, because right now for me his character dying or not dying does not really hold any weight. I feel like it would be interesting narratively earlier when it was kind of like audience still cared about him. But yeah, this scene is just it's a mess.
The way it still matters is that because this has been literally his entire character since season 2, really. So if you then have this scene and the resolution is, let's not be together, but then he doesn't die. So basically from this point on, and there's still, by runtime, considering the length of the final episode, it's like half the season left. So he's just going to be around doing nothing for no reason, for no purpose, going nowhere. So any second the camera is on him, it's that's a waste of, there's no direction. Complete waste of, he should have died because that would have provided him some kind of narratively useful thing to do. But now he's just going to be there forever doing nothing. And it's one long-term relationship that the show has been building that's been discarded. I wonder how many more that can be set off before we round all of this off. So that's the big conclusion to this scene. The cum room was created for this scene. This is why it all exists. It's a whole bunch of people online didn't even realize it's what was happening either, which was very funny.
Yeah,
they had to come out and confirm in interviews. It's no, they definitely broke up. Because roughly half the audience didn't detect this.
I was watching this, and because I was watching this with my sister, at the end I asked what do you think, and she was like, oh, I loved that scene with Jonathan and Nancy, and I was like, so what do you think happened there? And she was like, they got engaged, right? And I was like, oh no, you poor sweet summer child. No.
I think so many people have got so used to doing all the writing in their own heads for these characters that they barely even pay attention to what the characters are actually doing on screen anymore. It's just
it was at that moment where I'm like, I get why people liked this season because they don't even know what's happening.
Yeah, but also I don't really blame anyone because it's just so awkwardly written. It's just so badly written. Like, what do you mean unproposal? Are you stupid? What
It
is
was
that?
sweet and wonderful, and not at all because they were like, what do we do with these characters? I don't know.
It's just so badly written. And it was so confusing to watch. And also, they were terribly directed. Why are they celebrating? Who the fuck breaks up like this? They seem more excited about each other once they break up than they were when they were together. Why isn't it awkward and kind of like sad? What is this? And for the rest of the season too, like they act like they're still a couple. Like they still like hold hands and sit near each other, and it's just weird. It's just weird.
Mm-hmm.
And the justification, I think, from the writers was, no, we realized as the writers' room that Nancy, she needs her independence, and so that's way more of a satisfying end to a story.
That's an episode 8 line, is it, or is it earlier than that?
Well, this was, I think, they said about this episode when this episode released.
Oh, sure. I just mean that they say it in the actual show, and it is cringe as hell. Like,
yeah, she says some more shit, which is cringe as hell in that final episode as well. It's there is a notable scene, yes, at the end of that. They know though because the ring did not sink into cum, so that means the cum is now for reasons of nothingness. It's solid now. It's
frozen
just stopped.
solid cum. Yes,
it's great. And then we go away, and 11 is now in the deprivation tank. She goes to find Will. They set up. There's a bit of setup here that there's a signal that she is to give if she ever wants to escape. They have to bang on something, which will be relevant for another episode like this before the close. But she goes into the black mind void. She finds Will. He's lying on his bed, and she says she needs him to show her where he is. And evil vines snake up him, and they aliens him, and then she gets transported to, I guess, like upside down question mark, because I don't really know where there is. It a memory upside down?
Right. Yeah. It's just.
There.
It's a memory of when he was in the Upside Down that she has accessed and can free him from. Mechanically speaking, who the fuck knows what's happening here?
Because he's old Will in this scene, so it's not a memory of when he was child Will locked in this. Fuck it, it's whatever. So she's found him, yay, and she uses the Force and she breaks him free of the vines that are holding him.
Yay.
So back to the other memory place, they go down into the memory mine shaft. Holly and Max, they see a trail of blood on the floor. This is the bit that ties into the play, right? So we might need Nick to remind us exactly how this doesn't make sense. But so they hear this ragged breathing. They follow it. There's a wounded man. He's clutching a briefcase, and he points a gun at them. And they think, well, that makes no sense because we're not really here. And then he shoots them, and the bullet goes through. But then it hits the memory of Child Henry, who appears behind them. There is a slight problem here in that, like, he's just been lying down here with a revolver, and yet apparently that revolver has just one. But who else has he been shooting that he shoots once and has to reload? Minor problem compared to everything else in the scene, but a problem nonetheless. And we see the man shoot him. It goes through Henry's hand, and then Child Henry sort of grabs a rock and clubs him to death with it. Even though there's no particular reason for them to do this, Max and Holly decide to run away before seeing the end of this memory. But they run into a giant rock wall, and so Holly goes back, and Max stays to try and find a way through the rocks, because she hears Kate Bush on the other side. And Holly, she watches as little Henry, Child Henry, grabs the briefcase. He opens the briefcase. But then before she can see what's in the briefcase, Max drags her away, so we don't get to see it yet either.
Aww.
And they're working so hard to not show you what it is that, like, the natural audience expectation is this must be something incredibly important. And we're left to assume by the end of the show it is, but not for this show. It's like, it's baiting the spin-off, whatever it is. And maybe also the play.
I love it. I love it. It's just straight out of J.J. Abrams' book. I love how they were like, I mean, we already know Duffers are liars. Very, very, very big liars. But, you know, because it was like promised that, oh, we will finally explain what Upside Down is. And I mean, we're not at Upside Down anymore. We're in Abyss, whatever. And to explain it, right? To open this mystery box, and there's inside a smaller mystery box. It's just so great. It's a literal box too here. I mean, it's great.
Literal mystery box.
Is it's just they never explain it. Their explanation is more more questions, because what the fuck is this rock? Who knows?
Mind Flayer's toenail, basically. Like, it's just connected to him, and that's what we got. And, woohoo! Alrighty.
We will explain how Henry got his powers by a rock. How did he? Where's this rock from? Who's this guy? And what is he doing in this cave?
Is it still there? Does it still exist? Is it still active? Does it still have powers? Because if it does, then the Mind Flayer isn't really dead at the end of this season. All of these things will be answered in Avengers Doomsday. So it's all great.
So just I've never seen this show. The thumbnail's actually part of the show.
Yes.
100% yes.
Also, like, I mean, we will come back to this scene, but it's very interesting to think from a perspective that I don't know what they were trying to accomplish. Kind of, they didn't completely go the redemption route with Henry, but they were kind of like trying to explain him and sort of justify or whatever. I don't really understand it, but Will has his own monologue at the end, and it's just. The scene just does not work for me as
well, they do the best of both worlds, and they flirt with humanizing him, and then say, "No, you were a kid." Well, we'll get there. But they say, "Yeah, that sort of no, you were a kid just like me, abused just like me. Like it's none of this is your fault. You're human, really." And then it ends with, behead him. It's nice. It's either keep him completely villainous and play that for victory, or humanize him and don't behead him. But you can't easily do both, because then the audience is left with mixed feelings. But
there's conflict on that. A lot of people are discussing the issues of Vecna's characterization, additional pieces from the from the play that the show may have decided it didn't want to deal with. But aside from that, I was just thinking about, to drop this on us among all of the other things that they've already dropped is kind of insane. And you know what it does to an audience when you see something like this? You're like, oh shit, is this going to be like something that recontextualizes and explains everything? Because the Duffers have been baiting, like, it's all going to make sense. It's like, not really. As was mentioned, it just kicks the can down the road, kind of. And then it's like, don't worry, you'll get another show that can explain all of it. On top of that, by the way, this is a different child actor, obviously, than the other child actor for young Henry. Do you guys know? I would show you the picture, but I don't have it on hand. The actor for young Henry from season 4, he gave a review of Stranger Things. It was 3.5 out of 5, and all his review said was the end.
Ooh.
Was the end bad, or was the end? Oh, it's the end of a legacy of it's
I imagine he thought it was bad. Yeah, which is just really funny.
He has bigger balls than Vecna in this show.
He does. He does indeed. Yeah, do you know about that, Nick? The whole, like, Vecna was supposed to have been given a bit of a chunky prep for, or rather Henry, where his character could go, and then episode 8 just says, like, nah, actually no. So I've seen people discuss online that the lady who wrote the play should probably have been pretty upset that the Duffers kind of were like, that's sweet that you did all that, but no.
So they showed all the stuff in the play, and then they didn't really expand off of it. My understanding was that was like they were using that as like a nod to the play, but people expected the play to be more in it, and then they just discarded all of that information.
Including the actor, as we see from the behind the scenes thing, when he's like explaining Henry's mindset and how like the only person who ever cared for him was his girlfriend. Is it in the play?
Wait, they actually cast fucking what's her name? Patty?
No, they did. I don't think they ever got around to casting her, but like
she's mentioned though.
It's part of the behind the scenes when he's trying to explain to one of the Duffers, like
I was saying this. They can't do Patty Newby. There was no way Patty Newby would have made sense, because there's no way that Bob's sister would have just been like
not mentioned or relevant at all.
And never mentioned. Yeah, it's impossible.
That's right. The thing is, they've so clearly built this not only season by season but episode by episode that had they run this all out and then started redrafting, this could have worked, right? If it stood as it does right now before they'd filmed a single scene, I think all of us would be like, okay, you need to work this. Like, this is a mess, but we can make it work. Nothing's been put in stone yet. But no, this is just the final. This is what it looks like.
It is, and then so that's kind of it for this part of the memory for now. We'll get a bit more visuals from it later on, but for now, back in the hospital in the right side up, Lucas notices that Max's vitals seem to have spiked for some reason. But then, because the audience, well, the writers have a very low opinion of their audience. We cut to black. We hear Vecna repeating to Will that he's going to spy for him one last time, just in case we forgot. And then we start flipping between Will screaming and then Vecna seeing through his eyes, and like he's seeing the hospital and he's seeing the corridors. He's trying to find Max because this is the information he is after. Where does a girl who's in a coma go? The hospital.
Well, when one is hospitalized, it is very difficult to find them because they could be anywhere.
For over a year. for well over a year.
2 years. 2 years.
This is so fucking pathetic, Vecna. I had to get it. I had to mind read. Also, why didn't he mind read anybody up to this point?
One last time, Will, you're gonna help me find out that Max is in a hospital after I broke her arms and legs and blinded her and put her in a coma.
He can read minds at will.
You, little one.
Why did it take him this long to it's so ridiculously stupid. It's once again the competition for stupidest individual thing in the whole series. It's like, well, we got a new contender. Is this the stupidest thing? That Vecna didn't know that hospitals are where people who are ill go?
Mm-hmm.
I mean, it might be the dumbest thing. It is really a contender. I think I agree with you for like one of the worst things to happen ever. Because just think about the whole story. If at any point in the prior, several months, he managed to get Max by just going to the one place she would obviously be.
Yeah.
If he did that, he would have won. He would have
game over. We've had many
won.
game over examples, and this is a big one.
Oh yeah. But no, now it's going to happen so we can have a crazy set piece that is self-resolved insanely.
To have him be like, screaming and blood's pouring out of his eyes, and Vecna's like, finally, my plan is complete. The coma lady's in the hospital. It's so embarrassing.
As if Will is in torment about this. Like, oh no, you found out that Max is in a hospital. Where
it's like he pulled it out of my mind. I couldn't stop him. He knows Max is in a hospital. Wouldn't you, as a person, just be like, "Oh, what?"
There's no argument you can make that he's interested in being clandestine. I mean, number one, as you will see in this set piece, he doesn't care about that. But number two, he has no reason to.
We just had the fucking episode 4 shit.
Like he got blind. Like he doesn't care.
Oh, it's so fucking stupid. But, they try to create like, this is an intense ticking clock now because he's heading to the hospital. We got to get there now.
Isn't it exciting and in no way undermined by how stupid it is?
If 8 Demogorgons were just sent in, it's over. It's just over, guys. Unless
I mean, that is a point.
Unless pulls out Atari.
In his mind, this is probably more important than attacking that military base was, or at least as important as attacking that military base was. And yet, well, we'll see. He's not going to send his best.
No, he's not even going to send a Demogorgon at all. Nope.
So, 11 exits the tank, having seen all of this. And Will wakes up. And she says, oh no, we have to get to the hospital because the demo dogs are going to go and get Max. Oh no. In the hospital, Robin is still being escorted out by the police. The lights, though, they start to flicker in, and Robin knows what this means. She tries to warn them all, and then a Demodog appears around the corner, and Vicky is standing in line of the Demogorgon. She is in the corridor. She is between it and the military and Robin, and I thought, well, at least we'll get one death. That'll be nice and tragic, because obviously, it's not going to ignore her. She's standing right there. But no, they just run right past her. And then you might be thinking, well, maybe it's just not interested in killing random people because it's only got to kill one person. But it kills the policeman. Maybe it just understands what guns mean, I suppose. So then it avoids all the named characters and it runs up the stairs. And then Robin and Vicky, they send this announcement over the PA, basically warning Lucas to get Max out of the room. But who should overhear this announcement? Why, it's Karen Wheeler. She is awake, and she gets up and out of bed.
Yeah, of
Why?
course. Just before that, by the way, right? When you see this setup of 4 characters are in a hallway, a demo dog is about to run at them, it's like you can picture this enormous, thick force field around the 2 characters that the show cares about.
Yep.
Meanwhile, the 2 soldiers with weaponry, it's like, oh, they're dead. The 2 nameless people are about to become faceless as well. It's just like...
Yeah.
It's so annoyingly predictable. And you're like, why would the Demodog do that? And you could tell the Duffers or Sean Levy didn't think about this for very long. It's like, I don't know, he just fucking attacks them. Fuck you. That's it. It's great. Spooky. Scary. Bye, guys. Like, no one will care about
Sorry,
you.
You just have no moral consideration whatsoever. Just get torn to shreds.
And, like, for
No
the
one cried
record,
for
this
you.
sounds maybe a little bit of a stretch, but I mean, you could definitely defend it. They die giving time for our heroes to escape.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, for sure.
They
Just
do.
putting it out there,
They
like,
absolutely
but
do.
like, no, as we said, no consideration will be given to them. They probably had people who care about them. It doesn't matter though.
It's like they take their time with those soldiers. It's not just about like taking them out. Because again, I think we can at this point conclude that these guys just don't feed on humans. Like that's not a thing at this point. So why
I've said
just
this before, the soldier's like ontologically evil, and any action they take is a justifiable murder.
Oh, they tried
Like,
to do
the
that
safe-
a prior moment, right, where they're like being rough with her and they're not taking her seriously. It's like we got to try. They should have called her sweetheart. I think that would have really, locked it in as like they should die. Have them
True.
smoke as well.
So they all run away. Lucas gets into he picks up Max, gets her into the elevator, and the doors close just in time before the Demodogs run in and murder everyone. So back, and then we're going to start jumping back and forward a little bit. So memory store mines, Max and Holly, they're tunneling through some rocks to try and reach the big red room. They have to squeeze through the last tiny little gap, but they just about make it. We cut back to the hospital. Karen, she grabs an oxygen bottle from her room. I love Karen.
By the way,
She's such an amazing character.
The dogs run in from both directions toward our heroes, and then they both just fucking dart the wrong way. And
Yep.
it's like, oh, it's because they're not after us. Like, you fuck off.
They weren't after the military either. They're cheating.
Yeah, just fuck off.
So then we sort of get another, season 2 had its big Jurassic Park ripoff moment. We're sort of doing one of those leading up here as well. So Lucas bumps into Robin and Vicky. They all get Max down into the laundry room, but the exit's locked and they're trapped. So they hide behind a big vent thing.
By the way,
and they sort of...
a really quick pet peeve. I hate it in everything, because it does happen in pretty much everything. Whenever someone's got an IV or a line of any kind in hospital, they always tear it out every time. They never just take it out. You can just take it
Yeah.
out. You don't. Tearing it out is actually a
No,
horribly
it's
bad
not.
idea.
Mhm.
They
Yeah,
always fucking
Let's just
tear
make
it.
it way more painful. Way more
Why?
painful. and
It's like it's
dangerous.
dramatic, and you're like, yeah, but that's stupid. It's really stupid.
Just pull it out.
You don't need to go. Whoosh, yeah, I'm a hero.
No, but she's awesome. Karen Wheeler, she's awesome.
Karen Wheeler's almost as awesome as Nancy Wheeler.
Yeah, almost. And
Almost.
way cooler than what's Ted? Way cooler than that.
Yep.
Fuck.
I'm sorry, Ted.
Where's
Who
Ted?
who cares about Ted? Is he even in the hospital? Probably not, because that's not where ill people go.
Also, I love how empty this hospital is. No one's here.
Well, it's the same hospital, isn't it,
Three
from season 3, where like it was like loads of nasty shit's already happened here, and then it just recovers immediately. Like no one will ever know that this happened. All the doctors who saw it, they'll just forget everything after the season ends. It's just how this hospital works. It's uniquely it has this amnesia field over people.
Also,
Um,
yeah. Also, I love how there are no questions about how Karen Wheeler got her. This is like a small town, right? There's just like a bunch of conspiracy stuff. Like even fucking Twilight is smarter than this, because there's a moment, right, where can you imagine? These people get like hunted by the vampires, and that movie dedicates time to questioning like the police or like what is this animal that is like doing this to people, because this is not, what is this creature, how could this happen, right? But no, Stranger Things, just doctors, police. I mean, I guess the government is somewhat involved, but doctors, why isn't there a question of how the fuck did this woman get these types of, like wounds?
She tripped
I
and
mean,
fell
No,
on her
I
own
think
shit.
it's a fair point. It's like, so you're saying she was found inside the house with her throat basically torn out with massive like gashes.
It was
all
11.
and all of this things destroyed like in the house. You know, the furniture and everything, walls like smashed in, and it's just like, no, it's chill. Just hook her up, put her in there, no questions asked.
mhm.
Yeah, and as Mona mentioned, the military theory is that 11 is responsible for that. The doctors have no theory because they are not on screen long enough to need one, I guess.
Imagine like doctor or some like I don't know, Hopper's replacement chef, like policeman. I don't think chef is pronounced that way, but comes up and is like, what is this? And the government people go 11, and
Yeah, man.
Hopper's replacement is like, what's 11? What the
What's
fuck are you
11?
and they're like, this little girl.
So, worth mentioning that they're now on the clock, right? So they are hiding in the equivalent of the Jurassic Park kitchen. They're being hunted by demodogs, and things are looking bleak. They're trapped. There's no way out. So, it's and Max is unconscious in their arms, and she's a pretty dead weight at this moment in time. So, clock's very much ticking, and we're not So they go hunting the demodogs through the laundry room, and we cut back to the Holly and Max and find that they found their way into the big old red world, and they just sort of go for a casual walk, which at the moment you think fair enough. I guess maybe they don't know about this being incredibly time sensitive, even though they do know, because Max has already made this mistake once when she last was here and decided not to run straight for the portal and ended up getting trapped for 2 more years. But they're going for a little walk through it while the demodogs do their hunt. The demodogs then get distracted by a washing machine beep, and they go over to look into the washing machine. It's a little bit like the kitchen again in Jurassic Park, but then inside there is an oxygen canister, and the temperature is on hot, and the oxygen canister explodes, and they all die. And the heroes, they walk out, and they're quite confused as to what happenings this was. And who should be standing there emerging from the smoke in a fucking boss pose but Karen fucking Wheeler.
She does the Luke Skywalker payoff from the Bando Season 2.
She does.
It was me.
Oh, no.
I did this. So again, a new contender for the stupidest thing that's ever happened. We're supposed to believe Karen was woken up by the lights flickering and decided, you know what? I'm going to go to exactly the right room and floor of this hospital and take a bunch of fucking... Well, I guess it's just the one canister, right? It's not multiple.
I think it's just the one.
So she grabs the one, knowing whatever room this crazy shit is taking place in, I will defend people with this. And then she walks up and, presumably, I guess, ahead of time, or stealthily, ninjally, gets this into the dryer, whatever it is, and sets it up and then walks away, hoping to distract the demodogs such that it'll blow them all up, not blow up any of the friendlies, and just work out perfectly.
Yeah,
That's
just
pretty
none
insane.
Of the shrapnel, nothing, tags them at all. Yeah, no, it's pretty retarded, isn't it?
I don't. There's so
awesome.
many insane contrivances that have to happen to make this possible. They didn't give a fuck.
No.
They really thought this was awesome. They're so cringe, man. The Duffer Brothers.
Yeah.
They really are.
On
Like,
Sean
very
Levy, I guess.
cringy
This is a big old
storytellers.
collaboration, this bit.
Oh, yes, that's true. That's true. I like how they even show all of the shrapnel that's flying around. It's like, nah, it's all good. It's all good, man.
Yeah, don't worry about it.
They were like cowering, so it's all right. Even though she would have no reason to know that they know what the fuck is up. Like, one of them could have been standing up and then just got shredded by all of this glass. Like
every way
Spider-Man 2.
you picture this, it's like, so Karen hobbles her way in, not knowing anything that's going on. She sees the demodogs stalking around. They don't spot her, they don't smell her, they don't hear her. And she's like, I know. I'll open this machine, set it up, put this in, and by the time it heats up, they'll be distracted by it and it'll blow up and kill them all, and I'll have hobbled away. This will work perfectly, and it does.
I mean, I already complained during the house attack with the wine bottle.
Yeah.
Because, like, why is Karen? Because it just does not track. She is not supposed to know anything. She already acts like she knows what's going on with the Upside Down and the Demodogs and Demogorgons. Though she wouldn't. Like, she wouldn't have reacted like that in the first place. She would be running for her life. She would be screaming. She would be too shocked to move. She wouldn't be like, oh, let me fight this thing, right? She just rationalizes it like in a moment, and she's fine. She's good to go. But here, like then first thing she wakes up in the hospital and she's like, okay,
It's
Demodogs.
time. Yeah, I know what to
I
do.
just like, how the fuck did you how did you conclude any of this? How did you know what to do or where to go, or why would you do that? Why would you assume that? You first of all, you should be like shaking from shock, and not because you're a woman, but because this is a lot of information to take in in very quickly, and also you should be mortally wounded right now, right? You should not. But yeah, anyway, yeah, it's crazy that she can, she's a lot, I guess, calmer person than me, because this would fry my brain.
It does. So the heroes temporarily haven't been saved. They have no idea if any more Demodogs are coming after them. So they should still be in a rush. We then go back to the giant red place, the nature of which is still entirely unclear to me. I don't know what this place is, where it is, how it functions, whatever. The portal, though, is open, as they see. They hear the music. They hear Kate Bush running up that hill, and you would think that now might be the time to start running, because remember what happened the last time you didn't do that? But they decide no, because it is time to record an entire podcast episode.
Which has, in turn, ended up being something that Sadie Sink said about this scene in retrospect, right?
Yep. She said she didn't realize at the time how long it was taking. And in hindsight, maybe she should have rushed.
Really stupid again, but hey, this one on the stupid list can't compete with the other major stupids, but it's pretty bad.
It's quite bad, and as well considering what it amounts to. So this is the part where, having led this small child into immense danger, Max turns around and says, "Oh yeah, by the way, you can't come." Because that's not how this works.
This is extremely funny to watch first time around, because we knew this mechanically, but
she knows this.
Max is gonna have to abandon Holly, but she's gonna have to figure out a way to make that not sound horrible. I gotta go,
because otherwise she might be like, "Wait a minute." Wait, hold on.
I thought like we were kind of a team, and I thought that my assistance is the reason you're able to get out. Can't you help me? And Max is like, no. I am. So that's my portal. You've got your own.
It's your own journey. You have to go. You tread a different path, okay? And this is mine, and it's okay. You'll be. It is pretty funny. It's like you're really setting her up to fail. Not the degree to which she's been set up to fail is revealed, like to be beyond what you would have even expected. Like it's already one thing of like, oh, so I'm just gonna like get teleported to like a hell dimension. It's like, sure, but I mean, it's even worse than that. It's worse than
this is multi-layered in Max's deception. I'm sorry, there's no other way you can justify this, like what's happening. Max should know. First of all, she has no idea what is the key to getting Holly out. She's just guessing. Secondly, doesn't know where that's going to be. Like, it seems that this portal keeps appearing in the same place for Max. Maybe there's one for fucking Holly. Who knows? Thirdly, even if it works and gets her out, Max gets to see exactly where she's going in the arms of the people who love her. Yeah. You're so uncertain. It's probably best you don't wake up right now, actually. But
what would have happened if they had entered the other portal? Like, what if they tried to do that? Would that have just like bounced them away, or you know what I mean? Like, what about that as an element too?
It's the point being,
like.
Max has no idea how any of this works for Holly, but Max knows she's got to go. So bye. Like it's really kind of, it's borderline. Like I'm not even saying that. I think the scene's actually better if Max says like, "I'm sorry." Like I have to go.
Yeah, and she's there like, no, don't leave, and she's running away.
And it could actually be something you could use. They're all like, Max, it's amazing you're back, blah, 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 and then Max has to be like, I left to. Like, I had to. I'm sorry, I left to. And, like, saying it to Mike, you know, just like, yeah, I could have probably... And, yeah, just to have someone confront her on it. It's like, you abandoned her to save yourself. It's not great.
Well, because I guess to bring it up now, the show will kind of acknowledge this as being a reality, but not to the extent that we're talking about right now. And the show's view is obviously not negative towards Max. It's like, you know, she's just being hard on herself. When of course the truth is, like, she knows what's about to happen, which is that she's gonna get to go home and presumably wake up as a cripple. Obviously, we'll get to that next episode. But what's her name is gonna just get spawned in hell, basically. And it's like, good luck, you're on your own.
At least she feels guilty about it later. It's like, but that's kind of the sneaky way the writers have done this. You don't have to have her address this choice for what it is at the time, right? It bails her out. She believes like, no, we're both cool, it's great. And then later in retrospect, like, oh, that maybe wasn't fantastic.
And like, she's not. You can't argue that she doesn't understand that, because she's having a big conversation with Holly about what's going to happen. Like, she knows what's about to happen, that she's going to get basically spawned in hell. And so it's like, you know,
like, she's the only person in the world who does, because she's the only person who's ever done this before. Like, Max is the only person you can't make an ignorance defense of, because she's already portaled back into her own body once.
And there's alternate suggestions of there is no going back for Max. Like, her body is destroyed. It's that she exists now as a remnant in Vecna's mind, and that she does what she can to save Holly, to prevent Holly from having the same fate. And that, you know, destroying Vecna will destroy Max would be another stakes thing that would be kind of cool. You know, just like good as like a consequence. You know, that's her lost forever. But again, the Duffers have no balls.
Nope.
I do feel like it's worth again noting, what is the mechanic like if they went into the other like portal, like if they switched, what would have happened?
I mean,
like, what if Max maybe went to the Holly portal and then Holly
I guess she just walks through it and nothing happens, because
I guess.
Or she
but it just feels like
another person's body
right there. But
Max's body wakes up and they're like, Max, and she's like, no, I'm Holly. You're like, wait, what?
Well, here's the thing, though. If that was the way it works, that would mean that Max would be able to essentially use a greater amount of knowledge about how everything works to maybe save Holly. Like, and then they could figure out, like, all right, well, how do we sort this problem out, like, later? You know what I mean? Rather than, like, well, no, you could just get teleported into hell, and you could sort of just figure that out while I get to sort of be comfortable at home, you know, surrounded by all of her friends.
I mean, it's Max. Mars, right? Like, the only way you can justify this is like if Max was trying to like deceive Holly, because this entire plot should have been scrapped. Because again, like, if I was in Max's place, the obvious conclusion you will drive to is that Vecna kidnapped this kid, so he probably has her physical body.
Yeah.
So the first thing I would be like, you know what? I'm going to get you to a safe place in Henry's mind, going to like somewhere that you're going to be safe in the cave, whatever, as long as you remain here, because you're much safer here, because thankfully to Duffers, there's no Demogorgons here. There's no Demodogs. Nothing can harm you aside from Henry. If we hide you and other kids from Henry, that would be my main objective. And also, like, it wouldn't even be to get out of that place, because now I have other people to protect and I'm, you know, the most knowledgeable here. Why would I want to get out of this place when there's so many kids that still need my defending? Also, like, if she could smuggle Holly out of here, why do we not give a shit about other kids who are still trapped? You know, it's just so shitty for Max. It's really fucking bad.
Well, yeah, I mean, she's essentially used her in order to save herself.
Yep.
But it's like, but she does give Holly like a speech about, you know, you can be brave, and it's like that makes up for it. That just totally
she teaches
makes up
her.
for
I
it.
think that is the show's mindset, because she teaches her how to get out of this realm. It absolves Max of responsibility for sending her out of this realm and into hell, which he doesn't.
To mention that, for all she knows, could be filled with monsters. And of
Well,
course,
and also,
as, we
as
find
far as I'm
out,
concerned, this is still just
it's gonna dip on that.
speculation. All of the shit she says about how to get out of it, even the mental scape. As Nutsa said, what should have happened is she puts his safe in the cave and then says, like, I'll get out and I'll tell them how to get you out.
I actually, I mean, that would be much better than this as well. I actually quite like the idea that you can contrive some form of, like, they both get here and Max sacrifices herself to get Holly out. I think
No,
that's
yeah,
big. I mean, Max
this-
is underutilized from this point. It's not quite as bad as Jonathan, but Max has not much to do after this point in the season.
That's a fair point. Fair point. She's kind of just like, yeah, no, we got you out. It's all good. And you can sort of provide a little bit of information about what's going on, but you're not really going to be playing an active role in the story going forward. But I mean, such is the case when you have way too many characters and you keep adding new ones.
And then
You run out of time.
when the portal appears for Holly, it gets even funnier because then it's just like, all right, let's continue talking, even though both of our exits are now available.
Also, like another thing about this portal appearing, what is shown there? It's funny to me because I saw like some guy was making a skit. I just saw a short of like this scene, but he sort of made it so the portal appeared, and because Max sees her actual body, right? She sees where she is and whatever. Like at least that's how it was in season 4. I don't remember what she sees here, like her in a hospital or something. If this was consistent, right? When this portal appears, Holly should see herself in this, like, with this.
Yeah, why would it be third person?
Mouth. And that's what this guy did, and he played it so, like, once the Holly sees herself in that state, she's like, "No, I'm not going there. I'm not going there."
Why would
And
it
that's
be third person either?
should have
Like,
played
why
out.
would
But
it
no,
be an
they
omniscient camera?
I don't know, but
Yeah, and they, conveniently, this portal does not show, for some reason, Holly her physical reality. It just, I don't know what it shows. It's like some abstraction of her face or something like that. It's like abstracted just enough so they don't get the information that Holly is in this like terrible place with the tube in her mouth and completely stranded and alone. But, that's so convenient that that's not communicated to them right away in that moment.
Well,
them
yes,
to-
because the misunderstanding is like, oh, it'll be in the upside down, so it's all good. And of course, the reveal is, ooh, no, but we've learned new things.
well, just the cope of like, hey, so when you wake up, you just got to get back to Hawkins through, the wherever you are is upside down to the regular upside down to Hawkins. All right, good stuff.
Well, she should probably tell her about like demogorgons and stuff.
Well,
It's like,
there's-
you got to watch out for these monsters that have like.
It
teeth.
doesn't match. It's bullshit. Max is fucking with her. She knows she won't be able to do this, but she's saying it as like you got a plan. We're good. Bye.
Well, I suppose what's funny is that sort of included in this speech is meant to be sort of the Holly arc, right? Of like you've got an inner strength and you need to find it, but obviously we're not doing the payoff for that yet. She's been given it, and it's meant to be like, yeah, now she's going to be brave. But as you're going to see in episode 7, it's undermined completely. It all goes to shit, as you would expect.
They also don't entertain that she could wake up and just not be able to move at all, like at all.
That's
Not even.
true.
And then
I mean,
of course
is there any
Vecna would be
reason why
like,
she'd be able
"Oh,
to
you're awake.
escape?
Go back to sleep."
Yeah. So, which with more steps is essentially what happens.
Yes.
To give it away, this is pointless. It's basically a dead end for Holly.
Mm-hmm. And also, like, I can't stop thinking about Sadie Sink's comment on this because, like, when she said that they're giving a podcast, and she also said that it didn't seem that way at the time of shooting that. And I'm like, what did it seem like? What was written on that
I
page?
guess-
Like, what was written in that script? And also, what were your directions? How were you directed? How did you not know?
It
that
might
you
have been
had
like
to get this?
they tried multiple things to say. They had multiple takes, and so she just assumed as a normal, day that this would get cut down or something.
I guess, but like this entire monologue that she gives, how is that not communicated? I'm just like, how are these directors functioning?
For all we
And I
know, it
mean,
literally
knowing-
said like they talk in the script, and then
Yeah,
they just came
for
with a bunch
sure.
of random stuff, and they were like, "Yeah, we'll make that work. Don't worry."
hmm From what we've seen from documentary, I don't think that's a stretch to say.
That documentary, man, it's so much better than the Marvel ones. It does. It's just
The content is insane. Yeah.
The fact that they had the ability to actually watch it and didn't want anything cut out of it.
Yeah,
was
they
just, like,
approved
awesome.
it. The Duffers are insane.
There are so many things that are like, because obviously the Marvel stuff has, like he's writing it as he goes along, right? Which is pretty funny. And one of those things of like, wow, why'd you leave that in there? But the Stranger Things documentary is just, it's brimming with things that they shouldn't have said and shouldn't have included because it makes them look like idiots. I don't know I don't know what they were thinking.
I think it's a matter of
realize it makes it worse, right? It's I don't think they understand what we understand those clips to mean.
Remember, season 4 was pretty well praised. They probably came off a high of being like, we do amazing, so we can kind of be humble and say, yeah, we fuck up sometimes, and we worry, and we don't even care about writing, really. It's like, uh-oh.
I think that just confirms, if it wasn't already confirmed, they critically lack critical thinking skills.
And self-awareness.
Yes.
We talk about how they recreate the running thing again. It looks just
awful.
Well,
that's where we go to now, right? It's like this all ends in much the same way as that season 4 episode does, running up that hill place, running out of the big red place. But something's just not quite right about this one. It's besides the fact that it's cheap repetition, and now you've got 2 people doing it instead of 1. But it's everything, like the way it's shot, filmed, lit. I think that the absence of anybody chasing them, obviously, that makes the season 4 much more effective. But it's like yeah.
And just playing the fucking song again and having them clearly jog. It's not a run.
Yeah, they're not running very fast. Because maybe it wasn't a very big set. If they ran too fast, we're like, oh shit, no, we run out of space. But yeah, it doesn't look that desperate.
Oh man.
Oh my gosh.
It's a green screen. Just stick them on a treadmill. Like you wouldn't need to have a set.
And someone put. I just saw side by side from season 4 and season 5, and I think there's a lot of cinema problems with how visually with the scene, but I think the main thing that stands out is just how badly lit they are, because they're so white against this background that is all red or yellowish. It's just that they're completely illuminated.
See the studio lights. You feel like the studio lights are there, in the background, rather than being in the actual hell dimension. It's a bit too. It ain't red enough, which is funny because you look at it and it's like, that's pretty red. It's like, yeah, it's still not red enough. It's it's not right.
In season 4, Max completely blends in. She has red hues on her, and it's just she's not lit as fucking exposure is not cranked up so bad. Yeah.
$400 million, guys.
Also,
$400 million.
It says heart monitor beeping. It's the last sound you hear. She's not hooked up to anything though, Max, right now, right?
No, she's been entirely, and the heart monitor would always be beeping. She's not dead. Her heart is still beating. She's unconscious.
Well, the use of mise en scène to show when she was getting closer, when she was connected to it, it beeped more quickly and the vitals were spiking, and I think they've just forgotten they unplugged her from that.
Yeah, look, she's sitting in the laundry, surrounded
I thought so. I was like, hang on,
and everything with Lucas. That is where she wakes up.
Lucas just dragged the heart monitor thing.
Yeah,
it needs to.
That's really stupid. That's really dumb.
Another one down, though.
Yep.
And that was faster.
7. It was. See, we're making progress.
We're
now on the penultimate one, the one before the last one. Epic episode 7, the one that... Is this still now the lowest rated of all Stranger Things episodes? I know it was for a time.
Oh, I would have thought the finale was, is it not?
Yeah, me too.
I actually don't know. Maybe.
I could be wrong. I just guessed. I assumed. I actually didn't know.
Let's find out.
It's very funny, though, regardless.
It is apparently, no, it's still this one. This is the lowest rated one.
Oh, okay.
Well, strap in, folks, huh? What would happen in this episode to cause that kind of rating?
Can't possibly say. Can't imagine. We'll find out. So, Max, she wakes up in hospital with Lucas, and he's standing over her with Robin, Vicky, Karen Weeder, and a bunch of other people she's never seen before in her life. So... Vicky
Most of these
explains.
people don't matter to her.
I do love
They don't.
we see an example of this. I don't even want to spoil it because it's so funny. There's a point where two characters are with each other, and one of the duffers says, "Wait, have you two been on screen with each other before?" And they have
It's
to
right
tell
at the
him
end.
because he doesn't
Yeah.
know. I think that's the case for the majority of the time they're fucking filming this. That the characters are just like, "Wait, have we? Is anyone tracking any of this?" It's just like, nope. Just go with
In
it.
that particular example, though, it's even worse because like those two, like
Yes,
that
yeah.
entire scene rests on this relationship, and they
Yeah.
just noticed that they've never met. It's it's a choice.
Highlights a huge fucking flaw that they should have, but you know, it's whatever. We'll get there in 4 hours. That's my guess.
Maybe. We'll see. So you might be thinking what ill effects Max is suffering from, having been A, broken by Wegner and B, in a coma for basically 2 years. And it's just like she's kind of like Neo. So like Vicky explains that she hasn't used her eyes or her muscles for ages, so it'll take her a little while to adjust, but she will. But it does mean that she gets to spend the rest of this season in wheels, so doing nothing. It's great.
She's a Zoomer.
Also,
She's
like,
a Zoomer.
why didn't they commit? If they were gonna have Sadie in a wheelchair this whole time, why just not break her limbs? Like, come on.
Because
want
they
a
didn't know what they were
happy ending
doing.
Where she, I think it's like, well, it can't be a happy ending if she's a cripple. Like that
No, I'm
wouldn't
saying-
be a happy ending.
I'm saying
Yeah.
they didn't know what they were doing in season 4. They had no idea what they were going to do with her when they made season 4.
No.
In
Because
retrospect, though,
learn
they might have broken just her arms and then said, "Don't worry, they got better."
Yeah, they got fixed up.
If your legs don't work and you're in a wheelchair, sorry, but you're going to be unhappy ever after. There's no happiness in the world
That's
for
right.
you. You don't
No,
get
Timmy
the happy
could-
ending.
Timmy and Jimmy could never find happiness for themselves because,
Nope.
one of them in a wheelchair, one of them his legs don't work so well. It's not like comedy can, save us. I'm obviously talking about from South Park.
Yes.
Timmy and Jimmy, they're pretty
Mhm.
happy, but I guess the Duffer Brothers are like, no, they're just living in a delusion. This delusion that they could ever be happy when their legs don't
And
work.
Every single thing you have to say about any function for Max's body, including her eyes, all it is she got better. She got better. She got better. She got better.
Even though she said that she couldn't see before she,
yeah,
went to a little death
she was
coma thing.
dying. You can't trust what she was saying.
So she says, the whole time I didn't need Kate Bush at all. I just needed Lucas. And this is a lie.
Well, that's not true. That is not true.
Not at all. Then the rest of the group turns up and everyone's very emotional. And Robin explains to them how fucking Karen Wheeler exploded a bunch of demodogs. And it's fantastic. And
We were talking about this when we were first watching it. And we're like, well, no, it's not really the music. They don't need the music. I'm going to have to keep replaying the music. But they kind of needed the music.
yes.
No, like if you go back and look at like how
Every instance
what's
has
his
involved the
name?
music.
Yeah, what's his name escaped because he heard the music in his own house.
Yep.
Creel, the father. No, it's definitely the music.
It's how it worked in this season earlier. The first time Max saw the portal, it closed when the tape stopped. Lucas, she can't
This
say,
is
"Oh,
where
I only
they-
needed you, Lucas." Lucas was there the whole time.
On one hand, they shouldn't have made it only the music, which you can definitely
Exactly.
still work with keeping everything in Dear Billy the way that it is. But this season did not do a good job, and it insisted it was the music, and it was like, no, in reality it's not. And it's like, no, you've made it so it is, you fucking idiots. That's all it is, and you've spammed
It
Kate
didn't
Bush at
used
this
to
point.
be, but Kate Bush is like the key to everything. It's always Kate Bush. It's always that song. When the whole point was it was meant to be how music in general can sort of speak to people in that fundamental way. But you made it Kate Bush specifically. She has no other songs that work this way, no other memories, no other people. It was just Kate Bush. It's like, no, it wasn't. Yeah, it fucking was. You made it so. Idiots.
Also, like, I mean, I just remembered, Duffers are so lame because I think it was Winona Ryder who, like, asked or, like, introduced them to running up that hill. And she asked them to use it.
Oh, really?
I find ironic.
Anything
I think-
good was not the Duffers. Like, that's how it works.
I think I think it was her. I'm gonna check it, but pretty sure.
No, I mean, I believe you. I believe that.
There's one of those, I think, at the end of this season as well, when they played the David Bowie version of Heroes, and I think that was Joe Keery's suggestion. So
Mhm.
it's all the good choices.
And the problem is, a lot of the suggestions, it's not a matter of someone says something really good and the Duffers go, ooh, that is good, we'll have that. The Duffers just go, sure, to mostly everything you see people suggest. They're just like, yeah. Like, can my character
Mhm.
have a claw hand? And they're just like, yeah, sure.
Yeah,
Mhm.
why
Yeah, it
not?
was her, which is I find it ironic, kind of funny. Nothing is from Duffers ever. You'll
Nope,
learn.
sure isn't. So Max says, "Oh no, Vecna's going to be angry and he's going to try and find us again." And then Will sensibly asks, "Hey, you know Holly? Where is she?"
Max is like, oh man, I'm sure she's real safe because I took care of her. She's fine.
I love this. What happens to her is very funny. So she
Oh.
wakes up.
Probably worth mentioning too, Eleven's reaction is like, I am happy to see you, Max, when it's like, oh, I think the Duffers forgot those two are supposed to be like
Yeah.
really close.
Really
They
good
were
friends.
Whoops.
Friends. It was one of the minor league shipping communities, I think, was 11 and Max. I can't remember what the name for it is, but I'm sure I saw it on Twitter. Because yeah, season 3, very close. They were good friends. Now it's just like, oh yeah, you're back. Nice to see you. Hello.
Yeah.
'Cause,
Spend the scene kind of just meh about it, and it's just like, And that's the thing, I didn't even like a lot of that, like, force shit in season... That's 3, right? They
that
do
is 3, yeah.
Yeah, I don't like season 3 really at all. But it's like, you gotta remember this shit, Duffers is awkward and embarrassing when you don't.
I'm trying to actually remember now if they have a single conversation, the two of them, between now and the end of this season. I
Well,
don't
it's not
think
like
that they do.
It's not like Max was a close friend that died and that 11 managed to reconnect her to a spirit or something that allowed her to stay alive briefly such that they could bring her back to life fully. It's not like there's a conversation to be had about that. It's more like,
No.
okay, that's done, moving on.
It is wasted opportunity once again. So Holly, though, she is up. She's awake. She's up in this other strange place that, as yet, we do not yet know the proper name or nature of, according to the show. So she manages to rip the alien reference off her face, and she vomits out some mind flayer gas because it's that easy to do that.
Oh,
Season 2, definitely not.
Yeah,
Season
they've
5,
been
it's
fucking
fine.
around with this shit. Everyone's just... It's like they knew, oh yeah, we got to account for the stupid gas. It's like, but how are we going to get it? We're not going to have everybody get, hooked up to a heater and strapped and then tortured until it just comes out. It just comes out. It's
Yeah.
Don't worry about it. I'm surprised we even got that. I'm surprised they didn't just say like, oh no, there's no gas to worry about because they haven't been under his spell long enough or something.
Or just the gas does something else. It's just not used for this purpose. Like, it's not how you stick people in memory world. There are so many, because it's so ambiguous. You can make it mean whatever you want it to mean as long as you're consistent in what you deploy, which they are not. But so she wakes up and she looks up and she sees Vecna sort of suspended from the roof underneath
one
the weird...
thing. We have a vintage sort of bit of content here that you can't see on the streaming service anymore, and that is a certain brand icon is on her arm that should not be there. See that? Whoops. A little bit of body armor. They've scrubbed it out since, but we got the original.
Part of Conformity Gate.
No.
Yeah. They made sure to fix that immediately.
Yeah. Why haven't they fixed the color on the dial? It's pretty easy to do.
Yeah, true.
Oh well.
This is like Starbucks cup from Game of Thrones. But
And
I do
wonder
growing
about
as time went on.
Stuff like this. I thought they pay people to go frame by frame. I thought that was the point on a bazillion-dollar production. Hope somebody got fired for this blunder.
If I was that person in this for the show, I would be like,
you'd be like, I'm under a lot of pressure. Okay, I work nights and days, and I'm doing it hours on end. I miss one thing. What, are you gonna fire me? And they're like, yes. And you're like, oh.
But yeah, I find it funny that they actually went back and fixed this. I think there's like some kind of charm to the fact that there could be like such mistakes. It's just
yeah.
Well, they probably got threatened by Under Armour saying, we do not want to be associated with this absolute shit show. Please take us out. And so they had to.
Well, it just makes you question, why couldn't they go back and fix the scripts? If they're going to put that kind of
yeah.
Oh, well.
It's interesting.
Vecna,
yeah, sorry.
After you.
No, I just meant to say, like, if at some point with the streaming services now that they're capable of it, like, if I was an actress or if some actress or actor is like, airbrush me out of this. And
They just
they
changed my face like I'm
actually-
Kevin Spacey.
Yeah.
Just to be clear as well, if she just manages to stab Vecna in the heart here, it's kind of game over for him, right?
Well, that's an open question because do we know that normal stabbing will work there, or is it just teeth that he's weak to? Those teeth that he seems to be surrounded by.
Or is it
Maybe
that
they're
in
his weakness.
combination with decapitation too? You know, you need the full set.
Could be. Mm. Then she goes outside and we get this wonderful, glorious panning shot. The Mind Flayer, as everyone remembers, likes it cold, so it lives in a huge desert, and I don't understand why.
And for the record, of course, you can have cold deserts. You can also have
Usually
an
at
alien
night.
world where everything works differently. But this, as everyone's pointed out, not very intuitive for the audience. Bit weird,
Simple
actually.
way of improving it would be to show Holly's breath misting as she breathes to show how very cold this world is, or have her shiver and note how cold it is. Then you could at least sort of do something to tell the audience, hey, this place might not look cold, but it really, really is. Or you could just design it so it actually looks like what it's supposed to be.
Mhm.
Ice planet, that would be cool. Cooler than generic piss filter yellow
They
place.
couldn't do that because then both places would be blue, and then the people who are on their phones wouldn't know what planet they're
Oh
on.
no, that's so fuck yeah, good point. Damn, if only they'd thought of that.
You know what? It should have been the same place. We should never have left upside down. It's such a better, like, conceptually so much better than this shit. What is this? What's the purpose of this? There's a giant spider.
Also, so this
Yes.
is like the idea is it's some planet that exists in a different universe, or that it's distant in the same universe, and that the wormhole flesh walls connect it. So we're just lucking out that it's breathable for humans.
Yep,
Cool.
because otherwise Henry would have died when he got sent there.
Yeah, that would suck.
Or, you know, that they're not being exposed to a substantial amount of radiation, that when they get back to Earth, they're going to start melting.
Oh, and also, yeah, because someone just mentioned it. This place is called the Pain Tree, in case anyone didn't know. That's
Is that what it's called for real?
yeah, that's the
Yeah.
Pain Tree.
That's a really bad name.
That's a
It
really
is a
bad
really
name.
bad name. It's not a fucking tree, as we learn later. I saw a bunch of people theorizing, oh, this is like the corpse of the Mind Flayer, so that's what happened to
The
it. No,
I wish.
better if it was, but no.
Correct me if
So,
I'm wrong, Nick. You, when watching this, said, "I swear to God, if that's the Mind Flayer, I'm so totally done with this show."
Yeah, I was like, dude, what the fuck?
Mm.
I was like, that's obviously the fucking Mind Flayer, right? Like, that's, Jesus Christ, dude. Well, we also were talking about why they invented Vecna. I think we mentioned this earlier in a different episode. It's like, I don't know if, like, it would look good if they're just fighting this gigantic kaiju monster.
They already
Well, it
did
didn't
it
look
in season 3.
Yeah, but that's not...
It's not gigantic
that was-
enough.
Yeah, it's still ridiculous, and the kids are shooting it with fireworks, and I mean, I hate that season, and it's bad. But, like, there's no way the show can end fighting a gigantic fucking spider, right?
No, and that's why conformity gators. We'll keep making reference to them. I feel for you. I understand why you're thinking this. It's honestly fueled by it couldn't possibly be this bad. That's not possible. And you're like, I know how you feel. I do.
So awful. So awful.
So Holly runs off and Vecna gets lowered from the ceiling and he goes after her. But we jump away now. Nancy and Jonathan stuck in the now solid cum room. They hear a banging on the wall, and it's fine though because it's just Steve bashing his way in with a fire extinguisher. And so they have a big hug.
Okay.
And Dustin gives Nancy he says, like, is that a weird thing? I don't know where that dialogue comes from. Dustin hugs Nancy and asks if it was weird. I don't know why, but it doesn't matter. So they all agree that the shield generator, probably wasn't a shield generator after all. And Nancy says, well, maybe you should have told us that earlier, because nothing's ever Nancy's fault. She didn't have to shoot it, but she did because they didn't tell her not to. Dustin and Steve say, well, we did try, the radio was broken. And Nancy asks what she did shoot then, if it wasn't the shield generator. And this is when we get Dustin explaining the contents of Brenner's notebook in a bit more detail than the last episode. So, as far as I was able to interpret what he said, Brenner created the thing. Brenner created, via science, the giant ball of death that was holding the dimensions together. I don't understand this because I thought 11 created it when she went through the dimensions. Why did Brenner do it? How? What? Like, how did it exist without the dimensional wall? Did Brenner take the upside down and then build a thing that leads to the abyss from it? What does that mean? I don't get it. Am I wrong? Did I misinterpret it?
Unfortunately, I don't have subtitles for this episode, and if they're actually claiming that Brenner created... Are they saying it like he created it as 11 created it, but he created it in the sense that it's his project, or...
Well, it's in his thing, and like he says in the last episode, it was created by science. And here he's explaining the notebook. I've got these episodes. Let me see if I've actually got the subtitles for these anywhere. Let me first see if I can actually remember where the fuck I saved them. There they are.
Because I don't understand for a fucking minute. I assumed it was the creation of the Upside Down that gets you the ball of death in the center. Anyway, like it's a part of the whole structure. Yeah. Which, by the way, of course, is their way of giving us a way to take down the Upside Down, which was never established prior because they were like, fuck, we got to end this story.
Don't have subtitle files. Hold on, I do have Netflix. I could find it on Netflix. Is it important enough for me to look, or should we move on?
I mean, you know, it's whatever. None of this makes any sense anyway.
I have no idea what's going on with the world building of the world building. I say like, it's not even. I don't know what is this. There's no building going on here. They're just worlds.
Well, all of this stuff is just to set up it's like what am I thinking about with? Oh yeah, it's like Game of Thrones. It's when they establish that you can, if you knock out one of the White Walkers, it'll knock out every single zombie they've created. Similarly, if you knock out the Night King, you knock out all the White Walkers and you knock out all the zombies. They introduced that as a mechanic really late because the writer's like, oh fuck, how do we even win? Like, how do we end this? How do we get rid of the Upside Down? You know, like, what if there was a giant ball of energy that allows it to exist, and if you hit it hard enough, boom. What about that? It's like, yeah, that'll work. Fuck it.
Well, I was trying to find... It's probably going to take me a little while. I'll find it for later. But from what I understood of what the explanation was, it was because like all the information comes from Brenner's notebook, and it's made by science, and that actually the giant... Like, 11 didn't make the giant ball of death, so... maybe I misinterpreted it. I thought he said it was Brenner, but doesn't particularly matter, I suppose. But the upshot of all of that is that Holly is not anywhere in the Upside Down. She's somewhere else, and we go to that somewhere else, and we see her. She's running away from Vecna, and she trips.
Who for some reason is very slowly walking toward her, as though it's not extremely important that he get her. Like,
yeah, well,
you know the way she falls. If she had hit one of the rocks on her way down, she could have just died outright. Right. So what I'm saying is, he knows that it's dangerous, but he's just like he's plodding along, like, Holly, what you doing? Don't be silly.
If she does do something, well, in her defense, it's not very silly because she can't possibly understand that this is what happens. But it makes Max very silly for not anticipating something disastrous like this might happen. So she trips and like she falls over, and like she just happens to have stumbled over a rift to the Upside Down, and before Vecna can catch her, she jumps into it. And then it turns out,
was it maybe he can't run? It's like, yeah, if only he had some kind of power that allowed him to at distance be able to do things like a kinetic like thing with a television telekinetic something. I don't know. Who knows? Could be anything.
It could indeed be anything. So she falls over. She jumps into this rift thing, and so she's now falling from a great height to her certain death. And it just happens that she's doing this above Hawkins' lab, so inside they can hear her screaming in terror.
Which they shouldn't be able to be honest with you.
No.
And she falls real fucking far. Like,
it's such a long way.
She should have been knocked out.
And this is probably my favorite cliffhanger in the entire series because there's just no way she can be saved. She's dead. But you know she won't be killed. So you're like, what are they gonna do? Are they gonna get an emergency trampoline and allow her to hit that and go boing? Or are they gonna maybe Nancy could shoot her and it will counter the force of her falling down. It'll counter out and neutralize, and then she'll land perfectly. That's something that could work.
Or something else. So, before we learn what the other thing is, we go away to a much more important plot line. It's Mr. Clark. Mr. Clark, the science teacher, he's building the telemetry tracker for Erica and also Murray for some reason. Asking no questions, he's just doing it because that's what he does. Then he releases some balloons, and apparently this gives like a signal for Dustin to use. This is all like part of the plan to locate the remaining people in the Upside Down. So like back in Hopper's cabin then, Will is remembering Vecna telling him he'd be a spy one last time, because remember that's what happened in the last episode, because we know that because he said it several times. Just in case we forgot though, Vecna, he used Will as his spy one last time. He's relieved to learn that Max is safe and that she escaped, but he's worried that today's going to be the day that Vecna's going to act, and she says, I never stood a chance against Vecna, and that's why Vecna chose me, because I'm weak and he could control me. I did write just Barb ? After my notes for this section. Because it's like, what? Anyone? No? I guess it doesn't matter. So he tries then to, like, still we're doing the whole building the Stranger Things Season 2 tunnels thing. And he's trying to explain how he was doing it. And then, like, that he's responsible for all the people the tunnels didn't kill. It's not true and doesn't matter. But then now, because that is the case, like, Will says, if he could do all of that with me, what could he do with 12 more of me? Which, again, not established that is what he has, but never mind. Joyce gives him a hug and he has a bit of a cry, but then, it's all fine. So the military then shows up at the hospital, and Max tells the group that she told Holly, to save herself, basically. But then they get a radio message from Erica, and they ignore Erica, which is a wise thing to do, and I wish we could all do it, but we can't. Now they have to get to the Wheeler house in the Upside Down because they figure that if Holly can escape, that's where she will go. So you might remember getting into the Upside Down from the right side up is pretty difficult, right? They had to go through all of that rigmarole of spying on a military base and coinciding there.
The crawl, bro.
The crawl, the whole thing. They had to jump on the back of military lorries to get in. There's no other way that they could possibly get in. Until that is, 11 says, well, why don't we just rip up a sheet from, one of the giant plates that they put down? Go in that way.
Yeah, I guess you could just do that. See, I thought you could do that anyway, but it wasn't until the show said you could do it that you could do it.
Yeah, so they have to try and explain all of the backstory to Karen very briefly in about 30 seconds because they haven't tried doing this before. But they're running out of time because the military's coming after them, and like the military hasn't built a perimeter around the hospital or anything, so like they will be able to escape, but they are coming. So there's not much time to fill Karen in on all of the blanks. She insists on coming because she wants to save her daughter, having just epically saved a bunch of people who are not her daughter. But Mike and Vicky say no, so she stays behind. And anyway, it's way more important because we've already got new characters on the team. We've got Vicky and Mr. Clark now, so we don't need Karen as well.
Who, Mr. Clark, wow, he's just on board, Wow.
You guys remember Ted was in this show?
I do.
Yeah.
Nobody cares. He's out.
So they go to meet up with Mr. Clark and Erica, and Mr. Clark knows about as much about any of this as Karen Wheeler does, for example, but they're not going to try and explain things to him very much, because he's just going along for the ride. So they use the telemetry tracker he built. This gives them contact with Dustin, albeit with a slightly janky radio, though they do listen enough to be able to learn that they say in the Upside Down they have found Holly. And so they think that's good news.
Correct.
Yeah. Not quite. Yeah, well, they did find Holly. Just not in the way that they wouldn't necessarily have wanted. So yeah, they go to the right side up version of Hawkins' lab. They take out one security camera because that's the only security there is at this very important place. And then they lift up 11 does it psychically, and like Mr. Clark's never seen this before. But Harper says, "Oh, you ain't seen nothing yet." So he just goes along with all of this.
I don't know if you remember seeing, but this was an image that they got like roasted for. Particularly this. I don't know if you saw it shit on Twitter a whole bunch, but everyone's making fun of them for this.
Yep.
Like, just hideously crap blocking. The shot itself looks so flat. Everyone doesn't look like they know what they're even doing. And you just are reminded of just how enormous the cast is. This isn't even the full cast.
No.
It's just...
There's more to come.
You're just so like, why are we even here? And then, of course, yeah, it's really stupid. They haven't done this before.
Yeah, I mean, the absurdity, I think, of this scene is like, why are all these people out spectating like 11 doing this? I guess it's fascinating, but why does Max have to be here? Just let her rest. I don't know. Like they dragged her out with a wheelchair. It's just like, okay. And like, wouldn't it be more, you know, just I don't know, why Mr. Clark? Because unless they have explained everything to him, this would be quite a sight to behold. I think you can just leave him in the room, just like distract him or something. And I have no idea what Murray is even doing in this season, so anyway.
I don't think he knows.
No.
Yeah.
So, they all go underneath this plate and down into the upside down, and they're walking through there, and obviously there's all the spores and shit going around. And Vicky says, "Is this shit safe to breathe?" And Robin says, "That's unclear at this point." Which is just fuck
feels
this
like it's
show.
pretty
Fuck
clear
you.
it's that it's totally safe to now. It wasn't, but something changed.
Dude, they're gonna make those commercials like if you were in the upside down, you might be entitled to financial compensation.
You might have cancer, super cancer, or
Mesothelioma, lung cancer.
call now.
It's just you just lampshade now. Just it's funny how this show makes no sense, and we're actually just including it in the script. Go away, Duffers. You should never work on anything again. But so the groups reunite. They bump into Dustin and Jonathan and Nancy. Nancy, though, she's looking a bit upset because they don't have Holly, and this is time for a quick little flashback as to why they don't have Holly. So they hear her screaming and they run outside. And they look up, and there she is, plummeting to her death. And then, like, for some reason, she just stops and is suspended in midair. And then she gets dragged screaming back up into the sky, meaning that Max nearly got her killed and Vecna saved her life.
Yes, he did.
Yep.
What a hero.
Saved
And
her.
let's be clear, that is some long distance telekinesis, man. Like,
Well, I mean, we're talking at least a few kilometers.
to the point where you're like, you want that to be the case? Okay, well, they ain't ever beaten him. It's not even possible. He can control people at his will. You can't even see her. Honestly, you when she's getting pulled up, you can tell the clouds are too thick. Like he can't see her.
Mhm.
So yeah, that's some power right there.
So he can like canonically track people in the upside down and like move them around. That's crazy.
You should do that
Keep
more
in mind,
often.
he needs all these kids to like as an amplifier. He's not even using the kids. At base level, he's strong enough to literally rip her back up into a different dimension from a hole in the floor.
Mm-hmm.
Why not kill all the good guys right now? Pick up Nancy and toss her. Pick up all of them and toss them into rocks. Fuck it.
I know.
Never mind.
They're not some like random soldiers killing.
Oh, I found it. Sorry, I've also been, while going through this plot, it was bugging me because I wanted to know if Brenner is responsible for all of this. So I found the bit where Dustin actually explains when Nancy asks what the giant orb of death is, and Dustin says exotic matter, pulls out the notebook, and he says this notebook's a gold mine. All Brenner's research into the gate, how he created it, what it really is, still deciphering it, but yeah, that shit will fry your brain. But so it kind of does suggest that Brenner made the giant ball of evil goo death. So
well, yeah, it's interesting to say how he created it because 11 created the gateway between the worlds, and she created technically the Upside Down. So
yeah,
you know, it's not. But okay, maybe that's just a mistake. They make a lot of those.
They do. Back to the present thing that makes no sense, though. So obviously we've had Vecna saving the life of a small child that the hero nearly led to her death. But this does mean, of course, that he's grabbed her, so he takes her back through the desert, puts her back in the alien reference. So an awful lot of that last escape sequence has just been made redundant, which is what we like to see. We jump over to a different hospital at this point, though. You kind of think, well, who could possibly be here? And do we need to be here? Like, what characters from Unity do we really care about? Oh, look who it is! It's him.
It's Soldier Man.
He got burned. Remember, he caught fire. He's not dead.
Oh, he
somehow.
exploded.
I mean,
There was literally no way he survived this.
He got better.
They couldn't even fucking kill this guy? This guy?
We won't
He
see
needed
this
to be
guy
in for
again, by
this?
the way. This is his last
No.
scene.
This is ridiculous. He looks like a
What do you-
roasted marshmallow.
Why did they do this? I don't understand.
What he does is he tells Dr. K about Vecna, and it's like, how does she not know about him?
Yeah.
Also, why is not like anybody like just why isn't he in a coma? Why can't he talk right now? It's just like how is he moving any muscles? It's just like anyway.
Yeah.
But at least it should dispel their stupid notion that 11 is responsible for clawing people to death, so that's something nice.
Well, they've
Except that it doesn't
abandoned that
quite.
plot point. They're like, well, initially it was that 11 is dangerous. Now they're like, we need 11 to make more pregnant women have kids with powers, so it doesn't matter anymore.
Yeah. So like, because that is the thing, like, outside she's with the other generic military guy, and she says, I've requested reinforcements, but your priority now is finding the girl. Because they still want her to.
Oh, this is when the 80-year-old woman presses the soldier, right?
Because he quite understandably, I think, takes the piss. He says, find the girl, find the girl, find the girl. That's all you ever say. And so then she grabs him and slams him against the wall, even though she's like half his height. And then she tells him how shit and useless he is. So it's like, it is all she can say. That is a problem with the character or lack of character writing in this show. But maybe you could stage it a little bit more believably. I don't believe that she has the physical capabilities to do any of this stuff. Also, hello, Rax.
Hi. I'm about to have one of the biggest cases of quality whiplash y'all have ever seen.
You know, we got a whole episode done without you.
Did you?
Ew.
Oh, all right. I'm glad I showed up.
No, we
then.
did
Yeah,
more than that. I'm sorry. No, we did. I'm just fucking.
Okay,
with you.
because you said that, and I was like, I've heard of the show before, so I realized that what you said was totally within reason, and that might actually be the case. I'm certainly glad you've been able to cover more for all of our sakes, though there is obviously quite a bit to say.
There is. We're on episode 7 though, so we're nearly halfway through all of the
Ooh.
things that there is to say. Maybe.
How
I don't know.
exciting!
I know. So to catch you up, we've just got past the bit where Holly was almost led to her death by Max, and then Vecna saves her by grabbing her with telekinesis and stopping her plummeting to her death. So
Yeah, why?
And we know that like that wasn't required. He didn't even need her. That was just like a good deed he did.
Yep.
That's what a complex villain is. That's a quality of the writing. Is you can't quite figure him out. You know, you think he's pure evil, but then he does something like that, and you're like, oh, okay, maybe there's layers to this guy. Maybe there's
The
something
best
going on
villain-
here.
Yeah, the best villain never really peels all those layers. Like you'll never actually know why he did it. The show
I'd say
might be
the-
over, but it's ambiguous as to why.
Well, I think that's indicative of the show's writing. Really, is the Duffer Brothers understand that good writing is when you always leave questions unanswered. You have people asking questions, wanting to know more, and I feel like they've nailed that.
They certainly have. Haven't quite nailed the not providing answers in interview step though. So there is that.
It would be better if they would just had not said anything. If they had just left it and just not said anything, it really would have been better. You think Netflix would have
Well,
come
that's
out
not
and
necessarily
just
fair to
released
them.
them,
I mean, they had the flu.
That's true. I've never written a $400 million television season while I've had the flu. So really, who am I? Am I in a position to judge? I think not.
Dude, they took a fuckload of cold medication and they were like, yeah, so 11's dead. We didn't know how to write this. This sucks.
People think
All these people
ChatGPT
broke
wrote
up
the
off
season when really it
screen.
was NyQuil.
A good
So, the
clarification as
whole-
well, by the way, because you have written a $400 million show before, but not while had the
Oh yeah,
flu.
well, it's not gonna say like Rags in the writing credits. I used a nom de plume,
pseudonym.
as they say. So yeah, I wouldn't use my real name. I don't want to steal the spotlight from the good.
Also,
good
Rags,
people over at wherever.
would
it
it
was.
shock you to know we're probably halfway through the stream, if not that, even?
No, it doesn't.
It
I
should.
don't think it does shock me at all. Should it?
Because
Well,
yeah, we got plans today. I don't know if you are aware. We're like halfway through this episode. We got one more to go, and then we're gonna split the stream in half, or rather in recordings.
Oh, okay.
We
That
got
sounds exciting.
we got more Stranger
'Cause we gotta
Things shit to do, but it's taken up
I
way
ke-
too much of our timeline.
So when are we talking about episode 9? I
That
assume
will be
after...
after 8, and we're gonna do some Kathleen Kennedy updates as well. It's gonna be really fun.
Ooh, that's right. There's been news. There's been whispers in the dark. There's been cheering in the streets. Depending
There
on
sure has.
who you listen to, a bit of both.
But
These are exciting times, interesting times that we live in.
Yeah,
These are stranger times.
the people
if
got to
you will.
suffer through these wonderful writing choices before they can see the behind the scenes and have it all explained to them, which we got prepped. It's gonna be great.
Well, there's a reason why you have dessert at the end.
Of course. Of course.
But first, we have to finish the main meal. So the rest of the group joins up together. They're all together now. Will, there's a whole scene, like there's a big shot where like he goes and hugs Max. And this is another one of those cases of the Duffers reading Reddit and noticing that these characters have never spoken to each other before. So that's why that scene exists. It's pointless. Could have done it with characters who do know Max, but never mind. They give each other a nice big hug. It's nice. They go back to the radio station. Max has a chat to Lucas about Holly and says, oh, maybe I should have stayed there and kept her safe. Yes, you should have. But Lucas says, no, you've been in his mind. You can help us beat Vecna. And she says, no, I don't really know anything about his mind. Which is, like, I mean, I guess probably true, but nah. Anyway, luckily Dustin knows. So he explains that there are new rules to how everything works. In the penultimate episode of the entire series. Everything
If there
now
was
must
ever a
change.
better time to introduce the new set of rules for how everything's going to be resolved, then
Yeah.
now seems like a good a time as any.
Why
5
not?
seasons in.
Though I feel like
So-
we've already kind of tread that ground before, where people will introduce a new, like a new dimension or a new, oh, you have this connection, so you could do this, or you can do that because of this thing that happened, and it's like, I don't know, some character will just bring up a thing that now is just the rules for how the universe works and how powers kind of interlace. And I'm just sitting here as an audience member going, okay, this is just the writer telling me that this is how things work now. You're just using a character as a mouthpiece to tell me that. Message received. I salute you. I understand. Gotcha. This is how things work now.
The message in this case is, per Dustin, the Upside Down is an interdimensional bridge that rips through space-time that is held together by exotic matter created by Dr. Brenner somehow. On the other side of this dimension is a new place called the Abyss. Henry would have been lost forever, but Brenner made 11 find him, I think Dustin says, which he didn't. And then when 11 made remote contact with the Abyss, that's what formed the Upside Down. Then when they defeated Vecna in season 4, he retreated back to the Abyss, and Erica says, what a pussy, because she's just such a terrific character. So that's
You
how
just
it all
laid all
works
this
now.
out, so you say that so confidently.
So do the Duffers.
They
just
planned this.
relaying
This
the
is how it
shit.
was always working, by the way, since season 1. This is how it was all laid out. This is all part of the plan. The Abyss, the formation of the Upside Down,
Exotic matter.
exotic
and-
matter. That was this was the plan all along. This didn't come out of nowhere, actually.
Yeah. Joyce says, all this time, Vector's been hiding. And Nancy says, well, that would explain why we couldn't find him on all of our crawls. And Levin says, well, that could explain why we couldn't find him in the bath. And Jonathan says, well, that could explain why Holly fell from the sky. Hopper then
I
says,
think the
like,
fact that Vecna has legs explains why you might not have run into him. Because
well, yeah, they didn't
just
account
walk
for that.
around.
We did. So Hopper then remembers that we still need to figure out why Vecna needs all these kids. And Will says, well, he needs kids for the same reason he took me, because the minds of children are weaker and more easily molded. Again, fucking how many times? 6 times. Children are weaker, more easily molded and controlled, and he uses them as his vessels to amplify his powers.
I don't
and
know,
that's
man.
what
Have
he's
you
gonna
been
use
on
them for
Twitter
now.
lately? Why? I know earlier on they said that the reason it was these specific kids was kind of like how in season 4 he killed people based off of the fact that they had some kind of a past trauma.
Mhm.
Was it any reason why it was these particular kids? Because in any
No.
area the size of Hawkins, you're gonna have a lot of options for kids.
We know that because they gather all of the kids in town up and put them in the military base. There's fucking loads of the bastards. But no, as far as the closest I think you ever get is Vecna telling Will and telling the kids they have special dormant powers.
Was it not because I thought it was because they were the weakest minds and they could be broken down more easily?
It's
So
both.
if anything, it's an insult to be chosen.
Yeah, so he tells Will it's because they're the weakest. Then he tells the kids it's because they have special powers.
I guess that makes sense. He wouldn't tell all the weakest. Well, y'all are the most y'all are the weakest mentally. You're the most easy to brainwash. So that's why I brought you in here.
Yeah,
If you
but
had been a bit more steadfast mentally and possessed maybe more virtue, then I wouldn't have picked you. But at least you're getting picked for something, which for some of you I'm sure is a very exciting prospect.
what bugs me about him telling Will that is I don't understand, like, do we understand being weak-minded as, like, mentally weak? What even is that? Like, what does it even
In the
mean?
context of this show, I don't
Cool.
think there's I don't
You
think
were-
they don't do anything weak-minded other than
No.
I guess if you're a kid, then I don't think it says much about really anything that you could be tricked by this magical, hallucinatory, illusionist, like supernatural entity. I'm not
Mhm.
going to hold that against you, especially if you're a kid, to get tricked by this magical being. So I don't know. They don't seem to be like they don't seem to be traumatized. They don't seem to be like he's not exploiting any particular character flaw or element of their history. He's just like, hey kids, come along with me to a magical realm that's the 1960s
Yeah,
for some reason.
it doesn't make sense to me, and I don't understand how to define what does it mean that they're particularly because they're kids, like their mind is weak, because especially like telling Will that, considering how he sort of how Will acts in season 1, because he seems to be a very strong, very intelligent child at the time. Like he's the least weak you can. I mean, he
Well, I
does
don't think
look
Holly's very
tiny.
intelligent, certainly.
Yeah.
Or you'd have like because we know that he really likes he likes spiders. So you would think that there would be some spider-like. I guess the fact that it's spiders is purely arbitrary. It could have been any number of misunderstood animals, like rats. Fringy would be behind that because rats are our friends. Um,
I
but
like rats.
the kid rats are pretty great. But like the kids, you would think that they would exhibit some kind of a trait that is similar to maybe the rat. Like they're misunderstood, they're social, but they get a bad rap, or it's something along those lines, or like spiders, and like he sees some kind of a connection in behavior, the way they think, and that's why he chooses them for some kind of maybe even sentimental reason, and you give him a bit of personality.
Well, if
I
you
don't
remember
know.
too, it's like the ending. They make a point to say that Vecna essentially made a mistake going for the buyers. And it's just like,
Mhm.
well, that doesn't work very well, does it? It's like if he's got basically like full access to everybody's mental scape, and he chose badly, like really bad, like catastrophically badly.
Hmm.
It's like kind of undermines it a bit.
And he should know that by now, because he's had plentiful experiences of
Yep.
being defeated and his boss being defeated by all the people he keeps pretending that he thinks are weak. But as for why he has been up hiding around in the abyss, Harper says to do what, and Mike says to move worlds. Holly said that Holly said that Vecna told the kids that he could move worlds together. Mike says, like, crash worlds together, and Will says, no, merge worlds together. He wasn't licking his wounds, he was creating rifts to weaken the abyss, just like he did in Hawkins in Season 4, though in Season 4 he had to kill people to do that, and I guess we've kind of forgotten. But he's doing that, so when the abyss collides with Hawkins, they can merge into one. This is an insane reach based on a single line that he told some kids who may not have reported it accurately.
Because
Obviously,
this
it
is like going to
exactly
be a
what he's trying to
literal
do.
thing. This isn't going to be some kind of a figuratively. He's going to bring his version of how things should be to the real world and transform it bit by bit, or his influence seeps into it. It's going to be very much this is, oh my god, it's going to be like Moonfall. Have you guys seen Moonfall?
Which one is
No.
that?
It's the one where the moon is going to hit the Earth.
No, that helps.
Rax,
It's
who,
not
who
the-
made
it's-
who made Moonfall, Rax?
That was-
It's not the Roland Emmerich one, is it?
Damn it! I was asking
Oh
him.
boy. Well, here was the thing. I was gonna wait because I know that we had kind of talked about it before, and it's the most Roland Emmerich-y film that Roland Emmerich has ever made. It's like he's been building up his power level over the years to eventually lead him to
the
creating his
moon.
magnum opus, Moonfall.
Isn't that some bullshit
because-
about like the moon's hollow and it's inhabited by like alien machines? I know I'd
You
seen
can't
it.
spoil Moonfall. Oh no.
Shit.
Oh
My
no,
bad.
no,
I
no!
take
You
it all
can't
back.
spoil the most Roland Emmerich-y movie that's ever been produced. No, goodness, no. We'll have to EFAP movies Moonfall when we do our Roland Emmerich one of these days. Oh, anyway, the show. Look, Stranger Things made me think of Moonfall, and typically good
Ooh.
things don't make you think about Moonfall. Is all I'm gonna say. But Moonfall made me smile
fucking
more
good.
than Stranger Things did, so credit to Moonfall, I suppose.
I mean, the
And I
only
was smiling all the way through this section just to get the similar sense of this is just catastrophic levels of nonsense at this point that we've sort of collapsed
Mhm.
into somehow. Because like not only have you decided based on no information whatsoever that this is definitely what's happening, but then Steve says, well, how long is that going to take? And Mike's like, well, hopefully it'll take ages because, we've got to get 2,000 feet into the air, find a way into the abyss, find a way to free Holly and the kids, and then find a way to kill Wagner before the worlds merge. But then Lucas says, well, if my theory's right, which isn't a theory because he just made it up, that's all going to happen tonight. And then Hopper, with the most believable line delivery I have ever heard from anyone ever, says, I hate all of this. And so do I.
Yeah.
They had an opportunity to make a to make a When Worlds Collide reference, but they didn't. And you think that would have been sort of something that you do because they would have been aware of that movie. It'd only be 30 years old to them, but I mean they could have, but they didn't. By the way,
well.
I think When Worlds Collide's actually pretty good. I like When Worlds Collide. I think it's one of those 50s science fiction movies that's actually like, oh, hey, this is actually, I think there's some...
Well,
stuff
who was the
going
one that
on.
referenced Great Escape? That's their movie person, so not the boys, of course.
No, it's...
was Robin.
That was... Yeah, I was about to say it was Robin or Nancy. It was one of the girls. Only she would know about the Great Escape. One of the... I mean...
Yeah.
So back in the Mind Mansion, Henry puts Holly to bed, and all the other kids like pretend like they're worried about her, but they're not really. And Henry says she was tricked by evil monsters, but they need her tonight because otherwise their plan will fail. Max was the evil monster who lied to her, but he's got it back, so it'll be fine. Just be nice to her, and she'll play along. Derek suggests that they all just give up, which yeah, that's an option. But nobody listens to him anymore, even though like they all listened to him to get him here. Now they stop listening to Derek and he's unpopular again. Henry sort of pretends at this moment of doubt in himself, like, did I fail you? But then they all say, no, we can convince Holly to go along with us. Like, she's our friend. And Henry smiles because he's created a bunch of little cultists. We go then back to Hawkins' lab. The military has spotted the moved plate that they used to get into the Upside Down. And generic soldier dude says 11's getting sloppy and careless because they still think she's doing all of this. So he gets his men together and they go in.
Wait, is this lab... This is the lab that's in the Upside Down.
This is the right side up version of the lab that is also
okay.
in the Upside Down.
Because
So they
sometimes you
go-
only get like an interior view, and so it can be hard to track. I guess it's weird they have a laboratory in the Upside Down period, I suppose.
Well, we went because they build their whole separate base. Obviously, the Upside Down would have a Hawkins lab because the Upside Down was created just as Hawkins on that day, and the lab existed. But
Yeah, I
the
guess you
military
might
base
as well
isn't
move
there.
in. Yeah.
Yeah, but they don't. They build an entirely separate new place for no particular reason.
Would the Hawkins lab that's created in the Upside Down, since it's like the inverse of it, would it be a lab that's designed to study the real world?
Oh, if there were people there, maybe, but there
Oh,
aren't.
maybe. Yeah, I guess
So
they're not.
no.
Well, we don't really learn much about, I guess, the Upside Down. Then again, it changes so much from when we remember when it used to be all like black and viney, and all the
And
little
toxic?
tendrils were everywhere and toxic, and yeah, you couldn't breathe the air. And now it's just like a place you go on the weekends.
It's mostly the
You
same as the
hang out
real
there.
world. It's just dark. Like, oh, be careful.
Mm. So back at the radio station, Hopper, he says, well, there's a helicopter on the roof of the military base in the Upside Down. So, if we capture it and if we kidnap a pilot, we can fly up to the abyss and do our thing. And Dustin says, nah, there's no way, because the helicopter, that wouldn't fit through the rift. I mean, they have helicopters there. They must have fit through a rift unless they built them there, but never the fuck mind.
Yeah, unless the helicopter was one of the ones that was copied over when the Upside Down was created.
Oh, that's an option, I suppose. Do they copy vehicles? No, they must copy vehicles because there's bikes and
I
cars
assume
and shit.
so.
Yeah.
I guess it's all, but they copied plants as well, right? So plants
Yes.
and vehicles. But here's the thing. But the gasoline, if it gets like recreated, I assume the gas tanks and their contents get recreated. But then it's been 18 months, so they would have had to refuel it. It's fine. I don't even know why. I don't even know why I bother.
They didn't, so why should you? So
It would be a cool thing to explore if they're just like if they're really getting to the nitty gritty of stuff was created in the Upside Down world, and here's how we can use it, or here's what we will have access to, and as a whole copy of Hawkins. Think of all these tools and things that we could use that are here, things that are kind of like they really kind of only used it with like Eddie's guitar is really like the most noteworthy thing, where he finds the Upside Down version of his beloved guitar, and then he ends up using that, and it's like, yeah, that should be something that kind of comes into play all the time, where it's like, oh yeah, we get the Upside Down versions of the things from the real world that we're familiar with.
that would be useful. Other than that, they find Nancy's diary once, and I think that's the only notable time. Obviously, Brenner's notebook in this instance, but the only really plot use they have for it is the guitar. I don't think they make use of it since then, or prior to then even.
Correct me if I'm wrong
Brenner's
too.
guitar
The warning with the helicopter is that it would kill them all, and then Hopper's just like, oh well.
Yeah, pretty much. It wouldn't fit. Robin makes a joke and says, "You hear that all the time," and then Steve quite correctly says, "The fuck is wrong with you? Like, now is not the time for that." Then Hopper says, "Well, if we've got another plan, then we'll just have to do it anyway."
Yeah, let's just commit to the plan that'll kill us all, because it's not. It's
like what is wrong with him? Like, it's not going to work.
He wants to be out of the show.
You do get that sense, yeah.
But during the subsequent argument, though, like someone mentions a magic bean, and this provides them with a newer, better plan, because Steve has an idea. They can use the antenna on the radio tower, and like the abyss will lower, and we assume there'll just be a rift right on top of it, because if there wasn't, we'd be fucked, and we can just climb up the radio tower.
Also,
so this is your eat the moon thing, right?
Yeah, this is the eat the moon moment. It's there's so much about this they couldn't possibly account for, but they just think they can. Like, let's just let Vecna's plan begin. You don't know that it's not binary, as in starts and it's done, and that's it. You're fucked. They just assume it works a particular way.
They very much rely on it being slow, and they're right. It is. It like kind of works perfectly for them.
Yeah, and then they also rely on the idea that they can stop it at will by using, their plan to fuck with them and whatever stuff. And then, of course, that it would line up perfectly such that they can make their way in. And then that they could do anything in the abyss, as opposed to just die.
Mm-hmm. That they wouldn't just
we can breathe there.
It is eat the moon. This is the stupidest plan in the whole thing, and they're all like, this is genius. Definitely gonna work.
You would assume that, well, in a lot of like Lovecraftian horror and all kinds of stuff, regardless of its inspirations, you would think that a dimension universe that has absolutely nothing to do with humanity essentially wouldn't be suitable for human habitation. You would just assume that. And wouldn't it be cool if the gravity or laws of physics or something along those lines was completely different in this totally alien extra dimensional space?
Well, Rags,
to where it's like
they used to keep the Upside Down somewhat like that with the hazmat suits, but they gave up on that too.
Yeah, they did, because well, I don't even know. Actually, I don't even know why, because the suits that they use, they have the really big frontal face thing that's open, so you can always see the actors' faces. So I don't even know why they bothered changing it.
Much effort.
Clunky for action scenes, hard to run around and shoot guns in, which is what we like doing now. So mine points out there is a slight hitch in this insane plan with all the hitches in the world. Which is that 11, she can't reach inside Vecna's mind. That's the problem. He thinks that's the reason. Yeah, none of the other problems. That's the reason. But Nancy says, well, actually, we now know because because Holly dropped through the sky just above Hawkins' lab, that must mean that Vecna's lair is right underneath Hawkins' lab. So we could actually just go there, and then she can connect to his mind from Hawkins' lab in the Upside Down. Which is like, it's fine, I guess. I mean, that is exactly how it does end up working. But, they don't know that Holly hadn't run for a while before she got there, or that Vecna hadn't chased her, or that she was kept. They don't even know that she's kept in Vecna's lair. Maybe he keeps her in a warehouse somewhere.
Or just even like the nature of the way that space works in this fucking alternate dimension, different planet. Like, why would they assume that any of their assumptions, like, why would they have no reason to assume anything with any degree of confidence.
They're not punished for it.
It's kind
More
of
than
awesome.
In any other season, I found it was very, very annoying that they draw these completely unintuitive connections between different like data points and create plans based off of nothing that makes sense, and they're never really punished for it ever. And it became very, very annoying.
Except the one time with the shield generator in this season, but it's only because it's to teach them that that's the way you destroy the Upside Down entirely. Which is to set up...
it was actually a victory because it didn't.
Yeah, it didn't cost
really
them fucking anything.
Yeah, it didn't.
So yeah, the nature of this plan making no sense at all. Wait a minute, damn it! I lost what I was going to say. I got too caught up in the shield generator. Carry on. I'm going to find it again.
You'll find it. Believe in yourself.
So Nancy also points out that Hawkins' lab in the Upside Down will have a version of the isolation tank because there is one in Hawkins' lab, or was one on the day that the Upside Down was created.
I remember.
Yes.
So, you kind of sometimes want to be in the world to test the theory that you can come up with a plan and it will change the laws of the universe according to whatever you connected. Kind of what Rags was saying with how it doesn't make any fucking sense.
It shows
but I would say
descriptive, yeah.
We tried shooting Vecna and setting him on fire, and that didn't work. I think we need to hit him with baseball bats and pour water all over him. That's his actual weakness. And then they'd all look around and just be like, right? And they'd be like, well, yeah, fire didn't work, guns didn't work. That's got to be it. And then it just would be, because that's how the show works.
And yeah, and they'll find some reason to be like, well, yeah, because water, if you think about it, remember remember Waterworld? Well, has Waterworld come out yet? Waterworld. No, it hasn't. That's 1995. They'd have to come up with a different... Oh, Poseidon Adventure. They talk about Poseidon Adventure and see, upside down. The ship gets flipped upside down in Poseidon Adventure. And see, it's all coming together.
And then they'd be like, yeah, but Vecna's not a ship. But... what if we freeze the water?
And the ship was upside down.
Because if we freeze the water, that would make it ice, like the iceberg.
Yeah, because the upside down's like frozen
that took
in time.
Out
the moment
the
it was
Titanic,
created.
And that's two different ships. So that's like even surer.
It split in two and it crashed.
And if Vecna split in two,
there's two Vecnas, or he's only half as powerful as he used to be.
And we can split him apart again, 4 Vecnas, until we can take out each one ourselves.
But what destroyed the Titanic? An iceberg, which is made out of water.
It makes so much sense. I don't know how they didn't come up with this themselves.
They have a much less interesting plan. So the plan is Upside Down Lab, isolation tank. 11 can go into Henry's mind. Then Max says, "Well, I've been inside his mind. I can show you it because I know it inside and out." And then she doesn't, but never mind. And then Callie, because she's still here, she says, "Well, I should be there too, because otherwise 11 is fighting Henry alone, and that wouldn't be fair." And then, so she's going as well. And then Dustin says, one final thing, we could drop a bomb near the exotic matter and destroy the Abyss and the demos and the Mind Flayer in one go.
That definitely won't affect the real world. We know this for sure, 100%.
Well, we also know that this will just destroy the Abyss and the Upside Down. It just will.
Yeah. We know this.
They're still around. Why would
again? We just explained
depend on
the iceberg, water, ice stuff. It's just as intuitive. You know it from. I mean, someone needs to slam an Atari down on the table at the end of every one of these speeches just to make sure everyone gets it.
So while in the Mind Mansion, Holly wakes up and she does remember this time what happened previously, because that whole thing about you forgetting everything, that's now no longer a thing. So now she remembers. So she wants to escape, but she tries to convince Derek to help her, and he's like, "No, because he'll kill my family." So they just she runs away, and then she twats one of her friends in the head with a radio and runs down the stairs. But the kids, they chase her and they grab her, and one of them starts choking her for some reason with Holly the Heroic, which then snaps. And then she falls down the stairs. Oh dear.
When she could have just walked away. Really, like while talking to him, they make this like borderline a child action scene, which is very weird.
Yeah. Just makes you think they're a bunch of little psychos, and I don't really want them to be saved, to be honest. But I guess we'll have to.
Sorry as well.
The
I
only
meant to
people in the
make,
show I want to be saved are the ones who've already died.
I meant to make more of a point of that line earlier because you highlighted it as well, Platoon. But the helicopter being too big to fit in, and Robin saying, "I bet Steve has heard that a lot." That's a really weird thing to say. Like really, really weird in the sense of what's the joke, Robin? Are you trying to imply something?
That Steve has his cock is huge.
Well, that's like a more fun one, but there's a bit more of a darker implication for that. And
his BMW.
Hence his reaction of like, what the hell? And it's kind of like a weird sort of why? And then they have Murray, of all characters, they have Murray say it's funny. It's like, yeah,
but he would. The final damning indictment of that.
That's what I mean.
Is that Murray approves of it?
If Murray approves of it, it's like, right, cool, good stuff.
How much screen time does Murray get in this season?
Too much.
Too much.
Yeah,
I mean, specifically though. I mean, I would say that. I guess the writers would be like, well, every moment that we took away from Murray, we could give to Holly. I guess.
Yeah. So the 11 uses her powers to overturn the truck back from episode 4, the one they were kidnapping children in, I think.
Well, this is where people were highlighting. It's like, man, they really didn't develop her power at all, did they? She really struggles to do this when she flipped a car or a van, I think, in season 1.
In season 1, she
huge train car in season 2. That was the whole point of the Callie arc, was that she gained this immense amount of more power.
Really lame.
That was a notable increase in power, being able to pull that train car. I was like, holy shit! Do you know what's on the table now? Because you could do this. Basically everything you'll ever need to do ever.
And this is the season to have been like, she's gotten a really good handle on it, and she can do the things that she was struggling with. She can do pretty easily now. But nope.
Well, I saw her do like a training montage, so I assumed like that was it.
No, that was physical training. Okay, that's different.
That's
for all the physical challenges she'll be. Remember, she's going to do platforming at the end of this. That we're not going to. She'll do it off screen.
That's right.
Oh yeah.
Do you think that's why they did the obstacle course? Was literally just for that jumping on the roof thing?
Well, there's
I think so.
Yeah.
The only reason because they were smart enough to know we have to set it up, but they weren't wise enough to know that this is not something that should be set up or even executed.
One of the most embarrassing compensations ever is Rise of Skywalker opening would be like, "Look, Rey's training. Look, she's look," and you're like, "Oh God, guys, it's a bit late."
Now imagine if they did that exact scene and then it cut there and it's like it's not Rey, it's some fucking burnout or something that's just dressed exactly like Rey, and then it cuts to Rey actually training.
And they never explain what the hell they even mean. Like, what do you mean? What did Hopper do this? What?
So there is a quick conversation between Hopper and Joyce, which is just to remind everyone that Hopper doesn't like Callie. He says he will.
You said there's a queer conversation between them. I said that's a very poor choice of words.
Conversation.
Not I thought you said a queer conversation.
The queer conversation happens later.
I thought that you meant like it's an odd conversation that we have, and I'm like, that's a poignant way to describe things in this show.
Yeah, I mean, lots of the conversations in the show are queer, to be fair, but like this isn't one of them. This is just one of the boring, like, oh, I hate Callie and I will kill her if she makes one false move kinds of conversations. And he also says because he'll do this because he can't lose 11. He can't possibly do that again because if he does, then he'll die. So that's might be worth keeping in mind. Then we jump away to Max. Max is just sitting in a room with Vicky for no particular reason, and she says that trying to understand all of this stuff that they've been talking about is giving her a headache. Understandable, because none of it makes any sense whatsoever. Will says he feels useless too, because he can't go with them because it's too risky if he goes with them. But Max says, well, you saved my life. And he says, how did you survive all those 2 years? And she says, luck. And then she tells him about the cave with the old memory. that Vecna is too scared to confront. Underneath all
Why
those
would
scars,
he-
she says he's still human.
Why would he make his I almost called it upside down. Obviously it's not upside down. The 1960s world. Surely he would hate the 1960s, right? In that house and growing up there. Why would he have that be his mind realm, memory realm?
Isn't
I
that
don't
discussed in the behind the
entirely know.
scenes? Like he says something along the lines of like it's actually he opts for the version of it that would have made him happy, or something.
Yes. Because it's when he's having a chat with Matt or Ross Duffer about
Yeah.
it's where the is it what's her name, the girlfriend from the play gets mentioned as well. But he's like, what he's doing is he's constructing an idealized version of the place where he wasn't happy, but a version of it where he was happy.
But what about the
and
ideal? What about
Duffer
this
misses
version?
the point completely because he says, "Oh, and his father would be there." Yeah. It's like that's not no.
He
You
killed them all.
completely misunderstood what the point of
Yeah.
the actor was making there, didn't you? Well done.
So the version of it that makes him happy, it just doesn't have his family in it. That's the only difference. It seems to be.
Seems to be the case. Yes, although
well, no,
not
the
all
house
the
is
memories there
blue.
are happy. Also, the other house is a different color, but there are other memories there which are not happy memories. He just sort of collects memories from people he kidnaps, but also his own memories are somehow there for some reason, and some of them are good and some of them are bad, and he just doesn't go near the bad ones. So, like, he doesn't have much control over the memory palace he's built.
Well, one thing that would have been neat to do is that because he soaks up all the memories, they could do something with the fact that he's losing touch of who he is anymore. Like Vecna's sense of identity is sort of being like diluted because he's absorbing everybody else's memories, and who he is and his own memories just sort of get lost, and so his personality changes or he becomes more like the people he's absorbing over more time, which could have created it could have made for some creepy stuff where they go to like fight Vecna and they're like, oh, Vecna's like he's recounting things from the memories of other people, including maybe people we know, or he
But
knows
if they
things about our
actually did
personal
that,
lives.
Vecna would blurt out like "suck my fat one" and then look around and be like, "What the fuck did I just say?" And like that would be played as a joke,
Look,
like
Nick,
awkwardly, and like the.
I was already sold on this idea. You didn't have to. You didn't. Vecna screaming "suck my fat one." You didn't have to do that.
Oh my gosh.
The point of the preceding conversation is because the show at this point, obviously, we all know is being written on the fly, and at this point in the writers' room, they are contemplating maybe that they will humanize Vecna and give him like a human redemptive moment in the end. So the only reason they're having this conversation about this traumatic memory is to say, hey, maybe there's a human underneath all those scars. Maybe he is still potentially even redeemable, and we will run with this idea right up until the moment that we don't do that anymore, which is going to make it slightly awkward. But
Because it's never been set up, the idea that he's anything other than a crazy villain. I guess the only thing they even do that's close to that is when he's initially introduced as like someone who could save 11, someone who has pity on 11.
The
and wants to
problem is
rescue
though,
her,
they
but-
built an entire play to make him human, and they keep like subtly referencing it throughout the entire like season.
But the
So it's
vast
really
majority of people haven't seen it.
And that's why it's really bad. That's why it's really, because it's like, well, there's nothing even implying that. It's like, well, they actually did a lot of work implying that, but they only released it to like 1% of the people who actually consume the show. So everybody's really just confused.
Is it the same writers? Who wrote the play? It's not.
Yeah, Kate Treffery is the main writer on the play, who is also a writer on all of these episodes.
Oh, so the play.
Yeah, it's just bad.
Terrible, or
thing they did.
What?
Oh, when I watched it the first time, I reported
received?
back and I said, this was good, isolated, but it has absolutely no connection to the actual show. And then they bent over backwards to make it work, and it still doesn't. It's like they just slammed it in, and I think that it makes season 5 worse. I mean, I don't know if that's possible, but it's definitely one of the decisions that they made in this season.
So it would be like if there was another Wonder Woman movie, it would reference the tweets of the people explaining why what's his face isn't a creepy rapist.
Wait, what?
Ignore me. Carry on.
Rightio. Fittingly, I suppose. So Mike down in the basement is building a bomb. Apparently, this is just something he can do. He's building the bomb to blow up the interdimensional bridge. He's never done this before, but he can do this. He can blow up like dimensional portals. He's just great, such a great, well-drawn, well-formed character. Steve is playing with guns, and obviously this is an opportunity for Nancy to brag about how amazing she is. So she disdainfully asks him if he's ever used a gun before, and he says, well, I've played Duck Hunt, because Nancy's the one with guns, right? You know, Nancy, no one else can hold a gun like
No
Nancy.
kid in the 1980s in a Midwestern town would know anything about guns or have any experience with guns. That wouldn't happen.
But she does, because she's amazing, and she's morphing into Rambo as the episodes go on.
Oh yeah.
And I think her ability with guns is it's just like a natural talent. It's not based off of practice. She just sort of does
There's a
it.
scene in there is a scene in season 1 where she goes out to a field with Jonathan to practice shooting at cans, and I'm sure like she might have mentioned.
Yeah, and she's cracked from the start. Yeah.
I mean, she was always good, but I'm trying to remember if there's ever there might be something in that dialogue exchange where she's like, I was like, because
I grew up surrounded by guns.
Oh, that's the one. Yeah, that'll be believable. We'll run with that. I think there's like she had some history with them, I think, but I can't remember what it was.
I can't remember either, but it would have to be an amazing history because she takes a handgun, it's a revolver, and she nails all of the cans at a considerable distance, which is very difficult to do. To the point where most people wouldn't be able to do it if they didn't have any experience with it. Because
have you considered that girls get it done?
Ooh.
Ooh, no, I hadn't considered that. But now that you bring it up, all the pieces are falling. Oh my god, I'm like Rain Man, and I'm seeing all of the numbers, and it all makes sense now.
True.
Oh my goodness, Ico
Like,
Ico is playing in my head.
If we were to, our group right now, had to face down an immortal being, I would be the only one trusted with a gun.
True.
I
I'm the
just don't know
only
why
one
they
who
think
can use
guns
it.
would be like a tool.
Well, it didn't work last time. I mean, did it? Oh, well.
I think the folly just sort of begins with the idea that we're going to fight some sort of extra dimensional being that's beyond our comprehension in the first place, as if there's anything you could possibly do to hurt it. But
Also, I like the image of a little baby Yoda walking around with a shotgun. Be fun.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Mandalorian and
he's
Grogu
holding like
releases
above
in
his head
June.
like dumbbells or
Yeah.
something.
Oh god, it's not far away.
No, it isn't. It's coming. It's
Hell
coming. It's gonna
yeah.
be great.
That could be a joke in it, by the way. The chances of that being a joke are actually not that low, I don't think. One scene where Baby Grogu shoots a gun and then the recoil makes him kind of like fly backwards and it's like a little gag.
Wow, copying Pirates of the Caribbean 3, huh?
True.
Mm-hmm.
Yep. While Mike is building a bomb and Nancy is bragging about how good she is with guns, Dustin's much better idea is that he and Steve should use the same kind of shitty melee weapons that got Eddie killed in the last season, because that will be very effective against the giant mind flayer.
Well, I mean, this is not going to be better now because there's no bats.
Yes.
Oh yeah, good point.
And they know
bats.
that.
Well, they don't know that.
They know that.
So...
They know that.
Oh, they do know that.
They've
Yeah.
spoken,
yeah,
they've
they know
spoken to the
everything.
writers, they know.
And it gives an opportunity for Steve to apologize for being mean about Eddie, even though he was totally right. But he says, "Oh, I really miss Dustin," and Dustin says, "Yeah, same. You die, I die." So that's the resolution for the central conflict of Volume 2. Really, is that? Oh yeah, I was mean about your idiot friend, and now we're friends again. Great.
Yeah.
So we go away, and we find that Erica is now spying on the military base again, and Mr. Clark is with her. He's just going along with
Yeah,
this.
he's
fucking
just
random
fully into
science
this.
teacher.
No questions
Yeah,
This
asked,
is the
man.
second time, I think, because they did it with Bob, and they're doing
Yeah.
it with Mr. Clark, where they're just sort of
They're not people.
they're bringing in a stranger to this crazy psycho extra dimensional vortex world of death, and they don't really fill them in on the fact that this is what they're doing. They don't let them know about the consequences of bringing them in.
I understand what
They-
you're
That,
saying,
and they're
but
like killing armed soldiers so that soldiers could shoot back and just kill them.
also, I appreciate the connection, but stranger's not the way I would describe Bob Newby or Mr. Clark.
No. Yeah.
That is true. That is true. I shouldn't have said that because they're not strangers. It's worse.
Yes.
It would have been they are, especially in Bob's case, who was just a really cool guy that really loved
Puzzle.
Miss Byers' God, what's
Joyce?
her first name?
Joyce?
Joyce Byers. And
Well, Bob's really important because his sister is like a huge like character.
Yeah, Bob's sister dated Wagner.
I can't believe that's the case, but it is, yeah.
Crazy. But yeah, I mean, I take an issue like the same thing I said about Karen. I mean, Mr. Clark. The fact that he just like everyone just rationalizes everything in this universe so quickly. It's kind of amazing. Like Mr. Clark is like, okay, let's move on. He's a fucking scientist. What does he teach? Like physics or something like that?
Yeah, he's the physics
He's
teacher.
in
and
a
that's
room
the
full
role
of
he's playing.
8-year-olds, and he's like,
It's
"Today we're
not-
talking about deep space wormhole theory."
I feel like he would be needed to get into like a mental hospital or something for the first like few weeks. As like
well, I
this.
hope they don't send him to a mental hospital because all the characters who are in there, the show forgets about, and we wouldn't
Nah,
want to consign him to that terrible fate.
True, but I just feel like it would fry your brain to have to come to terms. First of all, you wouldn't even believe
With the
any-
supernatural, which
Yeah.
would have been an interesting thing to do with his character. He's so science minded, and now he's introduced essentially to the realm of magic, where nothing
Mhm.
fucking makes sense, and now he has to deal with this is a part of, I guess, the cosmos, is the realms of magic.
Yeah, but instead he becomes one of those like background characters that just stands around in big shots and stuff like that. It's just so intriguing, right? Wouldn't it be
That's-
cool to have him like
I like Mr. Clark as a character. He likes to teach kids stuff, and he's excited about science, and he's kind of nerdy and everything.
And the
But
curiosity
I
door
mean,
stuff. He seems like a really nice guy, but like his utility for Stranger Things scripts up until this point has been 1 or 2 scenes where, without understanding what he's involved in, he gives pieces of
Yeah,
information which the kids need.
He's
That's
kind of
what should have
getting,
happened.
he's
To the
getting
extent he should have been in
married.
this season at all, the same thing should have happened. Like, by all means, go and use him to create your new telemetry tracker, but then leave him because like he doesn't need to be tagging along for the rest of this.
True.
He certainly doesn't need to be committing basically fucking treason by hacking into military bases
Well,
and
I
allowing
really-
terrorists in.
I really appreciate that what they kind of did, I guess, from like a like a human level, that they're kind of getting some of these guys who've been here for a long time kind of paid on the last season, unless they had cancer, in which case they're not getting paid.
No, the cancer
They're
ones can
actually-
leave. Yeah.
They've actually been removed from the show. Yeah.
So if you got
Oh, God,
polycythemia
I wish
vera, would you
Erica
be
got
able to
cancer.
record, or like would they invite you back if you had polycythemia vera?
No, dude. No.
Damn. That sucks.
So Callie and 11 having a little chat before they go off on their big mission. And 11 is saying, we'll blow everything up. Everything gets blown up. Bang. And that includes Dr. K's lab. So everything will be fine afterwards. But Callie says, that won't work because she'll just make a new lab. She replaced Brenner and she can just be replaced in turn if she dies. Then 11 says, okay, then we'll go somewhere to hide afterwards. And Callie says, what, like a place with 3 waterfalls, revealing that she was spying on her. But this 11 doesn't pay any attention to this. It's only a fantasy, she argues. It's they will find you, they'll kill Mike, they'll take you and use your blood to make more psychic kids, to open more gates and more dimensions. It's a vicious cycle, and only we can stop it tonight. 11 asks how they'll do this, and Callie presents the plan. We don't leave with the others. When the Upside Down goes away, so do we. And she tells her it's the only way to end this.
He just says suicide pact is the only way to be a hero. And I'm like, I don't know if,
Mhm.
okay.
Yeah,
Well,
and
it
the
is,
traditional-
and hero is probably pretty accurate, yeah.
It's the kind of thing where you set it in place and then you subvert it, and you're like, no, that was a crazy thing. We don't want to do that. We'll do something better than that. Something more hopeful, something that sort of encapsulates the series rather than this. This is maybe an option you consider, but obviously you go somewhere else with it,
Yeah. You bait the prospects, and then people are relieved when it doesn't happen that way. That's
Yeah,
what
it's like
you would
Godzilla
traditionally do.
-1.
Mm-hmm.
I fucking hate this narrative. I mean the fact that they set it up and then the payoff. It's so not what you want to be. I understand, right? It's a bad thing. To give sort of the possibility that you might spawn some more like monsters and shit. But isn't it much more powerful to like give the message of, but 11 like lives on, and they try to protect this girl who is, in this
No.
very
Wait, the message of suicide isn't the
fragile,
answer?
state.
No,
Boo.
I agree with what the writers are trying to say. They're saying that if you're an abused child, you
Kill
need to commit
yourself.
suicide so your family can move on and thrive.
So you're not a
And I think
burden
that's a
to your
really
family.
strong. Yeah, that's like a really strong message, I think.
Yeah, the world
Yeah.
will literally be better off without you. So you should kill yourself.
It's an interesting theme. I've not seen it really explored properly until now.
Can't wait to see what they have to say about it behind the scenes. I'm sure they'll throw some fantastically illuminating light on the thought process that led them to this dramatically novel approach.
Indeed.
Yeah.
For now,
But yeah.
though,
Mhm.
after you.
No, I meant to say 11. It's just another part to, self-suicide stuff. It's just that the fact that the ending of the show teaches you that, just give up, stop fighting.
Especially after
They're
the Max
actually-
allegory in season
Yeah.
4.
Yeah.
They're coming after you. Just you're gonna get captured if you just don't give up, and if you stop.
Max's favorite
Stop.
song
It's
wasn't
like-
running
it's
up
like
that hill,
yin
it
and
was
yang.
Suicide is painless.
Yeah, you could either run up that hill or dive into the abyss. It's like yin and
Mhm.
yang. You have to learn both lessons.
Don't fight against it. Just
He's loading
give
up that gun.
That's all I wanted to say.
Speaking of, so fighting against things like your inner nature, we're coming up to the big scene that made this an incredibly unpopular episode. So, Will's having a little chat with Joyce.
Oh God.
So
Oh no.
you might remember in the previous episode when Vecna used Will as a spy to learn that sick people go to hospital. But it turns out that actually that wasn't the only thing that happened. Something way more important than that happened, but that was off screen, so we didn't get to see it. And what happened was that Vecna was kind of weakening Will's mind, and he was trying to fight back with happy memories, but Vecna managed to overpower his happy memories and showed him bad things. And Joyce says, well, yeah, but he tells lies, which he does. But Will says, no, because what he showed me, that came from me. He saw everything, thoughts, memories, secrets. And Max had told him Vecna's afraid, which means that Will can beat him, but, yeah, it's not going to happen if he
This
has
puts
this great secret that he knows about Will that now the world must be made privy to.
But this is this makes a flaw in the entirety of all of the plans they make ever, is that they can't tell Will anything about anything that they ever intend to do.
They can't
True.
tell anyone
Surely.
anything. That's been the case for a while. Vecna can get inside everyone's heads. But they
So
just
it'll have to
don't
be-
remember this, nor does Vecna.
No, because he never even tries to do this.
No,
really. I mean, he does it once for
Once,
Harper, right?
yeah.
And that's why would he not? We've just this is one of the things that pisses me off about the scene that's coming, right? Is that we not only have we forgotten what characters' power levels and power sets are and what their motives to use these things are, but we've also sort of started contorting the plot around this. This scene you can remove from the episode and nothing changes. You can remove from the series and nothing changes.
True.
And it never comes back again afterwards. Vecna doesn't even try to use something. So the conclusion of the scene isn't that Will has learned anything which gives him new power to resist it, because he doesn't have anything to resist. So all we're doing is going to do a long 12-hour rehearsal fucking speech, which throws everything out of whack, and have to invent an entire off-screen series of drama to justify its inclusion. It's insane.
Well, and additionally, it's just a creative but easier thing for Vecna to do than sending a bunch of Demogorgons to kill people is to just, when Hopper's got a gun, preparing for a fucking crawl or whatever, just, create an illusion for everybody, by the way, simultaneously, why not? Or if it's just Hopper, whatever, and a Demogorgon comes in the room and he's like, rah, and goes to attack Will, and Hopper's like, oh my god, shoots it, and then hallucination over, he just shot Joyce. It's like, wait, what the fuck? And it's like, yeah, he could have just doing that the whole season, the whole forever.
Illusion powers are one of the most, they scale with creativity, and there's a lot of cool things that you could do with them. They're like, oh, you think you're going to cross the street because you don't see any cars coming? Well, actually there was, and you just stepped out into traffic.
And it would torment the shit out of these characters.
Well,
They can't trust a single thing ever.
They'd end up like the crazy lady in
Final Destination Bloodlines?
Yeah,
Hell yeah.
Specifically,
Yeah, somebody
that
in
one,
chat
yeah.
said he has the reality stone. It's like, no, it's more powerful. He can use it from dimensions away.
He is the
It's insane,
mind
yeah.
power stone. If he has that power, and I've noticed a lot of people specifically point to the Hopper in the tank where he thinks that he shot 11, and I'm like, he should be doing that all the time.
Yep.
They should constantly be second guessing everything that they hear and everything that they see. But then it's like, oh, you've just given him a power where he can't lose. But I guess we've been in that realm for a long time. But that's why you got to give him some limits to his powers. He can't just you have to be close to him physically, or it only works if your emotions get really high and you're weakened and like maybe you're distracted or something like that to balance it out, just for the sake of, again, you can't give the villain a power that makes them essentially guaranteed to win. But think of all the creative, cool stuff they could have done. He could have preyed on people's insecurities and their fears. And Hopper's would specifically be losing 11 or being worried about 11. And that's what, Vecna preys on. And for Will, it's being gay or something. And for Steve, it's about being forgotten in the show and all sorts of stuff. And it could be very character-specific powers that would be awesome.
But no, we can do this instead. So,
Pretty good.
it's basically the entire population of the town is summoned into the room just to make sure that it's as personal as possible. And this is the big famous speech that everyone is broadly, well, at least one line of which everyone's familiar with by now. I don't think it's worth going through the entire thing. There's a couple of, there was a conformity gate thing that came out of this as well. The basic gist of it is, I'm just like you, but I'm also different, and I like all the same things as you do. We like playing D&D late into the night, and even though that the big point of season 3 is that they don't like doing that anymore, but never mind.
Like 90% of this is junk food as well. He just keeps listing all the snacks they like to eat.
Lots of snacks. Viking to Melvold's for malted milkshakes was the one that went into conformity gate because we were at Melvold's in season 3 as well, I think, and it doesn't sell milkshakes. So people were like, see, it's proof. This is all a lie. It's not there. They just weren't paying attention.
Mm-hmm.
And it just goes on and on and on until it finally gets to the big famous line, I don't like girls, which is just great.
Join the club.
I know, yeah.
A line that Mike already said to him. So
My chose son.
another conformity gate thing is like, see, he's repeating lines that have been stated already, and you're like, oh god.
Can I just say something at a risk of being a bit...
You're going to say you like women?
I was going to say, his close friend is in a mixed race relationship in the 80s as well, right? And not one person has even looked at this and went, what?
Well, and there's no pushback or even kind of like, you don't even get a character that's like, ugh. It's just like full happy acceptance.
Well, of course, they've completely removed basically every single reference to what would be a town that would be 99.9% Christian. So, I mean, I get it all fits.
I mean, they briefly had a satanic panic in season 4, but that's
They had one racist character who cared through the entire.
Well, that was kind of the thing, right?
It's like the actor wanted to make him a racist, right? The Duffer Brothers just wanted him to be a psycho.
It feels so performative, as like the Duffers are like, give us points for this. And it's like, you haven't even created a world that it would be difficult to come out in. It's kind of just like, yeah, everyone does every day. Nobody cares. It's
You
like,
shouldn't.
all right.
Yeah, if anything, why would I be afraid of coming out in this Midwestern town in the 80s when everyone is purely supportive of me, completely 100%, and I have nothing to worry about whatsoever? What's the big deal? What's the brave thing about it? What's the virtuous aspect of it? There's none.
As was said in chat, even the gays complained it was not homophobic enough. And that's when you know you're in trouble.
Yeah. This was, I mean, for lack of a better term, this was their struggle. And
Hopper didn't show up.
He wasn't allowed in the room because he would have been like, ew,
Hopper,
ew.
Hopper learned some things in that Russian prison, all right?
This scene is like statistically impossible. But also like, I wish to know, I mean, not wish, I know, if Billy were to survive season 3, you know he would be in this room. He would be like...
Well, it would have been funny as hell
crazy.
if each of them say, add me, like Lord of the Rings style, then it cuts to Billy and he just says a slur. like hey!
Hey, Mel, am I the only guy who's not an F word in here in this room?
But yeah, I also want to like that line when he's talking to Joyce, and Platoon mentioned like it's not shown to us when he saw the bad things, and when you think about it like that again, like that's a very important thing. I mean, it seems to be very integral to the plot. So we should be in idea shown those things. But then you think about what those bad things probably was. It's just him making out with boys probably, and Vecna. And when I think about like, oh, Vecna also saw that. That must be very awkward. That entire thing.
Well, he actually does, because the speech includes what Vecna did show him. Like, it's mentioned after the fact. So he says, that Vecna showed me a future. In this future, some of you are just worried for me, worried that things will make it harder. And it makes me feel like something's wrong with me, so I push you away. And for the rest of us, we just drift apart more and more and more until I'm alone. And I know that none of that's happened, and Vecna can't see into the future, but he can see into our minds, and it felt so real. So even in his own recounting of this most incredibly important series of visuals and the stuff that we didn't see, there's kind of nothing there. Like, no one, it's the fear he has is that people will be worried for him. So it's like, this is the vision that he's been shown by the villain who's trying to create in his mind the worst possible vision of the future. And in that vision, it's just, oh yeah, people are kind of concerned. It's just like, fucking commit. If you're gonna do it, commit.
Well,
And
yeah,
if you're
so
not gonna
maybe-
commit, don't do it.
Maybe that's something that's worth saying. This is obviously not the worst scene in the show. I don't know why anybody would say
No.
that it is. Like, it's not even really close. There's an idea here that is like totally fine. The idea that he needs to be sort of like fully integrated as a person in order to, you know, come through and save the day. Like, there is an idea here that can work, and there is a placement of this scene that can work. But the execution and the placement of this scene, particularly at this point in time, like in the story, right before the finale, ill-advised. Like, the whole thing is really sloppy.
Absolutely, and
but
that's
yeah, the
why it's
idea that this is
highlighted.
the worst scene and that it makes it the worst episode, like this scene, is kind of insane to me.
I think
like,
it's more just like, it's the most typically Netflix scene of the thing. That's what people, I think, a lot of people latched onto,
That's
is because they
fair,
put a chick in a
sure.
naked
Very
landing gear is kind of the thing, which
cringe.
is kind of what you've got. And it's so
yeah,
obviously
sure.
preachy, and it so obviously wants you to reward it. So it's almost become a meme
No,
to deliberately
I think
get the opposite
I
response.
think there is a degree of mockery here. Like, yes, this is the Duffer Brothers were really proud of themselves,
Yeah.
and like it's pretty sloppy. Like, the idea that this is something that they should be like, oh man, this is what it was all leading up to. It's like, all right, calm down, like chill
The
out,
fact
all
that
right.
they're crying. It's just like everyone else is.
Oh yeah, I mean it's very
Like I said, it feels
melodramatic.
performative. It's all very much like, I get it. You want awards for this one, huh? We worked so hard. And to place it right as the big battery charging scene to take down the Lovecraftian alternate planet world monster demon creature. You're just like, are you serious?
Yeah, it's like, oh, but they're not more important things to happen. If this is as important as the show needs it to be, then you needed to have made it important. Like, there are ways of doing that. F has mentioned that we'd actually played meaningfully with Vecna's ability to give people these visions. If you'd spent most of this season giving each of the core cast in turn like a Vecna vision of their most awful, terrifically horrible future imaginable, to the point where they are all kind of despairing, and then Will is the one who has seen this before and is the one who can lead them out of it, and like he's the first person to overcome the fear of this imagined future, then you can sort of justify this scene as him being teaching other people about the general importance of self-acceptance, self-respect, and, you know, being able to stick together through hard times. There are ways of doing that. I still don't think it needed as many people in the room. I think it should have been probably just Joyce and maybe Mike, and that's it.
Yeah, why is this about everybody?
So
Why is
that's the
everybody
route
here?
for parody.
I mean-
It's already stupid enough with how many people are in there, but if you threw in Karen Wheeler as well in a hospital gown, and then you threw more people, and then you have all their reactions, and then it pans to the right,
Bob
and
shows up.
well,
He's just here.
I was gonna say Vecna is standing there, and he wipes a tear
The
away.
guy, the
I
military.
mean, I guess it's probably reflected in the scene, right? Because at the end, when they're all like, "That's okay, Will, you know, you're great," and then they do the hug. It's like there are a lot of people who are excluded because, of course, they are. Why would
Yeah.
they be part of this? You know, you got Joyce, you got Jonathan, you got Mike. And even then, Robin's like, haha, this is great, because obviously they were like, well, she should probably have a reaction. It's like, yeah, but she doesn't know him well enough, so she shouldn't be. She doesn't get up and join the
Well,
group hug, because it's like, yeah, because you don't you don't really know each other that well. Like,
A good example would be Steve, who's kind of just like, okay, bro.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Sure.
And
Well, yeah, some of the faces are very funny. Have you
Yeah.
shown some of the faces to yeah, there are some weird reactions. Nancy in particular is
Yeah, Nancy doesn't get a lot of screen
weird.
time in this scene. You get little of her, but the little faces you can kind of catch look like she might be kind of borderline finding this amusing, not like and silly, not meaningful.
Because they've been trapped in this room for 12 hours listening to
Which
the
is
same speech
insane.
over and over again. It's like,
Yeah,
is
I've
it,
heard that.
well, why do people like the idea that it took a day to shoot this? Is that like insane? Is that like a crazy?
not a barrage.
So the
Scene?
reason this
I mean, does it
insane
normally take
is
a day
because
to-
it already shows just how overwritten all of it is. It needs to be way leaner than this if you're going to actually do it. It needs to be way less
Well,
people
yes, I
saying
agree
way
with
less
that.
things.
Doesn't need to be like 5 minutes.
And then, of course,
Or even
drag
longer than
in, like, this is supposed to be the emotional high point, not only for, like, some of these characters, but kind of a fucking series. Like, they see this as, like, the peak of, it's what it's all about, guys. It's about the marginalized, you know, the weirdos, the strange people. They come together and they find their found family. It was like, what a wonderful sequence this is, and this is what it's all about. It's like, it took you, like, you I don't know, just you fucked up in so many ways.
Mm-hmm.
Well, I mean, clearly it didn't work as they expected, right? Because this was
Yeah, look
scorned.
at Nancy's face, but it looks kind of like
Yeah, it's a bit like, oh Jesus, Nancy, okay.
and then Joe
It's-
Keery just kind of like, okay.
Yeah. And like Steve is
What a-
funny because like what you're thinking because of his characterization, and he has known these kids forever, and you're like, why isn't he hugging? Because Steve's a pretty warm
I think-
guy, should be all supportive. But then you
think-
realize that Will and Steve never share a line in this entire show,
Which is absolutely fucking insane. They keep fucking this
Yeah.
up.
And
That's, I
Duffers,
mean-
they were probably aware of that, and they were like, "Wait, I don't think we've built up this relationship, so it wouldn't make sense if they hugged." So Steve stands there awkwardly this whole scene and kind of comes off homophobic. Because why wouldn't Steve hug Will, right?
But
He
If
has
he
no-
went up and shook his
either.
hand, that would be
That's
like
the
even
thing.
weirder.
Yeah,
Like,
that
good
would
job
be
coming out. Good job
It
coming
is-
out,
it-
bro.
But I mean, it is highlighting that problem, which is you've got characters that you can't really do anything with because they don't have a relationship that we've seen on screen with Will. You
Fucking
know, the
Vicky's
group
in
hug
the room.
includes some. Well, she is, and it's like I said, Robin's like, this is great, but even she's like, oh, I probably shouldn't get in on that group hug though. We don't
Well, yeah,
really.
and then
know,
everyone is mentioning in chat, Murray. Why is Murray
Murray,
here? Who the fuck are you?
You'd expect them to tell some really off-color joke when he
Probably.
comes out or
Yeah, but
something.
there's no way they do that. No way would they have anything?
Well,
I
and
can't believe I'm
that-
saying this, but they ruined his character by
Does
not
that
having
not-
him tell some stupid sex joke.
That then tells us, it's like, so, as you can see on the screen right now, it's like, so we're knocking out at least 4 people with ease. They don't even add anything to the scene. Just get them out.
Mhm. Give them the day off.
Yeah, like the idea that they all have to stand there for 12 hours just because it's like, you want me in the scene?
Yeah.
Okay, cool.
My character doesn't
Oh, I
know the
like
gay
that.
kid, so can I go home?
Can you put
I've
up
been turned
what are you,
I've
like a
been turned
paper
into a
version of me?
cow.
Just a cardboard cutout? Like, that would be good enough.
Yeah, you can get a PNG of me and just have me there in the back. No one would have noticed.
Also, I remember people mentioning, I don't remember the exact monologue of his, but doesn't Will like out Robin in this scene? Because a
Uh,
lot of people
So he
don't.
says, "I had a crush on someone I thought like I know they're not like me." Then I realized he was just my Tammy, which I think would be the closest you get to outing.
Mm-hmm.
I'm trying to think because I've got it, but I don't. I think that's the closest you would get to him outing Robin.
Okay, so not completely. I guess
Yeah,
that's
the only
fine.
person who'd know that story would be Steve, unless she told other people.
I have a question. Do you think that people would have reacted to
Steven,
this scene more positively if Stranger Things was made quicker, if it finished quicker, if they did like 1 season a year? So this ended up airing in like 2021.
I don't think it would have hurt.
I think the better question
Would
is
it
would
have?
people have reacted positively to this if the season as a whole was just good?
I thought that's where
Sure.
I thought that's where the question was
What do you
going.
think?
No, that's not what he said.
I I know.
But we
that's-
could change it to that. What do you think if the whole season was good?
No, I think that people would generally find this to be a solid, if not great, scene if everything surrounding it were, like.
Well, the only reason I say with the time span is just because the longer Stranger Things has gone on, the more that the fact that it's taken so long for the show to come out feels like it's contributed to the.
If it all comes
rising
out
negativity
on
towards it.
time, I don't think the show's reputation changes.
Maybe not. I mean, I think there's also, there's more
Maybe.
cultural baggage that gets brought in with it as well. Obviously, the more years pass, the more other shows do similarly unartful things artlessly, and
Well,
so
and the fact that
it's
Netflix
more
has such
typical
a-
than it is now. Yeah.
Okay, fucking
Netflix's
people aren't listening to me.
reputation is
They're like, it's not a necessary scene, Baller. Where the fuck did I say that? I said it was a bad scene. Like, it's badly done, it's overwritten, it's poorly executed. I'm saying, in a season filled with good shit, people would be saying this scene is good. Generally
Yeah.
speaking, especially on Twitter. You guys are wrong
Also,
if you
I
think
would
otherwise.
think so. Yeah.
I think
Oh, yeah.
anything would.
this scene would be like cheered on as fuck. And it would be
Absolutely, yeah.
worshipped if not even in a good season, if this happened like in the first or second episode of this season, I honestly think that
For it
It-
set in. Yeah.
if
I
it
think
was
so.
some kind of side plot, right? If it was not integral to this weirdly entangled with the main plot, if it was kind of like Will's moment of coming out just for the sake of it in the first few episodes of the season, I think people would worship it. But that's not how it went.
And even if people were disinclined to like that sort of thing anyway, it might be less objectionable if it wasn't the
Or,
sort of the moment toward which everything was ramping up in the penultimate episode of the entire season. It's like someone I remember making the point, like it almost resembles some of those really shitty faith-based movies, which kind of pause the plot every now and then just to preach at you. It's kind of the same thing.
Well, and as we noted,
Anyway,
right?
I know we have to go and
Well,
blow
like-
up the world, but let me just briefly tell you about how amazing Jesus is. Okay,
Yeah,
now that's done. Back
it's,
to the story.
It's always God's not dead. The whole thing of like, I hate God. Well, how can you hate God if you don't believe it? And then they all stand up and say
Holy
God's not
shit,
dead.
Fringy. He got owned so hard.
And-
He
Oh,
did,
man.
and then he got hit by a car, and they're like, quick, say that
And then
you love
everyone, he
Jesus."
got hit by a bus, and then the bus clapped. Yeah.
And then he's like, yes, Jesus, I love you. I was like, oh, it's okay. Even though he's had all of his organs smushed up, and it's
He-
okay. He's
he
going
did
to
a-
heaven now.
He did a Scott Adams.
Well, he.
Wow, that was
That's not. I don't think that's what they go for. God's not dead. It's like the character actually thinks, like, you know what, you were right. I do
Yeah,
believe.
that-
Scott
the
Adams
whole-
just
the whole
said,
point
"Yeah,
is-
I'll say it just in case."
He
It's
did
Pascal's
the,
wager.
Pascal's wager thing, right? Yeah,
Yeah.
Whereas the whole point in God's not dead is that he does hate God. It's not that he's an atheist who doesn't believe in God. He hates God.
Yeah.
And then he needs to be convinced, nah, God's awesome, man. And Jesus, just say you love him and you'll be all good. And wasn't the thing in that movie that like the Christian guy was like it was really going bad for him. He lost his girlfriend and everything was going wrong. But then he did the big speech and it all turned around. And everybody did, oh,
He just
Captain,
has
my
that
Captain.
kind of power, Fringy.
Mhm.
He could turn your life
Well, I
around.
mean, but in any case, yeah, I mean, the placement of
before
this,
hosts.
because like this episode's nearly over. Like this is like the penultimate sort of, it's all been. This is like the.
When they leave this with you,
I want the
for
Duffer Brothers would
how
pitch
long
as
is
the
it?
thematic core of the What's that? Sorry.
they leave this as like the big
For a week.
moment for. Is it a week?
This
Yeah.
is for a week. It was a week, so this is what you get as your like on Christmas Day. This is your Christmas present because this was Christmas Day, wasn't it?
Yep. And people were already pretty dissatisfied with the state of Volume 2 anyway, so to have this be the end, it's not as though Brilliant Season leads up to Scene, which is controversial. It's Season which seems already to be unraveling, quite clearly has priorities wrong. Oh shit. And now
Well, yeah,
there's only
because,
one left. All the stuff that we
this,
haven't answered that's never going to get answered, we've only got one episode left. So we've taken all of this time to do this instead of trying to fix things people still hoped might be fixed, which is
I guess,
not ideal.
Maybe because of course Breaking Bad is an easy thing to, the ending of the penultimate episode of Breaking Bad is very hype. It is.
Yeah.
It's a very exciting. There's it's like, oh shit, we're going. That's like that's the feeling that it instills. Which is generally what you want to instill in, if you want to have like a big exciting finale, is like, oh my god, we are moving. Like we're barreling towards the conclusion. Whereas here, there's not much momentum in a scene like this, obviously, kind of like by design. But even then, like in terms of an understanding of what's about to happen, there's not really much momentum either. It's like, what is the finale going to be about? It's like, well, I guess it is Steve's fucking plan. That is what the finale is going to be. It's like, I don't think I have a good grasp on what any of this means, and I don't feel like we've got much energy or vitality coming into it. But and so with that in mind, like I think it explains why people felt so negatively. There's an expectation of revelations or
For
an
sure,
exciting
yeah, 'cause
reveal, but
as we
there's nothing like that.
as we noted, once this and then the next episode came out, everyone became obsessed with plot hole hunting, which is fascinating because you can find so many in seasons 4, 3, 2, and there's some in 1 as well.
Even in 1, but all of a sudden with this season, everybody decided that they wanted to analyze stories.
Well, it just
this
it
way.
comes across to me as like it made you feel like shit, and so now you want to make fun of it, and you can't just say like I don't like it. You need to find more things to hit it on. And of course, what bothers me, and by extension, I assume us, is that it's like, well, hey, these things exist in a lot of stuff that you would otherwise hype the hell up. So why is it a problem now?
Mm-hmm.
Where did it bring
Well,
you?
how many of these people are going to forget all of this when the Odyssey comes out, and then all the people who like the Odyssey and
Supergirl
history start complaining? Well,
Fringy, 100% of them, 100%, every single one.
Yeah, probably
completely
100%.
drop
Yeah,
it. Yeah.
You are being
wow,
ridiculously
you're all
hyperbolic.
nerds.
It'll be 99.9. All right, not 100. Come on.
There's that one guy. Well, one guy. Hey, wait a second.
By the way, guys, it's not a very exciting trailer for the Odyssey. Like, I don't even if you put to one side the whole conversation around the historical accuracy. Is that what am I missing about it that makes it such a cool trailer?
Hey, man.
Not sure.
It's just people have hope because of Nolan, and I don't even blame him. He's a hit or miss kind of guy. Let's really hope it's a hit.
I hope it's a hit, but it doesn't look like.
I mean,
I'm not
reassured. The
reassured.
last decade of his movies, Dunkirk and Tenet. Are people like super jazzed about those movies?
I was going to say hit and miss. It doesn't mean that you bob between them. It means that you could have 3 misses and a hit.
Interstellar.
Well,
I famously love Interstellar.
Dark Knight Rises.
Dark Knight Rises is fantastic.
What makes someone good is not their ability to do something well. It's to do something well consistently. I mean, that's the thing. And if you're inconsistent, it doesn't mean you're a good director. It means you're an inconsistent director.
I just said hit or miss. He's a hit or miss kind of guy, which is better than all misses, right? Which we got plenty of those guys working right now.
Absolutely, I will take it.
I will take hit and miss anytime.
Reliably crap. Yeah, obviously. I really like Oppenheimer.
I really, really like it too.
Prestige is
a neat movie. Yeah, I think that's all right.
Yeah.
Prestige.
So, just to emphasize pacing problems just with this final scene of this episode, having gone through however long that scene was, like fucking 24 hours, then they all have a hug. And then Will turns to Levin and says, oh yeah, by the way, I know you're strong enough to defeat Wagner. The A-plot of the thing. Let's get back to that now. You're strong enough to defeat Vector, but he can retreat to the physical world. We can be ready to fight him there too if we need to. But, bullets and fire didn't help the soldiers. I need to be there, says Will. I need to show him I'm not afraid anymore. So he's coming too. And then we roll with the military toward the end of the episode. Truck drives up to the gate in the military base. But there isn't any kind of scheduled delivery. So, oh dear, it's not a military truck. No, it's somebody else. I think it's going to be Murray and his truck.
Boy,
and
Murray!
And all the rest of them.
Yes!
And Mr. Clark, who's now gone full weather underground and is taking part in all of this. He hacks the gate remotely so the truck can drive in. The guards, they'll start shooting, but nobody gets hit, obviously. Hopper shoots them back and they all die. Clark
Did you notice
hacks the second gate.
In this show that is near R-rated because of its gore, when Hopper shoots these guys, smoke comes out of them, funnily enough, like a Nolan film.
Maybe they would think it was awkward if Hopper shot them and their heads exploded.
I was thinking that.
I'm not sure how I feel about
the
this.
Verhoeven film all of a sudden, and he get like these juicy squibs.
Because it's like Nancy's about to pop out and shoot a whole bunch of guys. And I think they would view it as awkward as would it be awkward if we see the protagonist of the story killing human beings pretty violently with violent, blood bursting out and everything?
Nick, what was the thing you said someone told you about the state of, because there's a part where 11 just like breaks the necks of people. You know what we're talking about? Oh, is he
Yeah,
here?
it's when she makes the guy point a gun to his head and pulls a trigger, right?
I don't think he's back. Well,
Well,
he was
that's
saying
later.
that he was watching it with
That's
someone
later.
who, when she pulled them off the thing and like they cracked their head or whatever the fuck, that Bessie was watching it with was like, they'll be fine. They're like knocked out. She knocked them out.
Even though you hear the cracking
Yeah.
sound, which only ever means one thing: dead. That's what it means.
Well,
Like, it
see this? It's
Yeah.
like, that's really explicitly just smoke going poof, and it's just like, that's weird for a show with so much violence. But yeah, it
Well, yeah,
could make
'cause I
sense that
guess
they were
they
like,
would
nah,
think
it
it-
looks a bit grim for Hopper to be doing that to someone.
Hopper to just blow somebody and their jaw flies off like in the long walk. Yeah, like it's not they're not doing
It's
that
the
because it'd be like
it's the
"Oh, wait a
inverse
minute."
of blood on the shield.
Yeah, it is.
Yeah,
That's
yeah,
actually a really
yeah.
good way of putting it because you mute the violence so that it doesn't seem as bad that they've done it. Because again, it is really awkward. It's like, dude, Nancy's like a killer. She's killed people.
She's
human
bloodthirsty.
In
beings.
this scene in particular,
like
they
it.
basically stop the truck for no other reason than that she can take out half the United States military. Like, she
Exactly.
kills everyone.
Which, of course, number one, fucking ridiculous that Nancy is like better than these trained soldiers. But number two, it's like this means nothing to her.
know what
Nancy has
I-
no nightmares about this.
What I really don't like about the way they set this scene as well, this sequence, is that it feels a bit like, ooh, overwhelming odds. Hopper's like further back. You know, what are we going to do here? And then they go, of course, we've got Rambo Nancy. And she pops up as like a sort of, oh, the military have no chance now. And you're like, what? Like, it's Nancy.
Come on.
Like, what are you
Come
talking
Used
about?
to just be a smart journalist investigator.
It's
character,
insane.
And
When
now
did this
we've just
happen?
she has respect.
And they think this is cool. It's not. It's fucking embarrassing.
It
is
really is, yeah.
embarrassing.
Like, oh god, Nancy Wheeler's here. Yeah.
And all of this because of like a hunting gun that
Yeah.
she used season
And
one.
because they're insecure,
Stupid.
like his brothers. This is
Will also held a gun in the first episode. Are we gonna give it to him too?
No.
That's a good point. Yeah. No, but he failed. He failed like the loser that he is.
Well, he didn't
Yeah.
though, because then season 5,
Gay
episode
loser
1
he
decides that
is.
he does shoot it competently in the
Yeah.
face. So, like, he didn't fail.
Yeah, never mind. Yeah.
Oh,
No, he's a wizard, so he doesn't use guns. Even though it feels like that would be an arbitrary. I can imagine a wizard using guns.
Yes, they
Absolutely.
almost run over Dr. K, but they leave her alive for a second
Have you
time.
seen Wizard, the Ralph Bakshi film, Wizards? Have you seen that weird film? I think it's 1981.
No.
mm-mm.
Nope.
It's weird, man. It's a trip. It's one of those movies that you should just see sometimes. I think it's 1981, but there's a wizard who uses a gun in a famous scene that he uses. There's a wizard who uses a gun in that. It's a Luger. It's very what a wacky film. I love it. 1977. Okay, not 81.
This is
77.
what Dr. K can see, and she doesn't shoot. And the logic from the writers is she wouldn't shoot 11. There's a lot more to shoot here than just 11, just saying.
Mhm.
Just shoot. You'll hit something.
She's a trained army lady. She's got aim. This is insane, man. They're all... Like, Hopper should be prepared to kill her.
Well, and
Yeah.
11, we already know can kill anyone with
Yep,
her mind.
break her neck.
So, and she has every reason to do this, given that it's the one thing that
Dr.
even
K's a
has any
horrifying
chance
monster.
of staying in the real
No,
world
she'll just
after.
take out the random underlings. They can die, but not the one who's ultimately
Which
responsible for
You'd
all
make
the
fun of
horrors.
it for being like, of course, we can't kill Dr. K until she gets her boss fight. You're like, boss fight? Like,
No.
nope.
Also, logically, she would just first of all, she could aim for the tires, so they couldn't get away.
It's just so
Um,
bad. It's so awful.
Also, like, she would be interested in getting Hopper, like killing Hopper, because if her objective is to get 11, I mean, take out the caretaker that is like messing things up, right? I don't know.
Yeah, well,
Oh, fuck it.
yeah.
Yeah, but the episode ends with Henry in the mine mansion, and the kids are sitting around a table, and he says, "It's time." They all link hands, and there is an ominous clock ticking, because remember the clock and how significant that used to be? That's symbolizing something still. Don't know what it is, but it's time. The thing
Symbolizes
is
twink death.
occurring now.
Is
Yes,
it
it definitely
finally
does
the
that.
time?
Is it finally the
It's
time?
finally the time. Yes, finally the time for the finale. We have made it all the
Episode
way
9,
Well,
we're here.
to the last
If I may,
almost episode.
maybe
Yes.
it makes sense to split here. 'Cause
Maybe it does.
Oh,
We go
yeah.
for 6
it'll be
hours,
really first half heavy, if you will, if we did it, like if we wait for this to be, because I don't know how much time we're going to get out of the other two subjects. So yeah, I was going to say the feigning thing, but there's no need. It's just like, that is for the stream chat. Don't you worry, we're not going anywhere. Calm down, all right? Don't get mad. It's not next week. For the VOD people, this is it. I'm so sorry. That's it. Unless, of course, it's already out, the next part, in which case you could just go watch that next. But
which it
we-
will be for the vast majority of all of time, except for a handful of days. So, worth keeping that in mind.
So I guess we'll, what I'm going to do is stop recording and then start recording again. So this is goodbye, quote unquote. But we'll see you again real soon. Don't you worry. Mwah.
Bye.
See you later, everybody. Bye bye.
Oh
Yeah,
God.
Bye, everyone.
And see, now the live audience is like, but they're still here.
Wait a second. They're like, we were lied to.
Yeah.
We were told a fib. We were bamboozled.
I guarantee there's still some people who just left as well. They're like, oh, that's it. Fine.
Yeah, for sure.
They're leaving in protest. They're being lied to. for all
Welcome
these terrible
Out of
lies.
solidarity.
Episode.
Welcome to the secret episode.
What is this? Oh, actually, I can't even put a number on this, which I'll explain at the end of
No,
this
you
one.
can't. You can't. That's right.
Never mind.
This
Yeah, so this
is
is
not
Like a
episode
B? Like
370 anymore, though.
370-B?
No,
It's-
no.
No.
It's different.
So we are on the final episode. It took us a while. We thought we could nail all of Stranger Things season 5 in one episode. We were very wrong, like catastrophically wrong, you might even say. So have we got a show for you tonight? We're going to talk about episode 8. We're going to wrap that up. Then we're going to get into some really funny memes. And then we're going to get into the documentary they made about Stranger Things. And then I figure we'll get
so
into the
excited.
Kathleen Kennedy stuff, actually, right at the end. Because it'll make more sense to do all Stranger Things stuff first. So,
Actually, yeah, sorry.
just, I hope everyone's energized, because this is the beginning of the night. We got a long night ahead of us. You're just talking about stuff. So, yeah, beautiful.
This entire
Yay.
Stranger Things experience is like Vecna saying it's time for
Yes.
like 500 different times.
Finally, it's time. Welcome
Well,
to
you keep
episode
saying it,
9
and
of
then,
EFAP.
course, I need you to do this one last time. That should be banned from like all screenwriting. I need you to trust me one last time. I need you to do this for me one last
mission.
time. I need, one last, because they do that a lot in this season, but they do it in so many things. Mission Impossible did it. It's in so many fucking things.
Oh,
And
no,
it's so
you
annoying
can't
because
ban
like,
it for all
there's
time
no-
because the Horn of Helm Hammerhand shall sound in the deep one
Oh,
last
sure.
time.
I
from
just
this
saw
point
that in the
onward-
theaters.
from-
Oh
from
my
this
God.
point
Isn't it?
onward,
One
from
last
this point onward
time.
in history, it's no longer allowed. The reason why it's so annoying is because most of the time, there's actually no reason for the characters to believe that this will be the last time that they do anything. It kind of reminds me of like Endgame, how Cap's like, yeah, no, I'm good, I'm out. It's like, bro, like, why do you? This isn't the end. Not only is it not the end, but all of the movies that come afterward have demonstrated why it's not the fucking end. There's crazy shit happening constantly. It's like, oh, I beat Thanos, so it's all good. We're done, right? That's it. You don't need me anymore. And then next, the following
and,
year, fucking Celestial pops out of the planet. It's like,
Vecna
thanks,
saying,
Cap.
I'll use you as my spy one last time. You're kind of like, why?
What do you, one last time? Why
Just
not
keep
just
it,
like,
yeah.
as
It
many
seems
times
pretty
What
as
if he
you
useful.
can?
said that, but he could have been really cheeky and he could have said, I'll use you as a spy one last time, but then he just kept doing it.
Mhm.
Just to be a
And
dick.
so Will's like, oh, guys, he said one last time he's not going to do it anymore. And it was like, oh, okay. And Vecna's like, I told him that. But I
He
was,
fell for
it. But I was lying. I was telling an untruth.
Well, like the moment Eleven gets him pulled out, and then Vecna's like, I'll just put it back in. Then I was like, I'm just going to pull it back out. I was like, I'll put it back in. What are you going to do? You got to sleep
Yes,
sometime,
it's
bitch.
I have God powers. I could just
Wasn't
do
that-
things.
I guess you
Isn't
call
that
it a
Yeah.
what's a word? Holy shit! The word has escaped me. What
What
is an impasse?
Clooney? Oh.
No, it'd be an impasse because
George?
neither one of them can win. They just keep
Wasn't-
going back and forth.
Well,
and then they
But
Wasn't
Vecna
that in
can surely
Doctor
keep going
Strange?
longer than 11 can, right?
probably,
Presumably.
yeah.
Unless he has to eat junk food to power up. Just see him eating Twinkies. I could believe it.
Yeah,
Who
they
eats
sell those in the
Demogorgons?
abyss.
Oh, yeah. Demogorgon has a little Twinkie shop. He's like the chillest one.
Or he just sends all of his demodogs to go and raid shops for Twinkies. That's actually that's what he was doing when he wasn't invading Earth after season 4. He was just stocking up on junk food. But so I mean, I suppose we might as well get going because it's a long old episode. This one, but it is the last but one Stranger Things. So we pick up, and in the end of the last episode, obviously the heroes have just driven through a military base, wantonly massacred U.S. soldiers, and gone in through the rift into the Upside Down. Turns out the military, they didn't think to immediately follow them through, that they have waited a little bit in order to give them a head start, because it's only fair. So we pick up with them finally driving a small convoy of their own through the gate. And Dr. K, she's not very happy with the gate guard for letting the other people through, but then she thinks, there's they didn't seem to ram the gate. Maybe they hacked the gate. She doesn't consider that they maybe used the psychic child to open the gate, though, because that would lead her down the wrong path, and we needed to be piecing things together. So she's going to go on a little investigation, which will take her in due course back to the Radio Shack, rather than just doing the A-plot, because it's a 2-hour episode. We have to fill the time somehow.
I will say
back
this,
with the heroes.
This being 2 hours was quite shocking in terms of when you get to like the bad guys
the
defeated.
Actual end? Yeah.
You're just like, wait, we have that much time? What are they going to do? And I feel sorry for all the Conformity Gate people who are probably like, oh, because that's the fake ending, so we've got plenty of time for the real ending.
Dude, it's obviously just an insanely long and indulgent epilogue. That's what you're in for.
With funny aftermath scenes that we'll talk about.
But Return of the King did it, and that makes it fine. That's what we're doing here. It's going to be a Return of the King ending.
Stranger Things, the Return of the King of our time.
So Mike, he stops 11 before she goes to get out of the truck, and he says, the plan's mad, a million things have to go right. They probably won't. They definitely will, because it's Stranger Things. But we can do this, and then the nightmare will finally be over. And they have a quick little hug, and 11 then leaves with Murray, Hopper, and Callie. The team groupings in this episode are slightly odd, but I guess Murray has to be somewhere, so he's going to go with them. Obviously, 11 gives him a little look because she's maybe planning some other ending for herself, which is not the happy end. They are, though, being spied on by some military types. These are the guys who were operating independently in the last episode, the ones who traced them to the right-side-up version of Hawkins' lab when they went through the plates in the floor instead of through the gate in the military base, and I don't know why they didn't do that this time, but anyway, that team's after them. That's going to lead somewhere incredible. Can't wait to see it. And they say, well, one of them says, we should probably radio in to Dr. K and let her know we found the girl. And he says, no, because I'm going to get her myself. This level of insubordination is how the military works, I think. They're going to have a private fight with whatever this guy's name is.
This thing that you can just be
There's
like, nah.
really.
Nah, no. It's a suggestion. It's sort of a recommendation.
Really more like
what's that?
guidelines than actual rules.
Meanwhile, the kids are in the, what is it called? The pain tree? Is that what we're calling it still? Until it's not the pain tree. The kids are in the pain tree. Wagner is using their powers. The pantry. We could call it that, but that's a better name. The kids are in the pantry.
The kids are in the pantry. Repeat. The kids are eyes on kids. The kids are in the pantry.
And he's using their combined powers somehow to widen the rifts in the abyss that lead into the Upside Down. We hear the ticking clock sound again because it's telling us something. Yeah.
We're running out of time because they knew this is exactly how it works, so the clock is now ticking.
It is. It's so thrilling and tense and wonderful. But then we break from that briefly because right side up, we've got Mr. Clark and Erica, and they're having a chat. And Erica says, how does it help? How does it feel helping to save the world? And he says, it feels pretty goddamn swell. Then they spot the military. They're arriving outside the church where they are. And Dr. K sees the radio station truck parked outside the church. So she's putting things together. We go back to the radio station then because they've left Vicky and Robin behind. Robin's there, right? And Max. And the lights go a little bit fucky. But that's because it's the group that are in the Upside Down. They've reached the radio station in the Upside Down. So there's now one right side up radio station group, upside down radio station group. And the Upside Down group split into further groups, and they go up the ladders all the way up the tower, like we saw Steve and Jonathan doing way back in the mists of time several EFAP episodes ago for episode 1.
They wanted to impress the lady.
They did, yeah, Nancy, who is horrible. But they
wanted to,
sure did want to impress
she's
her.
really, really desirable. So they both recklessly climbed up a giant tower to see who could do it the fastest, because that would impress her.
And she wasn't even watching, because she just, yeah, what a bitch.
Because she had to go check out Murray.
So, back upside down, we have Hopper, 11, and Callie. They get to the upside down version of Hawkins' lab. And 11, she starts having flashbacks to remind the audience that she's been here before. She has flashbacks to Dr. Brenner and to the isolation tank. Remember them back when the show was good? They were cool.
This map was
them.
in Dead by Daylight, so I remember it.
Was it really?
It was.
Oh.
I remember.
Murray turns on the power. I think we had this conversation before, or I hallucinated it. It's like how there is any electricity anywhere in the upside down. But Murray decides that there is electricity in the upside down Hawkins
I guess
lab.
if it... I mean, the only thing that would stop electricity would be maintenance.
Well,
I guess if you don't have anyone... Because once it gets copied, I guess all the lights would be running.
But would they?
what's
Because
the
it
only
doesn't
running
copy the whole
light?
world, though. It only it wouldn't copy like the grid.
It'd have to be an internal grid, or like a Hawkins,
also-
like a generator
I
station.
mean, it's been a few years at this point. Like, the grid in this location would not have been maintained at all.
No.
Yeah, I think that's what would, I guess, cause it all to break down. Is no one's.
It's
there
just, there's no
maintaining it.
way that they have power. That's just, like,
Nope.
stupid.
Yeah, no, definitely
But
not.
the
at this
scene
point.
needs to be lit, so there is power.
Ah.
So Murray turns the lights on, and everyone else, and then he goes to plant C4 on the roof, because their plan is to blow up this lab and the giant evil red ball of death once they've defeated Vecna. I was
where did
kind
they
of
get
interested.
the C4?
Murray smuggled
to
it,
just
maybe.
get that.
Murray.
He's like, hey Murray, can you get us some C4 explosives? And he's just able to. That's just a thing he has access.
He can get anything else, so I guess he can. What would be the I suppose it's the they'd have to say, because I was thinking like it would be a fallback plan. It's like if you failed to defeat Vecna or failed to rescue the kids, or like for some reason the other part of the plan didn't work, surely the A plot, which is basically saving the world, would have been accomplished just by blowing up the lab, right? Because that would destroy the dimensional portal and everything wins. The only thing you lose there is a bunch of kids that nobody likes. So they could have just done this straight away and the episode would have been shorter, but then we wouldn't have rescued Holly, so oh dear. Hopper is explaining that Eleven's going to have some signals. If she wants to get out of the tank at any point, she just has to knock. And he's going to knock at her when the abyss is getting close. So, like, this is what will trigger her to move her attack. So she can coordinate with Hopper, who coordinates with the rest of the team to make sure all of this lines up. And he makes a promise that if everything works, if it all goes according to plan, that they will get out of here and solve the military problem another day. And she nods, because she lies now. She has grown up. This is an important part of adulthood, is that adults lie
Part of
and
adulthood
children
is
don't.
yeah. It's lying. It's the loss of innocence.
It is. And she goes into the tank. And Callie, she's going to assist, so she puts on a little blindfold. She's not going into a tank. She just has a blindfold, and that's pretty much it, I think. So they're ready. They're all set up for the epic stuff that is about to unfold. Back into the radio tower. This was an interesting scene because it turns out, despite having set aside the finale of the penultimate episode to this subject, some of the actors had an idea, as they do.
Uh-oh.
And the idea is quite, well, as is usually the case, the idea is better than the Duffer Brothers one. I think it's either Noah Schnapp or it was Finn Wolfhard, and I think it was Noah said, you know, that whole coming out scene, it's kind of impersonal, kind of a bit overblown, didn't really have the desired effect. Surely, like, it didn't seem as though Mike fully understood that he was, like, the subject of this scene. So maybe we should have another scene where, you know, the two characters who actually have stuff to say to each other say something to each other, and the Duffers, as they do, said, sure, let's do that.
Which feels like the kind of spending of time where they're like, fuck it, we got 2 hours. And then by the time they reach the end, they're like, oh, we've run out of time. Can't do anything else.
Oh my gosh, how do we do this?
Yeah,
Where has
too bad.
time gone?
I think, yeah, maybe one or the other. And this scene probably, if you'd done a bit of rewriting, probably should have been the scene. because it has the place in the narrative. It's not taking attention away from everything else, and it's between the two characters between whom it would mean the most, I suppose. So you could even ditch the entire of the last episode's conclusion and just run with a version of this scene instead if you wanted to deal with it. But never mind, they do stop for a quick chat.
Yeah, by being very selective about the people that Will comes out to, it shows us from his perspective who he finds the most importance in knowing, who he thinks is most important, who he has the most connection with. So who he picks would kind of indicate that, instead of just having it be kind of like everybody. It should be
Well, that was what they did in the season 4 van scene, right? Where he's like, Will, has he given him the painting? I think he's given him the painting. Like he portrays his own feelings for Mike, but he sort of voices them through 11, so it's kind of personal, but it also tells you that like Mike is the leader of the party, but he's also the heart of the party and has the hearts of party members, which worked pretty well. The last episode reduces him to Will's Tammy, which is not the highest acclaim one can ever be afforded. So now they're trying to retroactively say, no, actually Mike is still important. So that's, and they just have a little chat. And Mike says, sorry, should have been there for you, but I wasn't. I was just too self-absorbed.
Wait a minute.
And
do you think the reason why they kept calling him Tammy was because when he was screaming in the finale, it sounded like the way she sang?
Wow.
Yeah, could be.
Also, Nick, I was referencing earlier. Didn't you say someone you knew said they saw 11 like break a guy's neck and they were like, no, they're fine or something?
Yes. Oh no, she didn't kill that guy. I was like, that guy died really violently, and no.
Really
well, maybe
violently.
The fall killed them. I go, no, I think that was like a neck snap.
And then the other thing as well, Rags, when you said loss of innocence, my brain just flipped it and had a conversation with itself that I've just now picked up because I thought it was funny. In my head, I mean. Like, it was running off somewhere that I looked. It's like, so flip it from loss of innocence to innocence of loss. Like, so I thought that was a music, and then I was like, oh man, loss. Everyone know that
TV
meme? No, not Lost. Loss.
Yeah.
Oh,
then
this is Lost.
I watched someone put out a video about, like, the history of Loss, as in that meme. And it's so ironic. I was watching it all unfold, all the context of it, and had explained how it came to be, the creator and all this stuff. And then it was like, and the fate of Loss is that it's far more like astronomically more well known than the actual like strip it's from or the creator's like works. And then I thought to myself like, and then I was like, no, that's why I'm here. It's because I didn't know anything about any of that. I just knew about the meme. This and so we just posted in chat as recognizable just by doing like a dash, double dash, and then
You can do the lines, and you already know. Like, wow, that tells you something about the staying power of a meme.
When you watch like the events of how it unfolds, that was such a horrifically awful decision to release.
It was a terrible idea. Yeah, it was a really stupid idea for sure.
Very funny though.
When you were talking about loss of innocence, I was like, oh, finally, something the Duffer Brothers did better than Stephen King.
Ew. I don't want to get that joke.
Infamously bad tweets, so something does bind them.
So the little scene ends, and Will says, you don't need to apologize, it's just great that we're still here and we're friends. And Mike says, no, not friends, best friends. And it was as if a million Bylers cried out in fear and were suddenly silenced, but that's the end of their hopes and dreams.
I saw someone sign this as evidence this was written by AI. And again, I want to push, like, I don't think AI would write this, but,
it
fine.
would probably do a much better job.
It feels like, I can see why people would think that line is very AI-y. It's got the stink of kind of AI on it.
AI is better than the Duffers. It just is. And it's going to get better as days go by sure. And for the record, I would way prefer Duffers bad than AI bad. Like, 'cause it's more funny when a human does it.
Yeah, because I can hold a human accountable.
Well, and personally, I think it's actually a little more embarrassing. If you just give up and go, AI will write my scripts, like that's like shit and embarrassing. But when you write this and you want like to be celebrated for it, it's like, oh, all right, bud, you good for you. But for the record, though, there's no definitive proof they used AI on this. A lot of people said there was, but like the icons, we'll talk about that a bit later.
Yes. Yeah. For now, though, we go back to the right side up version of the radio tower. So you've got Vicky and Max are sitting around with basically fuck all to do. Vicky goes to grab food, but then she disappears, and Max realizes that she can stand up, and she steps in a puddle. So things are going weird and wrong. This shouldn't be happening. The floor is flooded. Then Vicky comes back into the room, but she sees that Max is kind of just like spurging out. She's in a weird vision dream space, and this is because she has connected to the mind space with Eleven and Callie. They now have the power, apparently, to bring other people's consciousness into the mind space from wherever they are, which is
It's even
new.
funnier because it's
Never
like they
happened before.
seemingly didn't prep Max for this at all.
No, didn't
Like
warn her.
Max is just completely stunned this is happening, and
And there's a great line when you go back to the upside down version of the radio tower, because you've got Jonathan, Dustin, Steve, and Lucas are standing up there, and they're looking out over the upside down. And it's the line that could perhaps sum up the season. Dustin says, "Pretty damn spectacular." And Lucas says, "Yeah, it's a shame we have to blow it all up, but that is what they're going to go on and do." Also, it's a weird thing for these characters to say. Like, I don't believe any of them would look at the upside down and think, "Oh, it's spectacular," given all of their traumatic history here. But
Yeah, they'd probably be like, we need to destroy this thing immediately, and I hate it, and I never want to see it again. It should be reduced to atoms. It should be
May I,
made and whatever. Yeah.
no, that
think
was a
possible.
self-insert from the Duffer Brothers.
yep,
I'm gonna just a pet peeve, a hyper complaint here of when she spots Max doing which, by the way, look at this angle. You can barely tell Max is doing weird things. You from that angle, you'd be like, are you? And then you check, but he fucking drops his cereal and just splatters all over the floor for dramatic effect. And it's that thing we were talking about. Where it's like, ugh.
That thing that no one does. Yeah.
Just put it down.
Put it down.
Even on the floor,
people
man.
wouldn't even think to. Well, yeah, people wouldn't even think to drop it. They'd be like, "Oh, I have an object in my hands. I have to put it down." People have to be like scared or shocked into dropping something.
And
like
sometimes, I don't know if this happened to you, it's certainly happened to me, where I'm holding something I need to keep steady, and the concern of possibly dropping it, or being nudged, or being surprised, you tense further, and you like, you know.
Yeah, you hold it on tightly.
Yeah.
Yeah, hold on to it really tight, or you like your arms lock up almost, or you become hyper aware of the thing in your hand and you really make sure it doesn't spill. Yeah, it's like a subconscious thing, basically.
Like I said, she can't even get a good full-on look from that angle, so you'd think the thing to do would be like, wait, Max?
Maybe she just hates Max.
What if Max is thinking real hard? You can look like that thinking real hard.
Yeah, that's what I'm doing when I'm making that face. I'm thinking real hard.
I'm thinking real hard, yeah.
I'm just really giving my noggin a
Giving them
jogging.
thoughts a go.
up in the sky, we've got the evil spiky abyss realm. It is not fast approaching. It is approaching at a certain speed. And this means they don't have much time as Murray relays this information, because the abyss is nearly on them. And in the mind space, you've got 11, Callie, and Max. They find a sleeping Vecna. This bit might be slightly confusing, and that is because it is. So they find a sleeping Vecna, but it said that they can't hurt him here. And Max says, well, why can't we kill him here? And 11 says, because it's not his mind. And Callie says, it's my mind. And Max says, what? And then 11 touches Sleepy Vecna's hand, and they get transported to Hawkins High in the 1960s, and then they hear Hopper banging on the thing and giving the signal.
How would
mechanically this is hilarious. Like, we must touch the Kali version of Vecna through 11 with Max tapping in order to go travel through trauma into Vecna's mind palace to kill him. You're
What's
like,
Vecna's trauma
what?
from the 60s in school? Why would he know about the 60s school?
He was in the 60s school. He was cast in the play by Joyce Byers.
Yeah, haven't you seen the play, Rags? What the fuck?
Haven't you seen the important play?
Wow.
No, I haven't seen the important play. You see, I just watched the show, which I guess
that he
is
was
my
cast in Oklahoma with Bob Newby's sister. Well, I mean, this is Indiana, so it could be both, I guess.
I was gonna make that joke.
Yeah, it's wonderful. So we're now we're in the school. They need to get from the school to Henry's house. The reason Max is here is because Max knows Henry's mind inside and out. She's lived here for 2 whole years. But unfortunately, she doesn't entirely know how to get from the school to his house, even though that is her job. But then she gets an idea. And the idea will end up being correct, obviously. It will end up being correct. However, before she has the chance to implement this idea, in the real world, Dr. K and the military show up, and so Vicky has to hide Max's unconscious body in a secret basement to afford them more time to complete this plan.
Just to help everyone understand how shit this is on a further comparison level, right? So I was just thinking to myself, right, we're doing a 2-hour and 8-minute episode of TV. We're nearing 20 minutes. You know, we're probably going to take around 2 hours or something to go through it because it seems like a level pace sort of thing. Do you remember how long it took to go through The Iron Giant or The Fly or Die Hard in terms of everything it was achieving? Those films, I mean. And they're like much shorter than this.
But they're dense.
They are, yeah. I mean, some of them are
2 hours
close to half the length.
and 8 minutes. That is well more than your average like chance to make a full story with a whole new set of characters that are fully developed.
It's a slightly above average length movie.
What I guess I really want to get across here is they use their time horrifically awfully. Like, irrelevant of how bad everything is, I just mean that how fast we can move through scene by scene by scene. They don't care. When you got a movie, right, and you're a really good movie, every single scene, every single line, every single like fucking shot can be super important, add to everything, tell us everything. In this, it's sort of going through the motions at this point. And wacky shit is happening, and they just have characters exposit why. Trust us, it makes sense. Trust us. This all makes sense. We're just getting to the big payoff.
Scenes, yeah, I definitely am in the you get into the mindset of just sort of rolling your eyes and just like, all right, if that's how if you say so, I guess that's how it works. You know, you don't even bother to try and put it together. You just know it's horse shit. It's like when you hear a character exposit that stuff, you know that you're just a mouthpiece for the writer to tell me how things are going to be working now. Okay, all right.
I guess I was just struck because obviously we've had a full season to go through, and it has taken a while to be fixed. How fucking broken everything is. But this episode in of itself, 2 hours and 8 minutes, and it's gonna be stuff will happen, but you know.
Yeah, it's because like, beyond just the stuff happening, that's kind of it. There isn't going to be character work. There isn't going to be, well, certainly not for the first hour. There is just recounting of nonsense.
Not the first half of the 2 hours and 8 minutes. You know, we wouldn't want to put it in there.
No, why would you want that? It's either stuff or character, never both. So back in Hawkins, the memory of Hawkins High, they're going through Joyce's high school play, but the time, unfortunately, is running out because in the right side, in the upside down, the abyss is coming towards them, but the tower, the relay tower, it's not quite lining up with the rift. Oh shit, that's not good at all. And they only have Dustin radios Hopper and basically says you've got 30 seconds to stop the planet from moving, which is a line. Why not? Yeah. So then the dumb fuck memory palace rules that will make this possible. So they go via the high school play. Then they do find their way into Henry's house, and Henry's there. But you might be thinking, wait, how can you touch a version of Henry in Callie's mind and go to a memory of the version of Henry in Callie's mind, but then end up in the actual memory with real Vector? How does that? No, that makes no fucking sense whatsoever. To which the Duffers' response is, no. So 11 just uses force push on him, and this breaks the ritual circle, and the planet indeed stops.
Makes sense to me, because in a mindscape, your powers IRL are reflected in the mindscape, even though it's all in your mind. I don't really understand. Say, for example, you're a really strong dude in real life. You go into the mindscape, and you're as strong as you would have been physically, as opposed to it's about what you believe or feel or whatever.
Well, Derek is he's a little fat guy. He's a little chonker, and he gets really winded when he's in the memory realm. When it's just it's the realm of the mind, you know? Like, he's still a fat guy. Even in his mind, he is imprisoned by his
Even though they make it clear that in the mind world, Max isn't limited by her physical state.
Yeah, she can walk around.
Oh well. Because they're not doing a Matrix thing here. Well, I guess they are, but they mess around with it.
Yeah.
Kind of annoying, actually.
It's very annoying. There's no rules. Anything goes. So in the upside down radio tower, the abyss has collided with a bit of the tower, and Steve, he nearly falls off the tower. In fact, he does fall off the tower And just in case you weren't tense enough about whether a character might die within the opening 20 minutes, we do like a soap opera style cut to black. It's like, fucking, why? He's cheating now. This is desperate. We know he's not going to die.
He survives, yeah,
Yep.
for sure.
Well,
Because we come back and
he's-
Jonathan has
Even though
indeed
the
saved his
editing
life.
is such that it is impossible for him to be saved, but whatever.
yeah, that's always the
camera
fun.
I don't like it when the cameraman is the unreliable narrator. That annoys me a little bit.
I don't like
but-
it when the
okay.
writer-directors are the unreliable
this was-
narrator, but we're going to have lots of
When
that.
the narrator is just an unreliable.
It was just one of the most predicted payoffs by basically like all of the internet. Even unfortunately, they'd foreshadowed it too much. I don't even mean that Steve will be in peril. I mean that he will not die. Like that he will be in peril and not die. That is the payoff. You've already. It's just like there's no tension, guys. Nobody believes this is gonna happen.
Nobody believes
mean-
that this is how Steve dies, like sort of relatively early-ish into the episode.
And just
And it
falling off a
can't-
tower
Well,
clumsily.
Even though you know that they're gonna, get into the fucking other dimension, obviously. So it's like, so that's just how he dies, basically. The tower gets shaked, it gets shook up a little bit, and he falls off.
I can name probably like 2 people who are fairly convinced there'd be like a couple of big deaths this season.
Yeah, but not Steve.
Yeah, but that's not the point that I'm making. The point
No,
that
I was saying it's a Waller. I was saying it's a Waller.
Yeah, you're referencing me and Friggy, aren't you?
yeah,
That's right, Nick. You can tell me. I won't cut you down.
And I stand by that it makes sense in finales to kill characters. I am still surprised that he killed fucking nobody. And I don't count Carly.
Once this happened, we were like, yeah, okay, Nick, you're right. Yeah, no, nobody's dying when they did the fake out for Steve. It's like, yeah, no way. If they can't even commit to that, no way, nobody dies.
The thing is, if they were gonna kill Steve, it's gonna be him saving someone. Surely, it's not gonna be him clumsily falling off the
He'll die
tower.
a hero, yeah.
The
He'll have a
tower.
hero's death, yeah.
Although this is the Duffer Brothers, so that level of competence might be beyond them.
That's true.
I could see him just dying randomly.
They can surprise me. I've learned with just how much they don't seem to have learned from watching movies their whole lives, especially by people like Spielberg. They cite as like some of their favorite influences. Like, dude, how did you not learn conventional storytelling at all? You guys just don't even know what you're doing. Basic shit in any way. It's very embarrassing. But,
there is a very, very thick area between not wanting to ever kill favorite characters and almost like the malicious desire to kill favorite characters.
right.
They just can't do it.
I suppose on the other end would be Walking Dead as a comparison, where they lent into the meme so hard they were killing people all the fucking time. And it became like the discussion was just who's next, who's next.
Except for certain characters who were super safe, right?
Yeah, that's often the well. I mean, Game of Thrones devolved into this. It was like any character could have died at any moment, and they had lots of meaningful deaths. And then as it went on, it was like, yeah, certain people are never going to die.
And that was their reference when explaining their decision not to do it. They said, "We're not Game of Thrones. We don't just want to kill characters off." It's like, but that's not what it used to do. I mean, I get that's what it became, but it's not
characters off.
Yeah,
It'd have a purpose, so there'd be a payoff, or it would be like, yep,
The problem
logically,
is,
this is the conclusion of their
Stranger
story.
Things,
Thematically, yeah.
You can see now how it's got the opposite problem with that the image that was shown in episode 7 that got around. It's like, look at this cast. You just got all of these characters, and you have no idea what to do with most of them.
Well, and
Now, the idea that killing off the characters is your only solution to that problem is not true. But for the Duffer Brothers, it would be, because they just are incapable of writing this many characters.
They're in constant mortal stakes, and they have this many people never dying. Is insane. And of course, you might be. They said that stupid shit about how, like, you know, we're not that kind of show, and it's like, so stop nearly killing everyone. What is wrong with you?
Yeah, just don't put them in mortal peril.
This isn't the fucking
whatever.
Simpsons, where most of the struggles are like interpersonal or in the job, or you know, you keep putting them against enormous demons. What are you doing?
Yeah, I mean, you can tell like the Duffers get off on stuff like this. Weird, it's just like teasing people, but they never have balls to commit.
Nah.
Did you guys see that screening video? Like, normies can surprise you so much, because it was this finale played in some theaters, and it was a video of them seeing the scene, and when it went black, they all like were screaming and just like, no!
Oh my god.
No, Steve, no! And
I
it's
suppose
just like, it was really funny.
Those showings would select for the people who are the most invested, I guess.
I guess I hope so.
Ugh.
So, it's Jonathan is the one to save him, which, fine. I mean,
Yeah,
why
we
not?
kind of mentioned
I'm just glad he's
previously
given
that
something to do.
sure, but like this is meant to be designed as like a payoff of, oh man, he came through for Steve, you know? It's not so bad after all. When that's insane, of course he would
He
save
wouldn't
him.
have. Well, yeah.
Which he ends up having to
it's not much of a
say.
test here.
Yeah, like there's no reason why we would ever have expected this would have been anything other than just an obvious, like, you can save him, he would. What do you mean? Why? This isn't the same as like a villainous character who's turning a new leaf, decides they're gonna not let the hero die or something. This is just a good person saves a good person from death. Of course he does. Their conflict is a love triangle. And
Which
it's not
has
even
already been
in
resolved in the absence
process.
of love.
It's over.
No, it's not. It's done. There
So,
is
yeah,
no
it's
love left in the triangle. That's the problem. I mean, I was. You could kind of go around a bunch of all the characters on that and say, well, would any of them have been notably better as the person to do the saving? Maybe Dustin, I guess, but it wouldn't have made a huge amount of difference because that conflict has already resolved as well. It's the weird thing about this is that most of like the character conflicts have already been solved before the finale. There's only really one notable one left, I think, which is Eleven's. The rest of them are just sort of there because they are there.
And remember the rules. You know, if one dies, they both die. So Dustin would have to jump off the tower if he didn't make it. That would suck.
Oh yeah, good point. That would have been funny. Good
Would
way
have
to
been funny,
kill two of them in one go. So yeah, but Steve has been saved. The planet has stopped moving. Yeah. Everyone's still alive, and Max manages to reunite with Holly in the memory store realm. You might recall that in the previous episode, Vecna had convinced all the other kids that Max is a monster and that she had successfully lied to Holly.
Yeah.
That's not going to be a problem, luckily.
We'll be moving
They're
right
just going to
past.
be easily convinced, almost as though it never even happened. So then the rest of the group, they climb up the radio tower and into the abyss. The Duffers said that they did originally plan on going to New Mexico to film this. Then they realized how big the Mind Flayer was going to be, and they realized that it wouldn't make any sense. So instead, they have taken us
Wait,
to
what?
basically Spy Kids 3D.
Hell
And that's
yeah.
where we're going to be spending
Wait,
our
New
Pissland.
night.
Mexico couldn't fit the Mind Flayer?
Well, the place they had
It's a
in
big
mind in New
monster.
Mexico couldn't fit it because it is so big.
That's horseshit. I've been to New Mexico.
Liar.
Look, there's a lot of space out west, especially if you went desert space. Oh man, the you're in like what a great place if you just went big open desert space.
No, I
What
mean, I
a-
watched Breaking Bad, and I didn't think there were probably like no locations that you probably could have filmed that in.
You
Why-
couldn't
why
fit
not
the
go to
spider in
Arizona?
Walt's house.
No, you couldn't fit it.
There's just huge stretches of open desert. You could just go there.
It would have been iconic to see Walt throw the pizza onto the spider.
He's just walking out. The spider's just roaching. He's like, ah!
It makes the
Onto
sound
his
of a critical
car.
hit in Smash Bros.
Yeah,
The baseball bat,
that's sort of yeah.
the home
Oh,
run bat.
that one would be pretty funny. Yeah, no. That sort of
Yeah.
one, yeah, would be funny. It
Just to
goes
say,
flying
a
into
little note
space.
for the Duffers though, like if
Yeah.
you're planning your big final encounter, and if you've decided that you're sending a bunch of children to defeat a monster that can't even fit in New Mexico, then you may have done something wrong. I think it might be too big. Maybe restrain yourselves and do something else.
When we first
That's
saw the
already a
Mind
big red
Flayer,
flag.
it was in we was in the Upside Down in Hawkins. It was in a relatively small Midwest town, so it could fit in a relatively small Midwest town. It cannot fit in the desert, though.
It was big and spooky and made of gas.
It
This
was
one has to
bigger
run around,
in the vision. It was like almost part of the sky.
which made it
They
pretty cool.
downsized it for the finale, and downgraded it in a lot of ways.
They fucking did. Like the meat flare in season 3 prevents like a bigger challenge to them, but we'll come on to the
yeah.
fight when we get there. So they're now in the abyss, and it's the first time I think some of them have ever been anywhere outside of the main dimension, but we don't really get much of a
But of
thing,
course,
and,
Nanbo goes first because she's
oh yes, she
the
does.
rough,
Look at
badass
her.
team leader.
It's
Yes.
just like people comparing. I mean, comparison to like I think, fuck, Spy Kids 3D looks so much better than this shit.
At least Spike is 3D. They were in a game, right? Isn't that the idea?
Yeah. It's fun. It's whimsical. It's so whimsical, especially when I was watching as a kid. It's just like, oh my god, what is this? This is so interesting. And there's so many like creative things that they do with that stupid world. And here it's just like open space
Well, I mean,
and a spider. What the fuck?
I'll pause here and there, but these shots, it's just like, I'm sorry.
Yeah.
Nobody's
so
believing
ugly.
this shit.
I am not convinced that you are where the show is telling me you are.
No.
Look, in Spy Kids 3D, there's a scene, right? And there's a scene, I think they call it a chosen one, and they're searching for the chosen one, and they mistake the main character as the chosen one, and the real chosen one appears, and it's Elijah Woods, and it's just the best moment ever. It's just he walks
Wood.
out of this like shining armor, like fucking
The
amazing.
guy, right?
Only to die 3 seconds later. It's the best thing in the world.
Yeah, his 99 lives shrink to 0. It's just like, oh.
Oh, yeah, he's called the guy, right? That's true. That's even funnier. And here we have what? A spider. It's just, gosh. This show wishes it was Spy Kids 3D. Are you kidding me? It's amazing. It's amazing. You have like them. What is it called? Like, the thing that you do on waves. Oh my gosh, the surfing in lava.
Surfing.
That's crazy. What the hell? They surf on lava. Are you kidding me?
By the way, this is Vecna's live reaction to the plot right now. Just like, what the fuck? Why am I losing again?
It's anger. I wish there was what's a good combination of like anger and confusion? What would that word be?
Angfusion.
Confanger.
Confanga. Sounds like
Confanga's
a
good.
enemy
He's
in
very
a fucking World of
confangered over
Warcraft thing.
there.
Confanga.
Sounds like a slur for emotions.
But all the kids seem to have disappeared, and 11 walks in to challenge him as he stumbles back into his own house. It's actually the kids are not really missing, though. Of course, what we have here is an illusion, and it's Callie. She's hiding them. They're actually all safe with
Because
Max.
That's how that works. Can anybody cast illusions in a mindscape though? And it's like, no, only illusion
No, 'cause
casters.
She has the powers, so she can do it.
Okay.
I agree. Like, this doesn't. Why would her powers work in this place?
I have no clue.
Because it's vision. Because if you close your
makes
eyes, then surely that the powers wouldn't be able to work because it's vision based, right? Like she gets in your mind and makes you see things, and you see with your eyeballs. So if it's in a mind,
Well, and they constantly go about doing everything about your core beliefs or your fears, your insecurities in the mindscape and everything. And it's like, but also everything is limited by your actual physical attributes, except when you're Max.
Yeah.
I just don't. It doesn't make any fucking sense, and it's annoying too because you watch them fight borderline physically here, but you have to remember none of this actually means anything yet because it's not the actual physical world.
It's not. It's physically, but in memory. So, and again, so many missed opportunities. All the cool memory-related fight stuff you could do. Like you could be so creative, but no, just going to be sort of throwing ourselves around a room for a bit for no particular reason. So 11.
No eternal sunshine of the spotless mind. This is not that. That is not.
I love that movie.
No. Yeah.
Certainly not. It is. So 11 says, you take children because you think they have weak minds, but they're smarter than you think. And it's like, well, they're not, though, because they're still in this fucking room, and they all came here because he told them he was going to save them from monsters, and they believed him instantly. What are you talking about? Henry says, though, you got caught. All the answers they need are in your head, 11. And he gets into her head, and he sees lots of flashbacks where he learns about Callie and the illusion magic. But then 11 uses the force on him and knocks him onto a table, and then Callie appears, and she goes to stab him. But rather than just stabbing him, she stops and says, hello, brother. And then she goes to stab him, by which point he's disappeared.
I'm sorry. What does it mean for you to stab the mind version of Vector in his own brain?
I don't know, because the closest visual reference I think we've got is the bit where 11 explodes the soldier's mind. And he's fine now, so I don't think it would mean anything.
Yeah.
I'm like, so confused. Like, what is happening here? You're gonna stab him in a fake world? What? Why did
Like-
you say sorry, brother, or hello, brother? Why would you do that? Why would you have a one-liner?
Hello, brother.
Like,
You ready to
I
be
mean,
stabbed in your mind?
if this was like a sort of a metaphorical manifestation, right? Henry, not Harry, in here, right? And of his like mental like state or whatever, his brain, whatever. Then what does it mean for all these people to be here also? Like it's not his mind, right? Because he would
Where
go in.
are their
I mean, I don't
where are their
understand
physical
either way.
selves?
I am immensely
They're-
offended that our chat would have said she thinks it works like Elm Street. What do you mean works like Elm Street? Those rules change every single movie. We did a
It's
whole arc
important to
on them.
note that Elm Street is not the.
No.
People think that Elm Street's execution is as good as its concept, and holy shit, it is not. All right, it is not.
They-
Where the fuck is Ted Wheeler during all of this?
He's coming soon. He's going to be
He's
like
fighting
the...
all of the Demogorgons that
he's-
are not currently in the Abyss. He's
That's
taking
where
them
they
all
fighting
out
them
of-
Dude, Ted Wheeler was holding off 15 Demogorgons single. Oh yeah, he's
And-
off screen.
He's going
Where
to
is
say... He's going
Carol?
to say on your
Fine
left
time.
right at the end. And it's going to be
Where
epic.
did they leave Karen? Is she still in the hospital? Like they were like, okay, thank you
I
for
think they
blowing
did, yeah,
up.
she went back to bed.
Oh sure, yeah, I went to nap. And the next morning, some nurses came out. And she was like, I defeated a weird demodog.
An
They killed the
explosion in your
dog.
basement? Yeah, sorry about that.
That was me. And they're
Think
like,
of-
okay, Karen, go to sleep.
It was like Gollum, but darker, and it had like the face of one of those plants from Jumanji on it. It was really weird.
Do you think she told Ted? Like, do you think she visited his room and she was
Yeah,
like,
she
"Hey,
told him, and he goes, "It seems like you got the good stuff, honey." And then he passed out.
Looks like somebody's anesthetic hasn't
flo-
worn off yet.
My floor was out of oxy because some woman stole it all.
This is the 80s. Were they just hooking people up to morphine machines still, or had we learned our lesson about that?
Yeah, but Robin stole all of that too. She's just a drug
Oh, okay.
fiend. She left lots of old people to die horribly in pain. Like a
Yeah.
hero. But in the Abyss, they actually, I still can't believe this is even a thing that you could lampshade, but they do lampshade it. Somebody asks, I forget which character, says, why aren't there any monsters here? Oh,
Mhm.
God, that's a good question
Good
for
question, yeah.
another documentary. Will tries to reassure Mike that 11 is still
Well, is
safe.
there an in-universe attempt at an explanation for that?
Nope.
Nope.
I didn't think there was. But I was wondering if I missed something.
I'm shocked to have to report that the answer is no. There really should be, but there isn't. So I think they
Yeah,
just
you
the
think it'd be
closest you
counted
get is one of
for.
them saying like, "Oh, I guess we don't really know what's going on in the other places." So like they could be there. I think that's as close as you're likely to get. Where were we? Oh yeah, Mike reassuring Will reassuring Mike that Elle is safe. That's the one. It's a chat calm before the storm. This should not be happening in a place called the Abyss, but it is. All the characters are going around just reminding the audience primarily that they are supposed to be characters and that they have conversations sometimes. So you've got Will reassuring Mike, you've got Steve thanking Jonathan for saving him, and they kind of joke around about how amazing Nancy is.
She sure is independent.
She sure
Boy.
is. Yep, that's what Steve says, right? He says, no, that he and Nancy never on the card. She's independent. She needs to get out there. And he says, I'd rather have her as a friend than nothing. And they both agree that she's really, really special. She's so special. She's awesome. It's a moment.
They forced the relationship change over to Jonathan. Then they forced Steve back into the picture, like in an intermittent way. Then they forced this love triangle, only to end it with, you know what? She don't need no man. And you're like, you were the ones that kept pushing this shit. All of us wanted an actual character.
Mhm.
I feel kind of stupid for not realizing it was going that way the minute they were doing the whole Steve versus Jonathan thing in the first episode. I feel like it's like really obvious in hindsight they were gonna do She Doesn't Need a Man.
Well, there's nothing more empowering than a woman spurning two males that are competing for her.
And someone in chat just said, why is Nancy awesome, though? Jonathan said he dislikes her to the point of dumping her and she cheated on Steve, right? Because you're
Yep.
supposed to like her.
Mm.
You're
As
supposed
simple
to
as
think
that.
Nancy is great
It's
because the Duffers think she's great, but I mean, she is just consistently immoral.
She's
it's
an
always
asshole.
weird to me. Like in order to sort of drive this lesson and this theme of an independent, strong woman, they have to like break them up with their male partners or something like that, or have them not get married or have children in order to remain strong and independent. And that always makes me think about like, what do these people think about their moms? Like, do they think of them as like weak pussies, or like what do you think of all the women around you who are like married and who gave birth to you? Like, do you not think of your
They gave
mom as a
up.
strong, independent woman?
Yeah, they settled
They settled, yeah. Those
for
Yeah.
traditional femininity, which is a
They're weak.
cooperative relationship endeavor with another human being,
Which is
a
so weird.
man, no less,
Like,
less than
season
human,
5
really,
just gives
if you think about
hero
it.
moments to both the main mothers in the show. Karen gets a hero moment saving kids, admittedly not her own kids, but somebody else's kids. And Joyce gets a hero moment saving her own kids. Nancy at the end of the show is like, I quit uni. Oh yeah? Yeah, I'm doing an internship.
Oh, dude, you reminded me of
Mhm.
fucking Lilo and Stitch. It's like, I abandoned my family to go and do marine biology. Like, okay.
Yeah,
No.
sure, marine biology. She's from Hawaii. There's like water there. Marine biology.
Yeah, water, animals. Woo.
I have a
Ah,
question,
it's
kind of a
fun.
theory.
Do it.
Do you think it's possible? Notice that like Jonathan and Nancy broke up. Obviously, a situation with 11 and Mike. Do you think there's any percentage chance that Ross Duffer's divorce that happened during the production of this season has contributed to why all
Ooh.
of these characters were no longer together at
That's
the
one
end
of
of
the
their show?
theories.
Ouch.
But he
Yeah.
surely was outvoted
The
by
meta
there were
seeps
other
in.
people in the writers' room who must surely not hate love. You
Well,
would
I mean, they
think.
also thought there was Demogorgon fatigue, so I don't know if anyone was really piping up to say good
No.
ideas.
Wasn't their reasoning what they said? You know, the Duffer brothers confirmed and said one of those times they said that they broke them up because childhood love or high school love never lasts or something like that. They gave a comment like that.
And then Lucas and fucking
Yeah, didn't two of the actors like
nice.
actually like get hitched and
While doing the
What-
show,
what-
you mean, or?
Yeah,
Yeah. No, that's another
what I
piece of
heard?
irony, other than the Max and Lucas one. The fact that Jonathan and Nancy are together in real life.
And their stunt doubles are together, and their voice
Voice actors as well, right? Yeah.
By the way, what a crazy thing to bond over, stunt doubling. Like,
Yeah.
oh my god, I'm a stunt double. You're a stunt double too. Like, what a
I've heard of-
coincidence! I can't believe there's so.
I think I've heard about a lot of stunt double couples. For some reason, they just really.
I
yeah.
feel like they'd be wired, you know, like someone who would be a stunt double in a movie. I feel like double stunt doubles would be like they'd get each other. They'd be
Yeah,
on the
lots to
same
talk about.
wavelength, you know.
Who have you doubled for? I've doubled for everybody, all the famous people. Cool. Also, they make fun of Steve for wanting kids. I thought that was lame too.
Which is going to be, again, interesting to note when we get to the wrap-up scene, which of the characters on the roof actually has their life in order and the most things to look forward to, because it's not Nancy with her second internship, and it's not Jonathan with his fucking shitty cannibal movie, and Steve comes out of all that pretty well, but that's a whole scene. Let's not preempt it. We'll get there when we wrap them up. Because for now, exciting things are happening. Yay. They round a corner and they see the pantry, and that's the one that Will saw in his vision. So they figure that must be where the kids are, and there's nothing else in this entire world, so that's probably it. Let's go there. The kids themselves are running. They are running through the
Running
memory
up that
store.
hill.
Running up that hill towards the caves, but Derek, being fat, is struggling to keep up. So they go back for him, and then Eleven and Callie catch up with them, and then they carry on running. But then some strange things are happening with Hopper, because Hopper's the one who's down in the upside down version of Hawkins' lab. He's looking over the isolation tanks, and he starts seeing things.
For the record, this is the most interesting thing that's happened to Hopper since season 1. And it just comes out of fucking nowhere. It's like,
It does.
when I saw it, I was like, no way. That's actually, like, interesting. What's going on?
It is. So he sees cans of like herbicide,
Who are
Agent
you? What have
Orange
you
from
done with my
Vietnam.
duffers?
And the herbicide starts flooding the room. He sees his daughter on a deathbed. Oh, that was inevitable.
Yeah.
But she says, "Oh, you knew this would happen, just like you know what will happen to her." So the daughter is obviously referring to Eleven. And he sees Callie and Eleven's earlier conversation and their plan to disappear with the Upside Down. And Henry's voice is there, and he's saying she's going to do it. She's going to kill herself. I am many things, he
I'm gonna
says, but I
do
am
it.
not a liar. And then
I'm
Hopper
gonna
shoots at
do it.
him. But then the vision ends, kind of, seemingly the vision ends. Then it looks as though he shot at Henry, but instead shot the isolation tank where 11 is bleeding out. So then he smashes the glass to get her out, but then it turns out he didn't shoot her. That was all a vision as well. So yeah, that's about as close to Elm Street style mindfuckery as I think we get.
Well,
It's probably the most interesting set of visuals, the most interesting conceptual deployment of Vecna's powers in the entire show.
So random. It's just
Yeah, it
like,
comes out of
this
fucking
is
nowhere.
a thing that could have been happening the whole the whole
Yeah,
season.
It's cool. It ruins the fact that we haven't seen anything like it. That ruins it that we haven't seen anything like this. But it's even more fucking infuriating that Vecna wins in this scene.
Yeah.
Hopper shoots the fucking tank, and Vecna seemingly saves 11.
Yeah. Like,
Mhm.
no,
Vecna
it's
keeps saving our main characters. What the fuck is going on?
they would never have the balls to do it, but if this actually happened as this way, like he shot her dead thanks to an illusion from Vecna, which just completely cut off the entire plan. There wasn't even a good. I would have been like, holy shit, Duffers. That's like a extremely bold story decision. Obviously, we'd have our criticisms, but it's just so funny watching something like this because people were saying this was like the most shocking scene. And I was just like, how could it possibly shock you? They're never going to kill 11 like this. Vecna's not even dead yet.
Also, like, I had
that
a
would be the
random-
way to get to 11 is to use illusions to get someone else to kill her when she's vulnerable. Like this
I
would
like
be the
it.
way that Vecna would do it.
I'm
But that's
so
competent writing,
convinced
competent villain.
they wouldn't do it. That if he broke the glass and she's just there and she's dead and he tells the people she's dead and the other characters recognize she's dead and then they have a funeral at the end after they beat Vecna, I still wouldn't have believed it. I'd be like, you can't be serious. The Duffers would
It's a
never do
fake-
this.
It's a fake funeral.
Yeah.
So yeah, but using his PTSD with Vietnam and the creation of Agent Orange and what that did to his daughter as a passing down of generations stuff, I was just like, oh yes, I remember when you wrote for him. It's crazy that this exists as a scene, and as
we're
a
long
said,
way from.
we should have
I Am
been
the
doing
Curse.
this for everybody in the past two since. Well, we should have been doing it. Fuck it, redraft the whole thing, right? Bring in Vecna early and have him tormenting characters this way the whole time. But okay,
Just to get an escalation on what he was doing periodically in season 4, when he is just a more compelling and convincing and probably more frightening bad guy, because he does this sort of thing. He does show people their worst nightmares. He is weirdly intangible in a sense. His power isn't direct; it's psychological. Could have taken that in so many directions, but then they just turn him into a giant fucking tree. So
yeah.
great.
This is like exactly the reason why Eleven's death is just narratively so stupid and not make sense.
We'll get
Just
there.
for Hopper.
Yeah. We'll come to that. It's not
dead
too
kid.
far from now.
Yeah.
But you're right. It's weird for him in particular, to the way he reacts. There's a theory as to why that is the case, but we'll come on to that.
One
So
thing sorry, one more thing I want to mention. I don't know. I had this like random thought. Did David Harbour like accidentally left the Thunderbolts script over at Stranger Things? Did Duffers like snooped around? Because there were just so many weird similarities, specific ones, with these two movies. I mean, you have like that sort of mind thing that they go through Henry's mind, stuff like that. And then you have didn't they like at some point get visions like this?
oh, they go. So there is the Mind Palace thing, and then they go through Bob's memories, right? Like they fight a giant meth chicken at one point.
Yeah.
That's kind of I can see the similarity. I mean, it's quite similar that you're going through the torment in the context of a mind
Well,
house
we know
sort of thing.
anything of even a slight sliver of value would not have come from the Duffers. It had to be something else. That's the problem we have to solve every time something even remotely good happens.
And David Harbour has like suicidal there too. Well, almost kills herself, but that movie does not commit. And neither does this one. So
It very much does. Well, it will commit to one thing later, which it shouldn't have done. But otherwise, actually, no, it doesn't even commit to that. It just commits to non-committing. It's fuck it. We'll get there. For now, though, the effect of all of this is that Hopper has broken 11 out of the isolation tank, and this yanks her and Callie and Max out of the memory store realm. Oh dear, shit. And 11 is fine. Oh dear, double shit.
Oh, and they found Max, the army dudes, just because they made a noise or something? They knocked
I
something?
think she makes a noise when she wakes up, and that alerts them. I think that's
So
what
the
happens.
logic, I'm guessing, is she didn't take her down the stairs because she's on the wheelchair, but, like, had she taken it, like, picked her up and taken her down, I don't know,
Then
it just,
they would not have hurt her. Yeah.
I don't know, it's just like, okay, whatever.
Yeah, it seems easily avoidable, but nah, never mind. So that means that Dr. K has found them. Oh dear. And the military, they go down into the secret basement where they see all of the plans just left lying around. So that means they know exactly where the rest of the team are, what they're planning, where they're going to do stuff, and they will be able to account for this in their own counter planning. This leaves Holly to lead the kids down in the Mind Mansion, and she leads them back towards the cave. And 11 can't get back in to help because the tank is broken, so they now have no choice but to go up to the abyss themselves. Then, Hopper sort of accuses... Well, it's weird, because he sort of accuses her of giving up, which she isn't doing. And then he asks about her plans to basically kill herself after all this is done, because obviously he's just seen the record of that conversation. And she dismisses him by saying, we don't have time for this. And he says, I'm not going to blow up this entire dimension. Great. Stranger Things is such a scaled back show. Until I'm sure you are safely back in Hawkins. So that's the promise he's going to make her keep. She has to make it back alive, otherwise he's not going to save the world.
And then she said, oh, so you can kill yourself, but I'm not allowed to kill myself. It's a very good scene.
Yes, terrific. Callie then pulls a gun on him, and she says, Henry, he must have got to him. He's in his mind, which he could still be for all we know, and should still be, but isn't.
You'd be in constant fear around Callie constantly that she was... It's like in Guardians 3, you know?
That's being
with,
like they're that
Mantis.
pisses by. It's like they could be in your mind. It's like they could be in your mind that I am. Someone's in my mind. It's like, but that could be you too. And her. All of us are in minds. What? Who knows what's happening? Can you even be sure that's a gun? Banana.
Yeah. What if it's a banana or a bubble gun? But she says, yeah, like Henry's got to him, and 11 says she has to end the cycle. I have to end the cycle. Hopper says, I understand that, but not with more pain. Then it's kind of a death of subtext scene, really, this one. He says, from the moment you were born, people did terrible things to you. Life has been so cruel, but you never let it break you. Fight for the happy days on the other side of this, the days when you have a kid of your own, when she invites some boy over and you get angry that she won't keep the door open 3 inches. We will find a way to make it real because you deserve it. I think there may be one more of these death of subtext scenes later, but like this is just annoying. It's like all of this could be implied, all of this could be inferred, all of this could take the part of actual conversations that don't involve a character saying, hey, remember your backstory? It means so much. It's artless and horrible. I wish they'd stop doing it.
I generally have a bias against speeches. Flanagan can do them, but most people are pretty bad at doing them. They end up like this, where again, it's pretty melodramatic, it's pretty sappy, it's just I'm not very interested in seeing scenes like this. It's a little bit lame. I don't know what other words to pick for it other than lame.
In season 3, at the end, for me, it really worked, and it's such a great letter that he writes to 11, and all of this is already like said and done with both of them. Like they didn't have to reheat this dead, gone, like beat this horse into like death. It's so annoying. It just devalues everything that has ever happened before. It's like you've done this so much better before.
Oh, now I'm imagining a better show where they did actually kill Max in this season, and then they remembered that she'd written them all letters, and then we got a really great scene where they all read the letters she'd written to them in this season. That could have been good.
That would have been really neat. Yeah, that would have been really neat. Really actually do something with the letters instead of the letters almost seeing... The letters in this one just seem like some vestigial idea that they didn't want to let go of, and yeah.
So the kids, they make it to the cave, And Derek, though, he keeps falling behind. God damn it, lose weight. And the Holly runs back for him. But then, oh dear, Henry's arrived.
Lose
and
weight in your mind.
Yeah, well, surely you could do that. If you have sufficient cognitive power, just imagine Ozempic and you'll be fine. But
Like, even in his own dreams, memories, I guess that's his. Who knows?
Also, that's
Who
a
the
very
fuck knows?
interesting concept, right? Like, why do they have to be the way they are in this materialistic world? I mean, also, like, they wouldn't even have to, like, rely on their stamina. Like, it shouldn't matter, right? Like,
yeah, no,
Well-
it shouldn't. But in this in particular instance, it's kind of probably good that it does. Because so Henry arrives behind them and he shoots his vine arm at Holly and he grabs her. But Derek uses his immense size advantage to his benefit. And it turns out that Derek is stronger than Vecna. So he
To be
grabs
fair,
Holly.
it makes sense that the
pulls her away.
Eldritch Horror is overpowered by 2 children.
Then he says, "Suck my fat one." It's such a great scene, and then Vecna just looks really angry again because like, what are the Duffers making me do? Why do
Jamie
they
Campbell
keep making
Bower
me
just
do these
expressing his true feelings in this moment. Like, why? Why have they done this? This is so humiliating. I still enjoy Derek saying that, though.
I do. You know, I like Derek as a character. I would like to have seen more of
he's
him.
he's very, he's fun. He has a character that I can identify readily, which kind of already puts him above a lot of people at this point. A lot of characters feel sludgified.
oh, I'll take him over Holly every day. Her pigtails annoy me so much.
What's wrong with pigtails?
I don't know. I want to, like, I don't know. It's annoying. Like, we're in this, when she's walking around with Max and, like, all these, like, dire situations, she has these serious pigtails that she looks like a fucking Red Riding Hood with her little cape. I'm like, this is shit.
Damn,
Brutal.
let it all out.
We'd like to say that Nuts' opinions on Little Red Riding Hood are not necessarily those of the
Reflective of the
cast and crew.
But they also might.
Potentially. So yeah, they've escaped. They're in the cave, and obviously they can't get into the cave because bad memories. So for the moment, at least, that's what is the case. In the abyss, they are still walking toward the pantry, and they're still talking about shit. And Nancy asks Mike why he's staring at her, and he says, "I'm not." But you seem to have all of the guns. Might be good if some other people had some of those guns. I would like a gun. And she she says, "Well, you've got Molotovs," and he's like, "Well, no, because I need a gun." And then she gives him a flare gun, and this actually is a conversation behind the scenes because they actually had this chat with Finn Wolfhard. Finn Wolfhard was saying, "I really think I should get a gun in this scene," and the Duffers were like, "No." So great, that's fine.
Yeah.
He gets a flare gun.
And
They
the
seem
sad
to-
thing about that, yeah.
They seem to agree it's inappropriate for him to have a gun, which I don't really understand, since, you'll give him weaponry to attack this creature, but it's like you didn't want to take the time to...
Well, it's just like...
And also,
in a-
this is
he,
the point
he is in
where
an
we're
alternate
talking about
crazy dimension hellscape. It's like, well, it'd be a little bit inappropriate to give him a gun. Like, what?
Wait,
Yeah.
Okay.
the sense I get is Nancy gives this like smug expression to the whole thing of like, you can't learn to use guns like me. Like, that's not a thing. I can pick it up in seconds. We can't even trust you with a
You're
stick.
a fucking idiot. You're a dumbass. You're a loser. Not like Nancy.
It's
Why
just,
didn't
and-
you take care of this before you came here? Shouldn't everyone be strapped with a
Yeah,
gat? Like
yeah,
you're
that's what I'm
walking through
saying. They
Compton?
should have been trained
Like,
up to
you
this
should all
point. They
have-
fight demogorgons.
Yeah, I bet they didn't even do an obstacle course.
Ah,
I mean, it's just sad. Also, I think if I don't misremember it, the Duffer, whichever one, I don't know their names.
It doesn't matter.
But Finn Wolfhard was like, "Please don't give me a candlestick again." And that
Yeah.
just, I feel so bad for him because I can tell like he was probably being serious of like, I don't want to hold candlesticks. I want an actual weapon, and I
Yeah.
think I should get one.
This
And
is
the
the
Duffers,
finale, and I'm supposed to be the heart and soul of the team, remember? Because that's what they said in season 4. And season 4 even has the entire painting thing where they're setting up the big final battle where he is leading the team against the giant monster with a big sword. And it's like, that was a big moment in season 4, and it was more than one moment. It was like a constant through line. And it seemed pretty obviously, setting something up beyond itself. So this is the moment to pay that off. Final scene, final season, give him the opportunity to be what the show keeps telling us he is. But no.
also like if we're taught right, so Nancy knows how to shoot a gun. Probably not Karen. Probably Ted taught her, right? Like a father, and probably it's his gun, right?
Yeah,
Why
there was some
wouldn't
talk,
why
so-
wouldn't Mike know just as well? Especially he's a boy, and he's
Because
quite a bit older. So
their
Ted would
desire
do
to
him too.
recreate the 80s in a Midwest town kind of it died seasons ago, but it's that they don't want to copy over a lot of the stuff that would be very appropriate and accurate. They kind of want to copy over the aesthetic of elements of it and the elements of the 80s without all of the, I'm not even gonna call it baggage because that's a little bit like it's a little bit loaded of a word.
You mean like
but-
more of a holistic view of this time rather
Yes,
than
that's
like
An
a good
how
word
we
authentic
portray
view?
this time? Why
Like,
don't we
all
treat
of-
it like we are actually in the 80s rather than like sort of cosplaying as we're in the 80s?
Yeah, being gay and interracial relationships and stuff, that is kind of, that will draw an eye. They weren't quite as, they weren't quite like us, and
It just makes it feel like more of a real world. Like you don't
Yeah,
have
really-
to view the existence of these things as like an endorsement of the characters. Like
No,
it
but
really
season
should
1
be pretty
understands
simple.
this,
You're just-
right?
Yeah, exactly.
Season 1 has Will's absent father, referred to him as a slur, or like not directly at his face. That would have been funny, but that's what Joy says he says about him, and then Hopper says, "Well, is he?" It's that
Yeah.
you can account for all of the people's real life attitudes. You don't have to front and center them, because I know like a bunch of people redid that episode 7 scene and made it like as homophobic as possible. And say, I get that's kind of funny, but you don't have to be that mean spirited about it to still say these are realistic character attitudes in this particular time period.
'cause
So
a lot
you
of
would
times it's
probably
subtle,
expect
it's
Mike to
not
be trained to use a
necessarily
gun.
super obvious the way that people behave about that sort of thing, or if they're bigoted or anything. A lot of times it's more subtle and subdued. They're not screaming out, slurs all the time and making big, things about it. But I don't know. It is that lack of the holistic approach. You want the aesthetic and only parts of the aesthetic, and you just that's all you want. You want to put it in a setting without committing to the setting. We see this in historical stuff a lot of the time. So I know because every once in a while it pops up. There's a lot of discussions I see on Twitter about how people they really want to see things like, color in the Middle Ages and stuff like that. And this is it's a thing. It's a thing I wish they'd lean into. Make it the 80s through and through. Wouldn't it be neat?
It would, but no. We have the Abyss instead, which feels fitting for the modern era. So Will stops and he enters Gay Vision again, and he starts seeing the cave through Vecna's eyes. And this is because Henry is, he can't go into the cave, and this has become quite inconvenient to him. And because it's now inconvenient to him and he really needs to go in, he decides he can go in.
Yep.
Oh.
All right.
Mhm.
And again, the performance, this man is given everything to show the struggle of Vecna going in here. And I can't help but feel like, I guess you did what you were paid for, did it well. You should be
Yeah.
in better things, not Rings of Power. But what can you do?
So in he goes. He steps up to the cave entrance, and he remembers. He has flashback memories. He remembers beating the random Russian American guy to death and opening his briefcase. And he opens the briefcase and he finds a mysterious stone that is in the briefcase. And he picks up the
Oh.
mysterious stone and he gets infected with mind flare jizz, I guess.
Mm.
And that's basically as much as we get, I think. There's not a huge amount more to explain his origin, purpose, nature, why, what the mind flayer did this for, what he wanted him for, even. For all of
How
that.
they got the stone, why was this science man in an old abandoned
We'll
mine
find
from
out
a
in
different movie.
Stranger spin-offs.
This is I saw this and I was worried that I had totally like accidentally missed an episode where they showed like the stone and the purpose of it and the where it was found and what was ordered of it and things, but
No,
I didn't.
just the closest you'll get is the play, I think, because that tells some of the story, right? I can't remember now off the top of my head whether it has the briefcase and the stone, because like I don't remember. I think it does. Could be completely wrong, but that's like this is just sort of tying very loosely into that, and then obviously they've now said this is the bit that will create the spin-off, so there'll be more about that, maybe a different time period, different characters, but that mind flayer jizz stone, that's going to be really important, and we'll learn all about it. But the mind flayer itself, according to Netflix anyway, will not be there because it's going to die in this episode, even though it quite clearly doesn't, but never mind. So he's now infected, and that's bad. That's why he's evil. So Holly, she hears a noise behind her, but she goes back and she sees that, oh shit, Henry's now inside the cave. Shit, time to run away again. And she leads the kids out into the desert, and he's just hobbles after them slowly. We did see him running briefly, but then he decides not to do that now. And Will informs the others that Vecna has found the kids, and the kids are all alone. And we see him, he follows the kids to the edge of the desert. And then Robin says to Will, can you stop him with your powers again? And Will says, well, I can sure gosh darn try. And that's it for the minute, because we go back to the lab. The military has arrived. It's arrived at the Upside Down Hawkins lab. Hopper, 11, and Callie are now having to run away from the military. But then Kryptonite, it gets activated from a helicopter, and then Hopper grabs 11 and just leaves Callie writhing on the floor behind him.
Hilarious, by the way.
It was really funny. And that's where she should have died. It would have been even funnier.
Iconic fucking gas from the helicopter. Holy shit. There's all kinds of places that could, aim that sound, and it gets it right. And then Hopper, of course, could, open up a window and just shoot the shit out of it. But he doesn't.
No. This is his opportunity to get Callie killed, because he's racist, probably.
Just for the record, he could carry both of them. That is very possible. It's just the story demands that that's not the case.
Yeah, they weigh 50 pounds soaking wet.
Well, and you could assume, it doesn't really make sense, but you could be like, oh, well, Hopper wants an excuse for her to die without killing her himself or something. But it's like, yeah, but she has information. Like, you wouldn't want to give her up. And she's also kind of an asset. Dropping it to the bad guys kind of what I'm saying is, like, if you wanted to theorize that he tried to have it killed, it's funny, but it doesn't really match. It's just stupid.
And he does sort of redeem himself, which is the mistake he makes.
Of course.
He's gonna. So while Holly's leading the kids toward the mine shaft, and Henry is hobbling after them, Murray, back in the Upside Down, he's preparing for a hero moment. He looks at the C4 that he's planted, and he gets an idea. Hopper hides 11 in the comm room. Callie gets captured, but then, Hopper goes back for her and saves her by taking out the soldiers. But then he gets taken out by a soldier. Oh, shit.
Damn it.
Damn it, indeed. Holly is leading the kids now through the memory mineshaft, the crack in the wall. She's leading them toward the big red thing on the other side where she escapes. Hopper gets punched by the military man repeatedly, and he demands to know where 11 is. But then Murray, he grabs some C4. He wraps it in a belt. And as the military man is about to shoot Callie, and we're all thinking, please do it, Murray, he runs with the C4. And you think he's going to sacrifice himself and it'll explode and it'll be really funny. And that's not going to happen either. He throws it at the helicopter instead, and the helicopter blows up and he's just fine.
It is a weird bit of filming because it really looks like Murray's about to jump with it. And you're like, but why? You could just throw it. And then he throws it. You're like, oh, okay.
Yeah, of course, as you would expect, but it would be really funny, and it'd be funny if he mistimed it and he got chopped up by the helicopter blades, and then it's just like this sort of thud. It's like, and then all this blood just gets splattered on the window. They're like, "What the fuck is going on out there?" Anyway, and then just shoot the rest of them. But oh well.
So yeah, that takes out the helicopter. It takes out the remaining soldiers. It saves Hopper. It saves Callie, or so we think. So the kryptonite is destroyed. 11 then shows up, and this is the bit where 11 is just kind of a villain, really, I think. There's one soldier left, and what she does is she forces his arm up with his pistol and makes him shoot himself in the head. And the
I
show
think this is
thinks this is
unhinged.
awesome.
Oh,
right?
yeah.
Yeah, this
I
is
don't
kind
know why
of
they think this is
this
not what
is kind of
do
a
you think-
continued
do you think
pattern of
Captain
psycho
America would
behavior.
do this? Like grab some guy's gun and then push it up against his face.
Just kind of evil. Like she could
You
overpower
have to
him.
bear in mind the motivation of these people. They think they're saving the world.
Yeah, they think that 11 is the super dangerous weapon that will, and they're kind of like, they're right. She is. She's kind of shown to be a bit of a psycho in this show.
The last thought he would
Um,
have had before she was forcing him to pull the trigger is, we failed to stop this
I was
horrifying
right,
monster.
yeah.
We could have had a shot, but we failed, and now the world will suffer because she's free. Like, that's what they're thinking. They're not thinking like, oh, our evil deeds have been thwarted.
We've
You
seen
think-
how she behaves. It's only a matter of time until we have a Chronicle situation on our hands where she just goes psycho.
I mean, she's kind of always lent that way in the show a little. There's been
Yeah,
there's
she
been
has.
moments.
Smashes that girl's head with a roller skate in season 4. She uses her powers kind of recklessly.
She pushed Max
in
over
the
because she
early
looked at
seasons.
Mike.
Yep, she did. That was funny. I wondered whether, because I don't think this is in the behind the scenes making of, whether they were trying to make a point like, oh, it's cycle of violence, don't you see? She, he came after her, then she broke his mind, then that compounded the fears he has of her, so then he tries to kill her, and the only thing she can do to stop him is killing him, and this just proves that her mere existence is perpetuating the cycle of violence. Now, the obvious answer, if that is their thought process, is, okay, she had all the power in this situation and could have proven to him that she was not the monster. She could have saved him as opposed to killing him. She could have forced his gun out of his hand, but then done nothing. She could have made a point, and that would have been to refute the idea that this is, by her nature, is going to make everything more violent and horrible forever. And I think that would have been an option available to them if they'd chosen a different path. But they didn't choose a different path, as we will see. Or they chose no path, as we will see. I did erroneously say that Callie had been saved. Not quite. So in the chaos, turns out she gets accidentally shot and seemingly mortally wounded. This is very sad. She's such a terrific character and we all love her.
I know, it's like Erica. Whenever I see her show up, I'm like, oh, yes, thank goodness she's back. Oh, man, I was wondering what was going on with her.
Oh yeah, and she says, don't cry, 11. This was always going to be the way. My story was always going to end here, as if she had one of those.
Yeah.
Hopper is sent away to find bandages while this conversation is happening. And then he comes back after there is a cut in time. He comes back with the bandages, and when he returns, Callie is dead, ? Maybe dead, maybe not. She is dead, but maybe she's not. Because, maybe something else is going on here. We will find out in due course, or not, as the case may be. So, back to the Abyss. For the third time, we return to the Abyss, and we find that they are still making their way toward the pantry. And Henry is entering the mine shaft, so everything's kind of ramping up. I think the group has now broken into a run, so that urgency has been introduced, finally.
Yeah, they're not walking anymore. It's crazy.
Yeah. Henry enters the mine shaft, and Holly jump scares him and hits him with a fire poker. Then he disarms her, but then he has to relive his worst memory, the one where he gets shot again, in that play that nobody watched. And Will is sort of acting this out for Joyce's benefit. So you've got 3 people doing the same actions, which is, it's visually, it's a trick. I don't mind it. I don't hate it. I don't particularly like Will's acting, to be fair, because it's unfortunate when you are giving mirror performances, is that if one of the actors is really, really good and one of the actors is really not very good, then making them do the same thing just invites that comparison, which is unfortunate for Noah Schnapp.
True.
The younger kid's better. And
yeah.
Hmm?
Just, of course, Jamie Campbell Bower as well. It's just it's not really fair.
No, it's not. Because he's very, very good. But so then Hopper and 11, they make it to the roof. And Murray is very happy until he learns that Callie is dead. And it's one of the weird ways they've chosen to divide the teams up. Although it's also, I think, a necessary function of having Callie be in this show. Murray is the one to turn to 11 and say, I'm so sorry.
Yeah,
It's like, you
it's
don't
such
know
a
who she's
weird
with.
scene because he's like, oh gosh, that girl, I guess, is
Yeah.
whoops, I'm sorry, I guess.
That basically sums up Murray's entire character. It's just like, yeah, well, I don't know what I'm doing here, but
He's never spoken to her, ever.
no.
They should have had one interaction just so they could make this a bit smoother, like a little, how did you get roped into this, sort of thing. They have a little maybe back of whatever, but no, nothing. They never even spoke. So you can tell even the actor's just kind of like, I guess I care. That's sad.
Mhm. It would be funny if he just turned around to 11 and was like, who are you? Which one are you? I don't know.
Well, isn't it a bit awkward that he's there, like, as they walk up, he's like, yeah, woohoo, everything's going great. Oh, wait a minute, where's that other person that was with you? Like, what? Why did it take him so long to realize?
She's dead? That's so sad. Anyway.
He just didn't give a shit.
Anyway.
The anyway in the scene is that 11 then looks up and she sees loads and loads of floating rocks which are leading all the way up to the abyss, way up in the sky. And she says, I can jump that, and I won't fall. I can get up there and I can kill Henry. And Hopper says, what will you do if you kill Henry? And 11 says, this is the other bit, I think even worse than the last one, where subtext is raped and left in a ditch. So she says, when I was a kid and you found me in the woods and I was scared, really scared, I didn't understand the world, people. You took me in, you raised me, protected me, you became my dad, but I'm not a kid anymore, and I'm not Sarah. She didn't have a choice to make, but I do. And I need you to trust me to make the right choice. I need you to believe in me. And all of this is done over flashbacks from season 1 and 2, just in case you forgot that, oh yeah, they lived together.
Leaving out the important context, which was that Hopper was a bit abusive.
Yeah, if she'd said, when you took me in and abused the shit out of me, I learned a lot about, fatherhood and parenting and stuff, and I realized, like, I think I'm stronger without you. Yeah. I'm just going to be better off without you. And she's like, consistently, is a pattern, Hopper. All of your children die. So I'd rather be just like, what the fuck?
So that's a wonderfully heartfelt scene, which made them all cry behind the scenes. And it's just awful. You could have said that with a look.
Okay.
That's all it would have taken. A single look. Lots can be said without those words, but never mind. So Henry, he's carrying on reliving his memories that we've already seen several of. I think we've already seen all of them by this point, actually. So he grabs the dead man's briefcase and he opens it and he finds the magic rock and he picks up the magic rock, and then the gas cloud, the mind flare jizz, says, find me, and then it infects his blood. And then the random American man who had the briefcase says, you have to resist it. It will consume you, consume all. But then little Henry kills him with the force and then runs away. So,
yeah, naturally, yeah.
Yeah, this makes him... Well, it's sort of questionable as to whether he was a psychopath before the mind flare got to him or whether the mind flare made him a psychopath. Because he's already beaten the guy with a rock.
I think I think that the interpretation of the show is definitely that he was a psycho. I think they want you to basically write Vecna off completely.
I think it's jumbled. They've got some strange shit going on here. Like, he almost intuitively blows that guy's eyes out of his head. He seems shocked by his own decision to do that. And then when the kid is wiping the blood off his face, it has Vecna behind him looking at the young version of himself in a way of like, oh man, like that's where it happened. It was over for me, sort of thing. Like, that's the implication. But then I don't know if the point of it's supposed to be like, I didn't really, like, it was something that took over me, but I'm happy it did. Like, I'm happier this way, or something like that.
I get what you mean, because I think it is probably both, but I wonder how much of that is the performance is giving something that the writers didn't actually intend.
Well, I mean, the
kid
is normal.
Like, no, I actually, they're doing the Venom thing, right? It's like, I like being bad, it makes me happy. That's kind of what they're doing. It's like, oh, okay. That's how it comes across to me.
It just seems like they're going for, like, Will's offering a olive branch, and then Vecna can make his decision. Like, are you a good man or a bad man? He's like, I think I'm a bad man, and I'm happy about that. But
Will says, like, it wasn't you, it was never you. That's why in the mind flare, like, it didn't want you to give. It didn't want you to remember. You were just a kid like me. It used you to bring it here. You're just like me, Henry, a vessel. You can fight it. Don't let it win. Please don't let it win. And like the performance is suggesting that that has an effect, which would entail that there is a human inside of Vecna still, and that he makes a choice to be evil. But I'm not convinced they are aware that that is what was happening. And like, the problem they've got is because they've not ever really lit upon who Henry as a person was, and they've got to try and do this in 3 different contexts. Arguably, they've got young Henry prior to the Mind Flayer goo. They've got young Henry post Mind Flayer goo, but pre Vecna. Then arguably you've got old Henry pre-Abyss, then you've got Vecna post-Abyss. So there's kind of 4 Henry states, and none of them are concrete. So I don't really get the sense that...
I think the broad conclusion from the dialogue, I would have assumed they want us to think he's evil through and through. It's just like, okay.
Pretty much, because then that way when he dies, it's not like tragic, it's like triumphant.
Even though we can talk about that when we get there, but there's a weird element to that, like when he's dying.
For sure, yeah.
The problem is them just stuffers trying to sort of what is that word? Well, trying to do what they've seen in other movies and stuff like that as to how they understand complex characters are built and work, but they completely misunderstand it. And also they can't commit to anything. They can't commit to completely redeeming him, or at least justifying or like giving him sort of a sad, tragic background, but they can't commit to fully, redeeming him. So it's just like he's good, but he's not old. Because I don't understand having that younger him scene in the first place if they didn't want to humanize him. Like, why have that? They could have introduced that fucking rock in any shape or form. They didn't have to have Will say that, like, you're just a boy or you were just a child. They were trying, there was an attempt at something, but they kind of fumbled it because they don't understand how characters work.
Well, for the record, fucking Scary Movie 3 makes fun of this, like, idea. If you guys remember, it's Samara, or the makes fun version of it, where they, like, appeal to her humanity, and she turns, like, she like, transforms into the angelic version of herself, and then she's like, thank you, you've, like, restored my humanity, you've made me in touch with who I am, and now I will leave you, like, in peace. And they go, really? And she goes, no, and turns back into the demon. It's just like
You know what's so fucking frustrating about this entire thing? It doesn't work in the play. It doesn't work in the show. They're trying to feign that Vecna could be a good person. He fucking mutilated and murdered his little sister, even in the play context, who did nothing to him. He did not have to mutilate his sister. They never even attempt to explain it. But then they still try to do this he might be a good guy thing.
And then they show, obviously, the season 4 flashbacks. He tortures animals as well, and then he kills his entire family.
No, but they justify the mom, because in the play, the mom sold him out to Brenner. So there's a reason why he kills her. But there's no reason to kill his sister. She's literally she barely even has a role in the play. He just wanted to kill her.
Does he do that before he gets the Mind Flayer goo, or after the Mind Flayer goo?
It's the same. It's the same as the scene that we see in season 4.
But before,
so
that's after.
He already has powers.
Yeah.
After,
and so he gets away from Brenner in the play. He like leaves or whatever, and then he goes back home because he finds out that his mother is the reason why Brenner was coming to get him in the first place. So he kills the mother, and then he just decides, fuck it, and he just goes to kill the rest of his family.
Well, because the Mind Flayer taught him the world is broken and filled with kill everyone.
Yeah,
and in the previous scene, Brenner's like, this is a death row inmate. I want you to kill him. He's like, no, I can't do it. And then he goes home and kills his little sister.
Yeah, okay, yeah. Yeah. Good stuff.
Also, like, in this scene, I do think that he was a psycho before. Because, like, I understand, like, self-protection and stuff, but for this kind of kid, for this young, I don't think his first instinct would be to get a rock and, like, smash this guy's head. Like, unless you were already, like, fucked in the head.
Yeah, I mean, you could just your probably first instinct would be to run away, or
Yeah.
if you weren't inclined to run away, just like kick the gun out of his hand or something. But like he does pick up a rock and he smashes him in the head repeatedly,
Yeah,
which is
you
like a
shouldn't
That
smart
is
even-
decision.
cinematic language for Unhinged as well. It usually is, or often is anyway.
And if they'd done stuff to actually build him as a character, which I know is a shocking suggestion for your main villain, but you could have had it that like maybe the Mind Flayer was exploiting something within him. Like the Mind Flayer was aware of this. It used his kind of budding psychopathy and it exploited that, and that's how it got to him, or something like that. And it's like, and then that would have been settled and concrete. And then, but then if everybody knew that, and especially since like season 4 has Nancy and Robin go to meet his dad still alive in the that asylum place, right? And then
Oh,
they
yeah.
learn what he is and what he's like. So now to have Will say, "Oh no, this was never who you were. That was all just the Mind Flayer. You're just a kid like me, and it used you." It's like, well, where's that assumption coming from? Because that seems to contradict everything everyone knows about him, which is that he was always a psychopath, whether or not he had the Mind Flayer in him.
No, it's
Mhm.
garbled, but this is their attempt at being like, we want to answer the Vecna question before we have a big battle, just so you guys know, okay, he's evil. You're like, all
And then they
right.
give him like this really stock fucking villain non-ideology speech. So he says, "No, it showed me the truth. It showed me the world is broken. Mankind is broken. It never controlled me. I never controlled it. Don't you see, William? I could have resisted it, but I chose to join it. It needs me. I need it. We are one."
Yeah, like, I mean, this is
all
pretty
right.
crap.
Yeah.
It tells me nothing.
Yeah, I mean, it's just, it's almost like, just get on with it then. Like,
And he has
whatever.
basically the same speech in season 4, right?
Yeah,
And he
yeah.
decides that like predators and spiders are really cool, so they're better than humans now. Season 4 has some problems as well with
It does.
Vecna, but it's still slightly more compelling than this is. But anyway, while he's saying all of this, the very obviously Mind Flayer thing behind him turns out to be very obviously the Mind Flayer, and it
Ooh.
turns into a giant spider kaiju.
It's just a bigger visual one with more legs than the one in season 3, and it's just like,
And
oh,
it looks all fleshy instead of like a formless, horrifying.
Well, yeah, because then they
creature.
wouldn't be able to shoot it with Nancy. Wouldn't be
Well,
able to
set it
shoot
on
it with a
fire.
gun.
With
Yeah.
your M16, yeah. And
I like how
kill it.
Nancy also has like
Molotov.
all the guns. Like they got
Yeah.
flare guns and like fucking wrist rockets, and Nancy's like got the armada on her.
It's
and she can't, like,
stupid as
share.
fuck. They actually
Well,
got themselves to the
that's
point of saying
character
she's
development.
gun girl, and that means no one else can have guns.
And nobody else gets guns. Yeah, she
So
gets dibs on
stupid.
all of them.
Well, there's not many guns in the U.S., so
No, iconically.
you can't. Yeah.
Meanwhile,
Not in
Steve's
Indiana.
signature weapon is the baseball bat with the fucking nail sticking out of it like a psycho.
And it's
That's it.
Jonathan's baseball bat. That's the funniest part. It's not even his signature weapon. He stole it.
But now it is.
Yeah.
I
Wow, you
hate-
think the Duffers remember who made the bat?
No.
No way. No.
Yeah, they probably think Steve made it.
I think if you said to them casually, it's crazy you introduced Steve in season 2, they would be like, did we? Oh, yeah. Yeah, Steve was introduced in season 2. You'd be like, what's wrong with you? They'd be like, what do you mean?
But yeah,
Just
it's
look at it though. It's so bad. It's,
Oh, all of
Yeah.
it, yeah. Awful shit.
it's so lame looking in comparison to season 3.
And also,
The
like, they're all
fact-
dead.
Yeah.
Yes, you're all dead. They even pointed that out behind the scenes. Someone said, at that size though, it's going to catch them in seconds. How can they have a chase? And
Well,
then it cuts away, and then it's like, well, we're
Despite
going
the
to keep it in
fact
anyway.
that you would assign this as a easy win, this is actually like one of its least effective forms ever.
Mhm.
Why would you choose this
Yeah, it's-
form?
Because it's pretty intimidating.
And
isn't
it's
it?
gaseous
Because you
form.
can't jump inside the stomach of dust.
Well, if it not even dust, if it was an army of demogorgons, it would do. If it was 2 demogorgons, it would be doing better right now.
Yeah. True.
Explain to
Season 3
me
Meat Player did better.
Yeah, true.
how does Mind Flayer get to be here and no other Demogorgon or Demodog or Demobat? Like, how does First of all, how did he get here? Wasn't he in the Upside Down? I don't know how. But if he got here, how didn't Demogorgons get here? It's just why? How?
I guess because you see when Henry gets shot to Dimension X in season 4, so he arrives here, and you do see Demogorgons here. So I guess I've not confirmed this, but my guess is that like this is actual Mind Flayer, And
Yeah.
the Demogorgons come from here. It opens portals to the Upside Down. It sends Demogorgons to the Upside Down, and its projection of itself in the Upside Down is the Mind Flayer that was actually cool, which is the Season 1 one, or the Season 2 one. So, like, that's just, like, the gas form is just a projection, and the Demogorgons originate here. However, like the audience, it is now suffering from Demogorgon fatigue, and so it sent them all away, and that's why they aren't here.
Mm-hmm. Nice.
It's actually
man.
symbolic of the writer's strike and the actor strikes and stuff.
These shots, everything just looks so shitty.
It does. And it's only going to get worse because, so the basic thing is that the rest of them all just run away. They can outrun this. It's fine. 11 distracts it. She lobs a big rock at its head, and this annoys it. And then she flies at it. She has power, like she platformed up here off screen, obviously. Then she flies at it, tears a hole through its chest, and lands in a perfectly flat sandy cave inside of this
Kombat
creature.
level, yeah.
But yeah, it's a boss
I want
level.
you to bear in
That's
mind,
pretty
Mel
good.
watched this episode and he hadn't seen any Stranger Things.
Christ. Oh no.
It's doubly weird when you're kind of watching all of the seasons in pretty short, like essentially back to back. You know, because I was never like into Stranger Things, so I only get what was sort of drip through general culture. And I knew it was about like young kids in the 80s, and there's some kind of a monster in some kind of like a spooky world, but I didn't really know anything about it. And then I watched the first season and I get like, oh, I get it. I see what the appeal is. This is neat. Small town, there's a mystery, there's a spooky monster. That's kind of neat. And so going from season 1 Stranger Things to watching this shit happen, not but later on that week or whenever it was, I was like, man, they have actually lost the plot. What the fuck is this show anymore? What a wild transition to go from season 1 to this.
Well, it's a simple logic that they've applied that lots of people do. Is like, well, you got to get bigger and stronger and crazier and more
Bigger, bigger,
spectacle
bigger.
every season. Yeah, it makes sense. That's how you do it.
The only way Metal could be more shocked than watching this episode without any context if he watched it with like one episode's context from like season 1.
Yeah, watch episode 1 and the finale.
Yeah. He would
This
be-
becomes this.
Yeah.
Uh-huh. It's just like a shitty MCU movie. What
Yeah.
the fuck is
They
this?
totally want to be Marvel. It's like, good job, you achieved it. You got
Yes,
it.
you did. Down to the terrible non-dialogue. So, like, 11 lands in this place, and Vecna's first line to her is, "So you truly want to die?" Like,
So you've come here to kill me.
Yeah, you've come here to destroy me. The classic Vader line.
I think someone in the writer's room was definitely suicidal, because what the fuck is this? How many times? I don't understand. It's just, why is everybody, like, either it's about being gay, or it's about, like, that's the only
Well,
two
no, I think that was a reference to Harry Potter. It's like the boy who lived come to die.
Yeah, sure.
Because they literally they literally did Harry Potter with Will. Like that scene where he's grabbing his face in 4. That was like a scene for scene rip of Harry Potter.
Man. I mean,
Wait,
Wait,
that's
so Vecna knows Harry Potter?
man.
Oh yeah, that doesn't make any sense. It hasn't happened yet. Let
Maybe
me
he
see if
can
I can find the GIF.
Well, they exist outside of time stuff.
Yeah, they have Harry
So he-
Potter in the Abyss world, obviously. It's been written already, but not in Hawkins. Maybe.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm sending you the picture. This is what I'm talking about for the Vecna thing. Like, it was clearly inspired by that.
Oh, that's what you're talking
Oh,
about,
yeah.
right?
Yeah, and the line is similar at the end, so I figured that was like related. Also, I'm sorry for giving the worst picture imaginable. It's like the smallest, lowest quality image I can find.
It's
Well, the
okay.
spirit is there.
Yeah,
The
there's
thought
a
that
lot of
counts.
Harry Potter in here. Too
I mean,
much
they
of
steal
it.
everything else, so I'm not surprised they steal that too. It's
Mhm.
even the whole the Vecna conversation we were having. It's like who he is. That was their reference point was Darth Vader again. It's like, do we want to
Ugh.
give him a Darth Vader style redemption? Nah.
Could you remember the
Mhm.
amount of
Okay.
times people referenced their character was like Joker from the 2019 movie and that no one does it anymore after the second one came out?
My character got raped in prison. Yeah.
Dude, Duffer
By
Brothers like the
Brendan
fat guy with the
Gleeson.
chicken nuggets from fucking Smiling Friends. It's like, well, what are we gonna do about this? I don't know. Put in some MCU and some fucking Harry Potter. Fuck you. And then
Yeah.
start dipping the chicken nuggets. Give me some Elm Street in here. Fuck you.
Vecna, I used to call him Voldemort as a joke, but when you think about it, I mean, aside from him like having no nose, both of them, it's just there's a lot of similarities. I'm getting very convinced that they based him off of Voldemort to some extent, because like even his backstory, sort of flashbacks
No
to him being
nose.
a kid and being
On little
corrupted.
stuff, yeah.
Yeah, it's very, very similar, and
So you
they're
sell
kind
your
of
soul
like,
to a Horcrux, but then in this case, you sell your
Yeah.
soul to like the Mind Flayer Stone, which is basically Vecna's Horcrux.
mhm.
Yeah, there's a lot. There are actually there are probably more as well. No Quidditch, though,
Probably.
thankfully.
A lot of it.
So, Mike remembers that for a brief period of time, we pretend like there's a hive mind mechanic on this show. Sometimes we do this, sometimes we don't. So he figures that we can help Eleven fight Vecna, because if we hurt the giant spider kaiju, it will also hurt Vecna because they're connected to the hive mind. This did not work in episode 4 when they burned the Demogorgons, which were connected to the hive mind, and it did not affect Vecna. And it didn't work in episode whatever the fuck, where Dr. K was strangling Hopper with the Mind Flayer tentacle, and if she turned the heat up on that, then it got in pain. But this time it's going to work. So they split up and they go to attack it. And Nancy, being Nancy, she wants to be the most heroic character, so she volunteers herself as bait. She is indeed a hero. Look at that hair. That's
She's
Sylvester
so
Stallone.
badass when she says this, and all the other characters defer to her like, yes, that is the thing, that you are the one to do this.
Yes, Queen.
Yes.
So I guess because you don't share the fucking guns, we have to do what you say. So while they go and do this, so you have two very silly fights, and it's really, I mean, even we've all had our say on other Stranger Things seasons and the many flaws of season 2, 3, 4, and all of 5 up to this point. And for me, at least, even acknowledging all of those, both of these final battles are just surprisingly awful by the standards even of Stranger Things. So you have a very silly mind battle going on inside, where they're just sort of vaguely throwing each other around.
It's like a telekinetic, yeah, I'm just going to kind of point my hand at you, and you point your hand at me.
Yeah.
And we hope for the best.
Mm-hmm.
And then outside, you have this huge spider thing, which is more vulnerable to guns than your average Demogorgon. And like, it gets lured into a trap, and then they start throwing water balloons at it and shooting wrist rockets. And this really pisses it off
Watch
because it catches
those wrist
fire.
rockets.
Did someone mention how they do the plan? I don't know how they got up on the cliff to do the little plan.
Oh
and
no,
she just-
there was a ladder. It was just behind the rock.
That's
you
good.
just can't.
That's
It's right there.
Because the plan is I'll distract it and it'll go for me and nobody else. And then she immediately starts the plan without waiting for them to get up there, I guess. But then they just sort of teleport up there. So
Mm-hmm.
okay, all right.
And if you in that desert, like if you look to the left, there's like little Finn standing there screaming Ray.
Yeah.
And then, like sometimes the outside battle affects the inside battle. Like it runs into a wall because it's a really serious villain, and it collides with the cliff, and this causes
just a
the
beast.
interior arena to sort of stumble a bit.
It's just a big, dumb, brutish beast. It's not this.
No,
Yeah,
that's the thing.
Kind of clever, right?
Really stupid. Yeah, it just lets itself get killed. Borderline. It's like, cool. That's the big.
Well, the fact that it can lose this battle against a bunch of teenagers, only one of whom has a gun, like the idea that it could even possibly lose, when you know that if they put this against all of the soldiers with helicopters and tanks, that it would beat them, it would like destroy them. But
Yeah,
meanwhile, this
effortlessly.
group of idiots are like pretty successful
Yeah,
and sustain 0 casualties fighting a massive kaiju.
What was its plan?
So it that's actually a good point, right? If it clashes the worlds and the Mind Flayer enters Earth and it launches this enormous spider creature that's like, ha ha, and then the government hit it with a missile and it dies.
Or just napalm?
Yeah, just anything. I mean, like, just anything would probably be pretty effective. Not to mention, obviously, nuclear weapons.
Well, and yeah, now we know that if they were smart, the government in this show, they would have discovered all of this shit way earlier, and then they could have just dealt with this without any of our characters. Like, if they'd tossed a fucking nuke through the breaches at the top of the Upside Down into the abyss, just wipes them out. I don't. Is there any reason to assume that radiation will fuck these guys up?
No, there's no reason to think that. It's when you're talking about something like Godzilla, right? It's like that's baked into that character. But then it's also just like that Godzilla tends to show the general imperviousness of Godzilla and a lot of the other monsters to like conventional human weaponry. Meanwhile, here, like, it is getting beaten with guns and Molotov cocktails.
It's embarrassing.
It's getting beaten with basic equipment.
Like, the bullets are microscopic from its perspective.
Yeah, they should mean nothing, pretty much.
I'm also, like, the obvious answer in here would be the government does have some what the fuck, like, kryptonite shit that they used on Callie. This weirdest thing that they introduced that and never use it against, like, never even make it a mention by any of the characters to use it against, like, Vecna or any of these things. It's weird.
Or the pills that the epidermal pills they have in, like, Henry's neck when he's in the lab that just stop his powers. Is like, oh, well, those seem awfully useful.
Just shoot one of those. Yeah. He shot the tracking guy into the Demogorgon and just shoot him with a pill.
Mm-hmm.
What, you can't really lose. There's no way they can win, and it's kind of silly and embarrassing. But then they make it even more silly and embarrassing because you've got Steve and Dustin who run underneath it, and they both shout for Eddie, and then they start stabbing it in the belly with little tiny spears, and it really pisses it off.
Yeah, just before I was going to say, this is the shot you're referencing is like the one that comes out of it. What feels like a Call of Duty trailer with a famous person.
Yeah.
It's one of those horrendous looking shots in the entire thing.
Look at that. $400 million. $400 million.
Rough.
How are they not embarrassed?
I don't think they can feel shame.
They might be too stupid to feel shame. Stranger Things.
And people pointed out as well, this whole world, if it were dark, everything would have looked better. But they really lit it up.
Made it really bright.
The less I could see of the creature, the better it would look.
The less I could see of Stranger Things, the better.
I want normal things. I don't want strange things.
And yeah, hitting the whole for Eddie is so cringy. It's like, okay, yeah, sure. You guys...
What about Bob? What about... whatever.
Yeah.
I don't know.
What about Bob?
Well,
what
just
about Ted?
do it like implying like this was Eddie's thing too, because he had these pieces of equipment. You're just like, what is that? Like, you guys should be hitting it with Molotovs too.
Oh god, and the fact that, like, what are they thinking? Let's go right underneath it and stab it.
Yeah.
Maybe.
But
What if
you just die?
it smushes you? Like, it just decides,
Yeah, if it just
like,
dropped
you're trying to
itself.
kill it.
Just lays on
It
you.
could
Yeah.
fall on you. Like, you are trying to achieve a result that would crush you. You're trying
Also,
to
why
kill
do they
it.
know it has a weakness there? Like, they're just like, yeah, fuck it.
Yeah,
let's
Well,
say
most
so.
things
Yeah.
do. They played video games.
It's just a
Is it
gamble.
stabbing it?
Yeah, just
Dude, video
stab it.
games at
Go
this
ahead.
point was Pac-Man.
Exactly.
Yeah,
His
that's
weakness
true.
is
They don't
right
even have
underneath.
that as a point of reference. You're right. They don't have like Metroid
Dude, if
Prime. or anything.
honestly, if Will said I've never played a video game with a good story, they don't exist, I would believe him.
Mm-hmm.
He'll say, I've been playing video games for 30 years, and they'd say, video games are 30 years old.
Yeah.
They haven't been,
That's
they were
right.
only invented yesterday. you couldn't have possibly done this.
This
For Eddie.
awesome
Eddie.
mind assault. You have the fire at the outside and the stabbing it in the stomach, and then this is slowly weakening it, and this is distracting and annoying Vecna. And 11 starts to get the upper hand. Also, Joyce is here somewhere.
Yeah, she's around.
That's great. I just noticed her on the screen, so I completely forgotten she was here.
there.
So 11 gets the upper hand. Vecna tries to use a sneak attack with his evil freaky arm, but then Will from far away decides no, I can use my magic from wherever I want to, apparently. So he grabs the arm and sort of rips it away in the end, and he says, "Not afraid anymore." And 11 pushes Vecna onto a big tooth, and this impales him. And then the Mind Flayer just collapses in a burning heap, and
It's like
that's
it's like
kind
a
of it.
spike. There's just a spike here. It's not even like a wall spike. It's just like a spike that's sticking out of the ground, and
That's just
He
the
just pushes him
weakness he
into it.
couldn't possibly have anticipated they would make use of. Damn it.
Also, the vines are really funny because there's like no vines here, and they were only in the Upside Down, and he's still made out of vines.
Yeah.
Mhm.
well,
That-
if you're made out of vines, then there's vines wherever you go.
I guess.
Well, that's just
Yeah.
true.
But why are there only vines there? Why didn't he like expand that reach? I guess.
Upside Down is so much fucking cooler. I hate them.
Yeah.
I hate
Wouldn't he-
them.
Shouldn't he have just like changed his form to be like to have like a hole in his stomach to where it doesn't do? How come she is stronger than Vecna?
Because he's connected to the hive mind, and that hive mind is weakened by the assault on the Mind Flayer, even though that's not how it worked
So is
before.
someone else. Someone else is connected
Well,
to the hive
yes.
mind, and it's having no
Harumph.
impact on him.
You
Also,
might think that, but shut up.
If the hive
Fair point.
mind, if for some reason, I know I keep like beating this dead horse, but it bugs me. It's just like if for some reason Demogorgons were missing, they're all in Upside Down or whatever.
busy.
Wouldn't hive mind communicate to him like, "Oh, Daddy's dying. Come here, help Dad, please." And they would just like they all be like attacking them, and Demodogs and Demobats, like all of them just like, "Oh, SOS." I don't know.
Yeah.
Oh,
'Cause the toughest excuse for that is, well, he wasn't expecting this attack on his home turf. It's like, even accepting that dumb fuck excuse.
Which doesn't make sense
they're
because
a
he's in their
hive
minds.
mind.
He knows their
And
fucking
also, he knows their
plans.
minds. Yes,
Isn't this
yeah.
just where they'd be anyway? Like
No,
if they're on standby, this is just where all of the Demo beasts would sort of be hanging out.
The scene that's we're watching on screen right now is so funny because on one hand you're seeing the giant spider topple over and slam into the ground, and then it cuts here where everybody is just walking normally inside of its stomach, and
Yeah.
they don't seem nobody got bounced around, nobody flew across the room, Vecna didn't fly off the thing and somehow like survive. It's just
Even
like
Dustin
two
didn't get
separate planes
squashed
of
when it
existence.
fell over. It's just that, they don't connect. One's supposed to be inside the other, and yet they are quite clearly not.
Also, he is very physically formed in the limits of... So, like, when they shot and burned him at the end of Season 4, he did just hobble away.
Yeah, I think so.
He didn't, like,
he jumped,
teleport
he
or
just- He just
dissipate.
started flying towards the fucking sky.
I guess
That's why
so.
they couldn't find him. He just started
He
flying
ran behind
away.
a tree like a scary movie
Ugh.
before they got to the window and looked down.
Starts flying up and they just keep shooting him back down. He's like, It's like, stop it.
Ow!
Oh, no.
Kind of tickles though, just a little bit.
So Nancy rescues Holly. They all run inside for a big hug. Nancy rescues Holly, and the Mind Flayer gas, that's still a thing, because that expels from her lungs, just like all the other kids that they
You must be
rescued. The
mistaken
gas is
because the
still
Mind
there.
Flayer is dead.
Well, that's what I'm told, but it's not my lying eyes deceiving me, evidently, because I keep seeing this Mind Flayer gas leave them, and I know that that's what the Mind Flayer is. So, who knows? They rescue all the kids in any case. And more hugs. Derek hugs Steve for some reason, and it's great. And then we have to finish this off. Well, sort of, because Vecna, he's looking a bit sad. He's looking a bit sorry for himself. He's still impaled on this big old tooth. And in the writers' room and on set, probably a big debate who, if anyone, should get to deal the killing blow. And he's sort of just because he's just stuck there. He's not able to move. He can't get himself off
I'm
it.
in
He's
so
just
much
done.
pain. I'm in so much pain. I'm in so much pain. Kill me, kill me, kill me.
I do like the idea they're all figuring that out. He's just there like, you could not kill me.
He doesn't like say anything, does he? He doesn't have like
It's
a final
super
thing
awkward.
to say or
They
They take
toyed
the
with
time-
the idea of having him say please before he is beheaded, and they decided that would be too tonally inconsistent.
They should have him go. When I was 8 years old, I went into a cave, and there was like a very bad rock there, and I'm sorry. It's just like this rock. It's
or he
it's
says
just
Well,
some
he-
ominous
I
thing
haven't been the
about
same
how
since
it's not
Hopper's
over,
daughter
or he'll be
died.
back.
yeah.
What he needs to say is, okay, everyone, let me explain something. And he gets his Atari out and slaps it on the ground. Gets his whiteboard.
Yeah, or he says like Heil Hitler or something. Just kind of weird.
It's like, wait, you know who Hitler is?
Just-
He's like, no, I just thought it was funny.
He like grew up in the '60s. Of course, I fucking know who Hitler is. Do you not have Hitler in your universe? I just think he's a cool guy. He reminds me of spiders.
So anyway, they have to deal with him eventually. He needs to deal with Hitler.
We have to-
Dude, Hitler actually didn't kill himself. He was sent to fucking Dimension X.
I think
He's been
it's
here the entire time.
It is just awful that they get all the kids out. They even have a montage cut because they know it would take ages, and then Vecna just starts going, and they're like, "Oh right."
And then you go to the commentary about it, like when he was going, he was actually saying, "Please don't kill me, please."
Spare me. I'm innocent.
You couldn't hear it because of all the blood in his throat, but he was actually like, "Please, I would really not like to die."
So
This is some
Dimension
copy
X
continued.
here is a place where all of your physical bodies exist and are moving around. This isn't like a mental universe.
Nope, this is a
truly
real
like
place.
this is Vecna's actual body.
No, they walk through like the ceiling tiles of the Upside Down, and they're here.
Well, yeah.
So it's like it's just like
It
they're
is-
still there. That's them.
Yeah, the real physical body. So this is the real physical death of the real physical mind player, maybe, and the real physical Vecna. And the camera sort
I mean,
of
if
slowly pans around
you're
the objects.
if you're a sheep and you don't want to believe the conformity theory,
Yeah.
True.
Wake up,
Dude, wouldn't it have been fucking great if Vecna had said, like, finally, I'm released from the Mind Flayer, thank you. Help me up. Like, we did it, everyone.
But yes, it's just like the camera's like, oh, who's it gonna be? Who's it gonna be? Is it gonna be 11? Because that would make sense given their past relationship. Will it be Mike? Because he's the leader of the group. Will it be literally anybody else? No, it's gonna be Joyce Byers.
Right.
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 Great choice.
Yeah.
She has an axe that she gets from somewhere. And even though just a few minutes ago there was a scene where her son told him that, oh, you're just like me. Then Joyce beheads him brutally, and it takes several blows. And she says, "You picked with the wrong
And also,
fucking family."
I feel like she should have messed it up a bit more. It should have been really awkward. Like she kept missing, and it was really like, not
Well,
clean at all.
Bring you to tears, right? Is the way you do this. But the other problem is, like, we can draw on the trauma she's been through thanks to this fella, but you kind of probably needed a scene where they recognized each other as being almost nemesis, if you will. Like,
yeah.
but they haven't met. She barely even understood what a Vecna was until recently.
No. And it was just because they were like, we got to give her something. She's had nothing this season. I was like, oh, well, yeah, because again, the idea, because I've seen people like argue that this is the correct choice. It's like, well, I mean, what are we talking about? Really, like they kind of illustrate here by cutting to all of the people that they killed off so callously throughout this show. That there are many people here who have grievances with Vecna if we are to conclude that he was the author of all of their pain all along. The idea that, like, Joyce is the most entitled to it is just not true.
I feel like it'd be. I mean, Max is a decently strong claim considering
You
her.
got, I'd say
fucked
so.
up
Well,
by
I guess
it. And then
she
she got
can't.
trapped in that
But she
memory
can't because she's
dimension
not
for
here.
like 2 years. Yeah, it's weird that they wouldn't include Max.
should have
here,
been
actually, when
Steve.
she'd wanna-
He could just be like, I don't like you, from what I've heard.
Yeah,
You-
word on the street is you're a real jerk and you like Hitler. So
They
I don't
do,
like you at all.
They do have
I
this
mean-
cut after showing everybody's stories. They cut to Steve and Robin, who are both like, yeah, fuck that guy.
Well, yeah, because neither of them suffered too much.
We don't like him.
Yeah.
Let's be real, right? Like, if it had to be a mom killing, like, final blow to Vecna, it should be Steve. He was the best mom in that.
True.
It's not a room. It's in a, well,
I did. I just double checked as well because I thought I saw this visual and I wasn't entirely sure. But like, so you have all this bunch of flashbacks, and most of these characters, as we mentioned, they have real past trauma associated. It. Joyce has got Bob's death and the son's capture, and Jonathan's got Will's capture, and they go, and Lucas has Max, who's like had her eyes burst out. Nancy has like a 0.5-second shot of Barb, and then Nancy dreams of herself crying in a bathroom. So
yes,
it's like
of course.
everyone else is sad about what Vecna's done to people they love, and Nancy's kind of, well, he made me upset. So
typical.
That's great.
Typical.
Yeah, she's like a textbook narcissist.
Yep.
Whether they want her or not to be, she's terrible. If I was in that group, I would be side-eyeing her the whole time. Ugh.
But that is that's it, you might be thinking, because that's what everything's been leading up to. Joyce spearheads Vecna, Vecna is dead, Mind Flayer is dead, done. Cut to black. The end. But there's still like an hour of episode left. What could we possibly be doing?
Uh-huh.
Hooray. So we pick up, and they have somehow, I don't know how, got back to the Upside Down. I guess they all climbed down through the radio tower or something. I don't know. It's the signal is given. Blow up the Upside Down. And Murray activates a timer on the C4 at Hawkins' lab. It's rigged to a record player, so a song gets to play because 80s music, you know, it's great.
They made a whole
drive
thing
up.
about this song, and I was like, I feel absolutely nothing as this plays.
Yeah.
It was like they were like teasing it. We finally got access to 2 huge songs for the finale. I don't even remember it.
I
Isn't
actually
it-
don't either. Purple Rain is one of them, I think.
Yeah.
I don't remember the other one. Because I was principally distracted by watching all of these people sitting really happily, driving back through the Upside Down, celebrating and cheering, thinking, yeah, but you all know that you're driving back into a military base. What do you expect to happen? And like, it's not done. Everyone knows it's not done. What are you celebrating for? But that is what they're doing. But then it's an annoying thing because so they're all like, even 11 seems to be celebrating, and Harper particularly should not be celebrating because he is the one who was having to try and talk her down about like, you have to come back with this because we can deal with the military later. But he seems to have forgotten that too. He's just joking around with Murray in the cab, and he says he feels like he needs the smoke. And then they turn off. They go through the rift, and oh no, look, it's the military after all. Turns out they were waiting for you. Who could have seen that coming? And then they drag everybody out of the van, so everything's gone to shit again. It's exactly everybody knew it would have done.
Pretty much.
And yeah, and like you could have gone through any of the other rifts through the plate floor. Like you didn't have to go back this way. Why didn't you go back through the Hawkins lab one? But never mind. So they drag everyone out of the van, and it is sort of worth paying attention to the visuals as they do so, keeping an eye on 11 in particular. Because there's going to be a bit of a bait and switch thing go on here, which is very important to understand, or not understand, as the case may be. So they drag them all out of the van. I'm pretty sure you can actually see them. One of the soldiers grabbing 11, and all the Humvees turn up, and they're surrounded by kryptonite. But when Dr. K goes to look for 11, she's not there. She's gone. Even though I'm quite sure you do see a soldier grabbing her. But she's just disappeared. And Dustin says, oh, she must have escaped. And then they look back at the rift, and there she is. She's standing on the other side. And you might think, well, the obvious response is the soldiers are now going to turn all the kryptonite guns to face her, because why would they not do that? That would make the most sense. But they don't do that, no. Everyone just sort of looks at her, and then Mike lunges toward her, and then he falls into her mind space. And here is where some acting is supposed to happen.
You are
so
correct, by the
11
way. There's a soldier that grabs her arm right here.
Mm.
Unfortunate, since she's not even real.
Or is she? Or isn't she? Or is she? Who knows? So 11 tells Mike, and the Duffers. So the Duffers, it's hard to know whether they actually realize they shot this scene. So we'll run with the assumption they did. 11 tells Mike, none of this will end. I need you to talk to the others and thank them for me and for being so kind to me. You need to help them understand my choice. And Mike says, well, I don't understand your choice. And she says, well, you will, because you always understood me better than anyone. Flashbacks, flashbacks, flashbacks. She says, you see me, you see the real me. Purple, this is where Purple Rain plays. Mike says, no, please don't leave me. And she says, I will always be with you. I love you. And then they kiss. And then she says goodbye. And she throws him out of the mind space. And After the fact, it's going to be kind of important to note the Duffer Brothers have said, importantly for a later scene, that at no point during any of this sequence did 11 talk to Mike. So that everything you've just seen, did it happen? I don't know. Maybe it did. Maybe they forgot they filmed it. And then everyone else just sort of stands around at this point, including the military. Nobody makes any attempt to get her, to stop her, to bring her back. And the C4 goes off and everything explodes. The wall is destroyed. The Upside Down disappears as well. Hopper yells no, and everything goes in slow motion. And 11 just stands there and closes her eyes, and then she gets swept up in the general nonsense and disappears. The rift closes. She's gone. And that seems to be it.
Wouldn't it be really awkward if one ending was to be interpreted as true and Mike broke free and started running? It's just like, oh fuck! Like, no, don't run don't run into the portal. But it's too late, and then he dives through, discovers the horrible truth, and gets sucked up into, I guess, just permanent like outer space forever.
But that's what I thought was going to happen anyway if they destroyed the rift. But now,
which, by the way, it feels like another trope of presenting like a horrible death as peaceful. Like, if we are to conclude that this is real, this is a horrible. This would be like getting sucked up into a tornado. It would be grim.
Worse. Yeah. Terrible.
Shrapnel, all sorts of stuff. The fact that if you're getting thrown, if the whole universe is falling apart, I assume that means there's no more oxygen. It'd be a horrible death, but it's like, no, it's all good. She just sort of it reminds me again of a death by tornado that is presented as peaceful when it would be anything but. A movie that's already been referenced. Well, no, referenced last episode.
Well remembered.
You know what I'm talking about.
Yeah, well, I love the I don't know, theme, narrative, I don't know, lessons that we learned from her demise. It's just wonderful.
Well, don't keep fighting, kill yourself. Like,
Yep.
well, I don't know why are there
It's
so
a
many
bizarre message.
There are so
You should.
many shows
By the
and
way-
movies that come up with these weird, like, these sorts
Arcane
of
season
things.
2 has the same ending for
Arcane
Jinx.
season 2 did it as well.
Yeah.
Well, and that's right.
Kill yourself and escape all culpability for your.
Well, but and remember, it did
horrific
another one,
crimes.
like, incite somebody to kill herself, basically for nothing.
Yeah. I mean, if someone tells you-
It's
Yo,
crazy.
if someone tells you to kill yourself, go do it. Okay?
That does seem to be the lesson. Yeah.
You know
Well,
what's
you're-
crazy is they probably don't even realize that anybody could come away with these interpretations. They'd be like, whoa, what the fuck? And it's like, this is what you wrote, guys. Like, I don't know, like, it's a fundamental misunderstanding of, like, the heroic sacrifice, and usually the way that the heroic sacrifice is developed. Like, here, it is like a heroic sacrifice instead of dealing with, like, kind of an abstract, long-term, general, lingering problem. Compared to, like, the heroic sacrifice that is required at this very moment to save absolutely everybody. It's a notable difference, and I don't know why they don't realize that. Like, she doesn't need to do... It is not essential that she do this in order to save all of their lives.
But she's a burden. You wouldn't want that.
Damn, like, I legitimately think, and, like, a lot of people exaggerate, or we can, like, speculate on how damaging in real life this kinds of narratives can be, but I can truly see this being, like, damaging and someone really taking the wrong lesson from this.
Well, there
They
is an
need to make a
interpretation-
scary-
to be
They
left
need to make a
alive.
fucking scary movie parody of this scene where, like, the guy who plays Mike is fucking screaming, and then Hopper goes, "Yeah, that's my daughter." And she fucking dies.
Like, she's getting shredded by Shrapnel, he's just grinning.
Really takes after her, old man.
He opens up this thing, he's got a bomb vest on, he's like, "I'm coming with you!" And
Jumps through, detonates, and
You shouldn't have to go through that alone.
But yeah, yeah, I mean, there are genuinely some depressed and, like, suicidal people out there that might be watching this, and I can't even imagine this is, like, highly
Like
triggering
11.
Well,
like
there's one
that.
in the
would be better
show.
without
There's
me.
fucking Hopper is watching this happen, and
Yep.
he's been prepared to blow himself up and kill himself basically once every season, and now he's got every cause to do so.
His second
Yeah.
daughter has died as a result of actions he could have stopped, or rather, no, it's not the same situation, of course, but like the same feeling. He's failed, you know.
But he has failed, because if he had taken them through literally any other rift, this wouldn't have happened, and it wouldn't have been necessary. So he did fail.
Mr.
Sure.
Sheriff, a second daughter has died.
He never
What a
has that.
shame.
Yeah, as far as he's concerned at this point, he's like, yeah, I am the curse. The curse continues. Yeah, people just fucking die.
But
Yeah,
Bob was like,
like-
"I'm a burden. What do burdens do?" Like, exactly.
If there's a single time I would think that like suicidal tendencies were justified in the show, it would be Hopper right now, right here. Like
Mhm.
this is the only time they have the sort of foundation for it, and they do the opposite narratively. Like the Hopper's just fine. He's
What do you
good.
think
goes to
Mr. Clark
goes
was
to the
thinking after all
graduation.
this?
I'm sure Mr. Clark's like,
With
"One of you guys are
suicide
gonna have to
threats.
lay this all out." I don't understand.
He's like, wow, that was really well, a lot has happened in the last 24 hours, guys, but I think I'm gonna go home now.
Mhm.
Shouldn't they be like all of them arrested for like many
Well,
many?
yes, they
shouldn't.
probably should. And so I
They
suppose
should be. They
that's
will
now
all be
time.
killed.
Well, yeah, they probably all would have received multiple death sentences. At least the ones who used the gun. So rip Nancy. Good riddance as
No,
well.
gun girl.
So
Yeah.
well, I mean, yeah, we do pick up after this. So like sad man piano music, and then everyone just looks dumbstruck, and some people don't act particularly well. But then we return to Hawkins sometime later. It's all being rebuilt. And this is the consequences part of the show, and by that I mean this is the part where nobody suffers any consequences whatsoever. So Robin, she's just back on the radio, wondering what to talk about after all this time, because all the soldiers, the fences, the cameras, they're all gone. All the people, they're just happy and smiling. They're going to movies. Steve doesn't work here anymore. Steve now coaches Little League, and already I'm thinking, this problem's mounting sentence by sentence here. What do you mean the military disappeared? What do you mean you're back on the radio? What do you mean Steve's coaching Little League? No, this can't have happened. None of this can have happened.
Exactly. Conformity gate.
Mm-hmm.
Yes, yeah, no, I can see the force of the theory. Robin says, "Oh, maybe the curse of Hawkins has been lifted, but it's not the Hawkins I remember. Maybe I've changed.
she's
Maybe
so
it's
annoying.
changed."
Yeah.
She's so
Just
annoying.
shut the
So
fuck up,
annoying,
Robin.
As you're reading these lines and not even doing it in the way that she talks, I'm just like getting annoyed just thinking about it. She's such an annoying character.
Mm-hmm.
She is, and she tells, "Oh, well, I spare a thought for my friends because they're all graduating today. The class of 80, whatever the fuck we're in. I
How
don't
could they
know.
all be graduating though?
Well,
'Cause
good
Max missed,
question.
like 2 years of high school.
She got a degree in coma, or maybe it's a really easy course." Max, speaking of Max is just skateboarding, and Lucas comes, so they're a thing together now, so it's great. Dustin's mum's taking pictures of him. Remember, he has a mum? Yep, she's great. She's upset because he's going to college, a day's drive away. Jonathan is taking pictures of Will, and Joyce and Hopper have got together. And this again, wait, sorry, Hopper is fine. He seems pretty happy. He's shaved and everything.
Oh.
Yeah,
Just has a-
he's been unshackled from his burdens, so now he's living his best life.
he's
Dude, it's
That's
joking
what
and
the show is
everything.
Yeah, now he's
conveying.
like, you know what? 11 was right. Her killing herself really did kind of fix everything. She was a bit of a psycho with crazy powers.
His hair is fake as shit, though. When you see
Yeah.
him,
Yeah,
and it just
Yeah.
it's just so funny to be like, he's back as sheriff, boys. You're like, what do you mean?
Yep.
Why would you ever want to work for the government ever again?
Why would the
There's-
government ever want him to work
Why
for
would he
them?
be
ever
Yeah.
again?
How come all of these people
Are
are
you
dead.
killed?
He was dead. Ugh. And it's just like funny because the last time we saw them, it's not like they somehow escaped the military and they left. Like the military got them. What happened? I don't care about this. I want to see what happened right after.
I
Weren't
just-
they questioned? Weren't they like held? Weren't they? I don't know. Fucking sentences. It's just crazy.
By the way, he's the town hero that died to save everybody.
Yes,
And he's just
that's the
back,
story
which
after
would then be
season
like,
3.
wait, but you concocted lots of stories, and you were part of that story about that big fire that killed a bunch. So if you're alive, was that all bullshit? And then of course that unravels everything.
It'd
Of
have
like,
to
so the
be like,
earthquake,
oh,
like,
we had to come up with the story to make it
and
seem like
Hopper
I was
participated in it
dead.
to
And
deny people the truth about what happened to their family members, when the truth was that they got melted and absorbed by a Lovecraftian monster,
Yeah.
among other, casualties that have been sustained. But
30
no, it's all
people.
good. Nobody
A lot of
cares.
30 people
Yeah.
died in that
People
mall
died in
fire.
season 3.
That's a lot of families. That's a lot of people. And then, of course, you can. There's many more questions you can ask about the consequences of season 3. It's like, well, okay, you're telling me that this is all over, but the Russians can build lasers to open the Upside Down now. They've done it once. They kept the
No,
fucking
the
mind
Upside
flare
Down
as a
doesn't
pet in
exist
Russia.
anymore.
Well,
So
why they
they're
just
just
make
gonna
another
go-
one then?
I mean, you figure they
because it
could.
requires a wait. Doesn't it take 11 doing that? How did the Upside Down get created again? It's legitimately hard to keep it all like
Well,
track.
so the problem
they
is
would need
now
a
we've got a loose end of where the fuck did that rock come from?
That's the series or whatever they're doing. That's the
That's
spinoff.
what I'm guessing. Where Rags is going is that is forever a potential to recreate the Upside Down, whatever
Yes.
that was.
As is
There's the
Dr.
Russian
Brenner's notebook.
laser, unless they need 11 specifically or another experiment person. Because I guess a sufficiently powerful enough psychic can make another Upside Down, right?
I think so. The
Sure.
rules they've tried to establish in this is so like it all comes from Henry's blood. 11 had Henry's blood,
Yeah.
and because Henry's gone and 11 is gone, there's no more access to the blood, so they can't possibly recreate someone with the powers that 11
Unless they
had,
give
I
another
think.
child a rock.
Yeah,
And
Unless
give
they
them
had
a
like
rock, yeah.
a shitload of
Get another
blood
batch
just
of
sitting
kids.
somewhere, and they forgot about it, and they
well,
found
yeah,
it
you
in
saying they
some
never
bad
sent
writing.
any of that blood off site to anyone else in the
Dude,
government?
here's what actually happened. I think this is totally reasonable. So somebody was eating a Kit Kat in the year 2003. Okay.
Okay.
And unfortunately, a big fan blew the wrapper,
Mhm.
and that like flew into some sort of like machine, and the machine exploded, and it showed that there was like a locker on the side that had been like stuck for a while. Nobody could open it, and it was filled with vials of 11's blood.
Oh.
Okay.
Oh.
Yeah. So that's gonna prompt I imagine the next series.
So in chat is the Jurassic things. Stranger Park.
Stranger Park is yeah.
So of the
Stranger World.
people we've mentioned, one has not yet been mentioned. That will be Mike himself, and Karen calls Hopper because she can't find Mike, but Hopper knows exactly where he is, so he goes to find him at the Hawkins Earthquake Memorial. Ugh. And Mike's having a flashback to 11's death, but then that gets interrupted by Hopper, and Hopper says, "Oh, I thought I'd find you here. Your mum's freaking out. We do have a history of kids going missing in this town." Ah, Hopper, so well adjusted. And Mike says, Mum will never understand why I can't do it. I can never walk the stage. It'd be like a lie. It's like I'm okay with moving on and I'm not. I'm not okay with it. He tells Hopper about the plan that you have with 11 and 3 waterfalls, going somewhere no one would find them. And he says it was stupid and childish and he should have had a real plan. That plan was better than the plan they actually had. So that's one thing. But he never thought she would actually go through with it and kill herself. But Hopper says it's not your fault. She made her choice. Now it's time for you to make yours. There's 2 roads. There's one where you keep blaming yourself for what happened and push people away and suffer because you think you deserve it. And there's another road, which is where you find a way to accept that it was her choice and that this is fine. You don't have to like or understand it, but just accept it. And he says he's been down the first road and it's not fun, so he should go down the second road, go down the one of acceptance. Except that she felt she was too great a burden, so she killed herself because she didn't want to put you in. There's not really much distinction in the difference between these 2 roads, I don't think. But it
Did he get his job back?
I don't know.
He was dead for years.
Yeah. So
He's just like the chief of police.
that's even more reason to give it to him. It's like, wow, you can resurrect. That's amazing.
He's at a memorial for his place. Oh no, I guess the earthquake is something else. So are they just gonna say, hey, he just didn't die in that fire. He actually survived the entire time.
He got better.
He's fireproof. I mean, come on.
So Mike in the end does show up at the graduation. Dustin is the valedictorian. I think because in season 4, his girlfriend, who we forgot existed, cheated and changed his grades, which is something I think we've forgotten also happened. But anyway, he's giving the speech because he gets a chance to do the thing Eddie said he was going to do, flip off the principal and all the rest of that stuff. He gives a speech about, its childhood was stolen from everyone. Notably, like everyone, all the jocks, the people who hate the Hellfire Club, they're all together. They're all happy at graduation.
Yay, Hellfire
It's
Club,
like,
woo.
yeah, Hellfire Club's fine now. Everyone's learned to accept it in the intervening months, I suppose.
Off screen.
Off screen, yeah. No lasting consequences. The town used to be divided between jocks and nerds, he says, but then in all of the chaos, all the walls came down. They didn't. And you made new friends. He didn't. And you grow and you become a better person because of those new friends. So he's no longer angry. He's just, he's at peace with himself. And he rips off the gown, reveals the Hellfire shirt, flips off the principal, takes his degree, and has his mic drop moment. And that's what Eddie said he was going to do. So that's all very nice. Conformity gate people were paying particular attention to his use of the word conformity. And the weird way, everyone in the audience seems to be sitting exactly in the manner that Vecna would sit and staring directly at the camera, which is true if you don't count all of the people who aren't doing that. But I mean, it does look a little bit odd, right? There's a couple of shots where they are staring directly at camera. It's the ones where I'm trying to remember exactly where in the thing
Really,
it is.
not that much of it because we've seen a lot. They're not really doing it very much. I think it's like the end, right?
I think it is. There's a shot from the stage POV which explains why they're all looking at it, and you see a bunch of people in. I think it's all the parents. I can't remember exactly.
You keep showing like every single screen. They're not doing it. Like every single thing that we've seen so far, they haven't been doing it.
Here's how conformity gate is still a thing.
Here's how this can still happen, guys. This is so bad. What the fuck?
Oh, man.
Somewhere in all of this, someone is looking at the camera. That's all the evidence you need.
I just see it.
Oh, by the way, as we're watching this, I just saw what the fuck is her name again? There's the last scene in the show, right? Lucas's sister.
Oh, Erica.
They're saying Erica didn't really have her plot resolved. Like, what did she?
What
Did she
plot?
do?
She was just an annoying bitch who'd show up too many times.
She had no arc. She had no
I'm
story.
here too. Like, that's a plot.
There's funny things.
So,
the lengths they go to make this 20-year-old woman appear to be 8. It's just very funny.
some people have asked where Derek's family are. Dead skeletons. That's what that is. Which is the same fate for a certain doctor as well, unfortunately. Would have been nice to have had him back.
No.
He's just handcuffed to the wall in some fucking off-site location in the middle of the desert. They never even looked for him. He's just been down. He didn't even get killed. They left him alive.
That's just such
I left
a
him
fuck
to
up.
starve to death.
Oh.
Oh dear. So at the end of the graduation, Mike hears static on the radio speakers, and this gives him a quick little flashback to the kryptonite, and he seems to look confused. But then in the very next shot, he's the first person running up to hug Dustin, so he evidently wasn't confused for very long. But this will be important later. Before we get to that scene, though,
Wait, shouldn't you recognize the grand return of Ted Wheeler?
Oh, we actually should, because the show didn't. So we should give him his due. Ted is back. Ted is fine. Ted is recovered. He's a picture of health. He will be he is the ultimate form of masculinity and male beauty. He's just amazing in every conceivable way. And it's nice to see him get his 2 seconds to shine.
It's so fucking fast, I've lost it. Ted, where are you, buddy?
It's right at the beginning, isn't it? Isn't it before? Because Joyce leaves him to go and say hi to Mike, I think. And then also he says language when Dustin swears at the podium.
Oh, yeah.
I think.
And you can see Karen's wounds have healed, but they're still so extreme. But whatever, it's fine. Don't worry about it, sort of thing. But yeah, no, it's cool to see he returned. Obviously, the show cares deeply about Ted, so thank goodness. We got to see a bit more of
They're
him.
so unfair to Ted. Also, the actor, I don't know if you guys have seen him on Premiere. He's so handsome. He's unbelievably handsome. He has this beard and he's all gray and long, luscious hair. And here they just make him look so lame.
He's the lame meme dad that no one cares about.
So obviously Karen Wheeler told every single one she knows that she was like attacked by a gigantic monster, right? It's like that cat's out of the bag. Gigantic monsters in Hawkins, right?
She just said it
but
was like
that's
a
been done with
bear or
every season.
something.
I'm thinking
Bears
Karen
are-
Wheeler cut herself.
bears are pretty deadly.
Like what? Like, look, you can't get away with a neck scar, right? Like there's no way to explain that.
Wear a scarf.
Bear.
Well, I wouldn't say she has
Bears
any
are deadly.
incentive to protect that knowledge either, because nobody's really told her anything, at least during the plot. For all she
Yeah.
knows, it's like the first monster that's ever been here.
Well, she killed all
Hawkins-
the ones
yeah.
in the with the dryer.
Does she have?
Yeah, and then
she
they
has the
say,
highest
hey,
kill
there are other
count, right?
monsters.
Like she's got possibly a higher kill count in individual units than even Will.
No, the highest kill count is Murray.
That's true.
The flamethrower in season
Who would have thought
4
by the
killed
end of
most.
Stranger Things the highest kill counts goes to Karen Wheeler and Murray?
And you can't forget Joyce with the kill on the big bad.
Nah, that's just one
And from-
unit.
For
Doesn't
Murray,
count this one.
that we know of, I'm sure that guy has been up to. I don't know what that guy is a creep. Oh my gosh, I don't trust him one bit. Ew.
He's probably in prison for other reasons at this point. But
Yeah.
I'd forgotten the end of the graduation. That girl comes up and sort of like flirts with Dustin a bit and invites him to a party, and he's absolutely fine with this. And so this was another one of those. The Duffer Brothers explained. There's some evidence, I guess, that maybe he broke up with his girlfriend off screen, but we wanted to leave it open to interpretation.
They
You know who that
forgot.
girl was?
That's the girl from like that made fun of him in earlier season,
Yeah,
right?
in season 2, he's like, "Would you like to go to a dance?" And she's like, "No," and she walked away.
He's cool
And the
now,
Duffer Brothers,
even though he's
yeah.
more hated than ever. That was like the whole point of this season.
Also, the Duffer Brothers said there was no happy ending for Eddie, and he was always going to jail. So then, why is the Hellfire Club
Yeah.
T-shirt super cool now? Wouldn't he still be wearing
No,
like
that-
a murderous psychopath
That
merchandise?
was cope and bullshit. There's no, as if they can't. They write anything, as if they couldn't. They wrote these guys out of murdering like members of the fucking government. You'll be
They
fine.
literally just disappeared the government. They said the government just sort of disappears from the story.
Yeah.
They just don't exist anymore.
They've got
like
nothing else
the
to do now.
transition from all of the characters being apprehended by the U.S. government, and then it's just 18 months later or whatever, and they're just gone. Like, y'all, yeah, you cheated and you gave up, and you're cowards and you suck, and you should never write anything again, and maybe you should die.
Harsh.
That's a little
In
hardcore,
time they
but you know
will.
Harsh
what?
but true. They're
So,
too dangerous to be left alive.
Dangerous is
They
not
might
the
write
word I
something
choose.
again.
Yeah. But so we now get to the rooftop. This is the wrap-up scene for the teenagers who are in their 30s. So you've got
They're up on the iconic rooftop.
the iconic rooftop. Yeah.
Well, so this was kind of cool because this calls back to they usually had like 1 or 2 scenes here every season. This group,
Yeah, for
so
sure.
it's like
Yeah.
it's saying goodbye because obviously we've had loads of iconic moments here.
I
loads of
love
them.
this roof.
The iconic radio.
Even
Power
through the
roof,
filter, looking at this on the stream, there's just like there's no one. They're not in a place.
No, this was crazy too. As like a choice for because they knew they had to do something, but they had to split people up into groups, and it's just like so. This is the adults group, sort of, if you know what I mean. Is like because they can't be the D&D group or else. There's like
They're like the
Alright,
middle. They're the middle.
yeah. They're adults now, but like they were teens. So it's like so. What have we got here? It's like the connections of the 4 of them together. It's like, well, absolutely not. The 4 of them didn't spend any time together at all, other than when they were going after monsters sometimes, and that's pretty much only this season. Like, okay,
I mean, Jonathan and Robin haven't even talked, I think. Do they have a
well,
line of
that's
dialogue?
why I start with the 4 of them, right? So now we'll go for like groups of any groups of 3 here that work. It's like, do we have a love triangle?
Yeah, that's the one that works.
But that's
and you could maybe.
Because we want to
Um,
have them together. That'd be kind of awkward to have the love triangle.
well, that's what I'm
together,
saying.
though.
It's not
And
even.
they're not even a, yeah,
The love
they're not even a
triangle's
love triangle.
over, but it's not like they gained an appreciation for each other personally as a result of all of that. They just said like, yeah, Nancy's awesome. Okay,
Mhm.
cool. There's
They're
no
all bonding over their shared love for Nancy.
there's no 3s, but you have Steve and Robin on the 2s. It's like, yeah, they spent some time together, so this is kind of meaningful for them. You're like, okay, so what about Robin and Nancy? No, I mean you had the thing in season 4 briefly, but Nancy was annoyed as hell by Robin.
You know, the whole
She
point of that
hated
was like trying to get over Nancy being a complete bitch to Robin, who was trying to help and in fact was the only useful person there. They didn't like each other very
Nope,
much.
they
so-
didn't have a connection beyond that. They've never talked to each other outside of plot. So it's like, okay, what about Robin and Jonathan? It's like nothing,
Nope.
nothing.
Clearly,
Jonathan
this
and,
is like designed to be the first
Jonathan and
polycule.
anybody.
Jonathan and Nancy. It's like, well, I guess the show would try and argue there's a lot there, but there hasn't.
Allegedly, Jonathan had a mother that he had a relationship with in season
No,
1.
I don't
once
think
upon
so.
A time,
I think that was a
long,
dream.
long ago.
That never happened. So
It does feel like a dream. Season 1.
So the most meaningful connections, of course, would be Steve with Robin and then Nancy with Jonathan. But they're both, like, the strongest thing is probably from a character relationship level that actually means something, Steve and Robin. But they haven't really banked on it beyond what they got in season 3. You know?
Mm-hmm.
But it's like, okay, well, just Steve and Nancy. It's like, no, they haven't had anything meaningful for ages. They usually only talk about whether or not they're dating or whether or not there's awkwardness there. That's it. It's like, so what is this scene? You're just forcing it that these guys are like, oh, we're all pretty good friends. We've all been through a lot. You're like, you guys barely know each other.
No, not really. You're strangers for the most part.
Treating this like
You
the
have
end
been
of Friends.
intermittently in the vicinity of one another.
So awful. And they knew it. They had to. The only emotions here that are happening is because it's the end. They could have just tossed Murray in here and have been like, yeah, I guess. Fuck it.
Hey guys, are you talking about sex?
It would be so funny if we all had sex right now. They're all just like,
Because I haven't had it, but I would really like it if you all did have it.
And then, like, the content is pretty empty as well, partly because they have nothing to say to each other.
Yep.
But like the lives they're moving into, there's not. Steve gets off pretty well from all of this because Steve's the one, like, he's not just coaching Little League, he's also coaching sex ed because it's Steve. Why not? It's funny. But with like just this salary, he's now very, very close to buying his first house with his long-term girlfriend and setting himself up to have the 6 kids that he wants. And say, well, okay. That's good. He's also
Steve
the only
wins.
person who actually still wants to stay in Hawkins because the others
Who's his
have decided
girlfriend?
that we don't. I think she has a name, but I don't know who she is.
Oh,
I don't think she's a character.
Well, all right.
Vecna.
But like, it's interesting because what they're sort of going for is like, and the Duffers have said, you know, it's the death of magic and growing up and moving away from childhood and all that kind of stuff. And it's like that's the vibe. But the only one who's kind of happy as a result of all of this is Steve, who doesn't leave town because actually he's quite happy with the way things are. So like he's in a way had the least growth and the most reward from all of this. Because after him, you get Jonathan. Jonathan's at NYU because that was the thing from season 1. He always wanted to go. He's a stoner and he's making a movie about an anti-capitalist cannibal. I think great. That's going to be adding a lot to culture and your own life. Robin's at Smith College because lesbians go to Smith. Nancy, though, she's dropped out of Emerson.
Yeah, she's
dropped
heading
out
to
of
military
university.
school.
She's
well,
so accomplished.
She's so accomplished. Her one
She's
thing,
killed
she's
more
bright.
soldiers than anyone else, so she goes to military school.
She's not
It's
even
a
going to
pretty
military
career.
school. She's got a job at a local newspaper as a trainee.
Whatever.
She was sick of
So she's
school.
back where she started in season
Exactly.
3.
But at least she's got her independence, so hooray for Nancy. Well done.
Yay!
Like, I just don't understand that whole. Maybe I misunderstand journalism, but if she wants to be, I mean, that's all she talked about, right? Before, like, she wants to be a proper journalist. It's crazy to me. How do you even become a successful journalist without a degree? I don't think that's, especially in the 80s. Like, who will hire her?
Well,
Seriously.
journalists didn't used to have degrees, and that's when journalism was good. It's when they introduced journalism degrees that it all went to shit. So I can
When
believe
was
that she
that?
got
When was
educated.
that?
I don't know. They're
When was
recent
that
they're recent in the UK. I think they've only been like the last sort of roughly 30 years. They sort of corresponded with the rise generally of university placements for everyone. America, I think, had it before the UK, but I don't know how big they were even in the 80s because you got like a load of the biggest American journalists never got journalism degrees because it doesn't actually teach you how to be a journalist. Funnily enough,
It's pretty
they suck.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know. It's just for me, for her character. I mean, she was, especially with the characterization of season 1, I don't think that she ever changed. She was always like such a school, what do you call it, like nerd. You know, she was very
Bookworm, that
proper
sort of
and-
thing, yeah.
Yeah, she was all about getting
now-
like good grades and stuff. Why would she drop out? It just does not make sense for me and for
What
her
she needs to do
character.
is She needs to buy the hat. You know, like the hat with the little press thing sticking
Yeah, a
out of
little
it. And
trilby
she
that
needs to
says
talk.
press on it. Yeah.
I
And
love
she needs to
that.
get a
I don't know
name.
why. I love that as like a trope. The sort of 1930s 40s journalist with a trilby with the press sticking out of his hat. She should get that, and then she'll be imbued with all the skills she needs. Well, then again, not really.
Well, I realized like it wouldn't make sense for her to go to military school. She's learned all of it, right? So it would be journalism. She's got to get.
That's
to,
right.
yeah.
They'd have nothing to teach her. She'd show the drill sergeant. You know, he'd say, "You got to do this. This is how you disassemble a rifle," and then she'd be like, actually, it's like this." And then he'd go, "Wow, Nancy, you're awesome. First prize." Like when Bart wins the
just sat there thinking in calculations, like, where can I do the most damage to the world around me? It's probably not the military. Journalism is probably the place you would go to do that, because that's who she is. She's horrible. But I mean, it's come up before as well. It is just interesting to compare her story arc generally from season 1, where like obviously she fears becoming her mother. That was the whole thing. To season 5, where Karen Wheeler gets the hero moment saving kids, and Nancy's on a roof as an intern, and it's like, it's one of these is obviously more fulfilling than the other one, and I don't really understand how the writers dropped that plot line. I mean, the natural thing to do with that character is to have her mature and grow and realize that actually her mother isn't this unbearably cringe person that she should fear becoming like. That she's still a very strong, independent person who also has a family to care about, which is more important than certain other material concerns. That's the kind of more natural conclusion to your storyline for a character like this. On top of which is a more natural conclusion to all of these characters if at least 2 of them were in a relationship that worked. But it's like you're at the only storyline here which has an actual functioning love triangle at all during any season is the storyline that ends with nobody in a relationship. And it's all kind of bleak. It's like, oh, we're all moving away. I guess we should meet back here once a month for drinks or something. Yeah. Oh, that's really fulfilling. That's so encouraging. It makes me think that sticking through this story all the way from the beginning to the end with all of these characters, that was lovely and so worthwhile. I'm so happy to see how happy they are together. No, it's empty and bleak and boring and pointless. But at least none of them have been traumatized into hallucinogenic schizophrenia, and that's where we're going next. So
yeah, no, everyone's totally fine mentally.
They sure are.
They sure are. But we go to the kids' wrap up in the Wheelers' basement. They did not go to the party that the girl invited them to. They are now playing Dungeons and Dragons. The campaign, it's not going well. It seems like
they're not moving forward. They're staying where they were.
Well,
they haven't changed in that regard.
They are moving forward in a moment. Once they walk up the stairs and they close the door behind them, that is the moving forward. This is the last gasp of childhood and happiness before they enter the real world. So
you certainly can't play Dungeons and Dragons as an adult.
No, that would make you a loser.
Yeah, you can't do that. People are more accepting of gay people in interracial relationships in the Midwest town in the 80s than they are of Dungeons and Dragons. I mean, that is.
I wonder if they actually, because that is what I feel like I saw a statistic that showed like that, like an almost like holy shit, like number of people were not okay with that, like in the 80s.
Very rapid change, 80s
with
through 90s.
Dungeons and Dragons,
with like
gay
interracial marriage, like that.
Yeah, it was
because
like,
it consistently goes up over, but then it's like holy shit, really? Like it's like, but I imagine, but again, it's kind of what we were talking about. Like again, presenting it doesn't mean an endorsement of it. Like, but if you're setting it in this time and you want it to be sort of, you know, to actually have the texture of that time, it does mean that you have to be delving into these aspects. And they did it in season 1, but they stopped because, I mean, It's kind of funny, right? Talking about how like, you know, they don't really understand Dungeons and Dragons. Like, well, they don't really understand the 80s, right? I mean, how old are the Duffer Brothers? Aren't they like 40?
I think they're in their 40s now.
They're
so like,
have we?
Yeah,
I know you mentioned something about Hopper, but his
yeah, I just realized I've skipped it because it's there's nothing there. But we'll do that. We'll do it in order. Hopper and Joyce's ending. They're at Enzo's.
Yeah, they're at Enzo's, man. That's a huge payoff. They've been setting that up since season.
Not for years. Season 3.
Finally
man,
went to the
crazy.
place.
Finally, they get to Enzo's,
and it's the only nice restaurant in the whole town because that's where Robin wanted to take Vicky on a date twice, but it didn't go through. They couldn't go to the one restaurant in town that's nice.
Did you mention Vicky? Where is she, do you think? Because she wasn't on the date.
She got Thanos snapped.
She
She
went
got
to the
skeletoned with the rest of the
she went to
characters.
the Dr. Brennan realm of characters. And Anton and who
Bob?
Argyle, and who was Dustin's girlfriend on the radio that one time that they visited, who disappeared
Never-ending
and
story
never came
girl.
up again. Yeah, Never-ending Story girl. She went to the realm of disappeared characters that they don't give a fuck about anymore.
Broke up off
And
screen.
Max's mom.
And they could have put her
Max's
on that
mum.
rooftop with them. It would have made as much sense as all of them being there anyway.
Yeah, would have been a nice happy ending for Robin. She's got a nice, stable, long-term relationship, but never mind. Hopper and Joyce, though, they do, to give the show its due, they get a nice, happy, long-term relationship, because they're at Enzo's, Hopper proposes, and then he says, wait, we don't need to stay here anymore, because the kids are all grown up, so how about we move, because I've just been given a better paid position in a place called Montauk, which is a reference to the story Bible from which this show grew, and to the pitch from which they allegedly stole all of season 1, allegedly. But I'm sure
Where
there's
is
no evidence for that.
Montauk? Where is that? Or is that a made-up
It's an
place?
island. No, it's a
It's
real
Long
place. I
Island.
think it's Long Island, right? It's because originally the show was going to be set there.
Yeah, I have.
And Montauk was like the name of their original name of the pilot.
Yeah, the Montauk
yeah.
Project. And it was good. It was going to be set on Long Island and everything at the military base there, because that is the site of real life conspiracy theories. I think there's a naval base there. But that's their ending. Hopper and Joyce finally get together. Isn't it nice? I don't think there's anything I've missed from that scene.
It's just what an incredible ending. That's super important. He's moved on. He's dating Joyce, and he's gotten over. Yeah.
Mhm.
I never even felt like those two should be together. I was just like, okay.
I mean,
They
it felt
never
really awkward after
committed.
Bob,
They-
didn't it? Bob died
they just-
horribly, and it's like, all right. Now
Well,
it's
time to
you,
move
Bob.
in. Yeah.
He got like one little flashback to remember Bob, and then he completely disappeared from the story's existence. And then we're back to those two, but they never really committed leading into Hopper and Nancy. I feel like they would chat every once
Hopper
in
and
a while.
Nancy.
Hopper and Joyce.
Hopper
I
and,
think we
Hopper
need to
and
say.
Joyce. Hopper and-
Oh no.
It was a different time, all
Oh
right.
my god.
But like it just never felt like they just didn't
No.
commit to that being a relationship. There's too much time spent in between them, like interacting in romantic ways.
No, this
Yeah.
felt like a very safe sort of. I don't know. Hopper and Joyce are together. Yeah, there we go. Enzo's. Yeah, sheriff. Shut up.
Was it the season 1 thing or season 2 thing, or when was it introduced like that they had like a thing when they were younger before Joyce got married or something?
Yeah, they
Or what-
allude to that in season 1, I think. But the relationship in season 1, it just, I don't know, it just felt a lot more like old
Yeah.
flame, but working together instead of needing to do any of this.
Yeah, that's a very cute story, much cuter than this. I mean, you have these two characters that seemed to be kind of very aligned, but they grow up to be, mature friends, It's just sweet. This is just fairy tale.
Okay, yeah, season 3 really revived it. Because even season 2, like he's staying around out of loyalty and friendship and helping out with Will. And then you get the end scene of season 2 when they're outside the school while the dance is going on, and it's like season 1. It's like we've been through a lot together, not we're gonna shag. Because Bob has just died. Then season 3 forgets that Bob has just died, so he starts pressuring her into dates, which is not a very nice thing for Hopper to do. But then
Nope.
he's not a very nice man in lots of Stranger
Oh, he
Things. so-
sucks in season 3, but then I don't like him in season
Yeah,
2
I
as
mean,
well. So
Mhm.
Nope, he sucks because this show is predominantly bad guys from season 2 onward. It was shit.
Yep, it was. Just people just started noticing. But
Mhm.
we get now this is the wrap up scene for the kids. And they are playing Dungeons and Dragons. The Dungeons and Dragons campaign they run is structured a bit like a Stranger Things episode in the sense that they're losing to the big bad guy, and then someone remembers that hey, back like 10 hours ago we met a random mage. Can we spawn her in? Oh yeah, we can. And then she saves the day,
yay.
which is very Stranger Things.
Mike's just a shitty DM. These games
Well-
sound like they suck, and I would never want to play them.
But he's a master storyteller. That's what the show tells us. He's called a master storyteller.
he sucks, man. Any person who plays D&D or these kinds of games listens in on this, and they're like, "Wow, like this is what they're excited for. This actually sounds like it is no fun at all, and takes no real advantage of the of the medium. This stinks."
As Max says, the game is bullshit.
I also find it cringe as fuck that they're like, remember the team, the 5 of them? It's like,
No.
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 And they're like, oh, and Max is getting all mad and throwing shit because she doesn't like the way that, I guess, the game is going, which again is just like, can you leave? Like, this is just, you're just so obviously fucking stapled on.
Yeah, they never, I mean, you could have introduced someone, especially the idea of introducing a girl into the dynamic when they're that age group in the 80s could have been interesting because, you know, they're young kids in school and they have their boy thing going with the D&D games and all the technology and adventures. So that could have been a dynamic that could have been fun and interesting, having, you know, the girl in the group. But they just never executed it
They never
well.
got her in properly.
They never leaned into it. They never gave her the time. They never had her interacting with the others a lot. They never gave her, I guess, especially early on, they never gave Max a personality that I felt like would really gel enough with the others to make a friendship sort of happen. They just didn't. They didn't do it. They just didn't do it. They didn't do the work for it.
Mentioned as well that, you know, not only is she obviously kind of just glomped on and stable, like I said, because she is the small moo of the team. Come on, Fringy, you remember small moo?
I don't.
Oh my god, you don't? Okay,
Smiling
Nick, you
friends.
remember small moo?
This cannot be undone. Yeah, I
Yes,
do.
you do. You voted. Small moo is the 5th smiling friend.
I can't. That's man. That is like
It's
gone.
the shrimp episode.
He does the dance,
that's,
right? He does the little dance.
Yep, the small moo dance.
Yeah, that's. Oh my god. This is like. Holy shit. That's
Mormu,
just-
not to be confused with Snrub, right?
Why did you do that? That's Mr. Burns backwards.
I know.
Mr. Snrub.
That's why you can't not to be confused with him.
Your brain is fascinated. I'm Mr. Snrub.
I don't know why that's making me, because I'm thinking of the different one. Hello, I am Mr. Bird. Like,
Okay, Mr. Burns, and what's your
okay,
first
what is
name?
your, I don't know.
I don't know.
And then cuts to them sitting out on the
Yeah.
steps. Over is mad at Bot.
I don't know. His fake person voice. Like,
Yeah.
hello.
Well, that's like his. That's like the voice with Guy Incognito. You
Yeah.
remember?
The guy incognito
Oh,
wasn't him.
Armor. Yeah, it wasn't Armor.
This man is my exact double. Simpsons is pretty cool. You guys should watch it.
You should,
I'm
yes.
totally down for watching Simpsons. I would definitely like to.
Mm-hmm.
It sounds all right.
It's
You
okay.
guys make it seem okay. So I'd
If
rather
you
watch
ever
it than
finish this, I might guess
Smiling or Stranger Things. Oh, I almost had a
Holy
terrible.
shit, yeah.
Almost had a. I was on the verge, but I pulled back at the
Well,
last
thing is,
second.
if you said you'd rather watch The Simpsons than Smiling Friends, that's fair. It was just that your tone was more derisive than would be warranted.
I would
Exactly.
never.
Making that comparison.
Oh no.
What if he had said Stranger
This
Friends
is
or Smiling Things?
Stranger Friends.
Yes,
Ooh,
that would
I don't know
be-
why I would
that
want.
be really confusing, wouldn't it?
It would.
Stranger Friends would be a fitting title for the show, actually.
Make more sense than Stranger Things.
There's just a bunch of friends who are actually like strangers and don't have lines between them. You know?
Yeah.
So the party is generally dissatisfied because the happy conclusion to the campaign is just trite. And Mike, aren't you supposed to be a master storyteller, Mike? Evidence for this is somewhere, I guess. I don't know.
The show told us that he is, so
Yes.
you're just gonna have to accept that he is.
Right.
And the following story is very creative, to be sure. Whether it's true and accurate, I don't know. So he says here it's true, you know, comfort and happiness is great, but it can be found in many places. He says Max and Lucas retire from fighting and they settle down together in a small village. And you see little clips of them in the cinema together and they're madly in love and it's nice. Dustin goes to university, but he takes time out to go adventuring with Steve from time to time, which is nice because those two are cool. We like them. Will goes to college where he finds himself again and goes to bars and gets a boyfriend and is generally accepted as people are in colleges in
But only
America,
in
I
gay
guess, in the 80s.
spaces, it seems. He's only accepted for being gay in by other gay people around him.
I don't really know how that works. I mean, I just know the 80s wasn't a very good time to be gay
And
generally
also,
for
like, that's his
multiple reasons.
character. He's gay.
Yep, that is the
His
extent
character
of
is
his
he's
character. at this
gay.
point.
The resolution to his story is that, yep, still gay.
Well done. Yeah, but at least he's happy and fulfilled in being
He
gay.
is a gay.
He's a gay. Yes, much gaiety in the gay. So he's nice and
They've
he's happy.
reduced
And,
him to the one trait that they essentially committed to him having in season 5. His one trait is now gay.
yeah,
And he doesn't even
That's
get to have a gay
empowering.
beam. I was looking for the gay beam against Vecna and stuff, but no gay beam. Nothing.
well, the closest I think gay multiplies the range of his
Like a
psychic
Care
powers.
Bear?
Yeah. I think you should get a gay beam, right? If you're really gay in a fantasy show, come on.
Well,
think
wasn't that
his,
the meme that people showed where he's shooting it? It's like a rainbow, like beam.
Yeah, I think it
It
was.
would be. It would have to be. I don't think any of the colors wouldn't match, right? It would have to be a rainbow.
Well, any
The
other
gay
color,
might have
it
been
has to be
maybe the
multiple
reason
colors,
like the gay protected him from harm when the mind flare died when he was connected to it when he should have died too but didn't. Maybe that was the gay.
Mm.
When
Yeah.
it was burning and he didn't feel anything. Maybe the gay protected him.
Oh, but like it's like a shield that dissipates as a result, so he gets ungayed by. It's like a protective
Like, it
shield.
aided him?
Yeah. It aided him. Ironically,
no.
the gay prevented him from being penetrated
It
by
is the
damage.
80s.
Well,
It is, yeah. So have fun in college, Will, because it's a bleak time. But yeah, and then who else have we not accounted for? We got up to Will, and that's everyone except for Mike, I think. Mike is the last one, and Mike says of himself that he keeps telling stories that are inspired by his friends, hoping to become a writer. But the story he can never tell is the story of the mage who came and bailed them out, which is the real story, he says. So, time to recontextualize Eleven's apparent death. He says, when the mage disappeared, how did she cast her spell when she was surrounded by the kryptonite stuff? Nobody noticed at the time, but this is actually because it was Callie. Callie, back in Hawkins' lab, she was casting an
God her
illusion
keeps
spell
popping up
from
again.
long range because they planned it together to stage 11's death. Even though the lab exploded, never mind. And this illusion tricked everyone.
I mean, it's just imagine a lot of things. Imagine so as she's there having to cast the 11 illusion, she's getting swept up in a tornado, like Wah! And while she's doing that, she's still able to cast this illusion. You know, she's getting disintegrated by all this debris, getting flung around.
The problem is,
I don't know about
it's
that.
like impossible to tell the difference between so this is a clue as to this definitely didn't happen, or no, that's just shitty writing from the Duffers. Like I don't know the difference. Hard to tell.
Yeah.
It is hard to tell.
So Mike says that while she was invisible, she managed to escape the soldiers, presumably including the one we saw grabbing her, go down into the tunnels and out. But the death was an illusion. Not only did she manage to get out of the military base, she managed to get out of Hawkins, out of fucking the state, and then out of the country. Because Max then says they're all crying about this because it's very emotional, and most of the story, like I think most of the emotion, having seen the behind-the-scenes stuff, is entirely just the actor's story. It's not the story they're a part of. I got more emotional watching behind the scenes than I got watching this scene.
Yeah.
So yeah, Max asks where 11 went, and Mike says no one will ever know, but he likes to imagine she's in a beautiful land far away with 3 waterfalls, which she calls a place she calls home, where she's safe and she finds peace and happiness. And Will asks, how do we know this is true? And Mike says, we don't, but I choose to believe that it is. And they all say, I believe. But,
Okay.
Now that's gay.
Okay. Yeah.
Sorry, it's just that is really funny. I believe. Yeah, I believe.
you
Okay,
believe in
guys.
fairies.
We're not a maybe the Hellfire Club really is a cult. They make it seem that way. Now we all go around in a circle and you'll each say, I believe.
Yeah.
The Duffer Brothers. are so
But they all teared up. It's got to be meaningful.
They did.
How could
but
you
it was all
laugh?
real tears.
They're
know?
crying and you're laughing.
The suicidal girl might not have killed herself after all.
Mike is so clearly traumatized that this had all happened, that he's invented this elaborate fiction in his head, and they're all too scared to tell him it's untrue because of what he might do to himself. So, like, yeah, we believe. and they're mourning the mental death of one of their other friends. They all, Karen calls them up for dinner. One by one, they go and they put their Dungeons and Dragons books on the shelf. Not much acting was required here because it was all quite genuine emotions, saying goodbye and all the rest of that stuff. And then Mike is the last one to leave. And as he does so, Holly leads all of her friends down into the basement to play Dungeons and Dragons. And he smiles
Yeah,
at
we're
them
the
and
girls.
he poses.
We're gonna play our girl game too. We're
Yeah.
cool. We play
Actually,
Dungeons and
the friends
Dragons.
don't. The last line spoken in Stranger Things is a nameless girl character who says something like, "Girls don't fart, and if they do, it smells like roses." And Mike shuts the basement door, and that's the end of Stranger Things. And
That
it's
ain't that ain't a bad summary of the show. Like at this point, you know, it's got all like the performative bullshit, and it's nonsense and crap. It's a fart. It's like, yep, good stuff. Get me out of here, you know.
No,
so. Do
yeah.
we believe? Are we believers in fairies or whatever the fuck that all was about? Did Eleven
don't
really
care.
die?
Well,
No,
so
that's
it's
an
not
option.
possible mechanically, but I don't know if the Duffers want me to think that or not. I don't know.
Whatever they
I'm
want me to
almost
think,
like, I
I'm
don't
doing
want
the
to play your
opposite.
game, Duffers. I don't care.
Yeah.
I don't care whether she's alive or dead. It means nothing to me.
Well, there's
I
that
hope
too, yeah.
she's dead.
I believe in fart.
Yeah.
Fart him good. I like a little. Who doesn't like a little lady fart now and then?
I like a fart, you know.
Little
You know,
pooter.
when it's gone, it's relieving.
Smile
Yeah.
because it happened.
Yeah, that's how it feels right now.
So the risk of we've obviously all spent lots and lots of time with this show now over the last few weeks, and
Boy,
much
have
has
we.
been said about it. I mean, do we want to give quick, summarizing, concluding thoughts on what we
Bad.
have witnessed and what it all means?
Yeah,
Bad.
I
That's a
mean, I
good one.
guess we could do that. I mean,
Yeah.
this show is terrible, like in its totality, and it's not that it was never good, but it certainly wasn't as good for as long as most people seem to think that it was. Like, this show has just generally been bad, and it's funny because Nick is here, and I don't want to be like, yeah, that show that you invested a considerable amount of time into, that was a
Yeah.
bad idea.
Don't forget
Like,
money.
pinball-
Don't forget
Don't
money.
forget
your
money.
pinball machine and your action figures. It's what got Nick into
kinda-
Dungeons and Dragons. Now he's addicted and he worships Satan.
like it is just it is an
Dark Lord.
unfortunate thing
That's
to
what I
have
always say.
got invested
Hail
in. All I
Santa,
would say
yeah.
is like you gotta, I don't know, it's just like you gotta find stuff other than this. Like this shit is worthless. This is not this.
Oh,
doesn't,
I have
like,
good
enrich-
news. Good news, Frankie. I just started Game of Thrones.
No.
Oh, Oh no!
Really?
Oh no!
No,
Interesting.
it's just,
Four
you know,
really good seasons ahead of you.
It's
Oh man.
Man, it's crazy that
there's
show
really-
ended on season 4, episode 9. That it didn't go any further than that. It's nuts.
not even episode 10.
Nope.
This is a
Strange ending, but
tragedy.
you know, it happens.
It's just there's a finite amount of time to watch movies, play video games, TV shows, partake in extracurricular activities, watch sports, or any number of things. Like, there's a finite amount of time, and getting, like, investing all that time into something like Stranger Things when it was so bad pretty early on, it's just like, it's really a sort of an unfortunate use of time. You should value your time more than that. Go seek out, like, real stories.
Well,
not
and it's a
this shit.
pity that the first season was strong enough to literally just fucking ground everyone into watching this whole thing, you know?
Yeah.
Like, ugh.
And it
'Cause,
wasn't even, it's good, but I mean, it's not, like, amazing. Like, again, if you're looking for one season that's worth watching, I mean, you know, fuck, like, Pluribus isn't done yet, but I mean, you can watch that. You'll get more out of that first season than you will out of even the first season of Stranger Things, probably, in terms of,
I'm not
like,
sure I
making
agree
you
with
think,
that.
Whoever actually wrote the first season of Stranger Things is probably, like, decomposing in an unmarked grave in the middle of the woods right now.
True. It's just it's not just season 1, it's just the concepts attached to it. They just, like, it was a gold mine that they accidentally stumbled on that is, like, 80s nostalgia, and it just all of this, like, upside down Demogorgon, all these kinds of, like, concepts that I wouldn't go as far as to say, like, invented, but it just kind of evoke very, like, I don't know, the aesthetic of it was very appealing to people at the time, and it just really, you know, it really caught on. for a long time.
Well, it could have been really fucking cool if they had bothered to try in these 5 seasons.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, the
Yeah,
idea
they
that
didn't.
the actual writers of the first season are dead somewhere and it's an unsolved mystery kind of gives the Duffers the undue credit of thinking that they could pull off a murder and have it go unsolved, which I don't think they have the mental
No.
capacity
Oh, yeah.
to do.
They're dumb as fuck.
It's just that Stranger Things is like, we talked about it. I can't even remember which episode we talked about it, of these many this odyssey that we've
Saga,
been on
yeah.
covering it. But like, Stranger Things is it's childish overall as a show. Like, it doesn't really have much to say, which is like pretty unfortunate. And I think it's like worth seeking out those stories that aren't just like, oh well, I'm just sort of having fun here, but like kind of giving you something. And like, this show just doesn't. It doesn't have anything. Like, what, I don't know what this show has to offer. Season
fun.
1 has got more to it for sure. Even though you could say that there are a lot of pretty fundamental ideas, like family. That's pretty important. It's like, yeah, I'll take that. Like, I'll take like a simple and relatively common theme executed decently well compared to what this show became, which was just complete slop.
I think earlier seasons kind of had like themes, which this season had none. But at least there was that.
You had the suicide theme.
Yeah.
I mean, you had like, narratives about like friendship and I don't know. I don't remember. You had things.
But there was stuff, yeah, exactly, and this kind of makes it especially galling, I think, about season 5 to be told by the Duffer Brothers. So yeah, we had to make 11 do this because she symbolizes magic, and like to grow up, you need to get rid of magic, essentially. I don't think A, that's true, and B, that I'm going to be taking lessons on growing up from two people who have regressed season by season until this. Like, the first season was way more mature and more adult than this was. Now you're telling me that we had to make these decisions to symbolize characters letting go of childish things while you've grabbed hold of all of your childish things and thrown them at the screen. It's kind of insulting. Do better. And like, I don't know, Fringy began by saying, like, you've got limited time to watch stuff. You've got limited time to make stuff too. And not many people get opportunities like the Duffers got with Stranger Things.
Very few people in the history of human civilization have had the ability and the technology and the money to be able to create something that is this extensive and broadcast to this many human souls out there. Very few. There have been more kings and emperors than there are people who have this kind of
chance, because
over human culture.
We're gonna be watching it soon. The way they'll vomit random crap onto a page and it will be represented by countless thousands hours of work and money is insanity. Like, you don't deserve this.
Yeah, it's tragic. It's like giving a magic wand to a toddler. It's so sad. But like, it's arguable, debatable whether or not they will have more work, after this. They probably will do something, but never of this scale. Even Duffer Brothers won't ever get to do this ever again. I don't think in their career they won't be given something as big of a scale and big of a budget. I highly doubt that. So it's crazy to have this and just be so bullshit about it and just irresponsible. Because a lot of this is just, I mean, they were incompetent to begin with, but they were definitely, at least in this season, it's just the amount of carelessness and irresponsibility on display here is just frustrating, and at least.
It's kind of when you've got the Duffer Brothers here. Who were the two who did Game of Thrones, the writers?
D&D.
D&D.
Dan and Dave.
Dan and Dave. And then we have the two who wrote Rings of Power. So we're having like 3 shows utterly collapse or fail to even take off in Rings of Power's case, written by two guys. I wonder if there's like a curse to that, or maybe it's just who knows what it means. I don't know.
Yeah.
Ugh.
Yeah, if given the opportunity, at least show us you give a shit. That would be nice. Just as a minimum requirement. I can take, errors made in good faith. What I struggle to take is total lack of effort, which this season seemingly put into it. But we'll be covering more of that in shortly, as I understand it, with some of the behind the scenes stuff and what actually went into the making of season 5. It is just a little bit insulting to use that opportunity and to take something that people really did like quite a lot in season 1 and turn it into
privileged
this.
position you have, and you just sort of squander it and you don't treat it seriously, and you have like this kind of power. What people would do to be able to have a show that gets 5 seasons and a play and all kind of supporting, info and marketing and merchandising and stuff, and just to imagine all the cool ideas that you have if you could project them with this kind of budget. This is the budget, which means you could make anything you want to. It's just you've reached the point money wise. Whatever you can think of in your head, you can do. And this is what they did with it. This is what they did with their chance. I mean, I feel kind of the same way about James Cameron and the Avatar stuff. And how just shitty the characters and the story is. Within that. And all kind, I feel it with Bethesda and Starfield and all kinds of stuff. So many better people deserve that level of, privileged positioning. But oh well,
Mm-hmm.
no justice in this world.
No siree, Bab. Which I suppose takes us the next level, the next episode, episode 9.
Ooh. Yay,
Yes.
Confirmity Gate!
Yeah, a lot of people were like, "That's not going to happen."
Is the crazy lady coming back?
No, but I'm sure she watched this, what we're about to watch, and she was like, "See, they filmed so much. There must be more."
All right.
So, I have done my best to protect this from copyright. However, we're on a stream now that's been going for near 9 hours, so the rules are going to be pretty mean to us. Which means the subtitles are baked in, so if we're talking over the people, I'm typically going to opt for us not even, not really rewinding, if you know what I mean. As in, like, just that's fine. The main goal is not to engage with it that way. It's like to try and cover any problems we may end up with, because it's that kind of thing.
Sure.
I've like I said, I've baked in copyright. It's pretty solid. I think we'll be okay. But at the same time, you don't want to risk anything. It's only 20 minutes and 20 minutes and 30 seconds. So not bad. I think we should be just fine. But just so we're not confused here, they released a behind the scenes for season 5, how they made it. And we're going to watch
how
it.
the sausage is made.
And I've chopped out the mundane stuff and even some of the good stuff, as in the people who actually tried and did their work properly, and I appreciate all of those people.
I see. You mean good as in, like, actually good, not the good stuff ironically.
Yeah, I've mostly kept everything to do with the duffers, because they don't have anything to do with the good stuff.
I think all the good stuff, ironically, will be things that we'll be watching, potentially.
Yeah, and so we gift you today with this wonderful vid, and I suppose, like I said, I'm a little worried things could go bad, because this is probably the most risk we've taken with copyright, I think, or one of them, doing it live. This is the kind of thing we usually do offline, so I can sort it out. But if the stream goes down, God forbid, I think the worst thing that happens usually is it goes down temporarily.
Yeah,
that has been what happens in the past. I think once or twice in our history, it's happened when we're covering something and then it pops back up.
I don't know how long you're planning on going tonight, but I'm pretty sure
3
you
hours.
should keep it under 12 hours.
It's 11:45 is the cap.
Yeah.
So yeah, we should be fine. I think we'll be fine. How long is this? Oh, yeah, we're at 3 hours and 10 minutes on this quote unquote episode right now. Jesus.
Dude, this is so long. Oh my god.
So yeah, like I said, context, this is the behind the scenes, but I've chopped it up to take us into the things, and I may have included a meme here and there. Just one or two. See, it's a Netflix documentary.
Season.
Okay, just make sure I get the volume right here.
Dude, immediately, season 1 feels tiny in comparison to where we are
like,
now.
that's not how I wouldn't describe it as tiny. I describe it as focused, intimate, close,
good,
relatable,
Good.
personable, good, yeah, of quality.
Of quality would be a way.
Not
yeah.
repulsive.
One
I love these
feels
old houses.
so tiny in comparison to where we are now. We like the idea of slowly scaling up the show.
Yeah,
Slowly
well,
scaling up.
an idea.
It's like, yeah, that's an idea that didn't quite make it into the physical realm.
I don't think anyone imagined the scaling up of season 1 looks like season 5. That's
No. Not even season 2. I mean, I'm trying to think. Even if you watch the end of season 4, I don't think you'd imagine the end of season 5. It's such a sudden jump in style and in scale. It's like, it's not until almost the end of season 5 it's like, oh, by the way, everything we knew was wrong, and there's an entirely new dimension out there that we have to go and explore, and a big spider to kill. It's like, I wouldn't have got that from the end of season 4. Season 4 was bigger than 3, and 3 was bigger than 2, but like it's not comparable as a jump to 4 to 5.
Yeah, season 3's big boss fight was a monster in a mall.
Yeah.
And I'm like, okay, that's definitely like a scale up, but it's still like contained to the atrium of a mall.
It is,
That's
and
not
in
so bad.
a more important way, it's a scale down, I think, because it was always like the threat of what the Mind Flayer was, and the weird, mysterious gas monster, which looked ominous and cool, and you knew it had plans, but not what they were. And then, in a weird way, by making it real and bigger and staging a massively more
stomps around
expensive
going,
mall fight,
"Blarg."
it's just it's actually feels smaller, even though I know from every other perspective it's bigger. It's way more confined and silly and pointless.
Just like you would a movie sequel.
Each episode is its own movie in terms of the amount of time.
He's not wrong
Oh,
about that.
no.
They just don't spend their time that way.
No.
Yeah, reminder, Chernobyl is 5 episodes. Just 5. That whole show. Think of all the stuff that they're able to accomplish in doing that. How many people we meet, how many segments of the story there are.
Pages we're shooting every day, the complexities of the visual effects, the stunts, the various locations.
And all that work all those people do.
Yeah.
Just to get it looking as good
For
as they
your
can.
vision.
Yeah.
For your
for your
vision, and you let them
shitty
down,
fucking
man.
vision.
It is so funny because I was watching the behind the scenes and just thinking how bad and awful I feel for all of these really talented people who did work on this show.
The thing that killed me
'cause
the
there's
most
loads
is
of
that
it.
they all have to wait for the Duffers before they can even do anything, and they are on a deadline that is controlled by information they get from the Duffers. So they have to sit there being like, I'm ready to work. And the Duffers like, hang on. I haven't decided if we're having 10 vines or 16 yet. It's like, cool, man. Cool. I think they even say at the documentary at some point, like, they'll just start working and hopefully they can incorporate whatever the Duffers come up with.
It's terrifying because you see these shows that people love and adore, and the ending falters.
Now, I will say, you are not this,
True.
because the ending doesn't falter dramatically compared to how shit most of the show is. It's relatively consistently downhill.
You could still
But, you
say
know,
the ending
still.
falters, and it was a
Yes,
beloved
for
show.
For sure.
That was a huge, like, public fuck up. The whole world hates the ending, so
And they just discard the rest of the show.
you should discard most of the show.
At
Anyway.
least D&D probably knew how bad they didn't give a fuck at the end, right? They were just
They
like
said Daddy
they
forgot about the Iron Fleet. They
pooped. They pooped that season out and went into hiding. These guys released a documentary saying this. Like, they literally thought they got it. Like, they made it. They did it. They successfully made a successful last season of the show, which is embarrassing. How stupid are you? In the first place, for making this season, and in second place, thinking it was good. Like, they legitimately thought they, like, succeeded on this front, which is so embarrassing. Oh.
You can't leave anything dangling. You have to wrap everything up.
Are you fucking kidding?
Here's the 78 things that needed a resolution and didn't get one.
It's become a meme how much they forgot. It's insane.
They forgot important stuff and then brought in totally random things that didn't need answering and answered those instead. They brought Callie back for some
They
reason.
forgot things they introduced in season 5. Like, fucking, what
What's
happened to
the
Derek's
significance of
family,
today?
bro?
What happened to the family?
We went into production without having a finished script for the finale.
the classic.
So
how is that? That's like the death knell for a TV show.
what's funny is
Or a
this statement
movie.
got pushed around, and a lot of people said this is absolutely normal. And it's like not in the way that these fuckers have had their time. They've had an insane
Also,
amount of time.
I don't
Also,
care.
yeah, I
don't care
back
if it's
that
normal.
too. I don't care if everyone's doing this. It's a bad idea. It's a bad way to do it.
I mean, the fact that so many
Everyone's jumping
shows
off of
have
a
bad
bridge.
endings,
Da-da-da.
the fact that it
And
happens
people,
so
the
often.
thing I hear so commonly was like, "Oh, well, Breaking Bad didn't know exactly what they were doing with the ending when they started."
Yeah, well, Vince Gilligan's a
'Cause-
way more talented writer. That's probably why that
Wait,
ends
my
up better.
response is like, "That's Breaking Bad." Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean,
You're the Duffer Brothers. You're Vince Gilligan, okay?
Yeah, when a good show's writer says they don't quite know where it's going, I think, oh, because they're weighing it up. They're still thinking about it. They're,
Well, I
they're
mean,
trying
you know,
to gauge the results
Also,
of the show
in
and how
their
they've written
defense,
it.
that was a different era of television. That was like the
Yes.
old era of television where shows would
Yeah.
sort of just generally keep getting renewed, and it was like you're sort of in this general motion, but not necessarily like we're gonna do 5 seasons, and this is how it's compared to now where you can plan out like that. You can essentially
Yes.
know that you've got
What the
years
fuck
and years and
were the
years ahead
Duffers
of you.
doing with their
Times have
time?
like really changed. Times have really changed, to be clear. I mean, I remember there used to be a lot more casual usage of the hard R.
Exactly, yeah, retard, yeah.
I mean, at the time you had like deadlines and you actually had a strict schedule. You might not have had enough time to develop your scripts fully and
Well, no,
completely.
you're making a season a year.
Yeah. And here they just and for sure they sat around for 3 years and then decided to write the script as they were shooting it last minute. That's just simply unacceptable.
And as
That's
they've told
crazy.
us, every single episode is basically a movie, so it's not even comparable to older television shows on older episodic scales, writing as they went along. Every one of these is a movie.
It's
You have to the bigger the scale, the more CGI, the more complex effects, the more of all of this stuff that you used to see in movies and now you frequently see in TV because of streaming. The more you have to plan it in advance. This isn't. We didn't know what the ending was going to be when we started writing the show. This is we started producing the final episode without knowing what the script was going to be in the final 2-hour episode. It's more comparable to Multiverse of Madness filming without a finished script than it is to older TV shows running without finished scripts. It's insane.
Yeah,
Also-
and it annoys me because this is the thing that defined their lives, like as work, and they're ending it. They had all the time in the fucking world, and they just sat back and let the clocks just tick away. They didn't care, and then they're like, "Oh shit, I guess the production started." And what bothers me is it goes well beyond just them or the audience, like failing them. I mean, it's like you got loads of people who can't work until you've written shit down.
Mhm.
They're all
And
waiting for you
it's-
guys.
And this is not like I mean, people came to know about this because of this documentary, so people started criticizing. They've done this every season. Like even first season, actors talked about when they started shooting season 1, there was no script for episode 8 and 9. So it's like they probably do this every season.
Well, and
For
yeah,
sure.
any notion of it being normal, again, it's just like they are not talented
No,
enough
it's not
to...
normal.
I mean, the reality is they barely even have a draft, let alone ever consider a redraft. I'm sure these guys consider they wear gold the second they finish a script.
Mm-hmm. It's funny that they just sort of I don't know why they think this is like a bragging thing, like brag-worthy thing to admit to. It's
I think the
embarrassing.
brag is look at how we pulled it all together in the end when we
Yes.
were under such pressure.
They're
Because they're under
delusional.
the high of season 4 right now when they're doing this. They're like, we're so fucking good at this. And so, like, by the way, you guys think we're so fucking good at this when we're actually under a lot of restrictions, like not even going in with a script when we do the finale. How's that? Yeah. You're gonna love it. Oh boy.
The whole episode has to be building towards 11 is going to kill herself.
What the fuck?
I guess.
Good job, Ross Duffer.
All right.
What an insane
I'm
statement. Like,
interested.
Like, if we're trying
We
to
really
sell
gotta
it as
sell
she's
this
gonna kill
suicide.
herself, and then she kills herself.
Yeah.
I think that
Um,
it's like, is she still deciding?
this is the conversation they're having.
I can't believe
And they
it.
think it's profound. You
Yeah.
know that they think they're like really fucking clever while they're having this conversation. Like they're really thinking deeply about storytelling. And the conversation is, so Eleven's gonna kill herself, yeah? Yeah. It's like,
The
holy shit.
impression I get through a lot of this stuff is that Dictor is usually the one who's trying to, like, he presents it as though he's yes-anding, but what he's kind of trying to do is to salvage some of their terrible ideas. This happens more than once. This is one of those examples.
It was like she kills
Eleven's gonna
herself.
kill
It's like,
herself.
great idea. What if she doesn't?
Maybe she's still deciding whether to do that. And it's the same thing as saying no, but it sounds nicer. And he does that a couple more times as well. He's also, I think, the one saying it would be crazy not to have like monsters. In
Yes,
the
he
abyss.
is. Yeah.
Has she already decided?
You have to keep toying with the
That reaction is pretty like
It's useful.
it's good stuff. Like talking about how she's definitely gonna kill herself. It feels like, even though this lady has bad contributions as well in this documentary, I still imagine there's enough going on in there that she's like, wow, that's cringeworthy. That 11 would just kill herself, while they just sit there like, yeah, it's a good idea. Yeah, we're good at this.
audience.
This is the unfortunate moment they sent to make the play. So like she was seconded for part of season 4, I think, to do that. Like she had never written a play before. She had never produced a play before. She had never been anywhere near a play before. Like they do the equivalent of table reads for plays. I can't remember what it's called, but it's a slightly different process. She didn't even know it existed. So they put her through hell, and she stuck around. I don't know that it's necessarily to the benefit of the show, but you know, well done her.
That is kind
She's
of a
still
fair
there.
observation, because you are dealing with a different medium. You know, Trey Parker and Matt Stone,
Yeah.
I can't remember the name of the guy that they teamed up with for Book of Mormon. Plus, they had also written music for, the South Park movie. So, like, they had the experience, and even that would have been an incredibly difficult task. It's like, hey, you go write a play. Holy shit.
7 is
Goddamn.
this, like, oh my god. Like, is she really going to go through with this? And it's what everyone's going to keep expecting.
We think she's made the choice to live.
Gonna pause for the sake of carefulness here. He's setting up his genius idea, starting with we think
she's made the choice to live, but no, that's a lie.
I don't know.
Just kidding, she hasn't. Just
Just
kidding,
kidding,
she
she
did.
has.
Like, that's where
I don't know if we have to play it like that.
I don't know if we have to play it like that.
I don't know that you have to do this at all.
Well, just
Whichever
they're just
Duffy you
casually
are.
discussing, like, is she gonna kill herself? Is she suicide? No,
Man, look at her
suicide. No.
face.
Yeah.
Is that pretty? Because I wasn't entirely sure from this clip, but I got the impression that's like he's like, well, steel manning is the wrong word, but like he's trying to run through it, and he doesn't actually think this is going to play.
No, I'm saying no. Yeah, you're right. I'm saying that is the conversation right now. They're all bobbing
Yes.
between whether or not she's killing herself, and you're just like, guys, the answer is no. How do you not know
No.
this? I will be using this clip a bunch.
That is how
I don't know if we have to play it like
How would
that.
we play it?
We keep it ambiguous. We keep it ambiguous
Ugh.
up to the moment
Sure.
Why did they include this? Why did they include anything in this?
If she comes back and has in a moment with Hopper, if she comes back and has this moment with Hopper and gets in the van, I feel that she has clearly made a choice to live.
Yes.
So maybe just follow through on that.
Well,
then.
what's interesting
Yeah,
about this is like his brain is almost working. You're like, why would she choose to kill herself, you moron?
Yeah.
Unless
but he's
Kali
like
has
so-
really
he's so
gotten into
committed to
her suicidal tendrils into her that deeply, that quickly, after like one
It's
conversation.
so cruel
that
and
she's gonna
stupid.
forsake everything with Hopper and the rest of the gang, that she'll do that in this way.
This girl lives this horrible life, desperately trying to find, people to belong with, and it's like, yeah, and then she kills
realizes
herself.
It was a fool's gambit in the first place. It was silly to ever think that she could have a normal life.
No, not necessarily.
If you show me those images, she's
No.
made a choice to live.
Get feet off the table, you barbarian.
She's
Calm
chilling.
down.
Yeah, you'll be all right, right?
No.
Right.
You'll make it.
Calm the
No.
fuck down.
You'll make it. I believe in you.
You
Absolutely
can put
not.
your feet on a table if you want to.
No, I don't think that you.
If it's her
Mm.
table, she can.
Yeah.
This is the
I
writer's
think.
room table.
Oh, okay. I mean,
I'm sure it's
She's a
clean
co-owner.
with some regularity.
writers. First off, no one's using the tape. They're not. No one's using it for writing. Clearly, they're just sort of like talking aloud.
Exactly.
Into the
They use it for
ether,
feet.
into the empty void. Their feet are doing more work desecrating that piece of furniture than anything else other than their mouths because their brains aren't working.
I'm so don't do the 100% thing. If you have an image,
100%.
She's killing herself 100%. Happening.
What's the other option?
What's the
Not killing yourself, I guess.
For 1 second. What's the other option?
What is the alternative to killing yourself? I don't know.
The average Hopper discussion.
Wakes up in the morning. Why wouldn't I kill myself? Like, what's the point?
Here's the sad part. Here's the really sad part. This kind of conversation probably happens in a lot of writers' rooms for a lot of really expensive films and TV shows.
Mm-hmm.
And we would be embarrassed to listen to them.
Stupid conversations.
I mean, lots and lots of conversations in writers' rooms are stupid. I mean, and it's fine because, like, up to a point, you have a bit of leeway for it because some sort of, like, you want to kick as many ideas around as you possibly can, and there's always going to be like early stages where the complete wrong thing is suggested. You kind of hope, though, as production moves along, there are fewer wild, manic, crazy suggestions like, oh, how about if the protagonist kills herself? They'll still occasionally happen, but the ultimately the thing is either it makes it into the show or the production or whatever, or it doesn't. And obviously you can only fight your corner and say, I hope that it doesn't.
Yeah.
But I guess the moronic I prefer is like in The Simpsons, where they're like, come up with a name, but not Poochie, and then they all leave. It's like, so is Poochie? We happy with that? Yeah, it's good. Like, that's what I want to see.
100%. Yeah, I'm feeling Poochie.
What else would there be?
It's good.
What's the other option?
There's a lot of good jokes in that episode. Good stuff.
I don't know how to play this.
Ross and I had no interest in.
Well, like it's like your job to find out how to play this. That's your job. So yeah,
just what they're saying here.
I'll play. I play it twice. Don't worry.
Ross and I had no interest in writing at all.
Yeah.
Really?
You know what? You should have followed your dreams to wherever else they led and not writing.
Really?
Yeah, funny to me. Like, they've always been very, very honest about this, about not wanting to be writers and not being primarily interested in writing. And I'm like, you sat around for 3 years, leaving all these people jobless for that amount of time. Just what about any other writer in that room? Just if you're not interested, you can let other people
you don't have to do it
for you.
Yeah, you don't have to.
Like, you could have done this. Why? Their egos are just fascinating.
Just like Chris Stuckman, you can realize that you don't have to write. That might not be your strong suit.
Had no interest in writing at all.
Do you know he did a 12-minute review of Fellowship of the Ring?
There's a added that for like a fucking load thing again or something. Rocket Money, yeah. Because of course there is.
Ross and I had no interest in writing at all. We wanted to direct.
Oh, he looks.
We realized that the best way in was probably writing.
Nice.
Oh, you just hate this.
Well, all right.
This is like Chris Stuckman saying, the best way to directing was reviewing shit on YouTube, so I had to get it out of the way.
Oh, Lord.
Writing bad script after bad script and just going, why is this not working?
They don't write bad scripts anymore.
No,
they're well past writing bad scripts. Yes,
good old Sean Levy, the man who said that Taika Waititi was riffing on a level that was freaking sublime.
Yeah. This part was pretty egregious, and I make sure to understand this is him talking.
Rules of movies and TV back then said you can't make a show about kids that isn't for kids.
What are we talking about?
You cannot make a show
not true.
about kids that isn't for kids. It's weird
so
because
not true. It's just unbelievable. That's common, yeah. But I mean, even if you wanted to move past South Park, I mean, The Simpsons is about kids as well, and that is not a show for kids.
A lot of kids weren't allowed to watch Simpsons.
Nope. Well, it makes sense that you wouldn't. I mean, Itchy and Scratchy is pretty violent. Of course, it's a great television show. I love it.
How many Stephen King adaptations have there been where there's always going to be creepy children elements in Stephen King because it's Stephen King and he's creepy? But they get made. They're not for kids. He's
Yeah.
like one of the most adapted authors. He is the most adapted author, I think, in history. Like so many of Spielberg's movies feature kids quite prominently,
Well-
but they're not made for kids. It's just, but somehow they get made nonetheless.
He continues. He doesn't just stop saying stupid shit
A
there.
show about kids that isn't for kids. You can't combine horror genre and coming of age.
What the
Like,
fuck?
come on, bro. Come on.
I don't think
What
a sentence has ever
Come
been
on.
this incorrect in ever. Holy shit.
Catastrophically wrong. Like, just
Yeah.
what the fuck are you talking about? The amount of examples you could fill this page with. Good lord.
I mean, Buffy is enough.
Yeah, it's what Buffy's all about.
Some of you guys thought this guy did a great job with Deadpool and
I
Wolverine.
hate it.
I'm just gonna keep reminding you of that. Some of you guys
Don't
thought
you
this guy
feel
did a
bad?
fantastic job.
He's a genius. He's a steward of story.
See, the difference between us and High Top Films is that he pretends like he doesn't dislike Sean Levy. I do dislike his movies. I do. I don't respect the work that he does. Like, he's bad at this. He's good at making money, but he's certainly bad at creating stories that are worthwhile.
I've been seeing more posts about how ugly that movie is. It's, you know, among
yeah,
other
it only
things.
took, what, 2 years? It only took 2 years for us to realize that?
Who's us?
When are we going to do that with Superman? When's that happening? When are we going to realize that Superman?
Maybe around about the time we find out what the truth is on its budget and box office results and everything. Won't be long. We're getting there.
That's right.
It was that transgression that made it feel so fresh.
But yeah,
That's just what
that's
we're
why
talking
Stranger
about.
Things was working, because it was doing things that had never been done before, like having an adult show about children, or having a show that was about coming of age, but it was also kind of gory.
There's nothing about Stranger Things that is about coming of age. Nothing. Like, not a single theme, not a single narrative, not a single plotline, not a single character arc. Nothing about Stranger Things. There's no character growth. Maybe except for, like, Steve. There's nothing in the show at all. Especially not when it comes to young kids.
Well, what about when Hopper goes from being, like, suicidal to being, like, he's gonna blow himself
Well,
up? That's different. It's different.
That's different. True. But does that count as coming of age?
The age of life into the age of death.
What Sean did, which was so incredible because he was a respected director and producer.
I just find it funny to say he's respected, but he probably is, yeah,
I mean,
sure.
I guess the thing is that Hollywood probably does think he's awesome. I mean, he's getting to do a Star Wars. Wow, getting to do a Star Wars movie at this point. I mean, it is hard to get people to do a Star Wars, but he has worked his way up from cheaper by the dozen. And what else did he do? Date night, these sort to getting to do a Star Wars movie. So,
He's a one-trick pony. I can't wait for his downfall. It's coming. I can smell it.
Well, I would say doing a Star Wars movie at this point is like a bad idea.
Yeah, you gotta be careful.
I would say doing anything Star Wars is like I wouldn't do that if I
Unless
were
you're
you.
making something really solid, like the Star Wars
Well,
fandom
unless
are
you're
very
making
fucking
Andor,
upset right now.
you
Yeah.
know? Yeah.
Mhm.
Nick Oreo, Mr. Oreo, you excited for Deadpool and Wolverine Star Wars movie?
I am going to watch it. That is the nicest thing I can say.
All right. Sweet.
I read an article recently saying that they're planning on doing another movie that has something to do with Thrawn and all the Mandoverse characters. And
Oh,
I'm like,
boy.
I thought that was going to be this movie.
Well,
What is this movie?
it's
then?
so exciting because all of them are probably that. They'll just multiverse everyone into everything. We might even
Do we
get
know
Darth
anything
Vader
about this? Is it
in
just
Doomsday.
Mandalorian and Grogu? Is there like any plot details?
I think there was. I remember someone saying
There's
something
a plot
about it.
synopsis, but the
Yeah.
plot synopsis was the Mandalorian and Grogu go around helping the New Republic against pesky Imperial warlords and stuff.
Pesky.
It sounds so
Pesky.
shit.
So it's just
Yeah.
another season of the
Let's
show then.
Yeah.
Way
Yes.
to describe them at
Yes.
this point. Those
There's
pesky
no, like, big thing.
Imperial-
It sounds like a
It's
two-parter
going to be
episode.
shit. It's going to be absolutely shit, and
It
it's
even
probably
looked,
not going
the
to go
trailers
over
look
well.
shit.
No, and it's going to make them
I
even
remember
more
when
scared.
3 was coming out and they were like, hey, so the Mandalorian show, I mean, it's called The Mandalorian, but it's not about,
It'll come out.
Din
Calling
Djarin.
it
It's
The
about
Mandalorian
Mandalorians.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I
was like,
reckon.
oh,
I
really?
reckon it probably makes like $500 million best at best, and then they're like, "Oh fucking hell! because it's probably not cheap to make this one. It's like at least $100 million for sure. Probably 200 million.
So they release those 2 Star Wars movies and then they go back into hiding. Like, oh god.
The thing is that the Levy one, unfortunately, he seems to.
He knows how to make money.
He seems to essentially know what shit you do to make money. Yeah.
Yeah, this is a ton of people. Probably should kill some of you off.
Oh
Those people
my
weigh more
god!
than
Why would...
2,000 pounds.
Probably should have killed some
Why
of you
would
off.
say this? Oh my god!
Well, look at because Millie
Yeah,
Bobby
well,
Brown
I
is
mean-
the one that's pushed for it the most. Look at her reaction.
But they keep bringing more and more people in. They keep adding people. It's like they're like a hoarder, but the writing equivalent of a hoarder.
Yeah,
They just can't throw away anything.
It's got to be annoying for the studio as well because you're missing out on major payoffs, but then you're also just costing everyone more money because everyone who stays on costs more the more they're on. So that's how agents negotiate and shit. So why kill them?
Millie's right.
Kill them. Do it.
You probably should kill some of you off.
Oh my god! Oh.
Papa wanted to die. It's just so funny to me. And look at it. This expression to me is like, what the fuck are you saying now? It's too late, motherfuckers. Like, it's already the end season.
So you probably should kill some.
And then him just being casually like, I didn't need to be here, so. Could just killed me.
You off.
We fell in love with Tim Burton really early on.
Shut up.
I find this fascinating because if you had told me after seeing Stranger Things, what's the major influences? Like, obviously Stephen King. You'd be like, Tim Burton? I'd be like, no. What?
Nah, no. I guess Winona Ryder's in it.
That's really not enough.
That's not enough to say you're inspired by Tim Burton.
His art direction is so distinct.
Especially not his art direction. I don't see any of that in their work.
Tim Burton is very unique, and theirs is not nearly as unique.
It felt like magic to us.
Movies like Batman, Beetlejuice.
It's a really funny set of movies to reference for Tim Burton. Like Batman, Beetlejuice, and Edward Scissorhands, some of his most iconic. They should have said Nightmare Before Christmas after this, and then it would have just been the Tim Burton set.
And Edward Scissorhands.
That's right, yeah.
We love these stories of the ordinary, the extraordinary, because I think we had a lovely childhood, but it was a fairly safe one. It was.
I don't mean to be a dick, but they come across as people who have not experienced anything crazy. like just they've had very normal lives, very
Writers
safe.
who seem terrified to kill any of their characters. Yeah, I mean it's all the pieces, all the puzzle pieces are starting to fit together. I'm starting to see the pattern here.
Well, and to them, watching a Tim Burton movie is like, whoa, that's crazy, wacky, supernaturally out of this world. When it's like he was pretty mainstream, you know. Like same obviously because they reference Spielberg soon. It's again like, yep, another solid
All the
choice.
most boring conventional choices that you could make, right? It's like,
Well, in a sense, right, you can pick them, but I hope that you contextualize it in a way that tells me something about like you personally, what you took from them, instead of saying, I like Tim Burton, I like his art. Like,
I like
right.
Steven Spielberg. I like his summer blockbusters.
His directing, thumbs up.
I'm wondering if this may be a stretch, but like I'm wondering if this was recorded around the time when Wednesday came out. You know, and they're kind of like it is in a similar genre as I guess Stranger Things, and it's by Netflix and probably like the same target audience. Were they kind of inspired by that?
Yeah, but like I don't know what I would pick in Stranger Things that makes me think like, oh, they really got inspired by Tim Burton.
I would pick nothing. I can't see it.
Meanwhile, Wednesday, it's like, oh, that's easy. There's lots of stuff in there. And obviously he's like a producer, right? So he's very much connected to it, but you can tell.
I think he directed some of it, if not all of it.
Yeah,
he directed a few episodes.
Very much involved.
Yeah.
That's kind of what I'm getting at. Like, if you said Tim Burton directed and produced Stranger Things, I'd be like, what?
Yeah.
I didn't realize, because why would I?
A bit of a bubble in suburban North Carolina.
We had grown up on Spielberg.
His movies allowed us to travel and go on these journeys and adventures.
Yep. Just
pretty boring.
Yeah.
Sure.
Wow.
Real
that's
places,
what you would
fictional
say.
places. Anything.
Real places, fictional places, you know.
How boring.
Anything. It's
that
like,
must
well, I mean,
be.
that does encompass all things.
All things.
Real and fictional. I mean, they like stories with the ordinary and the extraordinary. So
Oh, yes. Casting
they
a
are
wide net
covering their
there.
bases here.
And
See,
so
it's
we
just like
started
E.T.
to develop a little bit as filmmakers. It was Sam Raimi, John Woo.
Oh my god.
It's
like watching
Sam
Chris-
Raimi, John Woo,
And
M. Night
Shyamalan.
Shyamalan.
This is a Chris Stuckman
You-
video.
Yeah.
You guys do understand what we're getting at, right? These are all, like, there's nothing wrong with any of these choices. There isn't even necessarily something wrong with citing all of these as, like, your top inspirations. But holy shit, is this a really boring selection?
Also,
like I said-
I know every single one of these people. That's how I know this.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
All I want is to have them contextualize it in an interesting way. Please tell me what you got out of it that other people maybe didn't, or
I love
what it
Sam
means to you.
Raimi's wacky shots. I love
Yeah.
Shyamalan's crazy ideas.
John
I
Woo's
love
action.
John Woo's stylistic action.
Yeah.
I can tell you what they got out of Shyamalan. It was a job. Like, they have to like him because he gave them their first TV gig.
True, yeah.
Their movie flopped, but he liked it, and so he employed them on the what's it thingy? Can't remember the name of it now. It's escaped me. But he hired them, so obviously they like him.
He even like invited them on over to his mansion for like 2 weeks straight. So yeah.
Yeah, they are
Cool.
friends.
Do you guys want
I do
French
like
shit-ass
people
references? Nope. We just want someone who's not entirely mainstream that would have inspired them because they're so obsessed with film. It just would have given you a sense that they've really gotten an interest in the art form or whatever. But
Again, if somebody says that their favorite movie of all time is... It's funny. I'm trying to think of the safe choice. If they said Citizen Kane, like, that isn't a problem. That's a great movie. That's a really fine movie to pick as your favorite. But, like, man, you know what? I mean, Chris, it's Chris Stuckman, right? It's like, oh, Citizen Kane. That's like the greatest movie of all time sort of citation. I'm not saying that he necessarily said it, but it reminds you of a type of person, right? Whereas if somebody said that their favorite movie of all time was, I'm trying to think of like a good example that isn't as much of a conventional choice, or maybe even like one that people would debate about. Like, really? You'd say that's your favorite movie of all time? Well, actually, god damn it! Now I'm on the spot, and I'm trying to think like what would be an example.
so you want an example of a movie that would surprise you as a pick of best or whatever?
It would surprise me in part because it's actually, I don't think it's like that great. I think it's good, but like if you thought it was the best, it'd be like, huh. Okay.
Truman Show.
That's.
I know that one.
I
don't know if it's hitting what you're looking for, where you're like, oh, that's your favorite.
Well, I think that film. I think it's a fair choice for a favorite film. I think Truman Show is great. I wonder if it might be a little bit too. It might be a little bit too safe as a choice in and of itself.
The type of movie that hints that a person has a personality, basically, right?
Someone said Groundhog Day. That would be a good one. If someone said Groundhog Day, because that is a great film, but it's a surprising one for somebody to say that is their number one. That'd be like, oh shit, okay. Please tell me why.
That's interesting. I would have found Truman Show's number one more surprising than Groundhog Day.
Than Groundhog Day? I wouldn't. I think Truman Show is in the realm of the more conventional sort of picks that someone might go for, but maybe I'm overstating how much people think about the Truman Show.
Whenever Groundhog Day is referenced, usually people just say it's great, like unequivocally. Truman Show, everyone's just like, yeah, it's really good, it's a really cool idea, it's executed well. Unless if they've seen it.
If someone said RoboCop was their favorite movie, that would be interesting. Not because it isn't a great movie, it is, but because I think that would surprise people. Like, fucking RoboCop? Be like, yeah sure.
Because it's like, RoboCop's fucking awesome, but it's not
surprises me
here as the favorite pick. Yeah,
I've met a lot of people who love RoboCop to that point. Like, it's in the top 5.
Okay, all right. We need to expand then a bit more what we're.
Well, it depends, right? We got like tiers of notability. The main thing for me is always going to be how it's contextualized. You could literally choose Lord of the Rings as the trilogy is like these are my favorite movies. Like, yeah, that's a fantastic pick. I just care about how you talk about them. That's all. More so, instead of you just going, yeah, because
Yeah,
they're
that-
really
that-
good
that
and
is
they're
the
really
point.
awesome and they're really awesome and cool and good and really great and awesome. I love them.
Master and Commander,
That's
that would
so
actually
me.
be kind of a surprising one. If somebody said Master and Commander, that film
But
is
there's
really
tiers
good.
of
But that would be
surprising
surprising.
too. Some surprising,
There
like,
are
oh, like
tiers.
pleasantly
Shelby Oaks,
surprised.
that
like,
would be
oh,
surprising,
that's-
yes.
Oh, that would be
Shelby Oaks
shocking.
fanatic.
Oh, that would be no,
yeah,
that
so-
wouldn't be
so maybe-
surprising. That would be a lie.
Maybe
That
that is part of the criteria. Is the film kind of does need to be good, like in order for me to accept it as an answer to some extent.
There's a single person who agrees with Shelby Oaks, and his name is Chris Stuckman.
Hell yeah. If he remembers it at this point, it's been like a few months, you know, he might
I
have
guess,
moved on in life.
To bring it back though, the point is like, man, these choices. Okay, sure.
I saw someone mention Remains of the Day, and I was like, yeah, that's an interesting choice.
That would be a good shout because that is one that a lot of people haven't heard of. Well, yeah, maybe that'd be because I don't know why. And now I'm thinking of Silent. If somebody said Silence of the Lambs, you'd be like, yeah, okay, yeah. Like, it's like, of course, right? That's like not an unusual choice at all. But What Remains of the Day, it's like, well, that is also a similarly great film,
Yeah,
but not many people have heard about it.
yeah.
So
it's
like,
an
it tells
awesome
me like
movie, but that's in the pleasant surprising category. Like, oh, that's not
Agreed.
what I would ever
Yeah.
expect people to say. But I'm very pleasantly surprised to hear that because it's an unusual yet, it's a neat pick for favorite movie.
compared to someone pointed out 2001 is like one of the most conventional
That's up there,
choices that you
yeah.
can go for.
That's
Even
pretty
though
true.
again, that is a fantastic film.
Yeah, all this speaks to, right, because if you're speaking to someone you have great respect for and they say, my favorite films are 2001, Blade Runner, Citizen Kane, and Alien, you'd be like,
get good.
at first you're like, oh wow, that's all very, but I want to hear why, because you're interesting.
Exactly. But when you hear it from the Duffer Brothers, like, of course, those are the movies you were supposed to like.
And then vice versa, the funny
If
thing
it has dinosaurs.
the funny thing does happen of like, so the respected person, if they say like, I like, Enfants Chouans, Se faire la sueur from 1919.
Like, okay.
If it's someone you
film.
truly
Alright.
believe has a lot, like they're an amazing director, you'd be like, all right, tell me about it. What was it? Meanwhile, if it is the Duffers that say that, you'd be like, fuck off.
At the,
My favorite film is called. It's a 3-minute film that was in like one theater at a location that YMS sent me to in the middle of the forest.
yeah, it was in
Middle of the
in the
forest.
outskirts of a French village. Yeah,
You just sneeze. That's the name of the
it
film.
wasn't even in a theater. You have to see it in the director's bedroom, and he projects it onto a sheet.
He projects it onto the
In the
screen while
barn.
someone fucks his wife in front of you. And you have to watch.
Yeah.
So
At the theater I see movies at, they all the people who work there, I don't know what they're called, but all the people who work there, they have like under their name tag, they have favorite movie and it says their favorite movie. And today when I was seeing The Two Towers extended edition, tomorrow I'm seeing Return of the King. The guy who got me by, and I will say this, I did get the popcorn bucket for the Lord of the Rings, his 25th anniversary, and it was just a nice tasteful
I've seen it,
metal
yeah.
popcorn bucket. It's just nice and simple, wasn't very expensive. I'm like, oh, this is like a big thing, it's Lord of the Rings. So I went ahead and got it. But the guy who was there, his favorite movie on his name tag was Wicked. And he
What?
was, yeah, that's his favorite
Man, that is
movie
wicked.
My new
And he's
favorite
like
movie is
not
everyone
the
I see.
stereotype, but he was like a big chunky black guy.
Oh
And,
my
and
god!
so he didn't seem like the type. Not
Yeah.
to
Well, see, that would have
stereotype
been really
people,
interesting.
even
It's like,
though
what
I
do you love
will,
about
but
Wicked?
that
And
would
he's
have been
like, mother that.
I would-
The
I should
character
have asked
work.
him. I really should have. Yeah.
The
Maybe he
only
was
popcorn bucket I have is the new Jurassic World one. I don't even
No,
remember the name of
fuck
the
off.
movie.
Do they
No,
give
Yeah,
you? Do they give you
I
a
have
Snickers
it.
wrapper with that?
Some
Actually,
true-
wait. I have that, and then I have the Stranger Things popcorn bucket.
Oh,
Also, you would
yeah, it
think
was a nice, tasteful Lord of the Rings one. Yeah.
if they were like being smart, the Duffers here, they would mention Denis Villeneuve. I don't know how to pronounce his last name, but yeah, him. Because as they say, which I don't trust them. Actually, I don't believe them. But as they say, his Prisoners movie, inspired them on Stranger Things' plot about like a child that gets kidnapped and a parent searching for them. So,
Mhm.
You'd think they would give a shutout.
Yeah.
No.
Prisoners is another more like spicy example.
I would not want them
Yeah.
to shout out my movie if
Yeah,
if
no.
I'd made a movie. I hope that they wouldn't say that I had inspired them to write Stranger Things, but
why don't we because that question just come in quickly for everybody from left to right. If I guess I could say the names if we need to, but what is everyone's favorite film here?
No, don't put me on the
fucking hell.
The
spot.
problem is, it really does cycle between, on any given day, it'll be either Saving Private Ryan, Hot Fuzz, or Wally.
What is it today?
It really cycles between those three.
Yeah, if you've gun to your head, had to pick one right now. What is it today?
What is it today?
Today it's Hot Fuzz.
All right. I would pick
Oh,
The Prestige. It's not a secret though. It's a clear winner for me. Nutsa, what about you?
Ooh. I usually go for 12 Angry Men just because for the sake of it. Right now, today, I never say this. I've never stated this movie, but I will say just
an EFAP exclusive.
for the sake of it, like Before Sunrise right now, like right at this moment.
All right, fair. All right,
Before
Nick.
Sunrise.
Yeah.
It's probably just Jurassic Park, like the original one.
Good
It's a really
choice.
good movie.
Yes. Ragu
Fellowship of the Ring.
and Platoon.
I was going to say Fellowship, but that would
Aha.
only have been true for 30 seconds. 30 seconds later, it would have been Two Towers, and then 30 seconds later, it would have been Empire Strikes Back, and then 30 seconds after that, it would have been something else completely. But I'll say Two Towers for the sake of variety.
Oh, there you go.
Hooray.
And hey, you know what? Getting everyone here to speak on exactly why I'm sure will be wonderfully interesting, but instead, we're listening to the Duffers.
We want to be here for 15 hours because
I like dinosaurs.
Dinosaurs
I
are
like
cool.
trains.
Imagine a dinosaur riding a train.
That's a reference.
We spent a long time trying to figure out their style and in that way learning filmmaking through their
What are you doing
eyes.
with your hands?
You really didn't show that off
Is
at
he
all.
rapping?
You didn't.
But yeah, sure.
Let's go, Evil Dead.
And see, you know this is what it means. I'm gonna do Sam Raimi. Here I go, and I'm running with the camera, and I'm chasing him POV style. Oh, that's being inspired. It's just like I don't want to be too harsh. There's plenty of great things that can be made as a result of this kind of inspiration, but you just wish there's more to it than that.
I mean, 10 years? That kind of chemistry, you can't really fake that.
It's your job, isn't it?
I mean,
Yeah,
yeah.
yeah. It's your professional liar is basically what you are.
I just thought that was a really funny comment. It's like, you can't fake that. It's like, that's precisely what you do. You're like the sister to Billy for many years. You had to fake it.
If you're not faking it, you're not acting because it's just true.
For us, Will.
What you guys
really
didn't realize is the actor for Billy was actually incredibly racist. That was like one of the things.
That was authentic, yeah. It's cool.
They let the characters write themselves, so.
the heart and soul of season 5.
Yeah, right. What you know, they say.
After season 2, we had put the brakes on his storyline a little bit.
What do you mean? It breaks on a You didn't have a story for it.
This is another one of those Reddit examples where we're like, oh shit, yeah, we probably
Kid
should
who
do
got
something.
kidnapped, and then you didn't decide what to do with that.
I mean, the reality is a lot of characters don't have any story post season 1. It's just that there's ones that are more noticeable, I suppose. Or people who get less spontaneous, fantastical moments that everyone like, oh, I enjoyed that moment, therefore that character's had a story.
He had not come of age in the same way some of the other characters had.
Kind of learning the foundation of how to be a human within 5 seasons has been.
What?
You don't say that part, reptilian.
What?
Yeah, the biggest growth of all.
And I guess she's describing 11.
Of course, I'm
herself,
saying
one would
what to
assume,
the
but-
notion that 11 learned how to be human over the 5 seasons. What are
Yeah.
you talking about?
Yeah, I think she. Yeah, no.
I promise. Something like that.
I love that scene.
That Bill bit there, I think, is super important because he seems to just sort of blarg through that, like, unconvincingly, and then he just looks up and he's like, is that okay? And then the Duff is just like, yeah. That seems to be part of the way that this works, which is a little bit
Maybe
sad.
we do a second take just for curiosity's sake. Let's do a second take and
Well, this might be rehearsal. What I'm saying is, like, there's no input on his performance, so why would he change it or improve
what's
it?
he meant to do? If we're unhappy with his performance, it's not even really his fault.
He's like the most well, I think, is he the most notably bad of the main cast in season 5? There's more of his scenes I can point to and say that's not very good than I can for most other characters.
I think I agree, yeah.
The boys were really aware of how much they didn't know and how much they had to learn, and they were never afraid of failing.
Sure.
That's great in the learning process before you start writing the $400 million show.
So she, if I'm
That's
right,
good for the student mentality.
She's a
this
drama
person
teacher.
she was their drama teacher at school, and they brought her in to play the part of this teacher. So here she's talking about how they were when she was teaching them at school, I think. Now, she seems to be under the impression they've learned a lot in school. I'm not sure I would agree, but I didn't teach them.
It's good they didn't fear failing.
Yeah.
They never, ever did. They never learned to fear failing. Why would they?
You know what? Like when they say about anxiety, it's actually like a good thing that we have anxiety because it's this basic survival instinct. If we didn't have anxiety or sort of, we would die, we would perish because, you know, if you're not anxious about stuff, you're not protecting yourself, basically.
It's just a moderation thing, right? Like, you don't want it to paralyze you forever, but you simultaneously, it's like, maybe you should worry a little bit about doing it wrong, Duffers, so you can figure out, like, why you're doing any particular thing instead of just doing what you did.
Yeah, for sure.
The greatest teacher failure is.
Yeah.
That ain't Yoda. That's some gooba gremlin pretending to be Yoda.
Hey, do your Yoda.
No, I mean, you're quoting Lost Jedi, retard.
Oh, I thought you were talking about you're retarded. I thought that you were talking about my accent skills.
You fucked up.
What? What was the fuck up? What was the fuck up?
You quote it as if it's Yoda. It's a bad quote from a bad movie with a bad fake Yoda.
Yeah, I know it's a bad quote from a bad movie.
That's what I'm saying. So what are you struggling with right now? You okay?
There is no struggle.
You sound very convincing.
Are you asking about my struggle? Do you want to know about my struggle?
You should write a book about it.
Maybe I will. I'll ask Vecna to help me.
Here's the Duffers asking if these children have been watching Stranger Things. And they all say they have.
I sure hope not.
I sure hope not too, especially because I have, on good authority, a well-respected and successful director said this is not for kids.
I'm in the middle of season 3. A show about kids that isn't for kids.
Oh,
Have you guys all seen the show? Or no?
Oh yeah, I watched all. Oh yeah, I love it.
Whoops.
I'm in the middle of season 3.
I'm also like, if I'm a director, right, or like, a producer or some kind of like authority figure on set, I won't, because it's so intimidating, right? Because it's your boss basically coming up to you, and you're like 5 years old.
You're basically asking, do I do a shitty job?
Yeah, she's just like, are you competent enough to be here? Like, have you done your research? You know, it's kind of intimidating as a little kid. It just, you can tell it from their tone. They're kind of terrified. They're like, yeah, we love it so much.
One of those kids, though, like doesn't have that. He's quite funny. I don't know if the clip's in this compilation order, but it's the bit where one of the Duffers says, "I should have been an actor." Did you get that clip?
Yeah, well, I don't think that's in here, but the guy.
Oh, what's it? There's one of the kids in that scene is like, there's a couple of clips of him where he's like, he just basically has no check on his personality, so he just says stuff. So I think it's Matt Duffer does an impression, and the kid's like, "Oh, that's really good." And Matt Duffer says, "Yeah, I should have been an actor." And the kid's like, "Well, just be proud of what you are." And it's like, that's great. I like that line. That's good.
So, and yeah, for the record, I probably would have been watching this at their age. I would have been fine with it, but not everyone is. And it's just funny that in the same documentary, they say that kids should not be watching this.
Yeah,
I mean, of course, Holly was always there, but nobody was really minding her. Nobody was really minding her.
This is a commentary on Holly. She was always there, but no one was minding it.
They're so beautifully. All of the actors are so beautifully passive aggressive. It's wonderful to watch.
Don't blame him.
Except for
I would
poor
just be
Jamie.
aggressive.
Who could have thought Holly would end up becoming one of, if not the most important character of the whole series? You never would have thought.
We look at Sigourney Weaver, Linda Hamilton, and Terminator. I mean, like,
Oh my god!
Uh-oh, you're not supposed to say those.
Those are some, you know what's so crazy
Shut
about
up,
these
loser.
references? We've had now, what, 2 full decades of incredibly strong female characters throughout all of media.
Boy, are
Why
they
aren't you
strong.
referencing them?
And yet they keep just going
Yeah.
back to those specific 2.
Is it because a lot of them are cringe and terrible and you don't remember any of them? Could that be it? Could it be that those 2 have still not yet been dethroned as the top, like, fucking badass females ever? But I guess, you know, it's tough. I will admit, they're really good. It's just funny. Like, we will
How dare
perpetually have shows claiming they're, like, breaking new ground with this sort of stuff, and they will reference these characters specifically. It's like, can't keep doing this. You have to own that you've... Yeah, reference Rey Skywalker. Talk about how badass she is.
Yeah, especially now that
Rey's
she's got that movie
mom?
coming up. So it'll be really impressive.
Rey's mom from the famous masterpiece, The Rise of Skywalker.
Yes.
How about her? Oh my gosh.
Palpatine's daughter, you mean?
Yes.
Hell
Or the
yeah.
other one.
Rey
Palpatine was
Palpatine.
out there shagging.
He was creaming. Getting creamy.
he was creamy sheeving.
It's so funny though because I think everyone knows the truth. If you're interviewing someone and they say like, "Yeah, I wanted to be a badass female character, kind of like Linda Hamilton, Intimidator, or Daisy Ridley," and you just stop yourself and be like, "Nah, that doesn't. Nah."
kick-ass mom. Season 1, she's the mom. And then she starts to evolve.
That's a
The
lie.
evolution to being an action hero.
Since fucking
There is
when?
no such evolution.
That's just made up.
Season 1, she's the mum. Season 3, she tries to shag Billy but decides not to. And then season 5, she's action hero. It's
That's the evolution,
it's
yeah.
not- yeah, it's change. I don't think I'd call it evolution.
Mm-hmm.
Is the natural progression for me. I think maybe that's all I ever wanted to do.
Audiences are getting increasingly savvy to lots of cuts.
I hate this line.
Yep. But it's so useful.
This is again an example of how I don't believe he's learned anything from any of these people that he's actually watched movies from. Audiences are getting savvy to cuts. Is like, do you understand the purpose of cuts? Do you know what they do or why one would use them? It's not just because you gave up every time you end a shot. You're like, oh, well, that's as far as we could get. Next one. Hopefully the audience don't notice.
I think
This
that
clip-
single, yeah.
After you.
I think that single like scene from Bohemian Rhapsody and then winning an Oscar. I think it did an irreparable damage to
No, yeah.
the conversation around editing.
That
Like,
and the
it just-
Taken fans.
Since then, people have been obnoxious about it, and everyone is like talking like they're like so. It's just yeah.
But they do it themselves. Like at the moment, this clip lives after the 11 training scene in my Stranger Things video. It's because like that's the one that just is like cut. Because they kept changing from stunt person to Millie Bobby Brown to stunt person to Millie Bobby Brown. Like, and it's like a cut. I think it averages every 0.7 seconds at one point in that. And it's like, yeah, audience are getting pretty savvy to cuts. You just didn't remember that when you
Well,
filmed
and-
that sequence.
The one people were posting to counter, which I enjoyed, was from Hot Fuzz, where he kicks the old woman in the face. There's like a bazillion cuts in that motion. There's no mistakes, though. It's all deliberate. It creates a flow. It's very, very much purposeful.
Yeah, this just gives the mentality that he's a slave to what audiences
Well,
might
yeah.
say or think instead of, no, this is my vision, this is my, and here are the creative justifications I give for it. Some people might not like it. It might be a little bit divisive, but I have a strong, desire to have this. I think it fits thematically, or that there's some kind of a reason for it, or it's an homage to something else, and he stands by it, and at least he has that backbone to, to do something, to make a commitment.
And it seems that Nick will not be joining us for the rest of this video. Tragedy.
I'm sorry.
There's no
Thank
amount
you
of
for having
apologies
me
you can
on,
make.
though.
You only stayed for 9.5 hours. That sucks.
Sweet.
What is this, Nick?
Listen, all right. I signed up for an EFAP. I got 3 of them. I've had a great time
Not
covering
bad. Not bad at
this
all.
entire show. Can you believe from the very beginning of this, you were like, "Oh, I think we can cover the entire thing in like 6 hours." And that's
I
seasons
suppose
1 through this.
I suppose we could have. We just said, yeah, the first one's pretty good, but the rest was shit. Anyway, just end the stream.
We could have done it in under 10 minutes.
Yeah,
Oh.
but we went the long route. You know, it happens.
All right, guys. Thank you so much.
Well, do you want to mention
Yeah,
where they can
sure.
find you if you want to?
Oh, I stream on the channel, the Nicholas Diorio channel.
He sure
I'm
does.
live every other day, except tomorrow because I'm taking the day off.
And you've recently been having a bit of a just drought. Nothing's happened. Nothing at all.
Yeah, no, it's been pretty light. It's been
Yep,
pretty light.
pretty light.
Hopefully, things start to heat up here.
Oh, all
Couple
right.
days.
Well, link in the description. You can check out Dick
No
Diorio.
controversies.
Mr.
Thank you.
Oreo. All right, toodle pip.
Bye.
Bye.
Go, 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 go,
Go. Right, for her to go out, actually.
I love this bit. So they just realized while filming, and certainly Karen Wheeler did, wait a minute, I would obviously tell my daughter to get out of the house, right? And they're like, well, no, because she needs to not leave. Because she's going to be kidnapped by the Demogorgon. So they're on the fly like, wait.
You just stay back, is what you said.
Yeah, you just stay back. You wouldn't say leave, even though obviously you'd say run the fuck away, get out of here.
Holly, stay back.
Like, you think you can fight this thing off, maybe? Because, like,
Hell yeah.
mm-hmm,
I'm gonna save your life.
you are.
Right.
Thank you, Mom.
Well, and I think
So that is them awkwardly trying to patch what is obviously a stupid moment. They're like, why would she be motivated to say, you know, like, stay here, stay behind me, as opposed to run away? It's like, because she thinks she can kill the Demogorgon. Right.
There's no way.
That is brave.
It's
That's
insane.
That's the kind of courageous spirit of the 1980s suburban wine mom.
Hell
that
yeah.
I think that was that. Yeah, I dig it. I like the Stranger Things more now. She's been drinking a bit.
the
Mhm.
blood from your mom is going to hit you in the face. I'm sorry, it's not funny.
It's just what the fuck?
It's so weird. They include these little bits.
Sometimes when I think about, like, when I see a kid in a movie and they're doing something that's, you know, crazy, scary, violent, or whatever, like a lot of the times, like horror movies and stuff, there is a part of my brain that wonders, how are they directed to do this? You know, like as a kid, like how is it explained to them what's going to happen when the blood splashes on them, or when they scream, or what they're supposed to be seeing, or when they're like looking at the monsters and stuff, and or when the people in the costumes are hanging around. Like I heard in the original I forget the actor's name who played
Bill Skarsgård.
Pennywise. Yeah, he he constantly stayed in character and stuff between shots, and all the kids were like afraid of him and everything. So I sometimes wonder, like, I guess it's kind of part of the awkward behind the scenes aspect of directing kids, is telling them to do, you know, just weird stuff in movies. And it's not stuff I've been curious to see. I've just been thinking, oh, like that must be kind of awkward to, you know, to direct them to do some of these things.
Wait, are you talking about the old
You know?
It or the new It?
The old one.
Oh, that's Tim Curry.
Tim Curry. That's it. That's Tim Curry. Yeah.
And
That's
then,
the one.
And he keeps laughing too. What's funny? Can someone explain?
He's
Can
nervous talking to girls. Some guys are like that.
The reason why I find this off is multiple reasons, but one of them as well is like, don't you want to get the actress in the notion, like the tone of like, yeah, your mother's about to get splattered in front of you by this Demogorgon, and it's going to be in defense of you. I don't know. It just
But
feels
it's like awkward, jokey. Like it's nervous laughter, which is one of my least favorite things in the cosmos. Is people like laugh nervously.
In the face. I'm sorry, it's not funny.
We had always wanted to have a Wheeler house attack sequence, and
You always wanted to have one? Why?
Why?
Such a weird.
Why is that worth saying?
Well, he'll tell us in the rest of the sentence. That's a comma. So he's going to explain why, like the creative decision-making process behind it. Like it's an invasion of the, you know, the sanctum of the home and its safety, and it, you know, it's a disruption of the family. and all of the emotions that could come into the young people having their protector figures be potentially killed, and the terror that can cause. This will all be explained in just a second. All right.
I doubt it, but I also don't care because it's such a weird statement to have. It's just I don't know. I've always wanted this lamp, and you'd be like, why? And you're like, I just like the light that it produces, and I've always wanted to see that on screen. You're like, okay. I wish you'd talk about things that matter more in a way. Like you wanted a long-term goal of a particular character going through something in particular, as opposed to just an attack sequence in the house.
Attack sequence, and they've held back on that for the last 7 years.
She shares so many qualities with Nancy.
Does she? Have you felt like they've had anything more than one
they
scene?
certainly insist upon that being the case, but
Yeah.
they only have the one scene where they talk about something serious in like season 3.
There is
That's
one in
it?
season 3 when she's talking about how evil, sexist men are in the office, and her mother's like, well, stand up for yourself.
Alcoholism from chat.
Alcohol. Well, that's one thing, I suppose. Beyond that, like she's a supportive mother. There's beats in season 1 after Barb's death, I think it is, and after Nancy sleeps with Steve. I want to say there's a beat where they sort of reconcile, because they fight first, and then I think they reconcile.
Well, she was more of a character back then, though.
Yeah, she was. And that was back in the days when actually maybe Nancy becoming more like her mother was probably going to be quite a good thing in the long run, something that she overcame the fear of.
But now Nancy's becoming more of her daughter. Sorry, Karen is becoming her daughter. That's what's happening here.
Yes.
Because her daughter's the gun girl, and she's going to be the wine bottle girl.
The wine woman.
Wine mom.
There's so many qualities with Nancy, so we wanted to see that ferocity within her unleashed.
It's so strange.
Was that a character trait of hers that had ever been established?
Well,
prior to
she's
this?
Nancy's mum, so she's got to have that. That's how that works. It's hereditary. Where else would Nancy have gotten it from? Fucking the dad?
Her Ted?
Ted is ferocious.
He's a
golfer.
Yeah, he's ferocious. He just keeps it. He keeps it inside. He's just waiting. He lets it out at the golf course. That's where the animal comes out. That's when the beast is unleashed.
They could have written it like she's screaming and she's running away and she's cowering, right? But she's in her wet nightgown coming out to kick ass, transforming into
stupid.
a warrior.
I mean, it's just so, like, it's exactly what you'd expect. It's like, they could have written her as pathetic and running away like some loser. Who would do that against a Demogorgon? No, she's a warrior. Like, what do you mean? What are you talking about?
Couldn't even break a bottle.
Well, I guess that makes some sense.
Yeah, but you cut it as if that shot, you could do that shot independently of all the other shots.
Yeah, but you don't want shards flicking into her eye.
Yeah. Well, she can put on goggles because her face isn't going to be on screen.
Yes.
You know what? I think that bleed for art maybe a little bit.
Or if you bleed from your eyes.
Maybe get hurt. Yeah, maybe lose an eye for Stranger
Well, take it up with the
Things.
law, Rags. That's what they got to do.
The law would side with losing an eye for Stranger Things. They'd make it. She signed a waiver. She knew that flying glass shards could happen on set.
Afraid. It's just how it's got to be.
Stay away from my daughter.
So forced,
Shut
man.
up.
Yeah.
It's a bit cringe, and
I feel like if my mom would be like assisting me in fleeing the household together.
I mean, there's
Instead
that,
of
which
trying
they
to take one-on-one this otherworldly monster creature.
And that's the thing. It's like they already referenced Ripley. It's like, we know what you're doing, and you've just invented your character out of, like, this is what she does now. Like, since fucking when? You haven't earned this.
Yeah, let's cut.
They've always written strong women, 100%, like Bob.
I'm so bored. I'm bored of this.
I know, it's so boring.
My favorite woman in this show is Benny.
Hell yeah.
I always love what they've given me
Justice
to do.
for Benny.
Justice for Benny. I would have liked some more Benny content, for sure.
Yeah.
Girls
don't play video games.
When I was younger, I didn't really understand the impact of playing a female character like this. Yeah, Max is a good role model for girls out.
Nope.
So I don't even know what this compulsion is to like have all characters be described as role models. Sometimes like a character's role in the story isn't to be that; it's to be, you know, interesting first and foremost. But yeah, I mean, I don't even know why they would say that's the case, really.
I mean, obviously, it
Max is
doesn't
a role
accord with
model,
anything that she does in the show, given that the one thing she does with small children is abandon them. But it does tend to be more of I think, a phenomenon with like female characters in particular. There is always this temptation, like how do they somehow represent the sisterhood in a good light? It's this weird notion that they're still somehow underrepresented, and so they all have to do something quite good. The epitome of it was Gwendolyn Christie for Captain Phasma. Like, we relate to her for her character and her actions. Like, yeah, she's on the screen and she does stuff. What else is she good at?
What the fuck is her character?
I don't even know, but I was like trying to say, like, isn't it great to have like a female role model? It's like, really?
Well, and again, we're well past establishing the ceiling getting fucking smashed, the glass ceiling now. It's like, where are your references to all the great female characters of the 2020s already? Come on, let's get going. I want to see if you believe this shit for real, huh? I mean, these people, not us. We've actually got a couple of references, because there are some awesome female characters that have actually been made.
I can't even remember the lame ones. Like, they're just
there's too many.
wiped from my brain. Like, Ray is kind of a meme now, but aside from that, I know there are hundreds of them, but I can't recall.
You can pick.
Like,
you do it by IP, right? So Star Wars, you've still got Jyn Erso, you've got Sabine, and you've got Ahsoka at this point. I'd say, like, if you just count the TV show, they all suck.
right.
If you go Marvel, We'll Be Here Forever.
Yes.
And then you can move into other, like Star Trek, You'll Be Here Forever.
Yeah.
Out there.
He impales, right?
Yeah. Did you see the previs? In the previs, it kind of went up through your back.
That's what I saw.
And they were like, I don't think that's going to be a thing because she'd be dead.
You would die.
You would die.
That's correct.
This is not a problem they fix.
No, well, we get confirmation of that. I
I
will say, like, you can argue this. It's like, well, they said the previs, not the current makeup, and it's like, wait.
I don't know what I'm gonna do.
It shouldn't be you would die.
Look at her.
You should die.
Look at that.
Such a joke.
Had a little accident. Now I feel like I don't know how I survived.
I don't. You should be dead.
Yeah.
Oh, why would you say that?
Yeah, they knew. They just moved on.
What? But you could just give her wounds that aren't on her neck.
Yeah, you're right. Like, if you had avoided the
all
neck.
you got to do, just change the location of the wounds.
I mean, yeah, even if like some organs get stabbed or like, I don't know, scratched, people can survive that shit.
And of course, if it had been a chest wound, we know from Lucas that those heal instantly, so she'd be alright. She would have survived.
They sure do.
Yeah.
It's a miracle. Too much? I think
it's a miracle.
Is it too much?
Too late.
Early on, when we were breaking the season, we knew that it was going to be split in the middle. And so we wanted to build to a big climax before the break, because we knew the audience was going to have to wait for the next episode.
I love this logic. I love it.
It's like, it's so devoid of insight. It's such a, like, there's gonna be a time between two episodes where the audience have to wait.
So something big should happen.
Yeah, so that when they leave, it's on a big thing. Yeah.
Because we knew the audience was...
That's a really clever thing you said there, Duffman.
Gonna have to wait for the next episode.
An action sequence this enormous could have very easily been taken over by visual effects.
I said as if that's not the case. There's a substantial amount of visual effects in this sequence. What are we talking about?
Yeah,
you got guys on wires getting thrown around, but you got Demogorgons. They're not real. You don't have guys flooping around in Demogorgon
Well, they
suits.
got CG fire, CG bullets, CG lighting all over the place, CG goo just slathered all over
it's
it.
the marketing now. There's no visual effects, even though there obviously fucking is.
Yeah.
But
it's not even a problem that there is. But like, it is part of the marketing now was to essentially... Yeah, okay. Sure.
They sure did.
Say, yeah, do it practically. We want to see it in actuality rather than computer generated.
Even though all of the hardest and riskiest stuff is all computer generated, so.
Oh yeah.
It's all computer, and even though there wouldn't necessarily be a problem with it being computer generated, like animated films are computer generated, and nobody
you've hit
has
on
a
the
problem
problem
with that.
we've gotten to a point culturally now where it's like bad to have CG. It's like, no, the CG is not bad at all.
And you should lie about how much CG is actually in your projects.
Ew, we don't use that stinky post-processing shit. You're like, what do you mean? Of course you do.
Of course you do.
Unfortunately,
and it's
sometimes do it
valid
badly.
In plenty of instances to do it.
Oh, these
That's
poor
what people
people.
don't understand when we're not killing people off, because we were always like, oh, we have to maintain this sense of fun.
Yeah. You don't have to.
I mean, number one, you are a horror
my
show, which means
God.
that there are going to be times when you abandon the sense of fun.
You know,
and you do. It's just with the minor characters you don't care about, like Barbara and Bob.
This is broken in every way possible. You can start any direction you want. The one I wouldn't mind starting with them is like, yeah, you kind of ruined the fun with Bob and Russian Man and Eddie. Like, it was no fun when you did that. Why did you do that? Why did you ruin the fun, Duffers?
Why? And also, you should say to Spielberg, why did you ruin the fun of Jurassic Park by having people get eaten by
Because
dinosaurs?
like when you ruined the fun of Schindler's List, I was like, freaking no.
No, we'll go with Jurassic Park.
But, no, yeah, this is really stupid, even for them. I don't know why you'd create a dichotomy of fun is when not people die. Like, oh. Should we say engaging? What is a sense of fun?
It's just, what are they even talking about?
Is it fun when there's no stakes?
Like whimsical and...
Well, what's whimsical about the Demogorgon attack that they were just talking about?
A lot of people died in that one, but none of the main
well-
characters, mysteriously.
Yeah,
But then
it's okay for them to die.
what's fun about Hopper wanting to kill himself for 3 seasons? What's fun about 11 actually killing herself?
Yeah, what's fun about
That's
that?
funny. That's funny. That's fun.
It's
and
whimsical.
What's fun about pregnant women?
Yeah, we injected pregnant women with cancerous blood, and now they're all, dead, and then they got exploded just in case they weren't. That's fun.
I wonder, this is what I mean about, like, the writer's room you want to be a part of is surely the one where you say something like that and someone else goes, what?
What the fuck are you talking about?
Yeah, like,
Yes.
listen, I have some respect for you, so, you know, I'll be chill with this, but what the fuck are you talking about? As opposed to, Interesting.
Like, oh, we have to maintain this sense of fun.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah,
In
yeah.
the show, or it doesn't become the show anymore.
Yeah, nobody died on in Stranger Things before. Even though Eddie's death, when it happened, was considered like one of the like strongest payoffs, and his story was like fucking great as a reaction to the show. Obviously, the Bob Newby shit was done for the shock value, so I don't know what this is as a thought. So weird.
I mean, remember when they like fake killed off when like did the cotton or something, and then the kids saw his like fake dead body being taken out of the fucking water.
The quarry lake.
Oh yeah.
So much fun in the show. It's just so much fun.
so much fun times. Yeah.
Or it just becomes depressing. Ross and I had no interest in writing at all.
That's part of the
Oh my god. There he is.
He's a little shot in the arm as you listen to sink into the abyss listening to these people.
I feel
I know we all
energized.
talking about the trauma that she's experienced, and I think that you have to be able to move on.
Wait,
from
trauma? I thought we were having fun.
You have to be able to move on from that by killing yourself. It's like, what the fuck, guys?
She has to leave.
Yeah.
She has to be gone in order for them to move on.
Why?
Why is
This is the
that?
bit where they start talking about, well, she represents magic, and everyone knows that magic dies with childhood. It's like, how fucking bleak an outlook that is. And
It's
yet
just,
people,
what
like, seemingly sensible adults will tell you this in a straight face. It's like, no, absolutely. Like, I'm too mature for magic. It's like,
I
fuck
can't even.
you. No, you're not.
I can't even call this an intuitive rule. What is it? There's nothing intuitive about this.
I hope they don't have children, and I hope they never have.
Oh, well, there is. Is that clip in here, Mola?
Oh, I can't remember if I know I wanted it in here, but I don't know if it made my first pass or not. But if
Imagine, like,
you can just talk about it, and if we come up to it, it doesn't matter then.
There is a bit, I don't know if it is in it, but like, so one of them, I can't, Rostaffer, is it? I think he has 2 kids, and there's a bit where it's just like a quick behind the scenes little chat with another person who's working on set, an older guy. And he's like, Oh yeah, back when like we started Stranger Things, I used to be able to work 7 days a week, but I just can't do that anymore because I've got 2 kids and it's just so tiring. You've got kids, don't you, other guy? And he's like, yeah, I've got 4. He's like, yeah, how did you find that? It's like, well, I worked when they were growing up, so it's
the guy is clearly like, yeah, I dealt with it. I did the job.
Yep.
And then the duffer is like, oh, okay. I don't know if that clip is in here or not. I don't know if I rescued it, but I did want it in here. I remember thinking like, oh shit. But, yeah.
It's a tiny thing, but it's just you can't use your kids as an excuse for you becoming a lazy hack. That's not allowed.
Yeah.
Also, like, it's funny to me because imagine that kid growing up and maybe like having a tough time. I mean, every kid goes through some kind of like, adolescence and stuff like that, and just like not cursing them with depression, but what if one of their kid has a depression, is like, Daddy, I feel like a burden, worthless. I'm pretty sure they'll go, yeah. Have to,
well, time for you to go, bud.
We need to move on.
But would that be fun, though? It's a fun ruiner, so you gotta be careful with that, You don't want to be a burden, but you don't want to be a fun ruiner either.
It's not fun for me that you're depressed.
Yeah, you're ruining my fun, son.
The door to Narnia closes for you, and then some other kids are going to find another door
Shut
to Narnia
up.
later, but you're
There's a
never
bit of a
going back.
difference in this, right? Because when the door to Narnia closes, Mr. Tumnus doesn't explode. He doesn't die.
Why is this half goat, half
No,
Christmas
Mr.
boy
Tumnus.
chasing me through the furniture?
Yeah, I will say this is a fucking balked reference, because, like, he's talking about the Upside Down as Narnia. I really don't think that's appropriate. It's like a horrifying eldritch dimension that was created out of pure, like, pain and horrifying experiments that you need to close. Narnia's
not
really
a
that.
happy fun time land.
Yeah,
It's like whimsical fantasy, and sometimes evil Kate Blanchett shows up. And who did the voice of Aslan? Who was that?
It's Liam Neeson.
Wait, do you mean
Liam Neeson, isn't it?
I thought it was
It
Tilda.
is.
Are you talking about
Liam
Tilda
Neeson,
Swinton?
yeah.
Was
Did you say Kate
Oh,
Blanchett?
Tilda Swinton. I'm sorry. I'm
on a Mel
sorry.
Gibson
Sorry.
moment again?
Sorry, white people all look the same. It's not my fault.
Yeah,
They do not. Okay.
Yeah, they do.
You will
Don't-
respect Tilda Swinton, sir.
They
What
do
a-
not
I
look
do.
the same at all.
No. What a
Tilda Swinton's got very sharp features. I would not say Kate Blanchett's got softer.
Yeah,
like,
she's way
features.
softer.
It's not the
Well,
look.
I
it's
in
her-
my defense, I'm operating off of a long memory. It's been a long time since I've seen the movie.
They have I would say the similar presence as actresses. They can have like sort of aura and dominance, sense of authority, maybe.
I don't know if it's because I've seen so much work from both of them. I just don't associate them at all. Like, I feel like they achieve very different things. Tilda Swinton's a fucking wacky actress. She is all over the place, like, extremely
She was so good
talented.
in The Killer. She's only
Oh,
in it
I
for,
loved
like,
her in The
5
Killer.
minutes.
Yeah, she was awesome.
Yeah.
You never lose this piece of you, but you have to grow
Right.
and move on from it.
Why is this not working?
But they do lose that piece of them.
Oh,
that's the whole point.
I put this in because the whiteboard was scanned in the background. This is an actual description of what the whiteboard says. So, Vecna haunts Hopper, as you guys remember. Hopper smashes tank. Hopper knows Cully, L plan to commit suicide. L, Cully, and Max pulled out of Vecna's mind. What the fuck, Hopper? Hopper and L emotional fight. Cully overhears. Worlds start to move again. Something is wrong. On the roof, L is going to jump into Rift. See you later. No time to resolve the argument. I hate their notes. I hate their notes so
Why are there
much.
parentheses?
Yeah, this is
for the argument.
just so
instead of
everyone
saying no time
understands.
to resolve the argument.
This is how the duffers wrote it on a whiteboard. It's just been reflected in a
This is schizophrenic rambling.
military show up. Choppers with sonic weapons. Firefight. But Hopper must shoot Sphere. The exotic matter. Sphere goes crazy. So no Murray bomb. Hopper messes with the exotic matter to destroy the heli. L jumps into storm clouds to the abyss. Hopper stays back. Everyone dead of the military.
Question marks for an outline.
Yes, there are.
We're safe. But Kay and Akers show up. Carly gets shot here. Kay and Akers kill each other? What? Wait, when was... What? You could have Kay and Akers kill each other. That definitely didn't happen. Hopper tends to Carly, heart to heart, a new plan. Hopper knows about the fake out now.
Yes.
What? Everyone
The fake
returns
out.
from Abyss. L and Hopper lost in translation moment at Max Z. Hopper gets out of Hummer alone. What the fuck? Mike is freaking out. See L on other side of Rift. She is not coming. L says goodbye to everyone in happy memory. Upside down destroyed. L is gone. Not dead.
Oh.
They're like writing like 5th graders on Twitter.
Well, yeah, basically. This is hell to me. If I saw this as the notes, I'd be like, do you mind getting me some actual notes once you figured out what the hell is going on?
There is a reason that most people have moved on to word processors instead of whiteboards to do this kind of shit. But like, there's a few bits in there that I think I called out at the time. So it was always weird how well adjusted Hopper is at the end of the show. But in an earlier part, as is represented here on the whiteboard they took this from, there is an earlier version of the script where Hopper, or the outline for the script, where Hopper is aware of the plan. So obviously that gives him a reason not to be massively manically depressed. But then they got rid of that, but they kept him not being manically depressed. And it's like, so what you've really done here is you've taken bits from one outline, then you've changed a bunch of shit, and then you've kept bits of a different part of the outline, and now those two things just don't gel together at all. But both the ideas were present. And like, there's other ideas in there, like the idea of Kay and Akers killing each other, because I think we discussed it earlier. Like, one of the options for his character is, well, his mind has been broken. Does this make him psychotic? Does this make him a Vecna puppet? Like, there's so much stuff you could do with that. And it sounds from the outline here that they might have done something like that. Then they got rid of that, but they just kept him as a generically slightly psychopathic villain for no particular reason. It's a mess, a complete mess.
And yeah, for reference, I'm not judging this as a first draft. I'm judging it as notes. I hate this format of notes. They are very experienced writers. This is very difficult to read.
I mean, experienced.
Well, they're supposed to be. Okay, they're supposed to be. Damn it.
I can fathom this.
No,
I don't understand. And even if, like, I don't disqualify the idea that probably some writers, especially throughout like writing and planning out and sketching out such, huge scale shows, you probably have some wacky ideas that you have to like jot down really quickly, and it's like everyone is throwing ideas around, and there are probably a lot of like wacky kind of stuff that you can write down, and there's probably a lot of stuff, but there's one thing, this is absurd even on that level, but sure, but there's another level to this of not being embarrassed. I know it's like in the background, but still, I think you are aware of the fact that there's a shooting a documentary. You must be aware that this is.
Well, yeah. So
if
these are the ones.
I would be too embarrassed to have this anywhere near me. I would be like, hide this.
And this goes on the whiteboard, as in the thing everyone can look to as the guideline. Like, can you write it a bit better, please?
We use like full sentences and not. What's with all the question marks? Are you asking me? Are you asking me? I don't know. I was here to be the student.
At this point in the plot, they have not figured out what the giant floating ball of red death is. So they put exotic matter question mark as though it might just be something else. It's like, why is that even? Evidently, they never figured this out either. But then that's a problem. And the fact that as soon as you stick question marks after anything in an outline, that thing needs another writers' meeting to get rid of the question mark. Or you need to commit to something and turn in your outline without a question mark. But if I were turning in an outline with a question mark in it over an important beat or in any important information, that would be thrown back at me.
Well, nothing I would show to other people still has the question marks in it, because I need to be the one who's providing all the answers. I don't need to be asking my actors like questions about how this should resolve or what's really happening. The only time that I would have a question mark is maybe if I'm trying to say like, oh, from the point of view of the audience, they might be asking this question, but we have an answer to that, which is this. Or if
it's also just,
I don't know, maybe
it's so horribly written, right? But also this got released on Twitter and everyone said like, is this not the better ending? How did that happen? How did you have your garbled nonsense glim-glam writing is better than your refined completed writing? Like Hopper helping Elle secretly, like, fake her death so that she can live in peace, and probably in a way that communicates with him and potentially with the boys once, enough is quieted down. That's the obvious better ending.
It is. I mean, I would imagine they cut it because it's fair. Like, I was trying to think back, like, where does that conversation happen, and how often, and over what period of time, and where can you possibly fit it in alongside everything else they tried to do? And I wouldn't be entirely surprised if they cut that, just because, though it would make the better outcome, you would have to do the work to get you there. And I can't envision them writing that conversation between Hopper and 11. I don't know where that goes and how it plays.
I guess they
Especially
would
when
have to
they've had so
justify by
much
like
other to do.
the conversation starts, as in like he walks into the room, Carly and her are still talking, and then you just have a line like Elle says, "We need to talk," and then you cut away, and then that's the setup.
Yeah,
for...
you could leave it. That could work.
The Rings of Power strategy.
I mean,
could be
it's not a
employed
bad
to-
strategy, because you're right. It's hard to write that conversation. So it's like, you know what? I'll leave it to the audience imagination. I'll just show you the consequences of it instead.
And it's like, in what world would Hopper accept it? Is the other question as well. Like
I
could you ever,
said,
even off screen, write yourself away? Because even if you do it off screen, you have to present it in a way
Yeah.
that the audience can read that and say, believably, Hopper would have gone along with it. And it's, I mean, I completely agree that if they could find a way to do it, it makes for a better ending.
yeah.
I just wouldn't be surprised if they dropped it because they couldn't.
It's very likely.
Frank Darabont is a real personal
Oh,
hero of
no.
ours.
Yeah.
Shawshank Redemption, The Green Mile.
Shut up.
Mist.
So with those three references,
Yep,
like,
no
keep naming them.
emergency,
Come
man.
on, come on. What else has he done? You gonna say the Blob? Yeah, come on, keep going.
You don't want to be fighting them at all. What you're trying to do is you're trying to talk them down.
It was sad to see this moment, because it's a director talking to their actors about their motivations and how that's going to affect their actions. You don't see that from the Duffers
Yeah.
like at all in this whole thing.
And he's just a guest director.
Yep.
What you're gonna
What a
hear
great
from
shirt.
Duffers is like, "Oh, we're gonna throw blood in your face." Haha, that's not funny. Haha.
Isn't that awkward,
Or you'll have
but sort of amusing?
Ben Wolfhard being like, "Hey, was that take like good?" Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
It's a good little contrast clip as well when there's one where Darabont's filming. It's the camera zooming in on Holly at the table, and they have to pull
Oh,
the
that's
wall
in here.
apart.
That's in here.
Okay, I'll
Creating a
save
real
that.
environment for the crew to work in and for the cast to
I love
work
him.
in. There's just a difference to it.
There's just a difference to the way he talks about filmmaking compared to anything
Yes,
the Duffers have
there
said.
is.
That's kind of wacky, huh?
Interesting.
This is a very early Orson Welles trick. Go to the
Oh.
outside, and the outside literally just was pulled apart as the camera went through.
He's
He
the kind of
know-
fella
it's
that
just-
you could talk to forever, probably, because he'll have all of
He
his.
knows so
Yeah.
much.
Yeah.
You know he knows so much.
Compare it
And
to
he
one of the
loves
Duffers
it. He
running
loves
with like
movies.
a camera in his hand and say, "Yeah, let's go do Evil Dead or whatever it was," and he's just like,
Yeah. Oh
running
my
through.
god. Yeah.
Yeah.
He's like, oh, the magic of filmmaking through creating this like difficult to imagine shot, but you can do it with invention basically, and then the magic it comes through on the final end of the screen. Versus, I'm doing Evil Dead.
Look at me go.
Very innovative stuff back in its day.
What's going on in the abyss?
There's such a promise of some sort of battle. I mean, the thing that's cool is the giant monster.
Kill me.
Ooh,
Is it?
no.
Kill me.
Is it?
Well, I don't know, guys. Giant monsters are pretty cool.
They sure are, man.
I mean, maybe
Gotta slay that
maybe,
dragon.
before you
Name
poo-poo
a
them.
single giant monster that is cool.
Godzilla,
Rufus.
Clifford.
big red dog. Yeah.
I mean, the thing that's cool
yeah, I think
is
that's
the
all of them. I
giant-
think that's all of them.
This is one of those things where I'm just like, oh man, you've got to go. Remember you left. You gotta go, man. We'll take care of this. You go. He's like, huh?
Yeah.
He's like, we'll go. We'll do it. You go.
Yeah,
Oh.
take the day off.
Yeah.
We'll do the writing and directing, and we'll talk to the press. And you could just go lay down and
Take it easy,
You
man.
just-
You seem hurt, like exhausted and tired, and just out of battery. You just not
yeah,
long.
we
You know.
got this for you, man.
Yeah,
we're
we
a
got this.
team. You know,
Go
we're
get
a team. We're
divorced.
watching out for you.
I'm open to loads of different
That's-
ideas, and I think if I were running a writer's room, I'd be pretty liberal with the ideas people can bring. But like, that's one
Yeah.
just sentence that is just you're
it's-
out.
Well, it's
The thing that's
Good idea can come
cool
from
it's
is the
anywhere.
borderline
giant
disqualification, and you'd be like, "What? It is cool to have a big monster." And you're like, if that's all you have to say about like the big, cool, best thing we're achieving here, it's like, oh, the sensibilities are not matching, man. Like that's supposed to be the text, you know. What have you got about like what it is for the journeys? What's
Yeah.
happening to the characters in this
I'd
scene?
love to know, like, to ask him, what does he think made season 1 so popular? Like,
Giant
what was the
monster.
really giant monster?
Giant
What was the
monster.
cool thing
Yeah,
in
it had a
season
giant
1? Like,
monster in it.
what
Get
do they
fucked.
understand about their success? Because it seems like nothing.
It was that moment where the big Demogorgon killed the people. That was what everyone loved. We got to do more of that, but bigger and more. More and bigger.
But no Demogorgons because Demogorgon fatigue.
Fatigue. Yeah.
Or just that you guys are just mad you didn't think of a giant spider. It's like, damn it.
Oh, that's true.
What's funny is he's saying that's what's new, and it's like, you guys did do a huge monster battle in season 3. I don't know if you remember.
What's new?
I don't even know what a chase looks like. It'll outrun them so quickly.
Oh,
Well,
right?
that's kind of like a writing problem that
Whoops.
you have to account for, right?
Not if it's retarded and slow for no reason, you know.
Ooh,
Yeah.
writing is easy, actually.
There we go.
They've all expressed to me, Mike and Lou, and I think they do have a point that they would like to take part in that fight. Don't give me a candlestick, please. Which is fair.
So, this is what we were referencing earlier. Finn Wolfhard was like, can I have a weapon in the final fight, please? Not a candlestick.
He really wants a gun, and I'm just like, I don't think so.
Why?
Why not?
Yeah, why not?
Why? Because like, as obviously you would. Obviously you would bring a gun to a monster fight. Obviously, why the fuck wouldn't you?
I mean, it's already a pretty big red flag that the idea had to come from the kids in the first place. It's
Everything
like maybe the
does.
main
Might have a gun?
characters should be involved in the final battle. Yeah, that's a good idea. Now they want weapons to be involved in the final battle. No, I don't know if that's a
It
good
makes
idea.
sense that Nancy is shooting every gun known to man, but we can't be having guns for anyone else. We've said it. She took up all the guns. She's a gun girl.
Also, like
There have to be some.
we talk about Finn Wolfhard, but it's obvious that there are other sort of actors implied there too, because he
Yeah.
goes Mike, which is
And-
Finn Wolfhard's, and he almost says Lucas, which I'm guessing is Caleb McLaughlin's character.
Oh yeah, it's a bit
Uh,
awkward in that moment. He refers to them by their character names, like
Yes, Yes,
actor names, bro. That's
yeah,
like-
but it's obvious like it was more than one of them.
Yeah.
Who?
There have to be some
Yikes.
monsters in the abyss.
I agree.
There has to be Demogorgon, bat, dog, like something.
Those are the three.
Well,
Well-
that's what happened.
well,
Yeah.
Yeah.
Ripperoonie.
So what did?
Oh, well.
Yeah. What did happen? What?
And you can tell
What's the
like he's
explanation?
nervous about like sort of bringing this up. He's like, should we have
Then they'll
like?
kill the kids, and we can't have that, so they won't be there.
I mean, it is
Writing
difficult
is
for them
easy.
to actually justify how they would win because the demo bats were really effective, especially if you're dealing with a giant, like an army of them. I mean, right, a swarm, they'd be dead.
Yeah.
The demo dogs, they're even more difficult, and then Demogorgons, you guys are dead. You're just dead.
There was another whiteboard outline, I think, which actually included a mid-stage battle. So at some point, they did try to accommodate this. And I know there was another idea at one point where some of the characters would be walking through like a field of eggs that the Mind Flayer had been laying. Like Demogorgon eggs, I guess just for an alien reference, really. But like, so
Yeah.
they did at some stage plan to address this problem, and then at some point during that process said, nah, doesn't matter.
So this has to be fake. They wouldn't be this retarded. Like that's what
Yeah.
the conformity gate people are dealing with. They're like, there's no way it could just be this stupid. It's not possible.
Now we have the behind the scenes of them being retarded, so it's like you can't really deny it anymore.
Maybe there'll be a real behind the scenes that we'll see. This is the fake one they put out to convince you
Yeah.
that their show was real.
They're actually acting here. It's like it's all staged.
It's pretty clever.
Thing. It's crazy if there's nothing there, I think.
Yeah, agreed.
Feel wonder about demo fatigue at the.
Oh,
Shut
my
up.
demo
What an
fatigue.
idea.
I have bad writing fatigue. That's what will really wear your soul down.
Demo fatigue, man. What is that? You know for a fact that superhero fatigue has gotten around, like, in writing circles.
Mhm.
Yeah.
I'm sure.
Yeah, I mean, that's fair.
No, it's not.
No, it's not.
Oh gosh, these people are delusional. They're schizophrenic. Take them out of this writing room right now.
You have a cool monster that you've done a couple of things with. Like, it's your you can use those in all sorts of ways. You could do it. It's your job to make it not fatiguing.
Yeah.
It's and ultimately as well, it's the logic of the plot that has to override it. Okay, let's say hypothetically you've already used every single Demogorgon scene you could ever use. There's nothing new you could do with them, and it might be a bit fatiguing. Still, if the logic of the plot requires them to be there, either write a new plot or put them there. Don't just say, well, the logic requires it, but the audience don't want it, so never mind.
Heading into Mordor, and it's like, all right, so what do Sam and Frodo encounter? It's like, would it be orcs? Like, we've seen too many orcs. It can't be orcs. Like, oh, well, but Mordor's like filled with orcs. It's like, yeah, but they've seen too many. Okay. What? I don't understand what I'm supposed to do with that.
How's script writing?
Good. Good. It's gonna be sweet.
Yeah.
It's good stuff. Pretty epic shit.
Do I have another running scene?
That's his question for them. It's not like, what is my character going to go through, or what like kind of headspace am I going to be in, or anything. It's just, do I run? Yeah, sure do, bud.
There's definitely running.
We're just gonna kind of step you through the big beats.
This part was particularly fucking funny.
I love big beats.
We got to sell this root system, interlocking and pulling, and then we have to sell that there's a rift directly over top.
What he's describing, of course, is the system of Hawkins, upside down abyss, abyss, like that series of. That's the map now.
So we have the abyss with its mountains and floating boulders, and then we have an upside
Bear in mind, these are the people who are going to have to make this shit.
down version of the abyss with mountains and floating
See, they don't have the luxury of just getting to fuck around. They have to
Nope.
like make something real. They
Yeah,
have
we-
to
yeah,
create
they have to
something that's
construct the
tangible.
thing.
Yeah, and they have the double layer of, I need to understand what you're doing storytelling-wise, and then I need to convert that into an actual practical problem to
I have
solve.
to move pixels and shit. I have
Yeah.
to make something look like a thing.
the sky.
I don't
of
get
the
to
upside
just
down.
esoterically describe
So
something.
so that if you went through the clouds in the upside down, you'd hit upside down boulders.
How fucking confusing and unnecessary this is.
Yep.
Why did you do this?
Yeah. And that when it moves, the boulders move with it.
What?
When what move? When what?
So
moves, the boulders move with
when the
it?
abyss upside down starts crashing down into the upside down of Hawkins, the boulders will move with it instead of staying where they are, if you know what I mean. So they wouldn't slam into the ground, they move. But even though it's like, well, but okay.
There's a problem here. Like, we've all seen the thing he's describing, and we're struggling to connect what he's describing to something we've seen in an episode. Those poor people haven't seen it yet.
Yeah, if they didn't even have the
all
visual.
of
I mean,
it.
it's a fucking nightmare.
We see. They have to create the thing that we are going to see, and unlike the Duffers, where they can hide behind these vague, nebulous rules about what makes good or bad writing, they have the problem of you're dealing with something that people are going to look at with their eyes, and people
Yeah.
will just respond in a certain way depending on what it looks. You have to convey real information.
The difference between Duffers and these people is that these people, unlike Duffers, can't go, well, it happened off screen.
No, they have to make it.
They have to make
They
it,
have
yeah,
to
which
create
sucks.
it.
It's they're like trapped in the Duffer's insane writing. And it's not fair because they don't even understand what the fuck they're supposed to be making, but they have to make it or they'll get fired. They'll get screwed over. And then, of course, they don't even get all the information they need, by the way. There's sequences, I think they're in here, of them being like, can you hurry up and tell us what you're doing, what's even happening? Because he has that complaint later. It's a famously quoted one on Twitter at this point, but you'll see it in context. It's just... Man, the Duffer's laziness, it doesn't just make it difficult for, like, them. As in, like, it's not like they're like, oh, God, this problem I gotta solve. It's like, everyone's waiting for you.
Yeah.
And then you think to yourself, no wonder Marvel does what it does with its shitty writers. They're like, we're not waiting for you. We're gonna start making the movie. Like, you can catch up.
It's also like it's so jarring. I mean, as you guys mentioned, like contrasting Duffers with these specific like people who actually, do their jobs. And there's like a moment before where we saw a stunt double, and to contextualize it, like stunt doubles risk their fucking lives every day on the set.
Yeah.
And you contrast it with Duffers.
Cut
Well,
them
they
some
should've had-
slack. They don't
they
care
should've
about
hired
writing.
some stunt writers.
The other thing as well is how they explained it, right? We get to see it in full. Obviously, I've cut this down to avoid copyright problems, but they're very bad at explaining things. They don't even encourage, like, the knowledge that the production designers understand the story element. Like, what I'm saying is, you start with, hey, so you have Hawkins, right? And the Upside Down is basically a mirror reflection locked in a particular timeline, right? And they're like, yeah. And then you can say to them, like, what's above? And they go, I guess sky. And it's like, so our idea is above, you could imagine like another Hawkins upside down set, but flipped again. And then you draw a picture Like, do you understand already where I'm going with this? And if not, we can start again. That's sort of like leading them in to learn it instead of just dropping the whole thing at once and just hoping for the best. Because they do this again with the actors. I'm not sure if the clip comes up soon, but it's very funny. Because nobody understands what the fuck they're saying.
A change as we keep writing it.
All right.
How do I express my dissatisfaction in a way that is not too conspicuous?
This guy, I love that he's just like, he has the laptop, he has the phone, right, to take notes, but at some point he just closed it, just gave
He's
up.
like, yeah, what's the point of writing this down?
What the fuck is it?
What is the point?
We
What's the
went
purpose?
from having to design the Upside Down, which they've consistently done for the 4 seasons, to now you've got another 2 huge biomes to take care of that relate to the Upside Down in an upside down way. You're like, what? Why?
Also, kind of come up with all the visual details on that because we have nothing. It's just.
Well, by the way, all of it blanketed in a flesh wall. Since when? Since now. Cool, man.
I hate being alive. I hate being alive. I hate breathing.
His face. Oh my god.
That's bad when your internal monologue sounds like Boogie. You're in a bad place, man.
This is the abyss. Up
Yeah, here it is.
The abyss is. Hold on. Okay. Where?
It's like in the sky.
It's in
Oh
the sky.
my
Let me use my
Based
phone.
on, like,
But he showed all the actors and they're just like, what?
It's all very.
Yeah, that's the face of reassurance. Like, you basing this on science, huh?
It's called interstellar science. All right, it
I see.
totally checks out. Believe
Yeah.
me.
realistic.
Are you consulting somebody?
When you guys read 8, it will make more sense.
We can't explain it. You'll just read the script. Don't worry about it. Like, oh, fucking hell.
Yeah,
Their
yeah,
current
yeah.
script.
When you see the whole picture, like individual pixels don't make a lot of sense, but when you see the full image, one brush stroke does not a magnum opus make.
Well, you keep kicking the can down the road until there's no more road, and you're just like, fuck it, bye. You're like, what? Wait, what about what? You're just like, eh.
I mean, dude, the devil's in the screen direction. We're gonna get a script, and it's gonna be like, oh, there's the other like 70% of business that we couldn't account for.
There's the other 70% of business that we couldn't account for.
And that's got to be really...
What a depressing fucking number.
Yep.
They're having
More
to
than
work.
half. A good amount more than half.
Like, what I'm guessing he's saying, right, is they've got concept art and they've got an outline, and they can start work, but once they get the specific script, they're either scrapping significant portions, or they have to make a shit ton more to contextualize what they have.
Mm-hmm. And
That
whose fault
sucks.
is that? There's one bottleneck.
We find out the Duffers make it clear that production and Netflix were annoyed at them for how long they took with the script, and I don't have any sympathy if they are literally waiting for you and you had 3 fucking years to make the script.
That's got to be how much a day or how much a month? It can't be that much a month for 3 years.
I say it's unacceptable to be given that kind of time and not doing anything.
They already, because of COVID, got delayed for season 4, and they said that they gave them time to plan out season 5. But I mean, at the end of the day, like, these guys can't appeal to any shit about, like, man, but the creative juices aren't flowing. That would not be considered acceptable for them. They have to produce, but you
like,
don't.
back in the
even though
day-
you're the guy who created the show and get paid the big bucks.
It used to be that there'd be like shows where there'd be 20 plus episodes a season. 'Cause
Yeah,
you just
how'd
had
they do
writers like they were just
God,
like
how'd they do it?
powering through. They were just committed. I think like TNG had like 25, 26 episodes.
Well, yeah, and it
per
was typical that these shows
season?
would be turned around in like 6, 7, or 8 days.
It's the problem we talked about before.
Wild.
If you're into one of these shows, by the time you've wrapped on watching like season 1, it'll be like season 2's starting in like 4 or 5 months. You're like, oh, cool. I'm still kind of into this, And it cycles then until the end of the show. Meanwhile, these days, it's like, ooh, those 8 episodes were cool. When do I see the next 8? It's like, 3 years
4
from
years.
now. Okay. Like the...
I mean, in the case of Ahsoka, what's it going to be, like 4 years?
Well, a good example, unfortunately, is The Gentleman, right? When that next season comes out, and we're like, well, I got to rewatch, because I've forgotten a lot of The Gentleman at this point.
That's true, 'cause it's already been over a year.
I mean, they can take their time with Ahsoka. They can postpone it forever, and I don't care.
Yeah.
I'll be
No,
happy.
that's fair point. Fair point.
Definitely. It's Also, like, this is the only and the first time I will ever make this statement, but
Ooh.
I think Netflix should have been stricter with this shit.
Yeah.
For the first
The thing
time.
is that it seems like Netflix isn't very strict at all. You can kind of do whatever you want.
Oh, and unfortunately, this
It
would be the
seems
one
that
they
way.
wouldn't be, because they're like, Duffers know what they're doing. They've made a super popular
Exactly,
show.
yeah.
They know what they're doing.
It's just I can't believe there was not a single like Netflix executive. Because when Duffers say like, "Oh, they bullied us," like they were like, you know, we were under like strict conditions or whatever the fuck they said about like they had to hurry or something, which is very ironic. I'm sure they're like referring to like probably a few emails that Netflix sent them. Like, is it done? Is it done? Something like that. I can't believe there's not like a strict Netflix executive overlooking this and being like, this is
The
a
Duffers
mess.
have brought us so low, we're begging for studio interference. Please send a money man in. Tell them that they've got to actually do their
They
job.
have to be held accountable financially.
But why do we have to have them in the desert?
Because they run through the entire cave system.
So they're talking about the stupid mindscape inside the abyss, inside the upside down. And he's like, why are they in the desert? It's like, well, listen, the script fucking says so, okay? They run through a cave system.
Henry is chasing them now. They run out the upper exit and then down into the desert.
Oh my god, I would hate having to do this.
And then I don't know what the fuck happens to him.
That's one of my favorite ones. That's a great one.
I don't know what the fuck happens.
You're not going to get a final script in time for you to do this, so we're going to have to base it on conversations with them.
That's it.
God.
That's great, man.
That's
gonna be
just
great.
gonna have to
I'd be
battle
so
it out.
fucking ashamed if I heard them say candidly, like, "Yep, they're not going to get it done for us, so we've got to compensate." You know, like they've basically come to peace with the idea that it's like you're incompetent and we have to make up for it. Cool, thank you.
And you can make like, if you are going to fall back on relying on conversations with them, you can still make that work. But it means those conversations have to be really detailed, really useful, and really fruitful,
And they are
have to be noted
useless.
properly. And as
they
we've
are
seen already in
clearly
this, they're so vague. Exotic matter? Question mark. That's not
Yeah,
a useful conversation.
They can't give you
Yeah, what are we
specific,
talking about?
you know, a specific idea of what they're thinking about because they don't know. They're not sure. They haven't figured it out. Why did they release this? I don't know. They are that full of themselves. They thought that this would make them. For the record, they
Maybe
went
they
through
think
this
it
whole
makes them
thing and
look
approved
charming
it.
and endearing or something.
The director of this documentary said that the Duffers approved all of this. They watched it and said, "Yep, put this out."
I'm pretty sure they probably did. Or they did, but they scrolled on their phones the entire time and didn't pay
Could be that,
attention.
Reddit says we should release the footage.
We're just gonna have to figure it out.
Ross and I had no interest in writing at all.
It has to be great.
Well, yeah, we're not gonna shit the bed at the end.
Obviously, they didn't, but you know, someone did.
No.
We're
But there was
inside
poop.
the ribs of this monster, basically. It's like what's the guy with the nose that grows?
What's the guy? What's
Yes,
the guy
chat.
with the nose that grows?
Yes, chat. He's talking about that fella. Yes,
What's
he is.
the guy with the nose that grows?
Cause like you can tell when someone knows what they're referring to, but is blanking on the name, and just like for some reason your brain just does not work for a moment. But this is like he legitimately does not know what Pinocchio is.
Pagliacci, right?
Yeah, if it was in the context of, oh my god, my brain has just like erased the word from my head. I reference it all the time. What's going on? Is that versus?
Well, yeah, I mean,
hey,
we
what's
do
that?
all the time.
What's the dude in like the armor with the red sword? He's like in the space movie. You're like, really?
Pinocchio. It's like when Pinocchio gets swallowed by the whale. Like you have
Aw.
a melting office building. I don't know what to say.
I love that quote. You have a melting office building. I don't know what to say.
No, we gotta flood it. I think it's gonna be one of the more memorable things. As crazy as it is.
I mean,
Yeah,
yes,
man.
The cum room was one of the more memorable things. but
really
that's 'cause
was.
people kept calling it the cum room, and it's not.
They didn't
kind of
anticipate that
memorable
at
one.
all. They were just
The
like,
coom
nah,
room is
melted
Oh, the cum room
white
is better.
creamy goo all over
White
everyone.
viscous, yeah, goo. Like, sure.
It's like, why? What does it do? Where is it from? How come?
Where does
what's
it
up with all the
from?
melted soldiers? Did we learn anything about that? How come it didn't melt our characters? How come it hardened all of a sudden? What a weird little side plot with the goo.
And that's the
goo
thing.
room,
Imagine they
goo
just
room.
cooked up pieces of this and they said there's going to be a whole sequence where they're in a building that's melting, and you're like, oh, I've seen Stranger Things. How does that come to be? Well, there's like a chaotic sort of elemental shield generating, biome creating, energy field that they disrupt. You know, I'm just okay. I'm just gonna get started on the melting room. I don't really, you know what? You don't need to worry about me understanding it. And you know for a fact, if they had the benefit of seeing the show completed before planning this out, it wouldn't help.
Nope.
Like, what the fuck do you have to say about why there's melting rooms? We went over this. Like, I don't know. I don't know why there's melting rooms.
There's a bit, I don't know if it comes next in this even, but they do try and the duffers try to pretend like this is in some way relevant to anything to do. Like they say something like, obviously, like, we need this to force Nancy and Jonathan to have this conversation. It's like, you don't need the cum room for that.
No.
There are so many ways of forcing that conversation. The cum room is just you being weird.
All the crew members would walk by and go, "Have you read it yet?" You know, it was like they knew. Ooh.
These people, oh god, all these people that always
I know, this
production,
lady from
you know,
Emerald
costume
City is like,
designers, visual
"These
effects
guys are
people.
messed up."
It's just like the Simpsons.
I hope
they
that
go,
I hope that never dies either. That gesticulation where you take your collar and you kind of open it up a little bit, like you're letting air in or out. You know, like you're nervous. We don't see that as much as we should.
It feels like an oldie, but it's a goodie.
Yeah, it's an oldie but a goldie.
You have to empathize with your characters and you have to be able to feel for them, to be able to fight for them, to be able to play them.
It's like, yes, correct. And of course he says that. The guy who's like the best actor on the show. Oh, well.
In his mind, he's gone back home. You could go anywhere. This is a choice. You could be anywhere, right? He's decided to go back home.
That's all he has to say. Yeah.
So to be clear,
that's the actor explaining it to.
Yeah. To be clear on what's happening, like this is the actor like creating the story based on what's being provided to him.
What's key, as far as I've gathered from Jamie Campbell Bower, is like I said, he treats what they've given him as gospel, and it's great. I think no matter what, it's probably his method. Like if I just absorb it 1-to-1 exactly, I can get focused and just go with it. What he's doing now, so he's discovered is like, so this whole set is in his house, his childhood house. You haven't told me why, so I assume this is why, blah, 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 blah. And then the Duff is just like, yeah.
How this clip leads in, he says, it's Jamie Campbell says, I had some thoughts last night, I wonder what you think of them. And so like, he just spent one evening, basically, not even probably being paid to do it, coming up with a better backstory for Vecna than we get.
As long as it doesn't contradict anything the Duffers have, then he'll put it up. You know, it's like a.
I mean, what they've got is so vacuous that it.
There's nothing there anyway. So.
You know,
and
so
by the way,
can do this.
I would fully encourage and love this for any actors. Go right ahead and stuff. But I would almost want to poke him further and be like, "Do you think there's anything in the script that could change? That could maybe be fixed?"
Well, the problem is that unfortunately, he probably feels like it's not his place to do that.
Yeah. Well, and it probably makes you a very sought after actor. If you don't, rock the boat.
Well, it just seems like there is this attitude of don't tread on like other people's, like you're an actor, you're not like the screenwriter, so like shut the fuck up. Like you don't really get to provide, you don't get to change the story. That sort of attitude. It's like, it's unfortunate here because I mean the dude's got good instincts.
Yeah, and there's just this sense that because I really to bounce on what you just said, right? Like each individual production element, everyone is like, we're a part of a major, enormous team. I'm going to do the best I can with what you've passed to me, and then pass that to the next person. And I believe they'll do the best they can. Everyone respects each other's integrity. You know, we make this. It's going to be great. Like that's a really good attitude for a cohesive team that gets the job done. Unfortunately, it doesn't, like, I'm sure it's worth a hell of a lot to them as a team, as artists that made this, but what's happened is you've pissed off, like, the whole world. So, like Game of Thrones, you look behind the scenes, they worked really hard. And you're like, yep. And I'm sure you had a team that, passed it, you just worked, it's just like, but obviously, what I'm trying to say is, like, it's going to be like, you wouldn't want to change any of this, would you? And it's like, yeah, I would. It's like, well, it's working so well. It's like, well, let's see how it goes when we replace the Duffers. How about we get them out and we shove some other people in? Let's just see what happens.
It's such a tragic story too, because like Kit Harington came out like this week, I think. He said about Game of Thrones that he gets pissed off when people
Yeah.
criticize the last season, and Emilia Clarke said something like that too recently. And it's just like it's sad because you see their perspective. You're like, oh, you did really work hard on this probably, and you put your heart and soul in it, but also it's kind of shit.
But like nobody cares. Nobody
Well-
cares. Nobody actually cares.
There's a bit of I don't want to call it ignorance, it's like narrow-sightedness as to, it's like you have a perfectly valid perspective, I know exactly why you're annoyed, you lived through the whole thing, you saw everyone working their asses off, and then you have a bunch of people who have no idea what it was like, shouting at you saying like this pathetic, useless, blah blah blah, 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 what have you done? But you have to respect there are other people, their perspective is that they got incredibly invested and they supported the hell out of this project, and that they felt betrayed by like the story that was told. And I know that sounds insane, but like this is the thing. Is like I'd love to try and bridge that gap if everyone's invested in actually trying to understand each perspective. You're like, okay, let's calm down and think carefully. Like for Emilia Clarke, for example, it's like you've said the decisions were like crazy, out of this world in terms of like, oh god, can you imagine someone being so invested that kind of destroys their whole like perception of how they've spent their time invested in this show? And you could be like, well, that's sad. It's like you can call it whatever you want. It's happening. It's
the benefactor of that, so...
Well, yeah, and that's the thing. It's like, how do you think there's millions and millions of dollars involved? Why do you think that's happening? Why do you think people are so willing to spend that kind of time and money on it? And then, of course, it's like, the other seasons didn't have this effect. Do you ever wonder what the difference is? Did you work not hard on those, but hard on these ones? Or you worked hard on all of them, right? So...
Yeah, it's kind of natural, and it's almost unavoidable. And like, some actors in particular, they have this weird. It is kind of a labor theory of value. They think work hard equals valuable, and it's like, and you can understand it. It's an innately sort of human impulse. I worked so hard on Jon Snow's 17 different variations of saying she's not my queen. So like it's offensive for people to be told that they should rewrite all of that because I worked really hard for it. But lots of people who just dig holes work really hard. It doesn't make it valuable. The value comes in the perceptions of the audience. Ultimately, it's a relative theory of value. You don't get to determine what's valuable to the stories because that's what you're making here. It's a story. You can work so hard, as all the people in this behind-the-scenes stuff do, and all the stuff that we haven't included. All the people making the sets, they work really hard. Some of their work is really good, but if it's in the context of something that isn't, then unfortunately, that work will not go recognized. It perhaps the same degree as it should in some cases.
It takes you, you spend like an hour crafting a really awesome sandcastle, and then you spend a few minutes aggressively, but with lots of effort, destroying it. Then you spend another hour building it back up, and then another 10 seconds destroying it. That's a grand total of what, like 2 hours and 20 seconds work, and what do you have is just a pile of sand. It's actually not distinguishable from just nothing at all. Like, well, you still put a lot of work into that to make it what it is currently. And I'm describing something that could end up in a modern art museum, and I don't even say that 100% derogatorily. Okay, there's some modern art pieces that are really fucking cool. We often reference the robot that's trying to clean up its own leaking oil. Remember that one?
Yeah, I do, yeah.
That was cool. But, it's a bit... I just don't know how else to say it. It's like a lot of effort can go into a thing, and that is completely appreciable, and we can see that in the behind the scenes. But you still created something that that's an order, and they would agree with this. If someone worked really hard to cook them, a shoe, you're not eating that. It's not happening. What if I season it really well? It's like it's a shoe, man. I'm not eating that.
The thing is,
why you don't like soul food?
Ooh, well done. That's nice. But the thing with that is, as well, the point of failure, though, is almost invariably it is the writing. That is the thing. It's the thing that duffers are primarily responsible for on this season.
Yeah, it's the story.
It's arguably the cheapest thing to make. I've made this point in the context of like video games before. It is by far the cheapest thing to do because all you need is Microsoft Word, and that's it. It doesn't take you that long. No modeling, no prep, no animations, no keyframes, nothing. You just need a Word document. You don't even need a Word document. But it's the cheapest thing to do, and it's the thing that goes wrong. And if that thing goes wrong, everything else will tend to go wrong too, no matter how good the quality of the sets are. You are fucked if your writing is fucked. So get the writing right.
Yeah.
Yep.
Also, it's kind of random, but Finn Wolfhard just hosted SNL, and he brought out Gaten and Caleb on it. It's just so cute.
No.
In the same house, it's almost like it becomes this
perfect vision of what he wanted it to be, what it never was. It makes it so human.
That's good.
Yeah, I'm gonna steal that. I'm gonna steal that and tell everyone that I thought of it. Hey, cameraman, turn that off.
It's canon now. It's in my story.
And what you wanted your dad to be. And yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
And I had no friends. No one but Patty.
I like how his interjection of what you wanted your dad to be. His dad wasn't in that version.
That's why
at all. So the one thing he opens his mouth for, and it's not compatible at all with what he's being given. Like he couldn't just shut the fuck up. He had to just interject with something wrong in the middle of it.
Someone's talking to me about character. Does this mean daddy issues?
Yeah,
No,
I know
you
about those.
fuck.
I wish my dad taught me how to read.
That's great. That's a great way. I love it.
Look at him moving his little hand, his little fingers down there.
Yeah, they show him putting on the mechanical glove, and then it's connected with the flash. It's cool. It's but, you know, there's a lot of effort that goes into.
A lot of people work very
It's
hard.
reality, right? It feels much more real.
It's sad.
And sad. And gives it a purpose.
And gives it a purpose. The
God
actor,
forbid
the actor
something
says
in
to
your
the
show has a
writer.
purpose.
It's funny
I found
to me
a way
because
for this to mean something.
that is
Ryder.
accidentally a backhanded sort of thing. It's like we could give this whole set piece that is going to be involved throughout the season a purpose. Then the writer's like, It's like, oh, okay.
Which is lovely.
We must have went through maybe 100 different looks, anywhere from like a person.
Or be careful. I've left the thing open here because I don't want to be able to see these different designs.
See these nuts.
What I find by
It's
looking
actually
at
fully
these
clothed.
is a lot of them are like, you know, obviously they're unfinished. But they feel a little bit more otherworldly than Vecna ended up, as far as I'm concerned, anyway.
Yeah, like this one, it would depend on what like the little hood cowl thing sort of looks like in his, but the shape, like the skin is smoother. He's like taller. He doesn't have like a mouth, which would imply that if he speaks, he's not actually physically moving lips, but it's almost like the sound that just sort of comes out of him, like you hear it in your head.
Yeah, this is, for me, this is the problem. I wouldn't want to judge any of these before I know what is Vecna. And the thing is, you're like, well, it's a guy who got sent to the Abyss, who got zapped by Abyss lightning, and then well, he was infected already by the Mind Flayer. You know? And you're like, what do you remember Nick was commenting on it? It's like all the vines and stuff that Vecna's made of is part of like the Upside Down's design, but that's not where he was made.
No.
He was made in the Abyss, which doesn't really have vines. And it's like, so what's the idea with the design? It's hard, like, I need...
They're relying on you as an audience member to not know the thing you just said.
Because, like, he was a person. It's like, so we can go with humanoid, that's fair, as like a baseline, but what is, like, the variables? And you're just like, Abyss. It's like, what is that? What do you mean? What's happening? He's like, you know, stuff. Tentacles. Flesh. No nose.
With like a cloak to somebody.
And some of these then start to feel like they didn't know what Vecna was. They were just throwing stuff out.
Absolutely not. Yeah.
I bet I wouldn't be surprised if the writers just gave a very, very, very vague description and then told the concept artist to come up with stuff, and then they just picked the one that they like. It's like, yeah, that's just what that's what I meant right there. Yeah, that's exactly what I was thinking. We're going with that. Absolutely, yeah.
And they probably changed the story halfway through as well, because Vecna's design philosophy is kind of tied to the Upside Down. It has nothing to do with the Abyss. Like, there aren't tentacles. There's no moist, weird, gooey root shit in the Abyss. I don't think they had a conception of what that was, so they basically said, make us the general of the Upside Down. And they did that.
Yeah, that's probably what it was. And the fact is, if you had made a rock man, that would have made borderline more sense. You were like, oh, because he's from the Abyss, he's a rock person. Just like, I don't know, fuck it.
As a writer, I mean, you know, not that I am a writer, but from a perspective of a writer, it's impossible for me to imagine that you would come up with the character and not have any visual idea of what they look like in your mind's eye. Like, it's just like maybe a feeling, because these creatures like have nothing in common aside from like they're tall and skinny.
And flashy, kind of like
more
the
human.
connections are kind of just sort of, you can tell because these artists are probably pretty good at doing shit. They were told something that's not very specific as to who or what Vecna is.
Who was
Super
really
vague.
diseased. And then finally we used some vines as kind of a disease for him.
Like it seems so arbitrary. There's like, I don't know, vines.
Tentacles are alien-y.
Yeah, why not? And
So
that
give
seems to
him
work.
that.
So
And that really made it click.
there you go.
There it is.
The Maxi in episode 4, that whole sequence with Vecna coming out of the gate, I think it'll be something iconic.
Oh, yeah.
I hate to be a bad news, but
If it does, it will be iconic in a way that the monkey's paw curls a finger. That's the best case scenario for you.
And I think,
But it's
wasn't it that they were trying to evoke Vader in Rogue One?
It's Vader in Rogue One, but it's not just that, because like, if you actually look at the individual beats, the entire thing is like, it's everything he does is just made up of visual references which are quite familiar. So him emerging from the thing, they've said that was Vader in Rogue One. Obviously, it usually ends up being Vader in Ahsoka, but nevertheless, the sort of the thing with the putting the pins out of the grenades always kind of struck me as Magneto.
Yeah.
When he raises his arms to revive the Demogorgons, obviously that is the Night King.
Yeah.
There's one other one as well. When he pulls Will toward him, it's Snoke. So it's like, I've seen all of these individual constituent parts. You're not making something iconic here, particularly. What you're doing is you're using a bunch of stuff you think is iconic and slapping it all together. It's not really the same thing.
It's funny, you say Snoke, and then once he's got him, as Nick was posting, it'd be Voldemort and Harry,
Voldemort,
right?
yeah.
So, yeah, it's just... And that's not the cool way of being inspired and amalgamation and creating a mix and then a new thing. It's the shit way. It's the I know that and I know that and I know that. Here they all are. Enjoy. Because I guess we have to admit at this point the Rogue One Darth Vader scene is iconic because loads of people copy it, including future Star Wars shit. And it's like, okay, well, I guess, that's got its reputation, even though Rogue One sucks. It's like that. But like this, I wonder if anyone... I mean, Rogue One does suck. Like, it's broadly.
The third act is not bad. It's not
There's
great.
an entertaining
I think
7-8 minutes in the third
what hit
act
me about
that's cool, yeah.
the worst viewing for Rogue One was after Andor for me. Going from Andor and then watching Rogue One, I was like, oh.
It's like it is a notable step down.
The dialogue, man, it just crashes. It's not fair.
The
But
best thing Rogue One did is allow Andor to happen.
yeah. But I wonder if anything will be created in future. They'll go, oh man, we're trying to sort of evoke a Vecna's arrival in the Max Z here. Everyone, the famous scene.
I just don't see it.
No, I don't either.
Also, it's like it's amusing to me just how uncreative and unimaginative they are. They just can't think for themselves. They can't come up with anything, and that's what you guys just mentioned. Like, this is a huge example of that. Also, like, even in smallest little things, like when they had Hopper and 11 seemingly like probably say farewell and they're like bored thing, they just say lost in translation moment instead of like, oh, they hug or, like what specific thing that they're gonna do in the scene or say to each other. No, it's just lost in translation because they only function in reference to other movies and other pieces of fiction.
By the way, unfortunately, we only have about 50 minutes before we hit our cap, so...
There's no way we're doing the
15?
stuff, right?
50. So we'll probably be able to finish this video, but we will have to find an alternative route to sort out the KK stuff. I have an idea. We'll deal with that when we get to it, though.
Okay. These kids to hopefully not die, which is fun. Mike kind of gets to be a leader. It's been a long time, I feel like, since we've seen that.
Does he?
The one, Rags, kinda not. Like, it's for a few seconds he leads of some kids away from danger, but the most important part is, oh yes, Mike Wheeler, the leader. That's how he's known. When has he done that? Basically season 1?
It's been a long time.
It's crazy how much work season 1 has done to like solidify everyone's view of what the story of Stranger Things is. They're mostly referencing season 1 whenever they reference something positive, like in a broad sense.
Resting on your laurels is, oh boy. That first season, pulling a lot of weight.
I feel like you have to just like paint in people. Paint in. Like it's just so empty.
Thanks, kid. It's
Their
just that
response
easy.
to that, by the way, is, oh, but there's going to be Demogorgons. You just can't see them yet.
There's going to be loads of stuff, don't worry. Fireworks.
Quite answering his point, and it's probably, I mean, I like it when an actor is able to, obviously show some talent beyond acting, especially when their acting talent is questionable. because it shows they have potential other career choices. But you should probably take that a little bit more seriously when someone is quite a new person to this field and saying, yeah, your shot composition basically sucks, which it does.
I don't know if we had the same intensity as that other tape. Like something felt
alive, or we're getting bored with it.
I have a feeling that they're getting bored with Stranger Things overall. It would explain a lot of how they've treated the creation of this season. But like, how are we feeling on the worst season? What does everyone here think?
I would say this one, yeah, 5,
Yeah,
then
for
3,
I'm thinking
2,
it's
4,
5.
1.
Yeah, well, I was just the question was just it's usually 5 versus 3, but it seems like most people have settled on 5 at this point.
Oh yeah.
5's too multifaceted. It's so complex, and they have so many new things that they've introduced. And I mean, it has the potential to be the best, but it also has the potential to be the worst because it's the culmination of so many things.
It is.
Because so much is forgotten and so much stuff is bizarrely introduced and goes nowhere and nothing makes sense. It's got to be the worst.
3 is almost completely ignorable as well now. Like, you don't really need it to have. Like,
I mean, true.
Billy dying, I think you kind of need to know that Billy dies. But beyond that, what in?
I mean, I get it. I don't like that as a sort of like. Don't worry. You just thought like as a positive point, it was meaningless anyway. It's like that should be a negative, really. If anything.
I guess in the sense, well, yeah, but by that I mean it does less damage to everything around it because it is now just you can quarantine it. It doesn't mean it's good. It doesn't mean it's anything other than really shit. But it does mean that the type of shit it is isn't poisoning everything, which 5 unavoidably does. Even without that analysis, I'd still say 5 is worse. Just the amount of
I'm inclined to agree. I wonder if we would conclude the same if we did this sort of breakdown for 5, like for all seasons. But I'm pretty confident 5 would still come out the loser. I think.
Oh yeah, for sure.
We are shooting episode 8, which isn't completely written yet.
So there was a lot of people saying it's fine that they hadn't written season 8 when they'd started filming the series, and I was like, okay, but there's a quote where they say they're filming the 8th episode while they're writing it. So you going to defend that? I don't think you should. I think this is really bad. You understand? Well, hang on. They're about to say a thing.
We don't even fully know what's going on.
So there's that, right? They don't even fully know what's going on, which to me seems like you could maybe get away with it, as in like, wow, we're really.
What part you're doing.
Yeah. There's a chance, but like, why are you gambling so hard? And then, of course, just throwing that in because true.
Why is this not working?
You know.
I'm in so much pain. I'm in so much pain.
Us actors will get confused.
Are we gonna see the Bill Murray clip come in from Ant-Man and the Wasp: Quantumania?
No,
That's what comes to mind.
I was trying to get this done fast, but there's so much you could do with this in a theoretical video I would encourage anyone to. But so yeah, see this? They haven't experienced certain events or had certain emotions, right? He's talking about. It's so stupid to me that you would even have to say this. You know, it's hard to film an episode when we don't even have the script because there are certain expressions on actors' faces that might need to be there, but we won't know until it's too late. You know, like saying that as though it's like, hey, this is something to consider. It's like, how could that? How are we at this point where someone's pointing this out?
It is definitely a "how did we get here" moment.
And it's the problem, of course, as well, is like they're not going to film all the scenes in sequence, and they don't necessarily. For example, they got 1 through 10. Like we're filming 3. You're like, oh, okay, but does anything happen in 1 that should be represented in 3? And it's like, well, we're not done with 1 yet. Okay, but okay. I mean, we can just okay, we'll just film it, I guess.
As actors will get confused as to where they are. They haven't experienced certain events or had certain emotions, but the elements of summertime look.
And he's like, we gotta film this now because it's summer. And it's like, well, yeah, if only they had a completed script, man. That'd be great. That'd have been cool. Maybe even a redrafted one. Could you imagine?
Look, from episode 8 need to be shot now.
They need to be shot now? That's probably fair.
Well, if you don't have a script to shoot them now, that could be problematic. Could run into some issues.
Oh, I just meant out of context. They need to be shot now. It's just amusing.
Never read 8 through.
Killed him.
I've never read 8 through.
We're just shooting it.
Look at her, she's laughing. You're laughing. They're talking about a balked production and you're laughing.
You're laughing.
I've never done anything like this before.
They were never afraid of failing.
We were getting
So
hammered
true.
constantly by production
Aw,
and by Netflix
boo-hoo.
for
Bad
being
too bad.
hammered.
It's like they
It
rushed
is
you and only gave you
unreal.
3
It is unreal.
years.
How can you complain? Like, how? We were getting hammered? Of course you were. You're failures.
They are paying $400 million. It literally an incomprehensibly large amount of money they are giving you. The human mind cannot fathom a number that large to make this season. Yeah, they're hounding you. They have every right to be hounding you. It's their money. It's $400 million.
You got a horde of people who can't do their work because of you. That's not the deal, bro. I love that he makes sure to mention Netflix are pissed off, and so are production. Production is basically the crew.
Yeah.
That's
Like, it's
insane. What are you
can't talk
doing?
back to you because you're gonna fire them, you bitch.
Fire.
episode 8.
Just being honest and truthful with the show has always worked out for us.
What?
I don't know.
I don't even know what that means. Honest
That's
and
the kind of
truthful
thing
with
you
the show.
say. That's like the pre-interview quote that you get as you sit down for one of these interviews where you say something completely mind-bogglingly retarded that everyone mocks you for. It's like, no, it's always
Like,
honesty is the best policy, really.
Worked for us. What do you mean worked for you? What does it mean to not work out with the crew? Like, did they like what, plan a coup? Like, what do you mean worked out for you? In what way?
It worked
I mean, your
out.
seasons have been shit.
Well, I guess you could say it has worked out up to this point. Up to season 5, right? Like, it has kind of worked out for him.
Yeah, it has, in a sense.
I guess we got away with it, if that's
Yeah.
what he means.
That's the way to put it, yeah.
I agree. It has worked out for you, bitches.
Very often, when you are directing, your job is to make the thing better than the script. But
That would be fairly easy, you think?
Problem is, it's
I
the
mean,
next
that's a
bit that's the
complicated
stinger.
question. That's a complicated
Bit of a
statement. I
shitty thing
guess.
to say, isn't it, really?
Well, it's not what he
Yeah, my
he-
job as the director is to, like, make your work, is to actually make it better than it is.
Well,
Like,
don't
it's a
worry,
bit-
Friggy.
yeah.
He'll say the nice thing. It's just not appropriate with these guys.
from beginning to end, from 2014 to now, they've always been so
Oh, yeah.
ridiculously
There you go.
good that
They've always
my
been
job
so
is to do
ridiculously good.
So-
Fucking video essay voice here.
Yeah, he does the video essay voice. Yeah.
Yeah.
justice to them.
Oh, yeah, you know.
Okay, he's sucking. to him.
Good old
Fucking
Sean.
loser.
No one knows that we're dating. Yeah, I would like to do this.
Yeah, fine.
Is that okay?
Yeah. It says you take one another's hand, right?
We can.
Yeah.
That's what I would like. It would be here.
People were annoyed
have
at this because they realized they want points for representation, but they're having to argue to get even, like, body language in as expression of a relationship.
I think it's more than that as well. It's because like she's trying to express what this actually means to the character because they're trying to keep it secret. So rather than, it's not just like the scene is dialogue spoken out loud while holding hands. What she's arguing for is that they should be leaning in and whispering because Lucas and Max don't know they're together. So it's better understanding of the characters as well as a demand for actually more representation. In all, once again, the actors doing all of the work. It's quite impressive.
Well, and good old Sean is just like, I don't think that gets in the way of anything. So it's like, go for it. Yeah, well, sure.
So I immediately go into Jedi level, rigorous problem
Shut
solving
up.
mode.
Hate you.
I'm sure he's really
I
nice to
hate
work
you.
with, but man, I would lose it with some of these quotes with him on set. I go
Nice
into
to work
Jedi
with.
level, rigorous problem solving mode.
Need to chill the fuck out.
Okay, I'm gonna shoot this angle. I'm gonna hold
Why?
this so I can solve this problem.
You're directing a slop TV show.
This problem that is the goo is not thick enough. You fuck off.
We need thicker goo. Add more flour to the goo.
More
Less water, more
goo.
flour.
It was torture.
This is their table read for
I
episode
don't
8.
want cum. I want coom.
It was torture.
Reading that episode, it signifies an official goodbye to our childhood.
True. It lets you know that the world is full of mistakes and failures. It can't be as happy as you'd hope it would be.
Yeah, that's right.
Fresh.
You can never go to
Hot off
season
the
1
press.
again.
Speech? No, I know. We thought about it. I was like, I just feel like
I was
everything we want to
lazy. I didn't
Well-
feel like writing it.
say about
This
the
production
experience
would
in the
take
show
one
and the
more
characters
year.
and everything.
If they had
This
to
is
write a
kind
speech.
of, I think, remarkably strange. It's the final table read that they have for the entire series, and they're like, do a speech, and he's just like, it's in the script.
Yeah, like it's weirdly autistic.
I just want to go home.
Like I know that I guess you don't want to do it, but maybe you like kind of owe it to all these people to put something into it, you know?
Can't you just do it off the cuff, even? Like, guys, this
You
has been
figure
an
that you
incredible
could.
experience, and, we've been here
think that a
together now
writer
since...
Thank you so much
would be
for,
able to-
essentially providing us with 10 years of your life to craft this show. Like
Means everything to me,
We love you. We appreciate you. You've made our dreams come true. Thank you. Something like that. But instead, they're like, everything it's in the script. So
There's a revealing difference because they do one right at the end after this has all been
Well, but
wrapped
that's a
up,
different
and-
speech.
well, it's a different. Well, what I'm saying is that it's kind of revealing in that one is talking all about the friends they've made, the work they've done, relationships they've built, and also it's almost like the relief that this is all done. In this context, they're being asked give a speech to sum up, season 8 production, and they have nothing to say about it. It's
Yeah,
just
that's what
that's all in the script.
That's what I'm saying. I would expect several speeches, to be honest with you. Like, wrapping particular departments, for example, deserve speeches. Wrapping up particular actors
The
deserve
last shooting
speeches.
day with every actor,
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's got to.
Yeah, I
it's
mean-
part of the job of directing. Surely, it's your responsibility to make everyone fit. You can't fuck up like Ryan Johnson and allow the actor portraying Admiral Akbar to be fucking killed and then just wander off set. He's like, oh,
Yeah.
whoops.
So rude.
The guy was
I
like tearing up talking about it. It's so sad.
Was it? Oh, fuck. I think it was Lord of the Rings, right? Elijah Woods. The fact that they couldn't wrap it up, they kept making him say the same line over and over again.
Right?
'cause they
Yeah.
didn't-
Peter
It
Jackson
was the
didn't
last
want to
one.
call it the final
Yeah.
one. Keep
And
going.
the crew was telling him like, just stop.
He's
And
definitely
he was
got
like,
it this time.
No, it was so sweet. It's just that entire thing is just such a sweet thing to watch.
It's the
And in
most
comparison,
moving part of this behind the scenes thing as well is that there are genuinely lovely stories that happen, and you can tell that loads of these people, they've grown up together, they have these really close relationships. They are really sad that this project that's been their life for, in most cases, certainly the main cast case, more than half their life is coming to an end. But all the emotion is about the story of making the thing. It's not in the thing itself. Like that would have happened regardless of how season 5 had turned out. The same emotions would have been evoked. And it is more emotional watching their reactions to the end of their life experience than it is watching the thing that is the end of this life experience.
Thing we want to say about the experience in the show and the characters and everything is in the script. And
Also, it isn't.
No,
the
yeah,
script does
that's-
not cover that at all.
it's what's so like, I would be pissed personally. Because either you're like, if I was an actor at that table read, quote unquote table read, it's because either you're assuming I'm stupid and I won't understand what the fuck you have written, or you're just like lying to me straight up. I would be pissed at them after this.
Ross and I are not as eloquent speaking as we are at writing, so.
Ross and I had no interest in writing at all.
Ross and I are not as eloquent speaking as we are at writing, so I think
No interest in writing, and they're even worth us speaking. Oh, directors.
we'd just rather read it.
Henry snaps to find Eleven stepping into the living room. A tense moment here as Henry takes in his sister for the first time in a very long time. His voice quivers with anger.
Where are they?
The reason I was including that is look at this fucking like Jamie Campbell Bower's face. I know it's kind of hard to see it because of the cover,
It's
but
very intense.
he is this to him is so important. Like, and it's just like God, he'd be good for any production. I think.
And his sister for the first time in a
Also,
very long
like,
time.
at the beginning, before the scene, or before, I don't know, this footage, you can see him, like, when they're, like, sitting down, and he's sort of cutely, like, he's so different. He's just, like, waving, hello, guys, and just transform into... Because when we saw this, I thought, maybe it's just how he sits, and no, he's just really committing to that level.
His voice quivers with anger.
Where are they? I need you to help them understand. Help them understand my choice.
Will you spend the rest of your life with an old, tired, stubborn, grouchy son of a bitch?
Oh, the reason this I include, I think I remove it for a second here. You can just see it's kind of pained me. They're doing the somewhat romantic scene where two characters get to express something, like something has changed, something has happened. You can just see Linda Hamilton's between them, nearer to Winona Ryder. Look at her face. What do you see it?
Loves you very, very much.
Her eyes fill with tears. She knows.
She's like
really into it.
She's like so happy for them that they get to do a moment like that. It's like, what do you have to do, Linda? It's like, well, I'm mostly just evil, and I say go there, kill that person, be evil. That's kind of my thing.
She looks more happy and into it than Winona Ryder does, which is
Oh, she doesn't give a fuck. She doesn't give a shit.
That tracks.
Which, yeah, Winona seems to be the person who gave the least amount of fucks on this production from what we've gathered, like in a meta way. No interviews for the production, and then she's just gotten very... People are starting to wonder if something's gone on, like between her and the Duffers or something.
I wouldn't be surprised.
Yes, I will.
He walks away.
Wow, very
and
enthusiastic.
closes the basement door. End series.
Okay, all right, okay.
Oh,
Sean Levy's fucking crying reading the episode 8 script. I'm sorry, it's just so funny to me.
It is, yeah, no, it is funny. It is. That's very funny.
Gotta be, wow, it's something to be able to cry at that.
Yeah.
The world must be so full of wonder and emotion and passion if that's what gets the tears flowing.
I mean, I'm pretty sure, like, even the most hardcore fans of Stranger Things didn't cry at that episode. They were just...
No, they probably
everyone
did.
was
They probably
pissed
did.
Well, it depends on what kind of fan you
people
are.
did.
Some of them would have been fucking fuming, depending on, how it went.
Writing bad script after bad script. But I mean, I remember more than anything just writing in series. And we're doing it while filming is happening.
God. Oh,
Whoops.
stop saying it like it's something to be proud of.
I know.
We're proud that the show has always,
there we
through
go.
9 years, continued to make swings in terms of storytelling.
Oh, yeah, man.
The opposite is true.
Oh, so true.
It is one of the least narratively ambitious shows, like, of the last decade.
It's also the defining feature of season 5 is that they refused to make any of the big swings. So they just said, oh, it's up to the audience's interpretation. Maybe we did swing, maybe we didn't. It depends on the audience. You can decide if we did.
Schrodinger's swing.
It's an astounding achievement that this thing hasn't gone off the rails in a burning ball of fire.
Yeah, that'd be crazy if that happened. But luckily things went off without a hitch, and people love us. So, dodged a bullet there.
Yeah, that would be crazy. Hope that doesn't happen.
It felt like it could.
Working with blue screen usually ends up looking not bad.
I mean,
It's
if
just
you
an
give these
interesting
people enough
statement.
time and they're
I
talented
don't know why
enough.
you said that. I mean, it depends.
Do you remember, I forget, what
was-
were we watching? It was the behind the scenes for a Marvel movie of some kind, but one of them said, despite being on the volume, it looked good, or something like. They said something along those lines.
God, I don't know, but that rings a bell.
They
I don't know
they
what it
basically
was
implied
exactly.
that at this point the volume screen is like a hampering to special effects, and you have to make it look good, as opposed to when they first started using it, where they were like, "This has got the volume on it."
It's
Whoa.
incredible.
Shiny new toy syndrome, maybe.
But yes, as we've seen, the
Well,
blue screen shit looks awful, so they probably know that.
Well, I mean, I was watching, the theater watching the Two Towers, and that's where we really see a whole bunch of Gollum. And
Yep.
obviously, he looks better in Return of the King. But even in the Two Towers, is like shit. He looks really good, and the way that they incorporate him into his interactions with the hobbits and the environments, it's stellar. It kind of blows your mind how good it looks for how this was a movie that was being put together 26 years ago. And then you have stuff like this coming out with a $400 million budget that they made. It looks so terrible.
Yep.
But if at all possible, we avoid it.
Is it like we're running into this shot, like already having seen her?
No, we're running away from that thing, and I think the motivation is
moving away.
It's like it's
How did it get so confusing? There's big spider over there.
It's they just don't know where it is.
So
How does this happen?
Oh.
It's not chasing us anymore.
Yeah,
It's
that's
been
right.
so. And then someone looks and sees 11.
Right.
Ames, where's the monster?
Someone looks and sees 11. Like, well, which one of us is it? Because we're gonna be filming. We should know
Guys.
which one of us it is.
Where's the giant spider? Where did it go?
They're running away, right?
Yeah. So if they were facing here, the monster's now over that way.
Oh man, what a.
Even he doesn't really know. He
Yeah.
started pointing in a different direction.
Even season 2, we don't have anything as gnarly as Bob's. I'll never forget my mom called me after she's like, you went too far on it.
She was right. Too far, boys.
So obnoxious.
Everyone is surprisingly emotional at your death, so I feel like you should.
Should I cry?
Huh?
Should I cry?
I don't think you should. I don't
There
know.
were tears over here.
Could you imagine if Vecna had a tear? I don't know. Just be like, were we doing the humanity thing or not? I don't know.
sad.
Watching you get killed.
Yeah. Watching the cast.
Yeah.
Does that make you feel better?
I think they were crying with.
Aw, like that.
I hate that.
Hey, the actor's glad that he's only worked with them this long and they like him.
Joy though, and relief.
Tension.
So this is a pretty funny meme. For my sons, for my family, for Max, for Bob, for Eddie, for 11 and Will, for ruining my whole life, for ruining my life. Because I wanted to make up with Nancy and Dustin got me into this because I was bored at work.
Yeah, I mean, basically.
That shot is so awkward of them because you know that they're like, oh fuck, what was their motivation here? How did they even end
This
up
guy's
here?
bad, right? He looks evil. I know you shouldn't judge a book by its cover, but I'm kind of sold on appearances alone that this guy should probably die.
Yeah, that's their involvement. They're like, yeah, this was all awful. I don't really know who he is though. He's like, that guy's. Oh, look at him, what a monster.
He was in the Scary Kaiju, so he's probably like a pilot or something, and he's evil.
Also, why does Robin look 100 years old?
I'm not sure. She looks way older than she did in season 3. People always throw the comparison images up.
How are you? Oh wait, have you? Not
Hey, two legitimate actors appreciating each other. Hey.
Yep.
For the first time.
And the duffer that just said, have you not shot together? They have to tell him this is our first time together. It's like, yeah, Joyce and Vecna don't have a scene.
They haven't met.
No, they don't even have a scene of like she feels him in her brain and he's like,
No.
Joyce, blah, blah, blah. Like, there's nothing.
Nope. She was in Russia.
They fucked up. This is the
Yeah, for the
ultimate
entire
hero
third
kills
season,
villain,
yeah.
and they hadn't even met before. They don't know each other at all. They don't have an impact on each other beyond like a. Was there really ever a time where Joyce fully understood a personal vengeance is required to be taken out on Vecna? Does it feel at all like Joyce knew what Vecna even was?
No.
Well, she knew him at school off screen.
Well, isn't that grand? Like she knew Henry Creel, but
You're Henry?
that never gets recognized or talked about.
Oh, Henry, puberty was not kind to you.
And she's like, I'm gonna fucking personally chop your head off. And, you know, the audience is like, yeah, sure, I guess. I feel like there's a huge missed opportunity here of generating a bit of a story for these guys, but okay. And yeah, I think it's just really awkward that the Duffers didn't even remember. They were like, you guys have met, right? But you guys have, whoops.
Crazy.
Writing bad script after bad script.
You don't need to know whether you're good or bad. Pretty much every bad character thinks they're good in some way.
That's Linda Hamilton trying to justify why she knows nothing about her character at all. Feel bad for her. She deserves better.
Yeah.
Ladies and gentlemen, that is a series wrap on Charlie, Natalia, Joe, and Maya.
So, I don't know, I think Platoon, you kind of alluded to this. This was the part where I actually felt something just because the actors are like, you know,
Yeah.
tearing up because it's the end of a huge, long adventure. So it's like,
Yeah, that's
you know,
gotta be crazy.
This and the basement scene as well. I think similar stories for
Yeah.
both. Obviously, well, even more maybe for the basement scene because it's more of their life. But like, you can tell these people met and they're friends. They have really good relationships, and this is it. It's the end of many years worth of.
We went over how hard they would have worked, of course, and they would have met so many people, and they know they're not going to see many of them again. Not because they don't want to, but that's just how things work out. You know, work drags you into people. It's like this is all genuine. You get to see like human emotion here that's like serving a purpose that's real.
Yeah.
Isn't that crazy? Imagine they had that in the show.
I know.
Now, that I wish Nick were here because he's the one that made me aware of this. Friggy is also aware of this. I'm gonna need you to think this up, if you'd be so kind.
I'd love to. I'm so excited.
Don't spoil anything, all right? I know you can read.
All right.
Oh boy. Is everyone ready to sing?
Oh, I've seen
Okay,
this.
I'm ready. I'm ready to
All
sing.
right.
I know this.
3, 2, 1, go.
Yeah.
Oh no.
So apparently
Oh,
the
no.
clapping and cheering wasn't strong enough, and so they added stock from Wii
Oh,
Sports.
It's amazing. It's
Yo,
fantastic.
bring
The
it.
cheering and the
Oh.
whistling noise.
Oh, and you can hear. I think they even repeat it. You should listen to this sequence.
Yeah, that's it.
That's awful. Can't you just get a couple of guys together and recreate it at least?
And it's distracting from a pretty heartfelt thing. Of like, oh,
Yes.
there's so much work that gets done.
He's tearing up while
we
trying
don't
to give a
even get
speech.
see, you know, we don't even get to see the amazing work that some of you guys do because it happens when we're not here. That's so great. And then it's what? It's Wii Sports.
Wii Sports of all things.
What this means, this is you putting away. Maybe this is probably too intellectual, but whatever. It's putting away childhood. So just saying goodbye.
I really hate that he hesitated to say this when that's absolutely obviously the point of it. That's the meaning of it. And he's like, ugh, I don't know if this is a bit too... Like, what do you mean too... That's thematically the idea. It's the closing of the chapter. It's them moving on with their lives. Of course that's what it means. Why are you being, like, reluctant to say it? Weird.
I'm slightly afraid of the sincerity of saying it.
That's
which
exactly
explains
it.
a lot of the writing.
We are in that era squarely. Trying to just be honest and vulnerable about, like, an actual meaningful thing is like, ugh, don't want to do that. Yeah. I guess if you can sort of say that about it. I guess. Maybe.
It's just saying goodbye.
That is a series wrap on Sadie, Caleb, Gaden, Noah, and Ben.
Just going to be careful for copyrights. I think we've made it through for the most part. I'm hoping anyway. The stream didn't go down, so that's something. And, you know, it's like, yeah, well, good job, guys, mostly.
Mostly.
Writing bad script after bad script.
They were never afraid of failing.
Why is this not working?
One more.
Yes!
I was so ready for it. Yes.
Stuck clapping sound. Insert here.
I should have put that in. You're right. Now, it would have been cool to have everyone, but we'll deal with what we have. The little reading we did, as though Lord of the Rings but Stranger Things, was given a bit of an animation, and I'm gonna give it a little show if I can just get it up. One sec, hang on.
Oh yeah.
We're just reloading. It's from good old 1-800-DANKY. Well, the Stranger... I'll link...
Oh my goodness.
I'll link him up in a second. We'll just go check this out. If the Stranger Things writers wrote Lord of the Rings... Okay, so we've got to put the smack down on this ring thing. It can only be destroyed...
Don't worry, I got this. Ow.
in the fires of Mount Doom.
I just don't get it. Why can't we just fire up this bad boy and use it against Sauron? Boom, headshot.
You gotta appreciate this work here, because Steve is Boromir, right? That's what's happening.
Okay, so think of Sauron like this Atari. Now, we destroy this copy of E.T. the Extraterrestrial. You might think it's gone forever, but...
But Atari still has the source code.
Right. But if we destroy...
Is that Mr. Clark as Elrond?
Destroy the source code.
The existing copies could be buried in a landfill, and they'd eventually go bad from corrosion.
Exactly. Destroy the source code.
Destroy Sauron.
Great. So how do we destroy this source code ring? It's not like we can just hop on our skateboards and shred to Mordor.
Hang on, though. If we give the ring to someone small enough...
Sauron wouldn't be expecting it.
We could chuck it right into the fire while he's busy tripping over Minas Tirith.
And then...
No more E.T. finger guns.
Finger guns. That sounds crazy, but it just might work.
I'm gay. I don't want you
Obviously, this is like perfect. This is the formula.
Yep.
This is what they do, and it's garbage.
Just garbage.
That was really good. That was really impressive.
That is, it's awesome. Like I said, 1-800-DAN-KEY. I'll actually, let me find the, I'll post the channel in a second, but he's made a few animations. He makes them for a bunch of channels. I think we've had a few EFAP ones before, but I think a Real BBC as well. He's also the one that did, like, he animated what I was pretending to be Chris Stuckber, which is quite funny. He's, his characters, his drawings, they are quite, impactful, you could say. Very, very detailed and horrifying at times.
Mm-hmm.
I just like all the effort, too, of the references. So, Gandalf is Hopper, I see. He is the chief. This all makes sense. You know, and it could have been great, Lord of the Rings, but unfortunately they didn't get inspired by Stranger Things. It wasn't out yet.
I'm just, I'm in one of those sailor outfits that the anime girls wear.
I mean, you know, it's peak Steve from season 3, right?
This
Yeah.
is Scoop Troop.
Yeah.
And Joe Keery wore it to... what is it called? To... The wedding when you're the one marrying the couple.
When he's when he officiated, or
Yeah.
whatever it's called. Yeah.
Yeah, he officiated his friend's wedding in his Scoops Ahoy costume.
Oh, that's cool.
There's an
Assuming
image
that's what
of
they
it.
were wanting.
Funny.
All right.
It's really funny. And Joe Keery was like, actually, it was like a Halloween themed wedding or something like that. Everyone else was in costume, but you can only see him with the bride and the groom in the Scoops Ahoy outfit in the middle. It's just hilarious. Oh.
Which, I guess, closes the book on Stranger Things forever. I don't think we're going to be doing anything else about it. You know, what can you say? Season 1 was fun.
I mean, we've said so much.
Yeah, you can watch all of our episodes on it if you want to know what we have to say, if you only just tuned in. Of course, you're obviously thinking, well, wait, isn't there one more topic? Well, unfortunately, we won't be able to do it before we get cut off. So we're going to instead, since it's not too long of a thing, we're going to record it separately and put it out pretty soon. It's not going to be like the next EFAP or anything. Actually, it's really weird. I don't want to block this in as definitive, but I think most of this is going to happen. So the first episode we recorded tonight even, that'll be out in like on Moolah in about, I don't know, it's 7-8 hours, something like that. Then Wednesday, another episode is happening. It's going to be about Metroid Prime 4. We're going to have a big old discussion about it. So that'll happen, and then that'll come out on Thursday on Moolah. And then the second half of this stream tonight will go out on the 25th, that Sunday. Or rather, sorry, I guess it would be the 24th. Yeah, I think that's right. Because then the next week after, we're covering something. You know, the schedule soldiers on, ladies and gentlemen. But what we'll do is record the KK thing and release that as a mini, and that'll go out like Monday, probably, like tomorrow, I guess, British tomorrow. You know, 24-hour plus, something like that. So you can check that out, you know, on its own. It's not going to be like too huge or anything, but we're just going to talk about what's happened with her and stuff, and some quotes. So, also, no, I think that's everything, right? Am I missing anything brought about EFAP right now?
No, that's all the EFAP stuff, yeah.
Got it. Well, okay, so you got all that. I guess before we head out, thank you, of course. Nutsy, you were here for 11 hours and nearly 30 minutes. That's crazy. How do you feel? I'm very glad. It was very fun having you for the whole thing. Why don't you tell everybody where they can find you and what awesome things are coming?
Thank you. It was fun being here. I just I don't know. I've still, as last week and the week before that, I'm still coding, studying. And Stranger Things video might happen. Might happen.
I mean,
I
you've got
won't
all the
confirm or
ammo.
deny
That
anything.
little documentary they released is everything you could need.
It is. It's and if anything, it made me even more scared. But I like a challenge.
Hell yeah.
So, look forward to that possibly. So yeah.
Awesome.
That's it.
Well, all right. Fringy, Platoon, Rags, how about you fellas?
I'm just working.
Yep,
That's
pretty
it.
much me too.
More working.
Well.
I'm not talking about Game of Thrones, or sorry, Stranger Things. Fuck.
I am doing that,
That's how it
unfortunately.
happens.
So, from what I understand, I'll be on Gary's stream in 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, I think 18, between 18 and 20 hours from now, to talk about the first episode of A Knight of the Seven Kingdoms.
Ooh.
And then, not too long after that, Monday night British time, I'll be starting my first bit of playthrough of Expedition 33. Finally.
Ooh.
I want to check it out, see what it's all about. It'll hopefully be
Only
fun.
heard amazing things.
And then other than that, I am working also. Working, as they say, as the kids say these days. Working. So, yeah, hope you enjoyed. Hope you had a good night. It's been a while since we've done
everybody.
an 11.5 hour EFAP, but this is not technically that, right? It'll be split in two. Canonically, it was never that long. That's what it'll say on the sheets, but you guys will know the truth. You guys will know the truth.
Real fans.
Well, that's that. Anything else anyone want to say?
Nope.
Be gay.
Alrighty then. Goodbye. Good night, everybody. Toodle pip. Cheerio.
Bye.
Goodbye, everyone. We will see you later.
I don't like girls.
No. What a tragedy.
Bye.